Chapter 1. The Eerie Tales of Childhood. 7 years ago, beneath the Lotus Flower Mountain in Zhangjiagu. At this hour, the earth had succumbed to slumber. It was a tranquil autumn night, the silence occasionally broken by the distant barks of a dog. The entire village lay shrouded in darkness, as if painted with a thick layer of ink, leaving no trace of the stars' faint glow. In the distance, the river occasionally broke the stillness with the splash of a leaping fish, only to succumb once more to the profound silence. This was a primitive village, where life revolved around the rising and setting of the sun. Thus, even though night had just fallen, most villagers had already retired for the evening. The moon waged a guerrilla war with the dark clouds, appearing and disappearing, casting a flickering light upon the village. In the dim glow, two silhouettes moved within a modest courtyard, accompanied by the intermittent sound of splashing water. "Grandma, I'm freezing." The grandson, Zhang Xuanzi, clutched his arms tightly, his teeth chattering, while his grandmother, armed with a water ladle, continued to splash cold well water upon him. The well water on this autumn night felt particularly frigid, sending shivers down Xuanzi's spine. "You're already 13, not a child anymore, it's time to toughen up. By your age, your third uncle was already wielding a knife against the Japanese invaders. If I don't train you properly, how can you hope to amount to anything in the future?" As she spoke, another ladle of cold water splashed down upon him. This scene of the grandmother and grandson in the courtyard was witnessed by a pair of eyes hidden among the branches of an ancient willow tree. The figure concealed within the tree moved with the agility of a monkey with a swift motion. He descended from the branches without revealing how he managed it. Behind the tree, two others were waiting, and upon seeing him descend, they eagerly inquired, "What's going on? What are they doing?" "They're taking a bath," he replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It turned out that these three were all playmates of Zhang Xuanzi, each around the age of 12, having grown up together in this serene village. The adept climber among them was named Fang Qixing, though young. He was remarkably agile. The other two were a plump boy named Kong Ergu, who humorously claimed his greatest pleasures were eating and sleeping, and the other, a dark-skinned lad named Zhang Weidong, known for his cunning nature. As dark as the night itself. At this moment, Zhang Weidong unfastened the wooden gourd hanging from his waist and pulled out two loofah balls from his back pocket. These loofah balls, once common in rural kitchens, were made from mature, sun-dried loofahs, stripped of their skin and seeds. They were completely natural and no less effective than modern steel wool in cleaning. Zhang Weidong tossed a loofah ball to Kong Ergu, saying, "Ergu, let's go. Qixing, you stay in the tree and keep watch. If anything happens in the courtyard, give us a whistle." With that, Zhang Weidong bent low and led Ergu toward the wooden door of Zhang Xuanzi's home. He was small and nimble, moving swiftly until he reached the door, glancing back at Kong Ergu, who was struggling to keep up. Ergu was panting heavily, his slightly oversized rear swaying as he hurried. The excess flesh on his belly impeded his movements, making him slow, while his typical eye-catching portliness transformed him into a visible figure in the dark. While Zhang Weidong walked silently, as if treading on snow without leaving a trace, Kong Ergu's footsteps were loud and unmistakable. Upon noticing Ergu's struggle, Zhang Weidong felt a twinge of sympathy in his heart. He waved his hand, signaling Ergu, "You stay back, I can handle this." Zhang Weidong quickly crouched by the door, peering through the crack to see that they were still bathing. He gently removed the stopper from the wooden gourd, and a strong, fishy odor wafted out. He poured the foul-smelling liquid onto the loofah ball, forcing himself to endure the stench as he evenly spread it across the wooden door. He then secured the stopper and crouched back behind the old tree. The three children, hidden behind the tree, awaited with bated breath, watching the door intently. "Hey Dongzi, is this trick really going to work? Why is there still no reaction?" Ergu began to grow impatient after a while. "Quit being such a worrywart, you fatso. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you along." Zhang Weidong snapped back, slightly irked by the doubt cast on his cleverness. "Yeah, but how do we know if it works?" Fang Qixing, too, began to question the efficacy of Zhang Weidong's peculiar concoction after the prolonged wait. "To be honest, I read about this in a book. I've never tried it before." "Let's wait a bit longer. The blood needs time to dry," he explained. A chilly breeze swept through, causing the three to shiver involuntarily. "Hey, look at the tree!" Urgus' voice was barely above a whisper, yet the glee in it was unmistakable. Unbeknownst to them, several bats had taken flight around the old willow tree. "They're coming, they're coming!" In the blink of an eye, the bats had flown to the top of the wooden door. They circled above for a while, attracting even more bats, which gathered in a half circle before suddenly swooping down onto the wooden door. "Success! Success!" Zhang Weidong exclaimed, slapping the old tree trunk. "I told you Grandpa's method would work." Ergu and Qixing, witnessing the marvel, exclaimed in astonishment. "This is incredible." The bats collided with the wooden door, creating a series of thuds, prompting a voice from within the courtyard to call out, "Who's there at this late hour?" Zhang Xuanzi shivered and moved to open the door. But who could be outside? The three children, hidden behind the tree, bore witness to the miraculous bats knocking on the door. Each time Xuanzi opened the door, the bats would scatter, only to return and collide with the door again after he closed it. After repeating this 3 times, the sight of Xuanzi's bewilderment sent the three into fits of laughter, clutching their bellies. Unexpectedly, Ergus' laughter was too loud, catching Xuanzi's attention. "Ergu? Ergu, is that you?" Xuanzi suddenly yanked the door open, spotting the figures swaying behind the tree. They had been discovered. Zhang Xuanzi immediately chased after them, while Fang Qixing, sensing danger, swiftly climbed up the thick tree trunk. Kong Ergu and Zhang Weidong, lacking such agility, turned and fled. "You two, stop right there!" Fang Qixing, agile as ever, watched their retreating figures from the treetop, chuckling to himself. "Xuanzi, who is it?" "Xuanzi." Xuanzi's grandmother followed him outside, observing her grandson chasing after the two figures, shaking her head with a chuckle. "These children are so mischievous." Just as she was about to turn back inside, she felt something soft underfoot. Bending down to investigate, she discovered a loofah ball left behind by Zhang Weidong, still exuding a foul odor. "Ah, what is this?" Xuanzi's grandmother stumbled toward the courtyard door, only to be taken aback by the bloodstains on the wooden door, her expression shifting to one of shock. What on earth have these children been up to? On this autumn night, the air was crisp and cold. The moon hung like water in the sky, casting a pallid glow over the vast land beneath its silvery light. The distant mountains cast heavy shadows, while the forest echoed with the unsettling sounds of unknown creatures, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, a sudden rush of hurried breaths pierced the stillness. From the village below, 2 shadowy figures emerged, resembling children, racing up the mountain, one trailing the other. "Stop running, if you dare, stand still," Xuanzi shouted from behind. "Damn you, Ergu, wait for me." Zhang Weidong called out to the sprinting Kong Ergu. "You're usually so lazy and clumsy, yet when trouble strikes, you run faster than anyone. You know Xuanzi's fists are no joke. I can't let him catch me." Ergu was drenched in sweat, yet that did not hinder his speed. Zhang Weidong glanced back to see Xuanzi just exiting the village. He quickly ducked into the brush by the mountain path, disappearing from view. As Ergu continued running, he sensed something was amiss and turned to look for Zhang Weidong. "Hey, Dongzi! Dongzi!" Zhang Weidong sighed in relief, hiding in the bushes and chuckling at Ergus' retreating figure. A gust of autumn wind rustled through, making Ergus shiver. At that moment, Xuanzi was already approaching him. "You fatso, are you here to mess with me again? Just wait until I catch you. I didn't do it alone. Hey Xuanzi, spare me." As Xuanzi's fist loomed threateningly, Ergu gasped and darted further up the mountain. "You can't blame me entirely. It was all Dong's idea. He wanted to try that method from the book." Ergu pleaded as he ran. "Ergu, stop. Come back." Xuanzi suddenly changed his tone. Ergu halted, noticing Xuanzi standing a short distance away, shouting loudly, "Ergu, come back. Only if you promise not to hit me." Ergu retorted, but just then, he sensed something was off. He heard a breathing sound behind him. From a young age, Ergu had possessed an acute sense of hearing and smell, and he could see the terror etched on Xuanzi's face, his teeth chattering in fear. He turned abruptly, only to find a figure standing before him. The figure was short, but hunched over like a statue, resembling an adult. Who could it be at this hour? It was known that the mountain folk lived by the sun, working from dawn till dusk. Moreover, This person was draped in a burlap sack that hung down to his knees. A chilling breeze swept by, bringing with it an awful stench. The odor of decay. The edge of the burlap sack was dripping with an unknown liquid. Was it blood? The individual was ensnared with a sack over his head. Yet he staggered forward with an unsteady gait, astonishingly coming within less than 10 meters of Ergo. Ergo was already so terrified that his spirit had fled, and there was no way for him to escape. Ergo, why are you dawdling? Run! At that moment, Schwanzi had regained his composure and dashed forward, seizing one of Ergo's arms and tugging him back. Ergo was in a daze, and when Schwanzi pulled him with little success, in a moment of desperation, Schwanzi delivered a swift kick to Ergo's ample backside. You little rascal. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Ouch, father, spare me. That kick jolted Ergo back to reality, and he cried out in alarm, Mother, it's a ghost. It's a ghost. He bolted towards the village, leaving Schwanzi far behind. As Schwanzi ran for dear life, he contemplated that Ergo was destined for greatness, given his latent potential. The two of them shouted for help as they ran, their piercing screams reverberating through the mountains, each wave of sound more distressing than the last, causing the village dogs to bark in terror, transforming the once tranquil night into one of panic and disarray. Zhang Weidong, who had been hiding in the grass, quickly discerned the situation and hurried towards the village. Meanwhile, Fang Qixing, concealed beneath a tree, heard the wails of Ergo and his companions and climbed down to meet them at the village entrance. Though young, Fang Qixing had been well trained by his father and grandfather over the years, and thus possessed a fair amount of courage. Many households in the village had already lit kerosene and pine oil lamps, startled awake by the cries of Ergo and the others. The men rushed to don their clothes, arming themselves with pickaxes, shovels, and other tools, while the women stayed home to comfort their frightened children. The mountains echoed with their anguished cries. Fang Qixing was the first to meet them. Seeing Ergo, whose face was streaked with tears and snot, and Schwanzi, who looked pale as a ghost, he inquired, Hey, did you two see a ghost? Ergo gasped for breath, his cries rendering him unable to respond. At this moment, the village men had gathered in response to the commotion. What are you rascals doing out here in the dead of night, making such a racket? The speaker was none other than the village chief, Zhang Lianxing, who was also the uncle of both Zhang Weidong and Zhang Schwanzi. There's a ghost. Schwanzi suddenly lunged into his uncle's embrace. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? Calm down, there are no ghosts, just people scaring people. Have you all gotten yourselves into trouble again? Zhang Lianxing had his own doubts. He knew Schwanzi was not one to lie. As the parents caught wind of the commotion, they soon realized their children had sneaked out. Zhang Weidong's father barked. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping at home? What are you doing here? Seeing Ergo crouched on the ground, trembling, his father scolded, You little scoundrel, have you gotten into trouble again? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. He raised his leg to kick him, but was held back by the crowd. Noticing the children appeared out of sorts, some quickly suggested, Could they have encountered something unusual? Let's not scold them, yet we should find out what's going on first. Zhang Lianxing patted Schwanzi on the shoulder and said, What are you crying for, young man? The Zhang family has always shed blood, not tears. Your great-grandfather did, your grandfather did, and so do we. Upon hearing this, Schwanzi perked up, wiped his tears, and declared, Yes, I won't bring shame to the Zhang family. Indeed, the village chief's words had an immediate effect. But uncle, we truly encountered a ghost. He was draped in a sack, and there was blood on it. Ah? The crowd buzzed with surprise and intrigue. Ergo, now roused by fear, began to recount how terrifying the scene had been. Everyone turned their gaze towards the dirt path leading up the mountain, which appeared ominous in the moonlight, sending chills down their spines. Enough, enough. Don't frighten yourselves. It's likely just someone playing tricks on you. For years, our Zhangjiagu has been safe and prosperous. There's no way a ghost would come to disturb us. As the cornerstone of the village, Zhang Lianxing made an effort to calm the crowd. Regardless, with so many of us, what can one person do? Whether it's a man or a ghost, let's confront him. If he's human and trying to scare us, we'll show him we're not easily intimidated. If he's a ghost, we'll demonstrate that the people of Zhangjiagu are 100 times more formidable. Right? Let's go confront him. Xuanzi's father encouraged at just the right moment. The crowd stirred with excitement, having lived all these years. They had never engaged in such thrilling ghost-catching escapades. All right, everyone arm yourselves and follow me. Thus, a group of villagers, led by Chief Zhang Lianxing, armed with their farming tools, set off towards the mountains to confront the ghost. Little did they realize, this venture would alter the fates of many in Zhangjiagu. Chapter 2. The 9 Lotus Flowers. 7 years later, at the foot of Lianhua Mountain, Zhangjiagu. My name is Zhang Weiquan, though I am affectionately called Xuanzi, and I have grown up in this Zhangjiagu. Zhangjiagu is a modest valley surrounded by mountains, with 9 towering peaks that dominate the landscape. As my childhood friend Fong Kixing's grandfather would say, it resembles the formation of 9 lotus flowers in harmony, hence the surrounding mountains are referred to as the 9 Lotus Flower Mountains. Due to its remote geographical location and winding, difficult roads, there is only one mountain path leading to the outside world. Therefore, despite the breathtaking scenery and majestic mountain ranges, life here remained quite primitive, without electricity for many years, even long after the reform and opening up policy. Within the confines of Lianhua Mountain, there are barely 100 households, making it feel like a forgotten corner of the world. Generations have lived and died here, adhering to the saying that one should not wander far from their parents. Nonetheless, our village maintained communication with the outside world. Many essential farming tools were challenging to produce locally, and there were always young individuals like us who yearned for a glimpse of the world beyond the mountains. Periodically, some villagers would traverse the peaks to procure supplies from the nearby county. The funds for these purchases were often obtained through trading deer antlers, wolf skins, and the chickens, ducks, and geese we raised. Over time, these individuals naturally gained broader perspectives. Moreover, the roster of these procurers was largely fixed. My uncle Zhang Lianxing, the village chief, my second uncle Zhang Lianshan, who is Zhang Weidong's father Fong Kixing's father Fong Muli, and his sister Fong Shuixin, as well as Zhang Lianshuan, Taitu, and others from the village. Together with a few of us youngsters, they formed the procurement team. Since childhood, we had learned some characters and attended school, albeit at a rudimentary level, under the tutelage of Zhang Lianshuan. He was in his 50s and had reportedly served as a secretary to a minor official in a city larger than our county. But for reasons unknown, he had fallen from grace. After some ill-fated events, he returned to Zhangjiagu, where my uncle arranged land for him and provided considerable support. After 2 years, with the help of the villagers, he built a house and married, thus expressing deep gratitude towards the village. In his spare time, he taught the village children to read and shared insights about the outside world, broadening our knowledge. As for Taitu, he possessed immense physical strength, particularly in his notably robust head, claiming to be a master of the ancestral iron head technique, impervious to blades and bullets. This claim was somewhat exaggerated, but he had withstood the impact of falling bricks without a scratch. He had no internal martial arts training, but the nickname Iron Head arose from an incident when he was standing under a roof eave when a piece of gray tile fell directly onto his head. Expecting to bleed, he was astonished to find himself unscathed, continuing to chat and laugh with everyone as if nothing had happened. Thus, the nickname Iron Head spread. As for my uncle Zhang Lianxing, I have lost count of the years he has served as village chief. I believe he possesses exceptional leadership skills. Had he not been born in such a poor valley, he might have risen to a significant position. Fong Qixing, along with me, Weidong, and Kong Ergo, and Fong Shuixin, have grown up together. He trained in martial arts with his father and grandfather from a young age, displaying remarkable agility in climbing trees and scaling roofs. According to my uncle, their family's martial arts tradition is formidable. Fong Kixing's grandfather Fong Gang was a performer who traveled far and wide, akin to a modern-day street performer. Back then, unlike the present, street performers were genuine masters of their craft, not mere charlatans fooling children with tricks. His grandfather possessed both external and internal martial arts skills. He would always be the final performer, showcasing his prowess by walking around a large vat filled with water, causing the water to swirl in the direction of his movement. By the time this martial art was passed down to Fong Muli, it had significantly diminished, leaving only a fraction of internal techniques, primarily useful for chopping wood. However, With a little effort, he could chop 100 or more sturdy logs without issue. Additionally, his skills and performance added considerable strength to the procurement team, as his martial presence could easily intimidate those unaware of the truth. When the Fong family's martial arts reached Fong Qixing, very little remained. He lacked the internal strength of his father, and his foundation was unstable, but he did possess a certain talent for climbing trees and escaping, thus somewhat continuing the legacy of the Fong family martial arts that my uncle often sighs deeply whenever he brings up the matter of the Fong family's martial arts being lost to the ages. Now, as I recount this tale to you, I too cannot help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over me. As for Fong Shuixin, she lives up to her name, possessing a purity akin to autumn waters, yet constantly mingling with us. She inevitably adopts a more tomboyish demeanor. She perpetually clamors for the opportunity to learn martial arts, oblivious to the ancestral decree of the Fong family. The art is passed down to males only. I firmly believe that should Shuixin be allowed to study the martial arts, she would undoubtedly surpass that good-for-nothing Qixing. And then there is Ergu, alas. I shan't dwell on him. Indolent and gluttonous, he has pondered the meaning of life countless times. Yet each time, he arrives at the same conclusion. Life's significance lies in eating, sleeping, and pursuing trivial distractions. While I initially find joy in recounting tales of them, there are certain matters I wish to avoid mentioning. Yet they persist like a nightmare, entangling my thoughts whenever I close my eyes. The reason this haunting memory resurfaces, compelling me to confront it, stems from an outing for supplies. The journey was arduous. Traversing the mountainous paths from Zhangjiagu to the county town required 2 full days and nights of travel. Typically, we embark at 3 in the morning, moving at a steady pace until we arrive in the county town just as dawn breaks on the 3rd day. Moreover, we generally strive to avoid traveling in winter, for the heavy snow in the mountains can lead to perilous pitfalls if one were to tread carelessly. This particular trip to the town occurred in early summer. As we set out, the moon hung low and full in the sky, casting a radiant glow over the mountains, as if one could reach out and touch it. Just like before, each of us was assigned our share of provisions and water, while the adults carried hunting rifles. Though we were not entirely inexperienced and could fire a few rounds ourselves, we were rarely entrusted with firearms. The reasons were twofold: fear of accidental discharge and our youthful unpredictability, as we might brandish the weapons in a moment of discord. Thus, we were armed only with sharpened wooden sticks, both for self-defense and to probe the path ahead. After a day of intermittent walking, by the evening of the 2nd day, we found an elevated spot, erected a waterproof tarp, and kindled a fire. We gathered around, feasting on provisions and roasting chicken. Tai Tu even heated a pot of sorghum liquor. Once we had dined, my uncle organized the watch schedule, and we all settled down for rest. Despite the long journey, our youthful spirits remained high, and we expressed our desire to take the first watch together. My uncle entrusted the rifle to Ergu, declaring him the most reliable among us, having spent the most time handling a firearm and being the steadiest in his aim. He had been capable of hunting rabbits on his own since the age of 9. Naturally, we felt displeased, as we had all accompanied our families on hunting trips since childhood. Who among us couldn't fire a few shots? Hey, Ergu, do you know why you're the one holding the gun? Qixing inquired. Well, didn't the village chief say that we're steady with the rifle and accurate in our aim? Ergu replied, straightening his back and resting the gun against his shoulder. Yes, you're quite hefty, so I'll grant you that you're steady with the rifle. As for your marksmanship, Qixing paused, casting a sidelong glance at us. Dongzi chimed in, not necessarily. Hey, you dark-skinned one, don't say such things. If you really do, don't blame us if the gun doesn't discriminate with your complexion. Lying in the dark within 50 meters, I could hit your left eye without even grazing your right. If you truly believe that, I would dare to stand 50 meters away and let you test your marksmanship. What I fear is that you'll chicken out and refuse to fire. Dongzi retorted, stepping forward. Fine, try it and see if I back down. Ergu shot back defiantly. Seeing the escalating tension, Shuixin grew concerned and interjected. Life is precious. Our teacher taught us never to joke about it, nor to test the truth with our lives. Yet, being young and hot-headed, each was more obstinate than the last who would concede. Chapter 3. The Lair of the Pishioa. Shuixin. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that his marksmanship has become a veritable truth? Dong Zi discerned the underlying issue in her words. While Shui Xin initially intended to mediate the quarrel. However, once those words escaped her lips, she inadvertently found herself embroiled in the conflict, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed as they were speaking. Ergo suddenly placed his index finger to his lips, signaling us to cease our conversation immediately. Everyone froze for a moment, but soon comprehended the reason. A peculiar rustling sound was encroaching upon us from all directions. Due to Ergo's heightened senses, he had detected this sound before the rest of us. Consequently, we all fell silent, our hearts filled with trepidation, uncertain about what might be approaching. The rustling noise seemed to emanate from every conceivable direction, rendering it impossible to ascertain its source. Alarm bells rang in my mind. The number of approaching entities was unknown, but it was evident that we were encircled. The elder and the others were still asleep. We needed to awaken them immediately, for we were unarmed and alone, and the situation was dire. In that moment of panic, I suddenly glimpsed a flash of white light darting through the thicket behind Dong Zi, swift and fleeting. The creature resembled a hunting dog, albeit larger, and moved with astonishing speed. Just as I was about to caution Dong Zi to be wary of what lay behind him, Ergo raised his hunting rifle. To be honest, among us, his marksmanship was the most precise, which provided me with some reassurance. However, I soon realized that the barrel of his gun was not aimed at the thicket, but rather at Dong Zi. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, I shouted, "Ergo, what are you doing? Lower your weapon." Qi Xing and Shui Ekin also turned their attention to Ergo, calling out, "Hey, Ergo, Ergo." Yet, Ergo appeared to be deaf to their pleas. His gun barrel still trained on Dong Zi, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Dong Zi, get down." As I witnessed Ergo's finger poised over the trigger, Qi Xing rushed forward while shouting. A gunshot rang out, reverberating through the valley. Thankfully, Qi Xing, possessing commendable agility, managed to shove the dazed Dong Zi aside. The elder and the others were jolted awake by the gunfire and rushed out, rifles in hand. What happened? At that moment, Ergo seemed to awaken from a stupor, gasping for breath, murmuring repeatedly, "What have I done? What have I done?" Shui Xin hurried to assist Qi Xing and Dong Zi, while Dong Zi, rising to his feet, looked at Ergo and said to Qi Xing, "Brother, I owe you my life." The rustling sound that had accompanied the gunfire faded into silence as I recounted the sequence of events to the elder and the others, who were equally astonished. Zhang Lianshuan, somewhat incensed, questioned the still trembling Ergo, "How could you aim your weapon at your own brother?" The elder, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Did you see something?" Ergo buried his face in his arms, shame washing over him. When he finally lifted his gaze, his eyes were glistening with tears that I saw a pair of fiery red eyes in the thicket. And when I looked up, I beheld a bloodied figure behind Dong Zi, its gaping maw poised to devour him. So I fired. Ergo's revelation sent shivers down our spines. It occurred to us that we might have encountered a malevolent spirit. Just then, the eerie rustling sound resumed, even more pronounced than before, though we all heard the unsettling noise and readied our weapons, gripping our clubs tightly. "Hey, Ergo, here's your chance to redeem yourself. Take a look and see what lies in the grass," I urged, leaning against him. Ergo's vision was particularly sharp in the dark, enabling him to discern objects even several meters away in the thicket. Ergo, his anger boiling over, shouted, "Come out, you wretched creature. If you have the guts, step forward and face my bullets." His outburst was a feeble attempt to bolster his own courage. "Everyone, hold your fire. Let Ergo take a look first," the elder commanded. "I see it. Damn it, it's just a yellow-haired creature." Ergo exclaimed at a yellow-haired beast. The elder inquired. "Yes, it appears to be a yellow weasel, but I distinctly saw a white one just moments ago." "No, it's not a yellow weasel." "Everyone back to the tent," the elder ordered, and we hurriedly retreated into the shelter. We positioned ourselves at the entrance, eyes wide open, fixated on the movements around the fire. Before long, a sharp, elongated, piercing sound emanated from the thicket. It was a high-pitched and drawn-out noise, as if echoing from ancient times, reverberating into the sky. Along with that shrill cry, several similar sounds echoed from the underbrush, varying in length, resembling a form of communication among certain creatures. What transpired next is etched in my memory forever. From the direction where Dong Zi had been standing, A creature with white fur emerged from the thicket. I had never encountered such an animal before. It strode forth from the foliage with the poise of a general, its snowy coat smooth and lustrous, its long tail held high, its face fox-like, and its eyes, illuminated by the firelight, glowed in eerie crimson. It bore resemblance to a fox, yet was significantly larger. It could be mistaken for a yellow weasel, though it was much larger still. That it resembled a cat, a bear, a marten, or a badger, and it gazed in the direction of our shelter, compelling us to instinctively avert our eyes from its mesmerizing gaze. Indeed, it was not a yellow weasel. But how did it end up here? The elder muttered quietly. What manner of creature is this that even I have never seen? Erda queried the elder. You spend all your time circling around your own little plot of land. How would you ever come across it? This creature is called a Pishio. Pishio? Yes, this Pishio is originally a coastal creature. But due to the invasion by the Japanese, they were hunted for their pelts and transported back to the islands to be sold to wealthy nobles, leading them to seek refuge in the mountains. However, to my knowledge, they can only be found in one particular area, which is the small hills east of the county town, now known as Pishio's Lair. How it came to be in our Lianhua mountain in the west is a mystery. As we discuss this, four more grayish-yellow Pixius emerged from the thicket. The moment they appeared, they stretched their necks and scanned their surroundings, emitting the same rustling sounds while sniffing the AI. It was evident that the white Pishio was the leader of this group. The four gray Pixius encircled the white one, continuously producing rustling sounds, likely a form of communication among them. Pixius are considered auspicious creatures. During the Ming Dynasty, households along the coast east of the county town worshipped them. In those times, it was believed that if a family were to acquire a Pishio, prosperity and good fortune would surely follow. Some households even worshipped the Pishio deity. We marveled at the Pixius' every movement by the fire. We listened intently as the elder shared the history of these fascinating creatures. They are friendly towards humans. It is said that only the white Pishio possesses the ability to enchant people. In the past, along the coast, there were tales of a child clad in white who would offer candies to passersby, thanking them for their kindness, claiming that candy was tastier than fish. People would sometimes become lost, and some even perished in the sea due to the child's allure. With Ergo's recent experience, this saying seemed to hold weight. It appeared that the white Pishio's gaze was indeed something to be wary of. In the future, if any of you encounter it, exercise utmost caution. What about Pishio's lair? Tai Tu inquired. Pixius originally thrived by the sea, subsisting on fish, shrimp, and grains. When the Japanese invaded the city, they noticed the Pixius lustrous pelts, which were highly sought after. They relentlessly slaughtered them, transporting their pelts along with stolen grains and treasures back to the islands. The Pixius, realizing they could no longer survive by the sea, migrated to the eastern Quasi Ridge, which was later renamed Pishio's Lair. At this point, the rustling sound ceased, and the lead white Pishio picked up a leftover chicken bone from our meal, while the remaining four Pixius each carried remnants of corn cobs and chicken bones. It seemed they had come seeking the scraps left behind. Poor Pixius, a tragic tale indeed. Zhang Lianshuan lamented, revealing the compassionate sentiment of an intellectual. Elder, if you say Pishio's lair is east of the county town, how do they end up in the west at Lianhua Mountain? I couldn't help but ask that. I am unsure. Perhaps something has befallen Pishio's lair. In this peaceful era, what could possibly have gone awry? Erda remarked. As we pondered this, the Pixius, having filled their mouths with food, turned and departed. As we were about to depart, the leading white pie appeared to glance back at the tent, prompting everyone to hastily avert their gaze from it. However, I found myself inexplicably drawn to its presence, fixated on its eyes radiating a crimson glow. This time, it did not bewitch me. Yet, I remained oblivious to the significance of the white pie's backward glance. Nevertheless, I had already grasped the essence of the belief that all things possess a spirit. After the false alarm, fatigue enveloped us all. Uncle and second uncle stood guard while I succumbed to a deep slumber within the tent. Little did I know that a hand had already reached out towards us in the darkness. Chapter 4. The Divination of Mao Shan. On the third day, as the sunlight broke forth, we finally arrived at Uncle Zhang Qinghe's home. Situated on the outskirts of the county town, Zhang Qinghe was once a resident of Zhangjiagu and was related to us. Years ago, at the tender age of 17, he had been brought to the county town by a relative to assist in his work. This relative, a blacksmith with no children of his own, was overwhelmed with tasks. So Zhang Qing'e helped him in the forge. Villagers would often pass by his home to store their hunting rifles and other belongings before entering the town. Uncle had calculated the date beforehand, so upon our arrival, we coincidentally found ourselves amidst the bustling market of the county town, teeming with people. The sheer number of individuals and the array of unfamiliar and fascinating items was exhilarating to us. Having spent our lives in a secluded valley, near the salt vendor stall, I spotted a particularly eye-catching pink hairpin that I glanced at Shui Exin, standing before me, her long, lustrous black hair, making me imagine how lovely she would look wearing it. We had grown up together, and I distinctly remembered her wearing a beautiful hairpin when she was very young, only to lose it later, which had saddened her for a time. Since then, she had never adorned herself with such items again. I yearned to buy it for her, knowing she would cherish it, but alas, I had not a single coin to my name. In the mountains, I had never thought to use money, and my family never provided any. A wave of sorrow washed over me as I stood rooted in front of the stall. It was then that second uncle, noticing my daze, pulled me aside and inquired, "What troubles you? Don't just stand there blocking others' business." "Oh, I was merely looking," I replied. "There's something you fancy?" Second uncle asked with concern. "Yes, I have my eye on that pink hairpin," I indicated towards the stall. Well, if you were admiring knives or guns, that would be understandable, but a grown man like you is smitten by a hairpin," he chuckled. I grinned at second uncle. "I simply believe it would suit Shui Exin beautifully, you rascal. You're not a child anymore." He laughed heartily. "All right, I shall buy it for you, but remember, you owe me a grand feast later." Second uncle was alluding to a local custom where the host of a celebratory banquet must serve larger portions to the elders than to the younger generations. However, the parents and grandparents would always receive the largest servings, for their lives had bestowed life upon the rest. The implication was clear. Should you and Shui Exin ever become an item, do not forget your second uncle. You're overthinking it. Second uncle. After purchasing the salt, we passed a street corner bustling with people. Piquing our curiosity, we ventured closer to observe the commotion. Uncle had repeatedly cautioned us against mingling in crowded areas. Yet he and the others were engrossed in haggling with a vendor selling snake skins. Leaving us to our own devices, as we squeezed through the throngs, we discovered an elderly Taoist priest with a white beard. Clad in a coarse robe, exuding an otherworldly aura, on the ground lay a diagram of yin and yang, with a large piece of yellow paper, an inkstone, and a black brush positioned alongside it. Flanking the setup were banners inscribed with the words Maoshan Daoist, dispel calamities and benefit the world. Beneath the banners was an open iron box, filled to the brim with offerings, adorned with the image of yin and yang. The Taoist priest appeared serene, eyes closed, exuding a sense of tranquility that belied the typical demeanor of a wandering sorcerer. Most passers-by were drawn to his unusual attire, and amidst the crowd, whispers circulated. "They say he has been here for 3 days. And his predictions are remarkably accurate, that he must truly be from Maoshan." Then I overheard Dong Zi scoff. "Could he be a charlatan? Look at that box he uses for collecting money. It's overflowing. Claiming to dispel calamities and benefit the world. I suspect he is merely seeking to line his pockets." Dong Zi's disdain was palpable, and as he spoke, I noticed the old priest slowly open his eyes, casting a glance at Dong Zi before shutting them once more. Dong Zi's skepticism had its roots. He had often pilfered my grandfather's ancient texts. According to my grandmother, some of those books were older than my grandfather himself, and Dong Zi, unable to fully comprehend their contents, had only ever perused the illustrated editions in his youth. Later, he learned some characters from Zhang Lianshuan and moved on to reading the text-laden books that he had endured quite a few beatings for his book thievery. After my grandfather's death 2 years prior, my grandmother had taken charge of the books, insisting that my grandfather had left strict instructions that no one was to touch his treasures. She claimed that it was precisely because of those books that my grandfather had met his demise. The more she warned against them, the more Dong Zi's curiosity grew. Dong Zi had once recounted the titles of those books to me. Qiao Lian Shu, Tiangang Xinyu, Lu Rinshan Hai, Bushi and Gui Tsang, some of which were so damaged that only fragments remained, rendering their titles unrecognizable. The old priest opened his eyes and smiled at Dong Zi, then remarked, in the Maoshan tradition, "We emphasize the essence of qi. I can see from your celestial orifice that you possess the Jing Yu Yuan Ji trait, indicating you are a person of great intelligence and cunning. However, I sense a vacant spirit within you, suggesting you have traveled from afar and have faced perilous experiences along the way. Would you care to confirm my insights?" After he spoke, he closed his eyes again, stroking his beard with a smile. We exchanged startled glances, utterly astonished by the old priest's uncanny abilities. Dong Zi's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and white, yet he managed to retort, "A Maoshan priest should be exorcising spirits and drawing talismans. Why is he here reading faces?" The old priest chuckled. "Ah, do you not know that we Maoshan practitioners also possess the art of divination? My sect's teachings are not solely about capturing ghosts and subduing demons. Those are merely the fabrications of wandering rogues seeking to deceive for sustenance. Divination? Very well then. Why not assess my brother here?" Dong Zi said, pulling Ergo forward. "Hey, why are you dragging me, if you want to be assessed? Do it yourself, that don't forget you owe me a life debt for helping you uncover this old priestess tricks," Ergo whispered to Dong Zi. Reluctantly, Ergo dipped the brush in ink and scribbled the character for mouth on a yellow paper. Upon seeing it, the old priest's expression turned one of profound astonishment. "Young brother, would you kindly share your birth date?" he inquired. "I believe it was the 9th day of the 9th month, but I can't recall the exact hour." "Perhaps at midnight," Ergo replied. The old priest's jaw dropped in surprise, his astonishment evident. "Hey, long-nosed priest, what is the matter? Is it my brother's exceptional fate that has left you awestruck?" Dong Zi shot a glance at the old priest, his disdain palpable. "Indeed, your brother is a 5-lifetime prodigy," the old priest exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Perceiving our skeptical gazes, he continued, "Yes, this young brother is truly a 5-lifetime prodigy. His birth chart is saturated with yang energy, marking him as a pure yang individual. Moreover, the number 9 signifies benevolence across 10 lifetimes, a rarity indeed that in his 5 lifetimes. He has traversed gold, wood, water, fire, and wood again. Such pure yang beings seldom fall ill and possess heightened intelligence and understanding, making them exceptionally suited for the study of metaphysics. Pray tell, young brother, have you ever taken a master or received teachings?" As the old priest spoke, he became increasingly animated, rising from his seat. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions, all astonished by the revelation of the 5-lifetime prodigy. "Ha!" Ergo laughed joyfully, pointing at the old priest. "Though I have no clue what he means, it sounds impressive." Noticing Dong Zi's silence, I approached and whispered, "Hey, is there any truth to what this old priest claims?" Dong Zi pondered for a moment before responding quietly. "Xuanzi, it's only after he mentioned it that I realized Ergo's birth chart is indeed unusual. While I can't discern the 5-lifetime aspect, we all know that Ergo possesses extraordinary sensory capabilities compared to others, which is already remarkable," I replied, regardless of whether Ergo is a 5-lifetime prodigy. We cannot let ourselves fall into the charlatan's trap today. I turned my attention to the old priest, who was still scrutinizing Fatty as if appraising a pig. "Esteemed Taoist, we are not well versed in the concept of 5-lifetime prodigies. We originally came here for divination. Yet now we find ourselves discussing birth charts." I questioned the old priest. "Very well, let us focus solely on the character in question," the old priest replied, resuming his seat. Chapter 5, The 5-Lifetime Prodigy. The old priest continued. "Let us discuss this character mouth. The mouth symbolizes expression and communication, suggesting that the one bestowed with this character is certainly no ordinary person, destined for either wealth or nobility. However, the strokes appear strong externally, but weak internally. Thus, before attaining wealth and status, one must endure several significant trials that if human resembles mouth, then one is imprisoned. If mouth encounters wood, one faces confinement. Despite this young brother's abundant yang energy, he is not exempt from danger, akin to a dragon entering a shallow pool. If I am not mistaken, we previously encountered perilous situations in the woods, and if we do not expeditiously release the elemental energies confined within us, we shall inevitably suffer again in the forest." The words of the old Taoist filled me with trepidation. He spoke the truth. Indeed, we had faced dangers in the woods, not only concerning the pie but also numerous other incidents, including that significant event from several years ago that sent shockwaves throughout Zhangjiagu. Ergo had faced harrowing experiences, fraught with peril. Could it be that this old Taoist had truly acquired the authentic teachings of Maoshan? The attention of the crowd was fixated on us, and we exchanged grave glances, fully aware that this matter was far from straightforward. Only Urgu remained blissfully unaware, grinning foolishly at everyone while exclaiming, "Ah, I have always known I am no ordinary person. What do you say, my little brothers? You all understand I am right, don't you?" Noticing our silence, he turned to Urgu and said, "Little brother, your fate is exceptionally auspicious. You are inherently endowed with the elemental energies. These energies represent the most profound righteousness of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, the energies of the five elements transform yin and yang. The union of yin and yang gives birth to the Taiji. From Taiji, heaven and earth emerge. From myriad phenomena, the cosmos is manifested. It can be said that one who possesses the energies of the five elements holds boundless power, provided one discovers the means to unleash it. Then the supernatural abilities of the five generations of extraordinary beings will erupt, transforming one into a hero of the age. I wonder, little brother, would you be interested in learning the Taoist arts from this old man?" As he spoke, he produced a palm-sized yin-yang fish heart-protecting mirror from his tattered robe and presented it to Urgu with both hands. Urga hesitated, just as he was about to accept it. A thunderous shout erupted from the crowd. "Thief! Thief! Don't let the thief escape! Who lost their wallet? Quick! Chase them!" The voices came from various directions, clearly not from a single person. The loudest shout belonged to Taitu. And I called out to Dongzi, "Quickly take Urgu and run! Shuxing Qixing, let's go!" As we clasped hands to flee amidst the chaos, the tumult provided the perfect cover for our escape. However, as I yanked Urgu along, I felt a weight on my left shoulder. Turning around, I discovered the old Taoist's bony right hand gripping me and his left hand grasping Urgu's shoulder. The moment I moved, a searing pain shot through my shoulder, rendering me powerless, that a sense of dread washed over me. This old Taoist was skilled. Qixing, seeing us ensnared by the Taoist, hurriedly approached and severed the old man's grip with a swift motion. Instantly regaining my mobility, I turned and threw a punch. "Damn it, bullying my brother. Let you taste my iron fist." The old Taoist, astonished by Qixing's prowess, had yet to regain his composure when he was met with my blow, which struck him squarely in the chest, that I imagined he would not fare well. Fueled by anger, I prepared to throw another punch, but was halted by the arrival of Feng Limu, who interjected, "Stop," gasping for breath. He glared at me and shouted, "All of you, come here." Zhang Lianxuan and Taitu also rushed over. Zhang Lianxuan remarked, "You can run away, but why resort to violence? And you, Urgu, do you realize that had you accepted that yin-yang fish heart-protecting mirror, you would have become a little Taoist?" Urgu pouted innocently. "How was I to know? I was just looking at it, not intending to take it." "Hey, Urgu." Shuxing tugged at Urgu's arm. "Say less." The Taoist, having witnessed everything, stood speechless, that I only wished to assist that child. If the energies of the five elements within him remain dormant, he will inevitably encounter dire circumstances. "Hurry and go," urged the elder, after walking a considerable distance. The old Taoist's voice echoed behind us. "One day, you shall return to seek me." We hastily completed our purchases and returned to Uncle Zhang Qing's home. After gathering our belongings, we set off. Throughout the journey, the elder remained silent, yet we younger ones felt unease in our hearts, replaying the old Taoist's words in our minds. Some of his statements rang true, compelling us to reflect deeply. Only Urgu remained elated, unable to voice his thoughts in front of the elder, yet inwardly reveling. I am the five generations of extraordinary beings. However, we had no inkling that calamity would soon strike with such swiftness. Approximately 3 or 4 days after returning from the county town, one noon, Shuxing suddenly rushed to my home. "Zhuanzi, Zhuanzi, what is it, Shuxing? Come in." No, we can't go in. You must come with me." As she spoke, she tugged at my arm, urging me to follow her. That I sensed the urgency and exited the door with Shuxing, knowing that something significant was afoot. As we walked, Shuxing informed me, "Qixing sent me to find you. Urgu is in trouble." What happened?" "I don't know. Urgu's mother said he hasn't woken up since going to bed the night before last, and he keeps mumbling nonsense. Qixing said to bring you and Dongzi along to take a look. You both understand more that on our way to Urgu's house, we passed by Ye's place, where Dongzi was sweeping the yard that we called him, and the three of us hurried to Urgu's home. Upon entering the gate, Qixing rushed out to greet us. "You two finally made it. Quickly go check on Urgu. He's talking nonsense." As we stepped inside, we found several relatives and neighbors from the village gathered around the edge of the Kong. Urgu's mother was bent over, wiping the sweat from his brow, tears streaming down her face. That moment, Urga's cheeks were flushed, drenched in sweat, and he was repeatedly uttering something. Dongzi and I approached, leaning over the pillow to listen closely. Urgu was fervently repeating, "Don't burn me, don't burn me. Annie, haven't you sought old Lu's help?" I asked Urga's mother. It seems Urga has a high fever that we have, but old Lu said his temperature is abnormally high. He managed to force some medicine down him this morning, but there has been no improvement, Urga's mother replied, wiping her tears once more. Dongzi remained close to Urgu, listening intently to what he was saying. I leaned over to Dongzi and whispered, "What's going on?" Dongzi's expression was grave. "Let's step outside," he suggested. Once outside, Dongzi sighed heavily. "Brother, I don't think Urgu is merely ill." "What?" My heart sank to Dongzi's eyes widened as he whispered. "Urgu keeps saying, 'Don't burn me, don't burn me. I'm not a ghost, I'm not a ghost.'" "Brother, this reminds me of that incident." "That incident? Are you referring to—" "Yes, the one from 7 years ago," Dongzi exclaimed, panting heavily. The mere mention of that event weighed heavily on my chest, making it hard to breathe. This moment, I recalled the old Taoist we encountered in the county town, his words echoing in my ears, tightening my heart. What he said was coming true. I turned back to inquire of Urga's mother. "Annie, where's my uncle?" "Your uncle has gone to summon the Zhang family matriarch." Just as I had suspected, upon entering the room, I noticed Urga's father was absent, leading me to conclude he had gone to seek the Zhang family matriarch's aid. The Zhang family matriarch is renowned as a powerful shaman, famous throughout the entire Lianhua Mountain. People from neighboring villages often traverse mountains to seek her assistance in dispelling disasters and resolving difficulties. As a medium, she serves as a vital link between the living and the deceased, as well as between the living and the divine. The mountain folk hold a deep belief in this, though many maintain a skeptical or dismissive attitude. However, it is said that the matriarch's reputation is not built on mere trickery or deception. In her youth, she indeed cured numerous individuals of their ailments, earning her the title of shamanic healer. Chapter 6. Strange illness. When it comes to healing, there are advanced methods in an age of technology, just as there are traditional remedies in less developed times. Regardless of the approach, whether a black cat or a white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. In the mountains, there are many folk remedies, similar to those employed by the Zhang family matriarch that ordinary people cannot comprehend, which have healed many over the years. Countless occurrences defy explanation. However, it is commonly said that inviting spirits can be detrimental to one's health, and considering the matriarch is over 70, can she endure it? "Auntie, since my uncle has been gone for a while, it seems likely that the matriarch's age prevents her from moving easily. Shouldn't we, a few of us, carry Urgu over?" I had considered this as well. His uncles and elders were present, so moving him would indeed be convenient, but I feared for Urgu's endurance. Just as we were speaking, Urgu's father returned, panting heavily. "How is my son?" he inquired upon entering. Alas, still the same, endlessly rambling nonsense. "What did the matriarch say?" "She said our Urgu has been sabotaged," Urgu's father declared, his expression darkening. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room gasped in shock, engaging in hushed discussions. The term sabotaged implied malevolent actions taken behind the scenes, such as curses or hexes. In some southern regions, it might even involve sorcery or witchcraft, all referring to the same concept. How could this happen? Our child is so innocent. Who would resort to such nefarious deeds? No one believed it, and the few of us exchanged glances, our expressions decidedly grim. Could it be related to that incident from 7 years ago? Had that vengeful spirit returned to claim retribution? The elderly woman had already begun to seek blessings for Ergo, proclaiming that it would soon be resolved and that she needed to venture into the mountains. As Ergo's father spoke, he grabbed the straw hat hanging on the wall and made his way outside. "Uncle, where are you going in the mountains?" I hurriedly inquired. The elderly woman replied, "I am going to find Jojo grass to chew for Ergo. It will cure him." "Jojo grass? What is that?" "I've never heard of it." I glanced at Dongzi, Qi Xing, and the others, all of whom shook their heads. "Don't mention you all. I've been in the mountains for years and have never encountered such a thing." Ergo's father sighed. "Where on earth am I supposed to find it?" "Uncle, let us accompany you," Shui Xen pleaded. "Yes, my sister usually collects mushrooms better than anyone else. Her eyesight is sharp," Qi Xing added. "The more hands, the quicker we can search." Without further hesitation, Ergo's father agreed. All right, but make sure to bring your sickles that Ergo is fortunate to have you all. Rest assured. Shui Exan asked, what does this grass look like? The elderly woman explained. It resembles ordinary grass, but it grows in dense patches and is never exposed to sunlight. When the wind blows, it emits a sound like Jiu-Jiu, hence its name. Armed with sickles, we followed Ergo's father up the mountain in search of the herb. Hearing that we were going to fetch medicine for Ergo, his 3 uncles joined our expedition. That as we traversed the path, I feigned casualness and broached a few questions regarding that incident from years past. Together with Ergo's relatives, we ascended the mountain in search of the herb known as Jiu-Jiu grass. Ergo's father, carrying a hunting rifle, led the way, followed closely by the rest of us, equipped with sickles and staffs. After walking for a while, we passed the very spot where we had encountered the bloody corpse. And the memory of that day still sent shivers down my spine. In the aftermath of that event, we had all been taken back to our homes, as our elders led a group up the mountain to capture the figure wrapped in a burlap sack. The details that followed were shrouded in mystery, as the adults spoke of the matter in hushed tones, forbidding us from venturing outside, assuring us that the bloody corpse had been caught and that a ritual had been performed to incinerate it. Many days later, while fishing in the crystal-clear lake at the foot of the mountain, Ergo suddenly recounted the incident, revealing that he had sneaked out while his mother was distracted, eager to discover what had frightened him so. We all pressed him for details, curious about what it was. I have a question for you first, Ergo stated. Can fire kill a ghost? Dongzi interjected, explaining that the ghosts we spoke of referred to the lingering souls of the deceased, while those that could be burned were merely corpses that had risen for some reason. Zombie-like beings, Old hey, you certainly know much, Ergo remarked. Do you want to know what I saw that day? What did you see? I was crouched by the wall of Zhang Hua's house on the eastern edge of our village, and villagers gathered at the eastern road, forming a large circle. That burlap-wrapped ghost was propped up high on a pile of firewood. And I watched as it struggled for life, crying out in a voice that was barely audible, pleading, "Don't burn me! Don't burn me!" As I recalled this, a sudden tightness gripped my heart, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. Wasn't Ergo mumbling those very words during his fever? The event seemed to ominously point back to that incident from 7 years ago. Was it mere coincidence or something more? I couldn't help but wonder if Jiu-Jiu grass could cure Ergo's ailment. If it failed, what then? I dared not dwell on it further. For now, I needed to investigate that old matter and see if I could uncover something useful. Hey Dongzi, do you remember that year when you all knocked on my door in the middle of the night to scare me? I shot a knowing glance at Dongzi, who paused momentarily before catching my drift. Of course. It's something I'll never forget. But it wasn't just knocking. It was clearly bats. Oh, right. How did you manage to make the bats obey you? I asked. That I read in a book my grandfather gave me that mixing the blood of a loach with rat droppings and drying it could attract bats, even from miles away. So I gave it a try and ended up giving you a ghostly knock. Dongzi chuckled, pride evident in his voice. By the way, while trying to catch loaches, Qi Xing almost lost a finger to one. Having grown up together, our camaraderie was palpable, and Qi Xing readily chimed in. Yes, it was all your clever tricks. He glanced at us, gauging our reactions. That I nodded at Qi Xing, affirming, this little rascal is the most cunning. Those who can read are often full of mischief, always scheming against others. They had an inkling of what I intended to do, as we often understood each other without words. Only Shui Xian, her big eyes blinking in surprise, seemed puzzled, likely thinking, with Ergo in such a state. Why are you all still discussing trivial matters, Brother Xuanzi? Why bring this up now? Shui Xian glared at me, her cheeks flushed. It merely reminded me of that incident from years ago. That I continued, Ergo and I were almost caught by that vengeful spirit right here. The thought still sends chills down my spine. I raised my voice intentionally, carefully observing the reactions of the adults ahead. Initially, they merely tilted their heads, eavesdropping on our conversation. But as soon as I finished speaking, they exchanged worried glances, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. Their heads bowed as they continued down the path. That I couldn't help but silently curse. For heaven's sake, are we not grown-ups? In a couple of years, we'll be fathers ourselves. How long must we keep this charade? That ghost truly was terrifying. I couldn't fathom how Uncle and the others had managed to capture it, or what had ultimately become of it. Would it ever rise again to harm anyone? As one plan faltered, another emerged. Oh dear, Brother Xuanzi, Please don't say any more. It's quite unnerving, Shui Exin remarked, glancing around as if fearing the burlap ghost might reappear. I merely smiled at her, amused by her naivety. Indeed, it is said that ghosts with heavy grudges cannot be easily subdued. Even if their physical form is destroyed, their resentment can coalesce once more. Dong Zi chimed in, further unsettling Shui Exin, who clutched Qi Xing's arm, exclaiming, "You two really must stop talking about this." At that moment, one of the adults finally spoke up, "Sister, you need not be frightened by their tales. It is not a ghost, and there isn't even a trace left. It is impossible for it to return to cause harm." Chapter 7. Corpse Insects and Jiu Grass San Air. Cease your foolish talk. Just as he uttered this, our conversation was abruptly halted by a sharp reprimand from Ergo's father, prompting the individual to shake his head and fall silent. The one who spoke was a relative of Ergo's. Known in the village as San Air, he was not much older than us. His family was renowned as skilled hunters, occasionally assisting villagers in slaughtering pigs and sheep, so I surmised he must have been present during that incident. With such prowess in hunting, how could he have overlooked the ghost? How could there have been nothing left? "You jest, San Air," Ergo's father remarked. Realizing I was persistent, Ergo's father finally relented, saying, "Your uncle has decreed that this matter should not be discussed. Since you are all so frightened of it resurfacing, I will share this with you, but do not inquire further. Uncle, I mean no harm. I'm just frightened and can't shake this unease." I replied that it was not a ghost. It was burned for 3 days and nights. What could possibly remain? What? Burned for 3 days and nights? I noticed Dong Zi and the others, their faces etched with fear. Rendered speechless. When I pressed Ergo's father for more information, he simply stated, "Our priority is to cure Ergo. We must find the remedy quickly," that I leaned in to whisper to Dong Zi. "Remember to look into any records regarding what could burn for 3 days and nights." Dong Zi nodded in agreement and addressed everyone. After careful consideration, I believe I've encountered references to Jiu grass in books before. It is scientifically known as corpse insect grass, found only in specific locations that The group turned to Dong Zi, surprised that he possessed such knowledge. Ergo's father inquired, "Where might that be?" "Corpse insect grass thrives in shaded areas. Said to consume the souls of the deceased, which is why it can only be found in graveyards. The sound it produces is due to insects clinging to its leaves, which rustle in the wind. Therefore, we should investigate the old forest near our village." The old forest Dong Zi mentioned referred to the ancestral cemetery of our village. Without delay, we set off towards the old forest. In the northwestern corner of the village lies the old forest. Following the narrow path, we circumvented the village and arrived at our destination. By this time, it was already afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely overhead. However, the location of the old forest was shielded by the slopes above. And with the abundance of pine trees surrounding the area, it provided a cool respite from the sweltering heat. Even though the stillness was palpable, devoid of any breeze, we observed various types of wild grasses in the burial grounds, which caused some consternation among us. "Dong Zi," I remarked, with no wind at this moment, "how can we distinguish between these grasses in such a serene graveyard?" Waterheart, wiping the beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, inquired of Dong Zi. "Well, I'm no Kong Ming," Dong Zi replied. "The presence or absence of wind is a matter of the heavens. Let us first locate those that bear a resemblance." I noted that although the area was overgrown with weeds, the grasses were relatively short, likely due to the regular visits made for offerings. The old matriarch of the Zhang family had previously mentioned that the Jiu grass grew in patches and thrived in places where sunlight seldom penetrated, thus making our search less arduous. After sharing my thoughts with the group, I asked Dong Zi, "Does your book contain any illustrations? Do you know what the grass looks like and approximately how tall it grows?" Dong Zi glanced around and replied, "There are no illustrations, but the text states that this grass belongs to the shrub category, likely reaching about 1/2 meter in height. Let us split up and search. But do not stray from the burial grounds." Following the illness of Ergo, his father had adopted a surprisingly rational demeanor, as if transformed into a different person. We dispersed in different directions. The ancestral graves of the Zhang family had long been interred within this old forest. The expanse of the forest was vast, and many old graves lacked tombstones, rendering it impossible to identify who lay where. As I searched for the 1/2-meter tall plants, I pondered. Dong Zi mentioned that this grass grows in places where corpses decay. It was evident that the old graves would be unsuitable for such growth. As after so many years, even bones would be untraceable, my focus narrowed to the newer graves from recent years, which I easily identified as they seldom received sunlight. The burial customs in the Old Forest adhered to strict guidelines. Graves were arranged from east to west according to lineage, with the more recent interments located to the west, where many areas could bask in sunlight during the morning hours. That I wondered if such grass did not exist within this old forest. Lost in thought, I found myself at the western edge of the old forest. Ascending a small hill on the western side, I scanned the surroundings and was suddenly drawn to several new graves. What is the story behind those graves over there? I mused, perplexed as to why they were situated in the southwestern corner of the old forest. According to my grandfather's wishes, all graves should face west. Yet, these peculiar ones face south. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that all 4 graves shared a similar orientation, all directing towards the village entrance. The area surrounding the graves was relatively free of weeds, indicating regular maintenance. Fresh grass had recently sprouted atop the graves, with leaves the size of a palm, fanning out in vibrant green rows, some still emerging from the earth. I bent down to examine the underside of the leaves. I discovered a dense mass of black insects. Could this be the corpse insect grass they spoke of? Just then, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, defying all directions, causing a shiver to run down my spine despite the oppressive heat. A peculiar, faint bird-like chirping arose from beneath my feet. Although the sound was soft, it was unmistakable that I looked down to see that the larger leaves were swaying in the breeze. What I initially perceived as birdsong was, in fact, the sound emitted by the grass itself. Ignoring the ominous wind, I exclaimed with joy, "Come here quickly! I've found it! Everyone head west! I've discovered it!" The others hurried over, bending down to observe the remarkable grass. I heard that sound. It was as if birds were calling from the ground. I declared. Dongzi inspected it and nodded, elated. "It must be it. You're truly impressive, Xuanzi." Waterheart smiled at me with admiration. Ergo's father glanced at the grass, then retrieved a sickle from his bag, swiftly cutting several handfuls to place in his basket. "Ergo will be saved." We dared not linger and promptly retraced our steps as we prepared to leave. I cast a final glance at those peculiar graves, feeling an inexplicable connection, as if the spirits of the departed were aiding us. I bowed in gratitude. Yet, I pondered why these graves differed from the others. Whose graves were they? On our return journey, the adults hastened their pace, while Waterheart followed closely behind, Qixing, that I deliberately slowed my pace with Dongzi, trailing behind. The path was narrow, and as we walked side by side, Dongzi quietly asked, "Brother, what is on your mind? Since you understand me well, let me ask you this. Whose family is interred at the site where we found the Jiuju grass? It seems so isolated, nearly on the verge of the old forest." Dongzi thought for a moment before responding, "I'm not certain. Our family's graves are all to the east, while those of outsiders are to the west. I've never ventured there." "Indeed, and those are new graves that you mentioned. Jiuju grass, also known as corpse insect grass, is said to thrive on the essence of the departed. Zhao Lianxuan once remarked that even the ghost fire is a result of decaying corpses spontaneously igniting after a prolonged period. Rather than a haunting, I believe this grass flourishes due to decomposing bodies, which is why I surmised it would be found near newer graves. And indeed, I was correct. Therefore, I whispered, "Those are all new graves." "Ah!" Dongzi was taken aback by my assertion. "How could they all be new graves?" "In recent years, only 2 people have passed away in Zhangjiagu, both from our old Zhang family. One was our 4th grandfather, who passed away just last year. The other was Zhang Liansai from the eastern village, who departed around 3 years ago. If I recall correctly, I am aware of this. I assisted in laying stones at our 4th grandfather's gravesite, which is situated next to Jiuez in the east. By the way, do you know where Zhang Liansai is buried?" Dongzi replied, "Brother, how would I know? Don't you remember? Zhang Liansai was bitten by a wild wolf and subsequently fell ill, dying without leaving behind a family, that he wasn't even permitted to be buried with the others. Indeed, you remind me that his untimely death barred him from the old forest. Dongzi, do you think it's possible that one of those 4 graves belongs to Zhang Liansai?" "Brother, are you suggesting that those graves are all for those who died untimely deaths?" Dongzi began to sense the strangeness of the situation, but noted that he hadn't heard of many recent deaths in the village. "That's why I asked you. Rather than directly inquiring from Ergo's father and the others, don't you think that many matters remain concealed from us by the adults in our village? Chapter 8. The matriarch of the Zhang family. Upon our return, Ergo's fever had subsided, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. It appeared that the matriarch's blessing had commenced, as the child's fever had diminished. However, he still remains unresponsive, Ergo's mother lamented. Alas, the old matriarch has endured much. She is over 70 now, and we must quickly feed this grass to the child, Ergo's father. Saying this, fetched a large bowl and placed the corpse insect grass within it. The black insects clung together, densely packed on the underside of the leaves, motionless. That is this the medicine the matriarch spoke of? Did she mention how to consume it, or whether it needs to be brewed? Inquired Ergo's mother. Just eat it directly. Since he currently cannot ingest anything, I'll chew it up and feed it to him, she replied, grasping a handful of the grass laden with black insects. And immediately began to chew. As I watched her chew the grass teeming with black insects, I contemplated that these insects might very well be the corpse insects, having crawled out from decaying bodies. Emerging from foul, rotting corpses, traversing through decayed coffins, and burrowing through the soil to find themselves atop the grass. Perhaps they still bore the stench of putrefaction, causing my stomach to churn uncomfortably. Yet witnessing Ergo's mother selflessly endure the unpleasant taste to nourish her unconscious child, I suddenly felt that the greatest force in the world is none other than a mother's love, which runs deeper than blood. I glanced at the others. Everyone was moved by this profound love. Waterheart blinked her large eyes, tears glistening in her gaze, hoping fervently for Ergo to awaken. That I was most eager to learn what dreams he might have experienced during his slumber, as well as the true meaning behind the matriarch's mention of being ensnared by others. I called out to Dongzi outside. Have you ever witnessed our matriarch performing a blessing? Dongzi replied, Indeed, I have seen it. It involves a shamanistic dance that I recall a year when my mother killed a small black snake behind our house. Afterward, she began to experience leg pains intermittently, making it difficult for her to work. My father and I took her to the matriarch for treatment. She entered a trance, tapped my mother twice, and after consuming some herbal medicine, my mother's leg pain vanished shortly thereafter. Is it truly that potent? Could it be false? I witnessed it firsthand. The matriarch invoked the spirits with kala, which is sorghum wine. When she entered the trance, she downed 4 large bowls of the liquor. And upon returning, she appeared as though she had not consumed a drop, her face unflushed and breath steady. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? The matriarch's reputation precedes her, and she must possess genuine skill. Would you accompany me to her home shortly? I have a few questions to ask her. Is that agreeable? Of course. As Dongzi and I conversed, we suddenly heard Waterheart exclaim from within, He's awake. Ergo has awakened. Dongzi and I rushed inside, where we found that most of Ergo's relatives had already departed, leaving only us younger ones and Ergo's parents. Ergo's eyes fluttered open slightly, and his first words were, Mom, I'm so tired that I'm hungry. Are you all here? His voice was faint, and he seemed to lack strength. All right. I'll go make you some millet porridge. Ergo's mother exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. You greedy boy, always thinking about food, Qixing chuckled. Everyone rejoiced at Ergo's awakening. Our matriarch is truly remarkable. I must make time to learn from her, Dongzi remarked with admiration as I happily gazed at Ergo. That fellow is truly fortunate. Resilient in spirit after consuming a bit of food, Ergo evidently appeared much more spirited and was able to converse that I could hardly contain my eagerness for him to recuperate, knowing well that his robust physique would ensure his recovery once he regained consciousness. Taking advantage of his parents' absence as they busied themselves preparing nourishment, I leaned close to his ear and inquired, Ergo, how did you find your slumber? Ergo softly replied, Is this slumber? I distinctly traversed the gates of the underworld. The gates of the underworld? Ergo's expression was one of sheer terror as he recounted. You cannot fathom. The ordeal was far from a mere dream. It was all too real. I was bound upon a pyre by a multitude, who insisted I was a ghost, and no matter my explanations, they turned a deaf ear, and I felt as though I was being scorched to oblivion, with no one to rescue me. Eventually, I found myself fleeing into the woods, only to discover that the trees were entwined with ropes, as if they were alive, ensnaring me in their grasp. And then I pressed. Then I saw 2 figures in the forest, a man and a woman. And that is when I awoke, that a man and a woman. Do you recognize them? I couldn't see clearly, but their faces seemed somewhat familiar, as though I had encountered them before. Indeed, you were merely dreaming. You have been lying here all along. I comforted Urgu, yet deep down, I understood that this was no ordinary dream. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his tormenting memories, experiences that did not rightfully belong to him. A transposition of suffering with another. The source of this anguish might very well be that blood-soaked corpse we encountered years ago. As Urgu's condition began to improve slightly, his father expressed his delight, stating that he intended to take Urgu to visit Grandma Zhang in gratitude for her life-saving assistance and to ascertain who had ensnared him in this predicament. That Urgu's father was perplexed, wondering how their family, known for their amicability, could have attracted such dire misfortune, nearly costing them their son's life. That I suggested, there is no time like the present. Let us go today, that we must not delay. Lest Urgu's condition worsen, with several of us present, we could assist in carrying him there. My concern for Urgu's health was not merely a pretext. I sought to unravel the mystery behind his dream. Moreover, Grandma Zhang was undoubtedly involved in the events of 7 years prior, and I surmised she was a principal participant in those happenings. That if indeed there were supernatural forces at play, only 2 individuals in Zhangjiagu possessed the capability to address the situation. One was my late grandfather, whose knowledge spanned the cosmos and the earth, leaving me bewildered as to how a mere farmer from a mountain valley could possess such literacy. The other was Grandma Zhang, a figure of mystique and legend, whom I had encountered only a handful of times. Both figures remained enigmas, eluding comprehension. Thus, Urgu's father carried him on his back as we followed closely behind towards Grandma Zhang's residence. The sun dipped low in the western sky, signaling the approach of twilight, prompting Urgu's father to suggest we return home for dinner. That I interjected, Shuixin, you must return home to prepare dinner for my uncle and the others, while Qixing and you should head back first. Dongzi and I can manage here. Shuixin acquiesced, and she and Qixing departed. Upon arriving at Grandma Zhang's home, we found her eldest daughter-in-law preparing a meal. That as soon as she saw us, she recognized our purpose and resumed her cooking without uttering a word. Grandma Zhang's abode comprised 5 rooms. She and her late husband had occupied 2, while her eldest son and his family inhabited the remaining 3. That currently, she resided alone in 2 rooms of the east wing. She had 2 sons and a daughter, all residing in the village but not under the same roof. That I had heard whispers of Grandma Zhang's history. She married Zhang Han when she was already in her 30s, and he was over 50 at the time, with 3 sons and a daughter. Back then, she was exceptionally beautiful, and many remarked on the fortune that had led such a striking woman to marry a man of his stature. However, she bore no children, and in those rural times, a woman's inability to conceive was a matter of grave concern, overshadowing any talk of fortune. Yet, Grandma Zhang possessed remarkable healing abilities, being a practitioner of Demasian, and gradually earned the respect of the community, though that was a tale for another time. That we entered the east wing, and upon reaching the inner door, we found Grandma Zhang in the center of the room, burning incense, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Urgu's father gently placed Urgu down and cautioned us to remain silent and stand still for the moment. Inside, a dim kerosene lamp flickered atop a red cabinet, casting a subdued glow. I caught sight of Grandma Zhang's silhouette, clad in a black silk garment adorned with golden floral patterns, her hair completely white, her frame slender, rendering her attire several sizes too large. Yet her back remained remarkably straight, exuding an aura of vitality. Her hands were clasped together, holding 3 sticks of incense, standing still as a tree in the center of the room, as if she had been there since the dawn of her existence. Enveloped in the fragrant smoke, before her, on the red cabinet, lay a large jade plate containing a substantial piece of pristine white substance, obscured from my view by distance. That I exchanged a glance with Dongzi, silently urging him to observe closely what lay within that jade plate. Dongzi nodded in understanding. After a considerable while, my legs began to grow numb from standing, yet Grandma Zhang finally bowed deeply 3 times, placing the incense into the holder before the jade plate, then stepped back and bowed thrice again. She slowly turned around, nodding and smiling at us. Her white hair framed a kind, warm face, her eyebrows faint, and her smile radiated a benevolence that filled my heart with an inexplicable warmth. With a gesture, she invited us to sit on the Kong. Urgu's father placed Urgu on the Kong and called out to her. Grandma Zhang nodded, smiling as she said, I know. Her smile was imbued with confidence and respect. She regarded Dongzi and me for an extended moment before finally saying, "Very well, very well," though age often renders one's speech unclear. Grandma Zhang, despite her advanced years, spoke with clarity and precision that I glanced at Dongzi, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. That Erga's father assisted Grandma Zhang onto the Kong, where she sat upright, one hand caressing Erga's head, her gaze drifting thoughtfully towards the incense on the red cabinet. Taking the opportunity to inch closer to the cabinet, I endeavored to discern the nature of that large white object. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the jade plate was made of an unknown type of jade, a flawless emerald green, surrounded by a dragon motif that spiraled around its edge. At the center of the plate lay a small, smooth white stone, its color reminiscent of the purest snow and moonlight, an ethereal coldness emanating from it. Grandma Zhang was venerating a mere stone. Realizing my ignorance, I turned to Dongzi, who was also surveying the room with a look of bewilderment. His brow furrowed in thought. That a moment later, I heard Grandma Zhang let out a soft sigh. To Erga's father promptly inquired, "Grandma, how is our child faring?" "Alas, it is a fate he must endure. Did I possess a bead? Have him wear it. Remember, do not lose it." With that, Grandma Zhang removed a brown bead from around her neck and placed it on Ergu. Ergu expressed his gratitude, and his father nodded in appreciation. Grandma Zhang lit the oil lamp on the Kong, then retrieved a brush and a piece of red stone from a black wooden box atop the Kong. The stone was roughly the size of a dish, with one side concave. Pouring some water from a cup into the stone, the water immediately turned a pale red hue upon contact. Grandma Zhang ground the stone for a moment, and the liquid turned a deep crimson, resembling blood. That I was taken aback and glanced at Dongzi, who leaned in and whispered at Cinnabar, "Child, remove your upper garment." That I hurriedly assisted Ergu in shedding his shirt. Grandma Zhang dipped the brush into the Cinnabar liquid and drew symbols on Erga's forehead, palms, chest, back, and soles of his feet, each resembling a coiled serpent. That as she chanted incantations, she gently tapped Erga's chest and back 3 times each, the sound resonating despite her delicate touch, as though an echo from the heavens. It was astonishing to witness an almost 80-year-old woman possess such strength. Her demeanor remained unyielding. Following her rhythmic tapping, I observed Erga's complexion brightening significantly, his eyes shimmering, whether from fear or the efficacy of Grandma Zhang's methods. I could not discern at that moment. Grandma Zhang drank the remaining cinnabar liquid from the stone bowl in one gulp. Erga's father continuously expressed his gratitude, yet Grandma Zhang merely waved her hand, stating, "I am an elderly woman. All I can do is this much. The rest is up to the child." As she spoke, she began to tidy the items away into the box. That I in that instant, I noticed a set of deep black garments adorned with intricate depictions of various birds and beasts, neatly arranged on the Kong, with the edges embellished with long silk and tassels. That as we prepared to leave, Grandma Zhang watched us with a smile, yet there lingered a sense of reluctance in her gaze, as if she were loath to see us go. That I pondered whether her concern was for our future. On the journey home, I asked Dongzi, why was Grandma Zhang venerating a stone? Did you notice that set of garments on the Kong? Dongzi said to me, "I am unclear about this matter as well. I sense that there are many peculiarities about the old lady's home, yet I cannot pinpoint what feels amiss. Wait for me to return today and thoroughly investigate. After I finish cutting the sweet potato vines tomorrow morning, I will come to find you." The next day, after finishing lunch, my parents had gone for their afternoon, and my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Zhang family's old matriarch, and I found it difficult to sleep. I brewed some pine tea and went to sit in the cool shade by the wall in front of the house. Before long, I unexpectedly dozed off against the wall, only to be roused by Dongzi's voice. "Brother, brother, wake up quickly." Upon opening my eyes, I was delighted to see Dongzi and exclaimed, "You have finally arrived. How did your investigation go? You must have burned through a lot of lamp oil last night." As Dongzi spoke, he picked up the pine tea from the ground and drank it eagerly. I understood his intention and remarked, "When did you learn to follow Ergo's approach? The task is not yet accomplished. Yet you have already consumed the supplies." Dongzi, with a mournful expression, replied, "Brother, you know well the temperament of your second aunt, that if she discovers that I have exhausted the lamp oil, she will surely flay me alive. All right, I will fetch you some pine oil this afternoon to tide you over. In a few days, I will go into the mountains with Tai Tu to hunt a couple of yellow rabbits to trade for you. You are indeed generous, brother. By the way, you guessed correctly. Our Zhang family old matriarch is truly extraordinary. Can you believe it? Do tell, do tell. I'm on the edge of my seat. Dongzi's eyes were wide with excitement as he declared. She is a genuine Chama, a descendant of shamans. Oh, I've only heard she is a Dima, but never that she is a shaman. She undoubtedly is. I did some research and only shamans offer stones. Stones are the essence of a shaman's soul, serving to nourish and strengthen their spirit. Shamans regard stones as the progenitors of all things, bestowing life upon humanity. Thus, stones symbolize the divine. After sipping some pine tea, Dongzi continued, upon entering, I noticed the garments on the Kong and felt a sense of familiarity that I had previously encountered something similar in books. And upon investigation, I confirmed that those garments are indeed shamanic ceremonial attire. Furthermore, brother, I have something to share that will astound you. What a joke! The blood corpse from years ago did not frighten me. What could possibly be more terrifying than that? Dongzi lowered his voice and leaned closer to my ear. The old lady's room serves as a sacrificial altar, a celestial path for worshipping deities. This altar possesses the power to connect with the heavens and the gods that I end shamanic rituals. This is referred to as 7 stars ascending. I was taken aback, my jaw nearly dropping. Brother, what do you mean by that? Listen carefully, brother. When I saw the old lady burning incense, I sensed something was off. Why was the incense holder shaped like a grain bin? I had mentioned before that when I accompanied my mother for her illness, it was a large square grain bin. Upon further research, I discovered that this bin, shaped like a, has 7 corners and is called the 7 stars. I wonder if you noticed, starting from the white jade stone altar, there are yellow paper talismans placed at intervals, extending all the way to the ceiling, to the inner and outer doors that I end shamanism. This is known as the celestial path. The talismans depict 9 steel needles, 9 branding irons, 9 guillotines, 9 plowshares, 9 piles of fire, 9 ropes, 9 copper coins, 9 copper mirrors, and 9 strands of fur rope, in total. There are 9 talismans. Every shaman's disciple must learn the spirit-jumping ritual, the dance steps, and the sacred songs, overcoming these 9 challenges. When they grow old, they must also perform this ritual to return the spiritual power bestowed upon them by the stone goddess. The red cabinet in that room serves as the altar for and the white jade stone represents the essence of the stone mother. The talismans on the walls signify the 9 heavens floating edge. Initiating a sacrificial ritual known as 7 stars ascending. I mulled over this ritual in my mind and asked, what does this all mean? Is the old lady summoning the spirits? That is but one possibility. Another is that the old lady wishes to pass on her knowledge to the next Chama. Otherwise, perhaps she is preparing for ascension. Chapter 10. The Celestial Path. At this point, Dongzi appeared somewhat bewildered himself. What could the old lady, at her advanced age, possibly be planning? Ascension. Could it truly be so? I inquired. Dongzi asked, what do you mean by could it not be? Is the old lady on the verge of departing this world? I thought of the garments laid out on the Kong. Could it be that the old lady was aware of her impending fate and had thus prepared for the afterlife? With this thought in mind, I urged Dongzi, hurry, we must get to the old lady's home. She cannot leave yet. If she does, some mysteries may remain unsolved for a lifetime. Without a moment's delay, we dashed towards her house. Upon arrival, we found the old lady's eldest son, Zhang Lianmu, in the courtyard mending traps for catching wild chickens, but he was taken aback upon seeing us. Oh, what brings you two here? I gasped for breath. Reluctant to pause, and replied, Ergo is ill, and we came to see the old lady. We rushed into the old lady's room. Hearing Lianmu call out from behind, be gentle. The old lady is likely taking her afternoon nap. Ignoring his caution, we burst through the door. Upon entering, the fragrant aroma enveloped us, and on the red cabinet, the 7 stars was burning 3 tall sticks of incense. The old lady sat upon the Kong, seemingly awaiting our arrival, and greeted us with a smile, saying, You two have arrived. Look at you all sweaty. Come, sit down and rest. The old lady smiled serenely, her voice calm and steady. She was clad in the ceremonial garments from before, appearing radiant and resplendent. She wore a black, collarless short jacket, paired with a long black skirt adorned with intricate designs of various birds and beasts, including 4-legged serpents and frog dragons. The skirt was embellished with multiple colorful ribbons. And outside, she wore 9 bronze protective mirrors of varying sizes, their surfaces etched with the 12 zodiac signs and the 4 heavenly kings. She donned embroidered shoes and a cloth cap, with black silk tassels falling just below her brows. The cap was topped with 3 bronze forks, each over 4 inches long, crafted into a finger-like shape. Perched atop the forks were 3 small bronze eagles, poised as if ready to take flight. Their feet adorned with several small bronze bells, along with colorful silk ribbons cascading down. Beside her were a broken soul drum and a ceremonial whip, as well as a gleaming bronze mirror. The old lady's lips were painted red, and she exuded an air of mystery and solemnity. Dongzi and I exchanged astonished glances, for it was the first time we had seen the old lady donned in such a formal shamanic attire. Radiating an imposing beauty, that I said, "Old lady, what is this about? What must be done must be done. Throughout my life, I have performed rituals for others. This final one is for myself." The old lady continued to smile gently at us. Her voice unperturbed. "That I asked the old lady truly a descendant of shamans?" Dongzi inquired. "You, my dear child, possess the sharpest mind. It is a pity you do not study. Listen to the old lady's words. There is a world beyond the mountains waiting for you." "Old lady, I have many questions for you. Did you capture a ghost in your youth?" "I have captured many ghosts in my life, child. Which one do you refer to?" The old lady grinned, and I sensed she was likely jesting with me. "I mean the blood corpse we encountered 7 years ago." Upon hearing blood corpse, the old lady's smile vanished. "Oh, that incident. Child, why must you bring it up?" Her gaze turned distant, and she murmured, "I once believed my life was dedicated to saving others. While I cannot claim to have amassed boundless virtue, I thought I might ascend due to my deeds. That incident, indeed, is my sin." The old lady, "Yes, sin." Her words left me perplexed that I brought calamity upon the village. "And now I find myself powerless to amend it. As she spoke, the old lady lowered her head, as if in a state of penance. After a moment, she smiled again. "Fortunately, I have you all. The future of the village rests in your hands, that I in our hands. Old lady, the more we hear, the more confused we become." The old lady nodded and suddenly called out, "Let the deities enter." At that moment, a talisman fell straight from the ceiling. I picked up the fallen talisman, which depicted 9 piles of fire. The old lady sighed. "Indeed, can I not accept disciples?" I noticed her voice growing softer, as if she were ready to drift into slumber. Alarmed, I quickly called out, "Old lady, please do not sleep. There are still many questions I need to ask you. What truly happened with the blood corpse? Were there many untimely deaths in the village? Who set Ergo up? Please tell me." I leaned close to the old lady's ear, but she remained smiling with her eyes closed and softly replied, "You, my child, seek the answers from those closest to you. Yet you come to me, a frail old lady, for answers about sins and debts." Her voice grew fainter, and I noticed she held a piece of yellow paper and a green bead, similar in size to the one given to Ergo. I took the yellow paper, which I could not fully decipher, and gently handed it to Dongzi. He glanced at it and slowly read aloud, "May this merit eliminate past karmic debts, increase all blessings and wisdom, and cultivate superior roots of goodness. All weapons and calamities shall be extinguished. Those who perish through deceit shall attain rebirth through good deeds. This is but rootless water, yet it flows through the city. In the face of calamities and tribulations, the right path is the final path. That I in the face of calamities and tribulations, the right path is the final path." Dongzi repeated the last sentence once more, finding it profoundly significant. The old lady's death had sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Lianhua Mountain. I could not fathom why, in such an isolated place, news spread with such astonishing rapidity. People from distant locales were arriving to pay their respects just 2 or 3 days after her passing, most of whom had benefited from her kindness during her lifetime. The old lady was interred following the traditional rituals of the Manchu people. Her body was carried out through the window and buried in the old Zhang family's forest. In the days following her death, her countenance remained unchanged, exuding the same tranquility that had characterized her in life, imparting a sense of warmth to all who beheld her. Many proclaimed her to be a divine being, now enjoying the blessings of heaven. Yet, amidst the sorrow, Dongzi could not help but remind me, "Brother, the old lady 7 stars rising has failed. Do you know why?" "Why?" I inquired. "Do you remember that one of the 9 talismans fell just before the old lady departed? That was the talisman for ascending to the heavens. Without it, she could not ascend." And I replied, "You foolish boy, what good is it to dwell on such matters now? Brother, that fallen talisman represents 9 piles of fire. The old lady could not ascend due to matters of fire. Indeed, could it be related to that corpse incident? The old lady had been lamenting that it was all her sin. Sighing, I added, "But what use is it to dwell on it now? With her death, all leads have vanished. At this point, I felt a deep sense of lamentation. Were we destined to remain buried in this valley for eternity? Moreover, the issue with Urgu was far from resolved. Someone was scheming in the shadows, and with the old lady gone, no one could confront him. Urgu was in grave danger. Dongzi expressed his concerns. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I said to Dongzi, "Not necessarily. The old lady mentioned before her departure that the closest person knows the most. If we can find this individual, the mystery may unravel. The closest person? Aside from our parents. Who else could it be? My parents are clearly unaware, and even if they did know, they would not speak." Dongzi sighed. "Why wouldn't they speak? You know the events from back then. Urgu's father mentioned that the elder did not permit anyone to speak to us about it." "Exactly. The elder was the leader of that matter. If we do not ask him, who shall we inquire? The elder had always treated me kindly, making him one of the closest figures in my life." "Brother, if the elder could speak, he would have done so long ago," Dongzi said, worry evident in his tone. "Fear not. Just follow me. I have a way to persuade him," since the elder was tasked with organizing the old lady's funeral. We went to his home on the very day the funeral concluded. Initially, the elder was quite cheerful, thinking, "Why are these two little rascals so conscientious today, coming to see me?" After chatting for a while, he let slip his true intentions. The elder remarked, "Ah, you two little tricksters, if you have something to say, just say it instead of making such a roundabout approach." That I chuckled and said, "I was merely afraid you wouldn't speak." Thus I hesitated to ask that we just wanted to inquire about the incident from 7 years ago, the one when we encountered the ghost. The elder was taken aback at first, then waved his hand dismissively, saying other matters are easy to discuss, but not this one. Dongzi, agitated, exclaimed, "Why not? We are grown now. Why must we be kept in the dark about life and death matters?" The elder continued to puff on his pipe, ignoring us that I had anticipated this outcome and had already devised a strategy in my mind. Chapter 11. Sealing the Soul, Dado? The elder appeared surprised and asked, "You two have been to the old lady's place?" "What did she say?" "Well, we visited a few times before. It was all because of Urgu. The old lady mentioned he had been set up, and this person is closely linked to that bloody corpse incident from 7 years ago. She urged us to investigate thoroughly and identify this individual, for Urgu is in great danger. Elder, we initially did not wish to involve ourselves in this old affair, as it bore no benefit for us. But now lives are at stake." Dongzi quickly added, Yes, Elder, others may be disregarded, but Urga has been our brother since childhood. You have always taught us to value loyalty. We cannot turn a blind eye when our brother is in peril." After we spoke, we carefully observed the elder's reaction. He ignited his large tobacco pipe, taking deep draws. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "It seems we cannot escape this calamity in Zhangjiago." I knew then that the elder was finally willing to share, and I looked at him with eager anticipation. The elder exhaled a plume of smoke, which encircled his head in a white mist. His beard had turned gray, and he spoke slowly, trembling. 7 years ago. What you encountered was not a ghost. It was a living dead. Dongzi exclaimed in surprise, glancing at me, and I was equally astonished, gesturing for him to remain silent and listen attentively to the elder's account. The elder let out a bitter laugh and continued, "That night, after you returned home, I took some people up the mountain that we had only just reached the base when I saw the ghost you spoke of. He was entirely wrapped in a burlap sack, and blood was dripping from it. The villagers were already somewhat frightened, but after my encouragement, they bravely followed me up the mountain. Upon seeing that, no one dared to approach. Although I was scared too, I gathered my courage armed with a pickaxe and rushed forward. Just as I was about to approach, the ghost collapsed. The villagers advised, 'Village chief, do not go near. That thing is a spirit and may be feigning death.' Anyone would be afraid. I was afraid it might suddenly leap up and attack. But as the village chief, it was my duty to be the first to confront any danger. That I shouted, 'Do not be afraid. There are no ghosts here. People fear ghosts 3 parts. Ghosts fear people 7 parts. Follow me.' I brandished my pickaxe and advanced toward him. When your father and your brother Taitu saw me approaching, they rushed to join me, and thus we encircled the bloody corpse," the elder recounted, and he sighed, as this was likely a painful memory for him. The room was filled with the scent of smoke as the elder continued. Just as we were about to surround him, he, who had been motionless, suddenly lifted his bloodied arm. The closest villager, Xinghu, was terrified by this sudden movement, and in panic, he struck the bloody corpse with his pickaxe, causing blood to splatter on his Xinghu's face and arms. Xinghu, "Oh, I haven't seen him in many years. Didn't he go out to work?" Upon my inquiry, the elder fell silent. His head hung low, and when I leaned in to look, I saw tears welling in his eyes. Xinghu is dead. I suddenly recalled the new graves I encountered while searching for corpse worms. They undoubtedly belonged to villagers who had met untimely ends. One of whom must surely be Xinghu. The elder continued, his voice lowering. "Child, let me slowly tell you. When that pickaxe struck, the bloody corpse let out a cry of pain and fainted that I was stunned. How could this be a ghost? It was clearly a living person. Yet I had never seen a ghost, so how could I know he was not one? If he were not a ghost, why would he come to the mountain in such a state at dead of night?" I thought to myself, "Elder, what logic is this?" While I instructed people to bind him and carry him back to the village entrance, I sent Taitu to fetch our old lady. She examined him closely and declared, "This is a person, not a ghost," she admonished me, then ordered for the burlap sack to be cut open. The man's face was covered in blood, rendering it impossible to discern his features. The old lady, being compassionate, instructed someone to bring a large vat from her home, and using some herbs, she soaked the man to stop the bleeding and detoxify him. That night, I stayed with several young men from the village to guard him. Who would have guessed that by the next morning, we found that the ones left behind, Uncle Gang, Xinghu, and the boy from the Fa family, were all stiff as boards, having long since breathed their last. What happened? They all perished overnight. I felt a chill run down my spine that on the very night we encountered the bloody corpse, 3 strong young men from the village had inexplicably died, and we had been utterly unaware. Fear gripped me, and in a panic, I hurried to find the old lady. She was a diviner, and I asked her to consult the deities about the matter. After her divination, she said that this person was the source of calamity, that he had previously been set up, and that Xinghu and the others had been victims of this scheme, that as long as this person remained alive, the curse would not be lifted upon hearing this. I realized the old lady intended to sacrifice this man to ensure the village's safety, that I concluded that this was the only course of action, that I in front of everyone. I declared he was an evil spirit seeking a substitute for reincarnation. The old lady first used a potion to seal his soul, then set him ablaze to eliminate his essence. Otherwise, the entire village would meet the same fate as Xinghu and the others. The villagers nodded in agreement and hurriedly helped gather firewood, that in the end, along with Xinghu's remains, we burned them all on the pyre at the village entrance. That day, the old lady donned a set of ceremonial clothes, beating the divine drum and shaking the bells for exorcism and salvation. But he was, after all, a living man. He screamed in agony, pleading, "Do not burn me. I am not a ghost, not a ghost." That horrific cry still haunts my dreams, waking me in terror. As the elder recounted this, his pipe fell from his hand, and he buried his head in his arms, weeping. Dongzi and I comforted the elder. "Do not cry. You acted with the villagers' well-being in mind." This confirmed what Ergu had said previously. Indeed, someone had been burned, and it was not some malevolent spirit, but a living, breathing human. Was it possible that the curse from 7 years ago had returned? But why had it targeted Ergu? What is the matter with that person? Why did he end up running into this deep mountain? I gently patted the old man's shoulder and inquired, "Old man, did the burned individual not utter any other words? Did the old lady not speak to him?" It seems likely that this old woman did converse with him, perhaps inquiring about his injuries. But what she said while preparing the medicinal concoction in the jar remains beyond my knowledge. Dongzi picked up the smoking pipe from the ground, refilled it, and lit it for the old man. The old man wiped away his tears and remarked, "Will Ergo be all right? That man has been dead for quite some time." That I, too, felt a sense of unease. So much time had passed, yet why had that curse resurfaced? It was evident that there were numerous matters the old lady knew that the old man did not. What could be so grave that she refused to speak of it even in her final moments? Suddenly, a thought struck me. I had been so fixated on the blood corpse incident that I had neglected to consider the recent events, an oversight of such a significant clue. The old lady had been well aware that the man had been entrapped. She was renowned for her kindness and could not possibly have stood by while someone perished. Moreover, she had conversed with him, Thus she must have known why he had been so grievously injured and why he had fled to this remote mountain. Yet why did she still have the heart to burn him? In her last moments, she claimed that all of this was her sin. What hidden truths lay beneath this? As for Ergo's recent illness, we had visited the city before he fell ill, and while there we encountered a Taoist priest whose words astonishingly resonated with Ergo's plight, that I recalled the sequence of events surrounding our encounter with that Taoist in the city and sensed a significant incongruity. I scolded myself for my negligence. Why had I not thought of that old priest before? That Maoshan Taoist must be involved. Even if he is not the source of the problem, he could possess some abilities that might alleviate Ergo's affliction. Either he is the one who set the trap, or he might be capable of unraveling it. With this thought in mind, I hastened home, preparing to gather my belongings for a trip to the city to seek help. Chapter 12. The closest kin. As dusk descended, the smoke spiraled from every household in Zhangjiagu. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking had faded, enveloping the village in a serene tranquility. Upon returning home, I found my grandmother had prepared dinner, waiting for my return to share the meal. That I had lost my parents during the War of Resistance, and a few years ago, my grandfather had also passed away. Now, only my grandmother and I remained in this household. Regarding my grandfather's death, I had never fully understood, as he had never ventured into the old forest, that my grandmother often claimed that the books he left behind were the cause of his demise. Thus, I had always believed that my grandfather must have met an untimely end, yet I remained oblivious to the true reason. During dinner, I casually mentioned to my grandmother, "Oh, by the way, I need to make another trip to the city in the next few days." Did you not just go a few days ago? What prompts this journey again? It's because the old lady has passed, and no one can treat Ergo's illness. We must seek someone in the city to help him. Seek someone? Who will you find? You young lad. My grandmother's face displayed her disapproval. Reluctantly, I recounted the encounter with the Maoshan Taoist and the matter of Ergo being treated by the old lady. My grandmother listened in astonishment, exclaiming, "So you have indeed seen our old lady?" "Yes, I witnessed her depart with my own eyes." As soon as I uttered this, I regretted it, for my grandmother had always forbidden me from engaging with matters of the supernatural. Oh! Upon hearing this, my grandmother set down her utensils that I lowered my head and ate heartily, avoiding her gaze. "What have you been up to these past few days? Did the old lady say anything to you?" Under her persistent questioning, I had no choice but to put down my chopsticks and recount everything to her, including the old lady's final words and what the old man had told me. I concluded with, "I am merely considering Ergo's illness." That my grandmother sighed. Well, what is meant to happen will happen. There is no escaping it. Quickly, show me the beads left by the old lady after the old lady's passing. The beads and the yellowed paper filled with writing remained in Dongzi's possession. Dongzi had scoured the place, yet found no clues, and then handed it over to me for further examination. Lacking Dongzi's insight, I could hardly recognize the characters and could not fathom who in the village might understand such matters, so I kept it for the time being. That I handed the green beads and the yellow paper to my grandmother, who lit the wick of the lamp and leaned over the table to scrutinize the characters on the paper. I was puzzled and asked, "Grandma, can you read?" "Humph, do not underestimate me. I am just like your grandfather." "But, Grandma, I have never seen you read in all these years. Those old, tattered books of your grandfather's were not worth my time. I was once a well-educated young lady," my grandmother proclaimed, then resumed her focus on the yellowed paper. I nearly dropped my jaw. What affluent family could possibly exist in this impoverished valley? After examining it for a considerable time, my grandmother sighed deeply. Even in death, she must maintain her enigmatic demeanor. "You always leave people perplexed and guessing." With that, she turned her attention to the beads. "Grandma," I could not restrain myself from interrupting her contemplation. My grandmother suddenly chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Grandma, what is the matter? Your laughter frightens me." She replied, "Silly boy, what is there to fear? I was once the daughter of an affluent family and naturally learned many characters. That it was only after I fell gravely ill, and no nearby doctors could cure me, that your grandfather fortuitously passed by my home and saved my life, which led me to follow him to so my grandfather is quite remarkable." "You are easy to deceive." "Grandma, enough of your nonsense. Did the old lady leave you anything else?" my grandmother inquired. "Nothing but these two." "Wait, there was another bead similar to this one with Ergo. That is correct. You must take great care of that bead." my grandmother said, pulling a red thread from the bedding basket, threading it through the small hole in the bead, and placing it around my neck. This bead must not be lost. What the old lady referred to as this merit must pertain to this bead. Perhaps it is a life-saving charm. Grandma, from what you just said, were you and the old lady very familiar? I asked. If it were not for my age, the old lady's legacy would have been passed on to me. Ah, Grandma, how many secrets are you still hiding from me? The old lady was the most authentic shamanic heir, originally named Shirqing. When I first arrived in the village, a man named Zhang Han encountered her while hunting rabbits in the mountains. She told him she was lost while visiting relatives, and he brought her home and treated her well. Eventually, she chose to stay in the village and married Zhang Han. Many events transpired thereafter, and it became known that she possessed medical skills and was revered as a shaman. We both gradually became good friends. My grandmother paused before continuing. This old lady was quite the trickster. Only I know she was not here merely to visit relatives, but to hide from someone. Hiding from someone? Yes, she must have been evading someone, but she never elaborated on the specifics. Alas, so many years have passed. And Sister Qing has also departed. Your grandmother and I are not far behind. Today as she spoke, my grandmother sighed, her face filled with helplessness and sorrow. Did you not speak such words? You are in good health, I exclaimed, for her words instilled fear within me. That day, the old lady had donned her ceremonial garments and departed, and it is said that one has a premonition of their own death. My grandmother remarked, everyone must eventually die. Whether early or late makes no difference. It is not worth feeling distressed over this. Besides, I cannot leave my children with lingering thoughts like your old lady did before departing. With that, she began to share what she knew, intending to disclose everything to me. My grandmother gently stroked my head, her expression filled with affection that a sudden jolt coursed through my heart, and I recalled the old lady's parting words, you, child, the one closest to you knows the most, yet you come to inquire of this frail old lady. Could it be that the person the old lady referred to was not the old man, but rather my grandmother? Grandma, please tell me. I quickly tidied the table and sat opposite my grandmother on the Kong to converse. Could it be that my grandmother was the one the old lady spoke of as the closest kin? Where should I begin? It seemed there were many convoluted layers to this, and my grandmother might not know where to start. How about this, Grandma? You answer my questions, I suggested. This way, not only would it save time, but we could also get straight to the point. All right, ask away. Grandma, first tell me about the blood corpse incident from 7 years ago. Do you know about that night when I, Ergo, and the others encountered ghosts? And the villagers went to catch them? Oh, that matter? I am not too clear on it. After you all returned, your old man instructed me not to let you out again. I was merely keeping watch over you at home. However, some time later I visited your old lady's home to inquire about it, and she cried, claiming she had brought calamity upon the village. She resolved to leave, and it took much persuasion on my part to dissuade her. After all, at her age, where could she possibly go? As she spoke, my grandmother made the bed. The old lady had mentioned similar sentiments to us, always claiming she had brought disaster upon the village. Yet she was not the one who had unleashed the blood corpse. My grandmother remarked, I agree. She always blamed herself. Upon reflection, it seemed that I would glean no valuable insights regarding the elderly lady's affairs. So I inquired, Grandmother, you mentioned that my grandfather cured your ailment. Was he a doctor? A doctor? Your grandfather dabbled in all sorts of dubious practices that do you truly believe that horse urine could heal? He insisted it could. Although my grandmother expressed disdain for my grandfather's methods, I understood that her words were steeped in a profound affection for him, that I chuckled and replied, yet grandfather did indeed cure your illness. Did he not? Grandmother, how did my grandfather pass away? Ah, your grandfather, he was ultimately undone by his own foolish tomes. I asked curiously, oh, Grandmother, what leads you to say that? She extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Save for the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, accompanied by the chirping of summer insects, with a long sigh, she spoke in a gentle tone, this tale must begin with the ancestors of the Zhang family. Chapter 13. The art of clever calculations. As it turns out, our Zhang family lineage was rooted in mushroom foraging, colloquially known in our northeastern region as digging tunnels. This term refers to the clandestine practice of grave robbing, with euphemisms like cutting the opening or turning the coffin serving as similar parlance that in those days. The Zhang family comprised 5 brothers, each a master in the art of grave excavation. Turning the coffin denotes a technique of digging within the burial chamber, akin to modern archaeological practices known as large revealing, which involves directly breaking into the coffin from above. In truth, archaeology and grave robbing share a commonality. The distinction merely lies in which justification is deemed more respectable. The Zhang brothers enjoyed considerable renown in this trade, earning the moniker the Five Mice of Zhang. During that era, the mention of Zhang Wushu was known to all in the profession. Their efficiency was unparalleled. United in purpose, the five brothers rarely encountered failure. As the saying goes, fame breeds envy, and eventually, their illustrious deeds reached the ears of the authorities. Grave robbing has long been considered a violation of ethical and legal standards, prompting the government to decree that the Five Mice of Zhang must face severe punishment to serve as a warning. Fortunately, the brothers had acquaintances within the officialdom. Though merely drinking companions, they proved loyal, discreetly notifying the brothers, "The authorities are coming for you. Flee at once." By that time, the brothers had established families and had hoped to live peacefully, but they had no choice but to escape. With their families in tow, they traversed provinces and eventually sought refuge in the remote Lianhua Mountain. Surviving through farming and hunting, it was during a hunting expedition that they stumbled upon the Zhangjia Valley. The five mice, adept in grave excavation, possessed some knowledge of geomancy and feng shui. Recognizing the auspicious nature of the site, with its favorable topography, they decided to settle in Zhangjia Valley. The five mice left behind numerous artifacts, including their peculiar experiences in mushroom foraging and esoteric geomantic secrets, some documented in manuscripts while others were inscribed upon the cliffs of the rear mountain. Among these texts was a tome entitled Clever Calculations of the Divine, fully known as Zhuge Wuho's Clever Calculations of the Divine, which was said to have been authored by Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms period. This ancient book served as a guide for naming and divination. The accuracy of its name calculations was remarkable, with countless instances of corroboration. For example, one notable figure, referred to as D, a person of great prowess, was analyzed using the calculations from the book, resulting in the 30th divine calculation. A mountain need not be high. If a deity resides, it will resonate. Water need not be deep. If a dragon dwells, it will be spirited. This suggests that a person's worth is not determined by their social standing or stature, but rather by their genuine abilities, which can lead to fame and success. That D was not particularly tall, nor did he hold a significant position early on. However, his subsequent reputation and authority soared, making him a household name, known to all, even long after his passing when his theories continued to influence societal development. Many of these texts eventually came into my grandfather's possession, including this particular book. Due to ancestral tradition, the five mice ensured that their descendants learned to read and write, allowing my grandfather to grasp numerous characters in his youth alongside his great-grandfather and others. He utilized the calculations from Clever Calculations of the Divine to assess his own name and discovered that he possessed a fate of immense wealth and a glorious future. Yet, he lamented his existence in the depths of the mountains, feeling unable to realize his potential, destined for an unremarkable life, ultimately to pass away in this secluded region. With such thoughts weighing on him, the young Zhang Lianshan could no longer remain in Zhangjia Valley. That he confided in his family, but they vehemently opposed his aspirations, prompting him to stealthily escape the mountains alone. Upon emerging from the deep woods, Zhang Lianshan felt as liberated as a fish in water, reveling in the newfound world outside. That he gradually encountered life's harsh realities, having begged for food, resorted to thievery, carried sedan chairs, and dealt in snakeskins. Eventually, out of necessity, he returned to the ancestral trade. Having perused the books passed down from his ancestors, he developed his own techniques regarding geomancy. Initially, his endeavors flourished, yet he soon realized that such a path was unsustainable. It was not only illicit but also inconvenient to navigate alone. Others engaged in this trade typically collaborated with relatives, as it was unwise to partner with outsiders. Many were driven solely by greed, often betraying one another for profit, leading to dire consequences. Contemplating his skills, Zhang Lianshan pondered why he should not become a feng shui master. Firstly, in those times, affluent individuals placed great importance on such matters, indicating a substantial market. Secondly, feng shui practitioners were highly respected and well compensated. And thirdly, the risks were relatively low. Thus, Zhang Lianshan began to traverse the land, offering divination, naming services, and geomantic consultations. However, certain events ensnared him in perilous situations. As he roamed from south to north, Zhang Lianshan encountered numerous scenarios and assisted many prominent families with their pressing issues. During this period, he treated the ailment of his future wife, ultimately wooing her back to the mountains to marry, establishing a household. Yet he remained unwilling to confine himself to the valley, for the outside world brimmed with temptation. Even as a married man, he frequently ventured beyond Lianhua Mountain, seeking adventure. One day, he arrived in a small county town. Each time he visited a new place, he sought out the local beggars, distributing alms while gathering intelligence about the area. Having once been a beggar himself, Zhang Lianshan understood that they often possessed the quickest and most reliable information. And for a modest sum, he could acquire invaluable insights. That on this occasion, he learned of a wealthy family residing in the west of the town, headed by a man named Zhao Chongqing, age 32. Who had amassed considerable wealth through the fur trade in recent years. It was said that once members of the peasant class acquired wealth, they often sought to invest in property, a time-honored principle. Naturally, this was an older notion. After striking it rich, the head of the household embarked on extensive renovations, transforming both the interior and exterior of his home, even constructing a new attic, enjoying a life of prosperity. However, misfortune soon struck. Within a fortnight of moving into the new house, the patriarch fell gravely ill, and business began to decline, profits dwindling. Now, the family's child had fallen ill with a peculiar affliction, exhibiting weakness in all limbs. Unable to walk for over a week, Zhao Chongqing sought help from various doctors, yet none could cure his child's ailment. In desperation, Zhao Chongqing proclaimed that whoever could heal his child would receive half of his fortune. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianshan felt a sense of clarity. The family's troubles likely stemmed from some insubstantial ailment, a consequence of moving into the new house, that he promptly distributed his remaining possessions among the beggars and, guided by them, confidently approached the Zhao household. Zhang Lianshan stood at the entrance of the Zhao residence. He surveyed the surroundings and discerned that the house was indeed grand, with an architectural style both traditional and striking. Observing the entrance, he recognized the auspicious signs indicating the family's recent prosperity, an indication of the virtues accumulated by their ancestors, which now benefited the descendants. He speculated that there might be someone within the Zhao family knowledgeable in feng shui. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a woman in her 20s, who, upon inquiry, revealed herself to be Zhao Chongqing's wife. After explaining his background and purpose, Zhang Lianshan was warmly welcomed by the Zhao family. The moment he laid eyes on Zhao Chongqing, he immediately understood that the household head had been ensnared by a malevolent force. Zhao Chongqing appeared haggard, his brow clouded, his eye sockets sunken from prolonged sleeplessness, his complexion an unhealthy yellow-green. During their conversation, he frequently coughed and appeared weak and unsteady on his feet. Such symptoms were indicative of a significant depletion of vital energy. Turning his attention to the ailing child, Zhang Lianshan noted that the child exhibited the same symptoms as Zhao Chongqing, albeit with greater severity due to their frail condition. Subsequently, Zhang Lianshan ascended to the newly constructed attic of the Zhao residence. Gazing out over the property, squinting, he observed the energies at play and recognized that while the entrance indeed bore auspicious signs, the vitality diminished as one moved further into the courtyard, culminating in an abrupt cessation of energy at the master's bedroom. Zhang Lianshan formulated a plan. The source of the problem lay within these very walls. Chapter 14. The arts of Luban. Zhang Lianshan discovered that the master bedroom was part of the newly constructed section of the house, recently occupied by the family. With this understanding, he addressed Zhao Chongqing. Mr. Zhao, your child's illness is not a true affliction. Rather, it is the result of this house's energy, which is draining the vitality of your family. Zhao Chongqing, taken aback, replied, the house is at fault. This house has just been built, and the craftsmen hired are the finest in the locality. Zhang Lianshan remarked, forgive my candor, but it is precisely the craftsmanship that has faltered. He inquired, may I ask, Mr. Zhao, what is the protective talisman in your bedroom? Talisman. Zhao Chongqing responded with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that? Zhang Lianshan elucidated, a protective talisman is an object meant to safeguard the residence. There are various types. The first category comprises cultural artifacts, often literary and artistic items, such as statues of Zhong Kui, celestial masters, or Lord Guan. For instance, the character Fu for good fortune, meant to suppress misfortune, Shan for benevolence, meant to dispel malevolence, and Shin for divinities, meant to ward off evil spirits. Such talismans are typically hung at the entrance of a room. Additionally, the Book of Changes, being the foremost among the classics, also has protective properties. The second category consists of weaponry, with the most common being ancient swords like the Seven-Star Sword, the Azure Dragon Sword, and ancient battle knives. The ideal is to possess weapons that have been wielded by warriors. Furthermore, executioner swords, used in their grim duties, instill dread in malevolent spirits, effectively serving as protective talismans. The third category pertains to religious artifacts, such as deity statues, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts, and talismans, all of which can repel evil spirits, thus embodying the principle of righteousness overcoming malevolence. Zhang Lianshan's extensive knowledge on this subject stems from ancestral texts, particularly one titled Luban Shu, believed to have been authored by Liu Ban, the legendary ancestor of carpenters. The first volume contains methods for manipulating others, while the second offers countermeasures and medical techniques. It is said that one must forego a specific aspect, be it widowhood, orphanhood, loneliness, or physical frailty, upon embarking on the study of the Luban Shu. Traditionally, carpenters and stonemasons pursued its teachings, but now many practitioners, including those in various trades, seek to learn its secrets. However, numerous individuals have met with dire consequences, leading to an enduring enigma. Thus, Zhang Lianshan refrains from practicing the manipulation spells, limiting himself to studying the countermeasures. This particular copy of the Luban Shu, passed down through generations, is tattered and missing several pages. It is a woodblock printed edition, featuring the three ancient characters for Luban Shu on the cover, along with the inscription from the second year of the Hanwu era in the lower left corner. The first half discusses carpentry techniques, while the latter half delves into various spells. The Luban scriptures detail 6 types of protective talismans for residences: the Mountain Sea Guardian, the Stone Gondang, the 8 trigrams and Taiji diagram, the mirror at the entrance, the One Goodness plaque, and the Shadow Wall. After Zhang Lianshan's thorough explanation, Zhao Chongqing finally comprehended the matter at hand. Surveying his surroundings, he discerned that the only object resembling a protective talisman was the image of a laughing Buddha adorning the wall by the entrance. Zhang Lianshan examined the image and remarked, "This cannot be the protective talisman. It belongs to the eastern steward and male figure. The true talisman must be located on the eastern wall." However, upon inspecting the eastern wall of the Zhao residence, he found it utterly bare. Zhang Lianshan mused, could it be concealed within the wall? Approaching the eastern wall, he tapped it with his fingers and, upon reaching the corner, discovered a missing brick that created a hollow space. Recalling a technique from the Luban Shu regarding traps at wall corners, he felt a thrill of certainty. Under Zhang Lianshan's guidance, Zhao Chongqing procured an axe. Zhang Lianshan lightly tapped the hollow area, and soon the void revealed its true nature. To his astonishment, he unearthed a meticulously crafted wooden carriage. Although diminutive, it was an exquisite work of art, featuring a beautifully carved wooden horse, proud and poised. As if galloping forward, atop the tiny carriage sat a figure, surrounded by an array of gold and jewels. "This is it," Zhang Lianshan exclaimed. "This carriage faces the entrance, not only siphoning away the essence of the males in your household, but also draining your family's wealth." Upon seeing this, Zhao Chongqing's expression shifted dramatically. "Thank you, master. I must uncover the identity of the craftsman who has wrought such malevolence." Subsequently, Zhao Chongqing warmly received Zhang Lianshan and expressed his profound gratitude with a generous reward. During the meal, the Zhao family expressed their appreciation for Zhang Lianshan, engaging in lively conversation and partaking of wine. Zhang Lianshan had always possessed a limited tolerance for alcohol. Just a couple of drinks would leave him inebriated, often leading to a surfeit of words in his drunken state. He regaled them with tales of his adventures over the years, recounting how he had assisted others in dispelling misfortunes and the gratitude he received in return. Among these stories was a particular incident that piqued Zhao Chongqing's interest, compelling him to nearly kneel and beseech Zhang Lianshan for assistance. What was this incident? In his inebriation, Zhang Lianshan boasted of having personally aided a cadre-level official. Zhao Chongqing, intrigued, pressed him for details, prompting Zhang Lianshan to recount the story in its entirety. It happened thus. "During my travels, I chanced upon an old friend in a place called Donggo County. He was a Taoist priest skilled in his craft. When I encountered him, he was engaged in a public divination. Our camaraderie led us to a small tavern for a drink and reminiscence. Noticing his furrowed brow, I inquired about his troubles. For those of us who lead a nomadic life as practitioners of yin and yang often encounter vexing challenges, and we help one another out, benefiting both ourselves and others in the process. My friend revealed that he had been approached by a local police officer seeking assistance with his family's feng shui. This officer had diligently served for nearly 5 years, but had seen no promotions or salary increases. Thus, through the connections of my friend, he sought help to improve his family's fortunes, promising a handsome reward. That my friend had been in town for a week without any leads and was growing increasingly anxious as prime feng shui locations were being claimed by others. I assured him not to worry. It was natural to feel disoriented in a new place. Since I had no pressing matters at the time, I offered to assist him in searching. That my friend was immensely grateful and agreed to cover all expenses, with a 50-50 split upon success. The next morning, the two of us scoured the county for auspicious locations, and on the third day, we stumbled upon an imposing residence just outside the town. Climbing to a vantage point, we discovered that this house was situated atop a significant feng shui site, with energy converging in its courtyard around an ancient tree. That we rejoiced, having finally found the perfect location. But the challenge remained: how to transfer the tree's gathered spirit energy to the police officer's home. Upon inquiry, we learned that the family had only recently prospered, and the head of the household, surnamed Lee, was also a minor official who had not been promoted in years. Thus, we decided to stake out the place, waiting for an opportunity. One day, as the wife stepped outside, she encountered us and expressed a desire to consult us regarding her husband's fortunes. Inviting us inside, by then, we had already gathered ample information about their household. Following her lead, we spoke of how, according to his birth chart, her husband was exceptionally talented and destined for greatness. Lamenting, alas, the moment I uttered alas, I noticed her expression darken. I quickly added that it was not her fault, as the issue lay with the feng shui of their courtyard, which was adversely affecting her husband's fortunes. She immediately inquired how that could be. I explained that the ancient tree in their courtyard was the culprit. What, impossible! That tree has stood for many years without issue, she exclaimed skeptically. Sensing her doubt, I signaled to my friend, who immediately understood. He then interjected, "Your tree, while not inherently problematic, has absorbed energy from the surrounding area over the years, inadvertently carrying the ominous aura of conflict and misfortune. Moreover, a tree in the center of a courtyard symbolizes entrapment. Does it not?" Fearing she might not grasp the concept, I elaborated. What my friend means is straightforward. You see, when a tree stands in the center of a courtyard, it disrupts the flow of energy, creating a situation akin to entrapment. The woman appeared enlightened and promptly asked what could be done. That I assured her it was simple. Since the ancient tree possessed spiritual energy, it could not be indiscriminately cut down. We could perform a ritual to relocate it elsewhere. She expressed her gratitude, stating she would discuss it with her husband upon his return. That we took our leave, promising to return the next day. On my way back, I felt unease. After all, this involved manipulating someone else's feng shui, which could incur karmic repercussions. Thus, I devised a plan that would serve both parties well. The following afternoon, my friend and I returned to the Lee residence. Throughout my years of travel, I had not only developed skills in identifying auspicious sites, but also honed an understanding of people's natures. That I discerned that Li possessed a heroic spirit, suggesting he was likely submissive to his wife, which would bode well for our endeavor. We were well prepared this time. Upon our arrival, we were met by Li himself, who had taken a day off work specifically for this matter. That we explained the situation, albeit with a twist. That we conveyed that the tree had once been beneficial, but was now a jujube tree that disrupted the feng shui. That we had brought a peach tree as a replacement, which would not only align with feng shui principles, but also ward off evil spirits and bear fruit. That, of course, I refrained from mentioning the latter advantage. Thus, the proceedings unfolded smoothly. Initially, we secured the Earth's energy with a red thread, and then utilized the 4 thunder frogs of my companion to safeguard the energy points. After digging tirelessly for an entire day, we finally managed to acquire the ancient jujube tree. Once in our possession, we relocated it to the residence of the officer. Naturally, various forms of gratitude were extended. Many years later, as I passed through Dongo County, I inquired about the current situation of that officer's household. The once humble officer had risen to prominence as the renowned director of the county bureau, while the head of the Li family had also received a promotion, blessed with children, and their lives had improved significantly compared to the past. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongqing was utterly in awe. However, he had many questions for Zhang Lianshan. Mr. Zhang, did not the Li family possess good feng shui? Why then was their patriarch not prosperous before? Ah, you have posed a most pertinent question. Zhang Lianshan laughed heartily. Indeed, their home was a treasure trove, and the tree itself was splendid. However, their feng shui was of a later blooming nature, requiring time for the tree to flourish. That jujube tree had long been absorbing the earth's energy nearby, but its growth was rather slow, creating a state of stagnation. Nevertheless, as time passed and the tree matured, this stagnation transformed into prosperity. The peach tree we replaced it with was considerably older and much taller than the jujube in essence. This tree has blossomed into a courtyard of vitality, ushering in auspicious energy from the east, which naturally benefits the head of the household, leading to prosperity and the addition of family members. Zhao Chongqing respectfully raised a glass to Zhang Lianshan, proclaiming, "You are truly a remarkable individual, Mr. Zhang, and your kindness is indeed rare in these times." After a flurry of compliments directed at Zhang Lianshan, who was already quite inebriated, he felt as if he were floating on clouds. What is there to it? I, Zhang Lianshan, have traveled far and wide. What have I not encountered? Indeed. But do you not wish to earn more and return to your hometown? With your skills, I assure you that with just one venture, you could retire in comfort. Oh, what do you mean by that? Zhao Chongqing replied, "To be frank, I have made some fortune in recent years. Although some of my assets were squandered due to the machinations of petty individuals, I am fortunate to have encountered you, resolving matters in a timely manner. I had already troubled you enough. Yet as the old saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. My remaining assets are sufficient for you to enjoy a life of comfort in your later years." Although Zhang Lianshan was intoxicated, his mind remained sharp that he understood that Zhao Chongqing sought his assistance, likely desiring him to gather energy elsewhere, that he had only performed such a task once before and had long regretted it. The act of gathering energy carries both gains and losses. Zhang Lianshan believed that all matters adhere to the principle of yin and yang balance. And gathering energy is no exception, that if he fulfilled Zhao Chongqing's request, it could disrupt the feng shui of others, alter their destinies, and result in a karmic retribution that would diminish his virtue and lifespan. However, upon further contemplation, Zhao Chongqing's words bore merit. He had been away for an indeterminate amount of time, and how were his wife and children faring? To toil endlessly only to end up with nothing seemed futile. Perhaps it would be better to seize this opportunity and return to Zhangjiagu to relish familial bliss. Thus, Zhang Lianshan downed another glass of wine and acquiesced to Zhao Chongqing's request, being a businessman. Zhao Chongqing was quite forthright, promptly agreeing to transfer half of his assets to Zhang Lianshan up front, with the remainder to follow upon completion of the task. Zhang Lianshan mused that he was not yet familiar with the area, having only gathered information about the Zhao family from beggars during his last visit. In order to expedite the process, he asked Zhao Chongqing, "Do you have any information regarding where the best feng shui might be found nearby?" Zhao Chongqing replied, "I happen to know a bit about that. To the west of the city lies a place called Qianmeling, where it is said a general is buried. Many grave diggers have stealthily sought this general's tomb, yet none have succeeded. However, Qianmeling is indeed a feng shui treasure, having produced many remarkable individuals. Qianmeling? Indeed, any mountain named after an animal often harbors a treasure trove of energy. Perhaps this Qianmeling truly possesses extraordinary attributes. Tomorrow, I shall venture there to gather energy. It is wise to act promptly." The following morning before dawn, Zhang Lianshan packed his belongings, bringing along his feng shui tools and the provisions provided by Zhao Chongqing, and set off for Qianmeling. The scenery of Qianmeling rivals that of Lianhua Mountain. The morning sun illuminated the river flowing in front of the ridge and shone upon the distant mountains. A series of emerald green peaks captivated Zhang Lianshan's gaze, stretching far into the horizon. Qianmeling, perched atop this mountain range, resembled a stooped elder leading a spirited steed, thus earning its name, although the ridge was not particularly high. The nearby energy was indeed robust and abundant, confirming its status as a feng shui gem. Observing the terrain, All the vital energy must converge at the location of a horse's neck, that if there truly exists a general's tomb at Qianling, it would undoubtedly be situated at the horse's neck according to the principles of feng shui. Every feng shui treasure has an energy point where all the spiritual essence converges before radiating outward. And at this energy point, one can find extraordinary items nurtured by the energy, much like the ancient jujube tree of the leaf family previously mentioned. The act of gathering energy involves extracting these extraordinary items that have long been nourished by spiritual essence. At Qianling, the energy converges at the horse's neck, and this gathering is referred to as striking the horse's head at that moment. Zhang Lianshan donned a bamboo basket on his back, pretending to be a herbalist entering the mountains for medicinal herbs. Yet he remained unaware of what extraordinary item awaited him at the energy point of Qianling. Each region offers different treasures. For instance, in northeast China, one might find ginseng or other herbs that, having absorbed the spiritual essence over the years, have transformed into sentient beings, some even taking on human forms and wandering about, appearing either as children or elderly men, requiring a red thread to bind them. Of course, this is merely a rural legend. In his youth, Zhang Lianshan had indeed encountered an ancient ginseng that had gained sentience, yet had not transformed into a person wandering about. Rather, it merely resembled an old man with closed eyes, its roots appearing like human limbs, almost resembling a human at first glance. As Zhang Lianshan collected herbs to fill his bamboo basket, he inquired with an elderly farmer about Qianling that he learned that only a few households remained in Qianling. As most had moved to the city, many notable figures had emerged from this place, with numerous individuals attaining high ranks and subsequently relocating their families from Qianling. However, everyone knew that Qianling boasted excellent feng shui, leading to its current status as a family burial ground for the affluent officials and businessmen who had departed. The few remaining households were caretakers hired to oversee the graves. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lianshan inwardly cursed the officials, knowing they had likely sought someone to assess the feng shui, aware of its exceptional qualities, and thus established burial sites there. Yet, it was fortuitous, since they had engaged someone for feng shui assessment. The location of the graves would likely be near the energy point, sparing him the trouble of searching for it. Zhang Lianshan climbed higher to gaze upon Qianling, discovering that the scattered households had encircled the horse's neck. To access this location would undoubtedly alert the residents, making stealthy entry impossible. He would have to muster his courage and venture in. Just a few steps into the horse's neck, he was intercepted by a gravekeeper who had come rushing from behind. This gravekeeper was a robust man, with a strong jaw and a face covered in stubble, his bare, sun-kissed torso revealing bulging veins, and he carried a hunting rifle on his back. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Lianshan sensed a vigorous aura, as if he were born to guard this energy point. The gravekeeper bellowed, "Hey, what are you doing here?" His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the forest. Zhang Lianshan, hearing such a powerful shout, thought to himself, if this man were to dig graves, he would surely be a formidable talent. What a waste for such a fine condition to be confined to this small plot of land. He replied, "Brother, please do not be angry. I am merely a herbalist. This is Qianling, where there are only earthen graves, not medicinal herbs. You should return." Feigning urgency, Zhang Lianshan exclaimed, "How can that be? Master Zhang clearly stated that there are herbs here." "Brother, do you know of a herb called Xinshuan? My child urgently needs it for treatment." "Xinshuan? What kind of herb is that? I have never heard of it, that I have not heard of it either. I only know from Master Zhang that it is a tall, yellow herb found only at Qianling. I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Though my skills are lacking, Master Zhang is my mentor. My child has been afflicted with a strange illness, covered in itchy welts, and Master Zhang said that if this herb is crushed into juice and applied to the skin, it will suffice. Alas, my child has been ill for many days, and now is covered in blood. It is simply maddening." As Zhang Lianshan spoke, he feigned tears, nearly on the verge of weeping. The gravekeeper scrutinized Zhang Lianshan from head to toe, appearing to believe his words. Furthermore, since he was the only one entering Qianling, as long as he posed no threat to the gravesite, it would suffice. Feeling pity for his plight, his tone softened slightly as he said, "Brother, do not fret. Qianling is not very large. We will surely find it. I am the caretaker here. You can call me Niu Han." Zhang Lianshan rubbed his eyes and said, "Ah, Brother Nyohan, thank you. Have you ever seen a similar herb? Nyohan replied, having spent so long in the mountains, I have indeed not come across this herb. However, do not worry. I will accompany you in the search. You are truly a kind-hearted person, brother. Allow me to thank you on behalf of your nephew for your life-saving grace. Zhang Lianshan said, attempting to kneel in gratitude, knowing that straightforward individuals are often swayed by such gestures. Sure enough, upon seeing Zhang Lianshan about to kneel, Nyohan rushed forward to support him, exclaiming, "Oh, big brother, what are you doing? Quickly help the child find the medicine. It's urgent." As the two conversed, they began searching for a rare herb named Haoshuanan Qianmeling. But how could such a precious herb be found in this place? Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Lianshan surveyed the surrounding terrain, realizing that the general location of the Qi cave was indeed near the tomb. Upon closer inspection, he noticed no peculiar creatures in the vicinity. An anxiety began to gnaw at him. What could this spiritual entity be? The nights in the mountains always descended so early, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Nyohan patted Zhang Lianshan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, it's getting dark. We should return to my home to eat something and rest that we can search again tomorrow." Zhang Lianshan, troubled by a lack of direction, knew that resting at Nyohan's home was the best option. Yet he feigned urgency, replying, "No, big brother, there are those waiting at home for treatment. Besides, we are strangers. It wouldn't be right to impose on you." "What are you saying, brother? When one sees another in distress, who wouldn't lend a hand? You needn't worry. Just return to rest, and I'll accompany you to search at dawn. I truly appreciate your kindness." Zhang Lianshan expressed his gratitude as he followed Wang Nyohan to his home. Wang Nyohan was a bachelor who had spent his early years as a grave watcher, and thus had never found a wife that he lacked the skills that Zhang Lianshan possessed. Even horse urine could heal ailments. Zhang Lianshan fabricated his identity, and they continued to discuss the tomb's owner and Qianmeling. Their conversation revealing little difference from what Zhang Lianshan had previously learned, except that Nyohan mentioned the general's tomb was not merely a legend. The owner of the tomb likely placed great importance on this land, due to its connection to the general's tomb, that he had even captured two Taoists attempting to rob the grave, who had been secretly digging at night, nearly getting shot by Wang Nyo, Han, that as they spoke. Wang Nyohan unknowingly drifted into slumber, leaving Zhang Lianshan tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hearing Wang Nyohan snoring, he stealthily donned his cloak and rose to observe the celestial phenomena. For feng shui was intricately linked with the stars. Standing by the window, he gazed up at the night sky that moment. He noticed a star glowing red, slowly moving above the mountain peak, filling him with surprise and joy. Could it be? Zhang Lianshan beheld a distinctive star among the brilliant constellations, positioned not far from the mountain's summit. Emanating a fiery glow, as if it were ablaze, he recalled the ancient texts regarding the mountain and sea star art, his heart swelling with delight. Sometimes, the spiritual energy of the land corresponded with the celestial bodies. As the old adage suggests, when a great person is born, there must be celestial phenomena. It is also said that upon death, one transforms into a star in the night sky, alluding to the connection between the spiritual and the stellar. According to the mountain and sea texts, this blazing star was known as the Xiaohua star, unique to certain northern regions, signifying the abundance of that land's feng shui. Corresponding with the Xiaohua star was a tree named Xiaohua. Not tall but capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, moving in tandem with the star. This phenomenon was referred to as the divine tree Xiaohua. Zhang Lianshan felt as though he were seeing a long-lost kin when he spotted the Xiaohua star. Eager to rouse Wang Nyohan to join him in the quest for the tree, stealthily, he took a red cloth, the blood jade round plate, and the thunder frog, and quietly exited, heading towards the mountain peak of Qianmeling. The Xiaohua star moved slowly, appearing and vanishing intermittently. Upon reaching the mountain top, Zhang Lianshan measured the star's position and found it aligned closely with his deductions. The Xiaohua star was directly over the circle of graves at the horse's neck. As he raced to the graveyard, the wilderness was eerily silent, interrupted only by the distant cries of unknown beasts and the incessant chirping of summer insects. The graveyard, already cold and damp, felt even more oppressive, sending shivers down Zhang Lianshan's spine as he yearned to escape this haunted place. Under the moonlight, the graveyard appeared ghostly pale. Zhang Lianshan held his breath, hiding behind a sturdy tree trunk, fearful that the mundane presence of humanity would disturb the divine tree Xiaohua. Suddenly, a child's figure flickered in the moonlight. Despite his extensive experience, Zhang Lianshan was nearly paralyzed with fear, for the child was dancing gracefully in the pale glow. The scene was exceedingly bizarre, yet, having traversed the world for many years, Zhang Lianshan surmised that it might be an illusion conjured by the spiritual energy of the Qi cave under the moonlight, prompting him to slap himself twice to regain clarity after the self-inflicted reprimand. He felt significantly more alert, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, only to find no trace of the child. Instead, he saw a not-so-tall tree beside several verdant pines in the graveyard, its branches and leaves lush, radiating a brilliance that surpassed even the moonlight itself. Upon closer inspection, he realized the tree was moving. Zhang Lianshan glanced up at the Xiaohua star, which was steadily drifting northward, and the tree below corresponded to the divine tree Xiaohua. Taking the red cloth in hand, he exhaled deeply and swiftly approached, covering the moving divine tree with the red cloth. He then produced the blood jade round plate and positioned the thunder frog accordingly. All these actions transpired in the blink of an eye. When he looked up, the Xiaohua star had mysteriously vanished, and the divine tree ceased its movement. Without further hesitation, he excavated the divine tree, wrapping it in the red cloth, and under the cover of night, hastily departed from Qianmeling. Before dawn, Wang Yohan awoke to find Zhang Lianshan had vanished without a trace, assuming he had grown anxious and left early to search for medicine. After searching everywhere, he discovered the chaos left behind from Zhang Lianshan's theft of the divine tree in the graveyard, and his anger surged. However, he remained unaware of what exactly Zhang Lianshan had stolen. Fearing that the tomb's owner would learn of the incident and place blame upon him, he could only stifle his rage, fill in the pit, and pretend as though nothing had occurred. Yet the Qi cave had been disturbed, and the horse's head had been struck. How could the gravekeeper pretend nothing was amiss? Zhang Lianshan's theft of the divine tree Xiaohua altered Zhao Chongqing's fate, and how Zhao Chongqing repaid him need not be elaborated. As events transpired, the tomb's owner sent someone to patrol the area, a learned individual. Before he even reached Qianmeling, he noted that it was no longer the same place. The energy had dissipated, leaving only the remnants of its former might. Under pressure, he learned from Wang Yohan of the tree's theft from the graveyard. The news exploded like wildfire, reaching every ear in the vicinity, each person seething with rage, vowing that if they caught Zhang Lianshan, they would flay him alive. The forces behind this were substantial, and ultimately, they traced Zhang Lianshan back to Zhangjiagu, sending numerous individuals to secretly investigate his whereabouts. Alas, sighed Grandma, where could your grandfather possibly hide? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but exhale in relief, feeling a twinge of worry for my grandfather. What about my grandfather? What happened afterward? Chapter 17. The Legend of the Falling Pig. Grandma sighed deeply. Sigh, I cannot say where he has gone. The year before last, I had your uncle inform the outside world that Zhang Lianshan had died of illness, that I hoped that those searching for your grandfather would lose heart upon hearing this. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Zhuanzi, tell me, wasn't your grandfather harmed by those books? This is why I forbade you from touching them. But Dongzi, that child, simply wouldn't listen, and neither would his father, who thought those books were something good, even helping Dongzi steal them. Truly, I exclaimed joyfully, Grandma, does this mean my grandfather is not dead? Indeed, if one does not see a body, one cannot claim death. That it would be better if he were dead, for that would spare us from worrying. I understood that Grandma's words stemmed from her own worries for Grandpa, and my heart ached for her. Zhuanzi, I've shared all these matters with you, but there are still many things I cannot recall. However, there's one thing, the most important thing, that you must listen to carefully, Grandma said, gripping my hand as if placing all her hopes upon me. Grandma, please tell me. Your grandfather's fate remains uncertain, but he returned secretly once to share something with me, instructing me to ensure you carry it out. That he said there lies a deep lake in the center of Lianwashan, the name of which is unknown. That it was discovered accidentally by your grandfather while seeking a Qi cave in the mountains. The lake is unfathomably deep, its color a pale green, resembling a piece of jade from afar. Your grandfather felt this lake was extraordinary, but not knowing its origins or legends, he searched through the ancient texts left by our ancestors. Eventually, he found a description of this lake in a notebook left by the Zhang family's 5 mice. This lake was first discovered by the eldest of the Zhang family, who observed it on a particularly bright, full moon night. The water appeared deep blue under the moonlight, thus it was named Blue Lake. The eldest found the lake to be mysterious, with stones thrown without sound and strange fish with large heads. But he dared not investigate. Your grandfather visited during the day, when the water was green, and he saw no strange fish. One night, he decided to guard the lake, and when the moonlight was bright, the water truly turned blue. And he even noticed someone rowing a boat in the center of the lake. "What? This is astonishing!" I exclaimed, marveling at the wonders of the world. Yes, Grandma continued, your grandfather described the ghostly boat under the moonlight as a type of treasure, known as the Golden Boat Nightmare, belonging to the realm of dead treasures, that he didn't elaborate further, and he believed that the fish was extraordinary and might also be a treasure, so he sought it diligently. Although he didn't find the strange fish, he did discover an underwater cave, underwater cave. Indeed, your grandfather mentioned that sometimes, on a full moon night, the water level in the lake would drop significantly, revealing an entrance on the northern shore. When one first enters, the water is abundant, but gradually it becomes shallower. Your grandfather said he would tell you about this when you grew older, urging you to visit that underwater cave. However, the timing of the water's descent is uncertain, though it will always be during a full moon. Grandmother believes that the cave must harbor countless treasures hidden by your grandfather. Otherwise, he would not have risked your safety for such an adventure. Within that cave, there may lie something capable of curing Ergo's ailment. Regardless, your grandfather has entrusted you with this task, and you must undertake it. Why didn't you share all these matters with Xuanzi sooner? Dear grandmother, alas, I felt the days were numbered, which is why I chose to confide in you. I did not wish for you to face danger. Xuanzi, remember this. You must never inherit your grandfather's possessions. Dongzi may be disobedient, yet he possesses a certain wisdom in this regard. You must not engage with it. Your great-grandfather was a master of yin and yang, and your grandfather was also a geomancer. The knowledge of yin, yang, and geomancy should not be passed down beyond 3 generations. Skills do not last beyond 3 generations, and the more they are passed down, the more they bring ruin, resulting in calamity for the entire family. Folklore has long held that yin and yang practitioners face extinction after 3 generations, and the same applies to Taoist priests. They can only pass down their traditions for a limited time. Lest they face extinction, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged, as this is a punishment from the heavens for those who seek to uncover them. That I etched grandmother's words into my heart, envisioning my grandfather's extraordinary experiences and the mysterious lake illuminated by moonlight, and before I knew it, I drifted into slumber. The following morning, I gathered Dongzi, Ergo, and the others, recounting grandmother's tales of the Blue Lake and the enigmatic cave. While they were astonished, they were also eager to embark on the adventure, unanimously declaring that we must visit the Blue Lake. Ergo, deeply moved, wept profusely, snot and tears streaming down his face as he expressed his gratitude. I retorted, "Get lost. We are not going for your sake. We are in pursuit of those treasures." Ergo managed to stifle his tears and snot that I addressed everyone. The reason my grandmother has concealed this from me for so many years is that there are many unforeseen circumstances and dangers associated with this journey. Not to mention the cave. Merely the golden ship nightmare and that peculiar fish with a large head would be enough to give us a fright that we have no idea what the cave is like or when it might appear or vanish. Regardless of whether it is to cure Ergo's illness or to fulfill my grandfather's dying wish, I must visit the Blue Lake, that if you are fearful and hesitant, it is perfectly fine if you choose not to join. Dongzi replied, "Brother, wherever you go, I will follow." Ergo added, "To heal my illness, I must go." Qi Xing chimed in, "You are off on a quest for medicine and treasure. How could I possibly miss out on such excitement?" I nodded, truly a good friend. Turning to Shui Xin, this girl had more courage than her brother Qi Xing. She would undoubtedly want to join us. However, I could not bear to let her accompany us on such a perilous adventure. Just as I was about to urge her to stay behind, Shui Xin looked at me and quickly said, "Hey, I know what you mean. Don't think you can leave me behind at home while you all have fun." "I am definitely going." I insisted, "You still need to help your mother at home. Your mother is unwell, and with Qi Xing away, you should stay and take care of her." Shui Xin's face fell, and it took several attempts to persuade her to agree. "Oh, beautiful Shui Xin, how could I allow you to accompany us on this adventure?" Yet there was another pressing concern. although the brothers were united in purpose. How could our families permit us to take such significant risks? Contemplating this, we all wore troubled expressions that if it were just me, there would be no objections. Ergo had just recovered from a serious illness. Dongzi was absorbed in ancient texts at home, and as for Qi Xing, who possessed some skills, I was uncertain whether his family would allow him to engage in such a seemingly insignificant yet risky endeavor. At that moment, an old sow from someone's house ran out, and a group of us surrounded it as it made its way home. Dongzi glanced at the sow, then at Ergo, and suddenly a smile spread across his face that I sensed he had an idea, and while feeling hopeful, I teased him, "Little brother, why are you smiling after looking at the sow and then at Ergo?" "Just because Ergo is a bit chubby doesn't mean he resembles a boar." Dongzi laughed. "Haha, brother, don't poke fun at the chubby fellow. I might have come up with an idea." "Oh, what is it? Please share." Everyone looked at Dongzi with eager anticipation. There is a method for dispelling calamities mentioned in the Heavenly Talisman that it speaks of a creature called Jaiji, which has bristles covering its body, long pig legs, a green face, and exposed fangs, fearsome and terrifying. In fact, this creature is the local name for a wild boar. Its stomach contains a small divine stone, which can fight demons and dispel calamities. As long as one wears this stone, they become immune to all poisons. That we can tell our families that the Zhang family matriarch mentioned that Ergo's illness can only be cured with the stone from the boar's stomach. We must find it soon to heal Ergo, so surely we can go hunt for the little boar. There's a saying in the northeastern mountains: 1 wild boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. This suggests that the wild boar is the king of the forest, at least when it comes to humans, since tigers do prey on wild boars. Thus, it would still be somewhat challenging for Dongzi's rationale to persuade our families. However, if someone could accompany us, our family's concerns might lessen significantly. This person is none other than San Er, the village butcher who previously participated in the ghost hunting incident. Chapter 18. The Blue Lake San Er is not only skilled at slaughtering pigs and sheep, but he is also one of the best hunters in the entire Lianhua Mountain. His family has been in the business of butchering for many years. When there is no work at home, he takes a few good hunting dogs into the mountains. San Er is very capable, with excellent marksmanship, and his hunting dogs are equally brave, ensuring that he always returns from the mountains with a full load. Every time we enter the city, much of the high-quality livestock and furs we bring back come from San Er's family. That I share my thoughts with everyone, and they agreed that we hurried to San Er's home and explained the situation to him. We called him Brother San Er, and mentioned that the Zhang family matriarch had said that if Ergo did not obtain that stone, his illness could worsen, and that saving a life is worth more than building several pagodas. Ultimately, I even offered up the precious knife my grandfather had left behind. It is a rare item, nearly 3 feet long, gleaming coldly and capable of slicing through iron like mud. After much persuasion, San Er finally agreed. That we then informed him that the matriarch had said that the king of the wild boars could only be found near a certain blue lake in Lianhua Mountain. Every full moon night, it would come to the north bank of the blue lake to drink water, so we must go there. San Er nodded in understanding and detailed the precautions we should take while hunting wild boars before we concluded our discussion. Then, we each went home to persuade our families that as the main advocate. Ergo tearfully recounted how he was still young and had not yet married, yet he was facing death, which would lead to his family line ending, leaving his white-haired parents to mourn their black-haired son. That he evoked such sorrowful imagery that if the parents refused, it would seem as if they were condemning Ergo's entire family to be by the time we finished. The sky was nearly dark, but at last, our families reluctantly agreed that we each packed our belongings, rested, and anxiously awaited the arrival of the full moon. We set out under the light of the moon on the 14th night. Our families accompanied us to the eastern edge of the village, offering countless reminders and advice. Only grandmother was absent. Shueixen looked back longingly. Uncle also came, advising San Er to look after us on the journey and to ensure that we did not act recklessly, instructing us to follow San Er's lead and adhere to organizational discipline. Accompanying us was San Er's hunting dog, named Tiger. This robust hunting dog was almost as tall as I was when standing, 8.5 years old, with shiny black fur and a fearsome appearance. However, when San Er was present, it was very well behaved, with a chain loosely attached to its neck. That in the mountains, almost every household raises dogs. So we were delighted to see such a strong hunting dog. Only Ergo, the coward, kept shrinking behind Qi Xing, exclaiming, "Oh my, such a large beast! San Er, you must keep a tight hold on it." San Er patted Tiger's head with a smile, and Dongzi teased Ergo, "You fatso, mind your words. I heard that animals that have lived with humans for a long time can understand human speech. Be careful, or Tiger might remember what you said and take a bite out of you when you least expect it." As Dongzi spoke, Tiger licked his tongue and gazed at Ergo, causing him to retreat further behind Qi Xing, and we all laughed. Before we departed, I gave Shui Exin the pink hairpin I had bought during my last trip to the city. She accepted it with a flush, saying nothing, simply staring at me in a daze that we walked quite a distance, and Shui Exin waved goodbye to us with lingering reluctance. For reasons unknown, I felt a pang of sorrow in my heart. After the bright moonlight and before dawn, the mountains were at their darkest, that we traveled for a while, passing the site where the bloodied corpses were discovered years ago, sending a chill through my heart. But no one dared to mention it again. Gradually, the moon disappeared, and the forest became pitch black, leaving us unable to proceed. Thus, we found a clearing to sit down and rest, remaining silent the entire way. By the next morning, we finally reached the center of Lianhua Mountain, right at the pocket. Before us lay a waterfall cascading down from the cliff, a magnificent sight, resembling a flowing jade ribbon, plunging down and creating clouds of mist. The waterfall cascades over the stones, splashing countless silver columns of varying sizes that, under the sunlight, resemble an array of exquisite, translucent pearls. The clusters of droplets dance in the wind, showering our faces and bodies, imparting a refreshing coolness. Logically, such a waterfall should possess considerable might, akin to a celestial descent from the snowy peaks of Jade City, its roar resonating throughout the valley like the thunderous gallop of 1,000 steeds. Yet, surprisingly, the sound of this waterfall is rather subdued, and the water is remarkably clear, devoid of any jade-like hue, an oddity indeed. The azure lake must lie at the terminus of the streams formed by the waterfall. As we followed the creek downstream for several hundred meters, we finally beheld the enchanting, elusive lake nestled amidst a lush grove. This lake, akin to jadeite, is embedded within the petals of a lotus, its waters sparkling with a brilliance that resembles radiant jade. Sunlight glimmers upon the surface, casting a shimmering glow that a thin veil of mist hovers above the lake, cloaking it in an air of mystery. At this moment, we are all captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Observing the terrain and the lake's hue, I remarked, "This is indeed the Blue Lake." After a brief respite, we erected a canvas shelter not far from the northern shore. East and I remained behind to guard our belongings while Qixing and Ergu scoured the surroundings for firewood. Santa loosened the tiger's leash and took it out for a hunt, with East and I feeling somewhat idle. We decided to investigate the lake's extraordinary nature. Standing by the verdant waters, it lay still as a mirror. East picked up a stone and tossed it into the lake, and as foretold in legends, the surface merely rippled gently, the waves disappearing in the blink of an eye, as if an immense force had swiftly consumed everything. East looked at me, and I met his astonished gaze, my heart racing in agreement. Grandmother's words ring true. The lake resembles a sentient being, gliding past us silently, unnoticed. Before long, Sanner and the tiger returned, carrying 2 roe deer and a pheasant. Accompanying the skilled hunter Sanner into the mountains guarantees a feast. As we savored the succulent roasted deer and pheasant, our mouths greasy with delight, Sanner urged, "Eat up, for we shall not have another meal tonight, and cannot start a fire. Ensure that we dispose of the bones and charcoal properly. Toss them into the lake, for the creature's keen nose will detect the scent of roasted meat." After our meal, we resolved to rest, knowing that we would likely be sleepless tonight. He reiterated the precautions regarding the creature, and we tidied up before retiring to our shelter. Though filled with anxiety and excitement, sleep eluded us that we let Sanner drift off first while we gathered outside the shelter, discussing our plans for the evening. I recounted the lake's peculiarities again, then brought up the cave. Currently, Sanner remains oblivious to our secret. Tonight, with the full moon overhead, who knows if the lake will recede and reveal the cave? However, we can be sure that the creature won't appear, that we must strategize on how to persuade Sanner to join us inside, should the cave manifest. Qixing interjected, "Let it be. He has already come this far. Our elders have repeatedly urged him to look after us, so if we all venture in, he will surely follow." "Indeed," well said. Everything is prepared. We must not forget anything, especially the fire starter, for the cave will be engulfed in darkness. Without it, we are doomed. Thus, we exchanged thoughts for quite some time, taking turns to keep watch while managing to rest briefly. Finally, night fell as the last cloud in the western sky was painted over by the night's ink. Darkness enveloped us. The full moon ascended slowly, casting a bright light upon the mysterious lake in Lotus Mountain, which began to emit a faint blue glow, though we gazed in awe at this enchanting spectacle. Marveling at its oddity, the moon reached its zenith. Even stranger occurrences unfolded. We stood transfixed, breathless with astonishment. At this moment, the lake's surface appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, the pale blue water reflecting an eerie light under the moon's gaze. As the moon climbed higher, we concealed ourselves behind the trees, enduring the bites of mosquitoes, our hearts racing with trepidation. This blue lake is indeed a realm of wonder. The crystalline waters we witnessed at the waterfall transformed into a deep hue downstream, only to morph into this ethereal sky blue shade by night. Among us, East, possessing extensive knowledge, pondered throughout the day, but could not recall any book containing such a description. Being near the blue lake conjured the feeling that anything could happen. Now, with the moon at its peak, the shadows of the trees grew shorter. Just as I was about to yawn, Qixing whispered urgently, "Look, it's coming." Instantly alert, I cast my gaze toward the northern shore, but saw nothing unusual, prompting me to ask Ergu, "Can you see what Qixing is talking about?" Ergu peered from behind the tree, and I noticed his eyes widening with surprise, yet he still saw nothing. Knowing Ergu's heightened senses, I inquired, "What did you see, you fatso?" His voice trembled as he replied, "The lake water is slowly receding." Qixing from the tree urged, "Look at the center of the lake. It seems something is about to emerge from the water." Straightening up, I looked toward the lake's center and noticed that the mist had thickened considerably. Waves were rising, growing larger with each surge, as if a curtain was being drawn back to our horror. A menacing whirlpool began to form at the center, its diameter expanding as a red glow emerged, suggesting a fierce fire was burning beneath the water. The surrounding waters began to churn violently, and in the blink of an eye, the mist swelled, enveloping the trees. We were all struck with terror, and it took a while for us to react. Gasping as the fog thickened, I shouted, "Everyone, run to the northern shore." At that moment, Sanner also grasped the situation and asked, "What is happening? Did the old lady ever mention this lake could emit smoke?" Ergu's voice emerged from the mist. "Everyone, cover your mouths and noses. This water vapor could be toxic." I replied, "It's too late to cover up now. The trees here are still thriving. The vapor shouldn't be poisonous. Forget that for now. The fog is too dense. Let us head to the northern shore." Just then, a heart-wrenching howl from the tiger pierced the air, sending chills down our spines. The mist had thickened to the point where we could no longer see the lake's center nor each other's faces. Only indistinct silhouettes, while the center glowed a fiery red. Sanner called out, "Tiger! Tiger!" I shouted back, "Sanner, what is going on?" He yelled. "I don't know, I was just mesmerized by the whirlpool when I realized the tiger was gone." "Tiger! Tiger!" As I ran, I urged, "Forget about it. We must flee to the northern shore. It feels as if the lake is about to explode." In truth, I was anxious. The water level was dropping, and perhaps the cave entrance was already exposed. We had to seize the opportunity to retrieve what grandfather had left behind. If we delayed, who knew what further complications might arise? The lake was too enigmatic. Not far from the northern shore, where the mist was lighter, we emerged from the dense fog to find a vast expanse of wetlands, the result of the receding waters. In the distance, I spotted a sloped rock, upon which a dark cave entrance loomed. Over a meter high, I glanced back to see everyone following closely, and I exclaimed, "The cave entrance has revealed itself. Let us hurry inside for cover." As I dashed toward the rock and bent down to enter, a sudden force yanked me back, nearly causing me to fall. I turned to confront whoever had pulled me, only to find it was Sanner grasping my clothing. "Sanner, what is the matter?" I asked. "What are you doing? Acting like a rat. Just diving into any hole you see. What if there are dangerous creatures inside?" I referred to the term used in northeast China for a large, dark snake, even if the king of hell resides within. "I shall enter today." At that moment, Ergu and East arrived, panting heavily upon seeing the cave entrance, both exclaiming in wonder, Yet Qixing and the tiger were nowhere to be seen as I scanned the thick mist behind us. Where the center of the lake glowed ominously red, obscuring the moon. Where's Qixing? Has anyone seen him? I asked. Don't worry. He is the fastest runner among us. He is probably already inside the cave. Ergo declared that he approached the cave entrance and peered inside, calling out, Qixing, Qixing, your grandpa is here. Come and face your demise. I admonished him, you fool, this is no time for jokes. Just then a shadow darted past me, and I realized it was Qixing. He leaped forward, knocking Ergo to the ground. Stop calling out. I've been watching the whirlpool from the trees and saw a dark creature emerge. I have no idea what it is, but it seems sizable. If only I had your keen eyesight, I would know what mischief is afoot. I urged, we can't waste time discussing this. Let us hurry into the cave and retrieve the items before the water rises again. Retrieve what items? Ergo asked as Sanergo was currently engulfed in confusion, his complexion ghastly pale, as he anxiously glanced around, repeatedly calling out the name of the tiger to Sanergo. I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. The item we sought for Ergo is hidden within this cave, a relic left by my grandfather. Fearing that our families might worry, we fabricated the tale of the thorn-headed tyrant. Once we retrieve the item, I assure you, I will provide you with 10 fine hunting dogs upon our return. Moved by our willingness to take such risks for Ergo's ailment, Sanergo resolutely declared, I have no brothers of my own, but witnessing your camaraderie makes me wish to swear brotherhood with you. Today, Lu Sangang will go all out. Even if it leads to the gates of hell, I shall face it head-on. Bravo, Sanergo! Dongzi exclaimed. However, we hastily fled earlier, leaving our belongings in the tent. Right now, you are the only one armed with a hunting rifle. Please wait here while I retrieve it. Before Dongzi could finish his sentence, Qixing had already dashed out. After a considerable distance, his voice echoed back, Everyone, wait for me. Qixing shall return shortly. I turned my gaze toward the lake center, where vapor swirled above the whirlpool, a crimson glow reaching for the heavens. Could it be that the monstrous creature, described by my grandmother as having a colossal head, lurked there? Turning back to the cave's entrance, I was met with an impenetrable darkness, a chill breeze wafting from within, causing me to shiver involuntarily. What awaited us inside? Before long, Qixing returned, clutching the forgotten package and a hunting rifle. Sanergo called out for the tiger a few times, only to express his disappointment. The tiger has likely fled in fright. Let us not dwell on it any longer. With our possessions in hand, we shall enter the cave. We exchanged bittersweet glances, reassuring him, It's all right, Sanergo. Perhaps the tiger has already returned home. Thus, Sanergo led the way, with Qixing bringing up the rear, as we ventured into the cave, armed and ready. The entrance stood about a meter high, and upon bending to enter, we found the interior spacious enough to stand upright. Each of us lit the fire sticks we carried, with Sanergo wielding a pine resin torch, illuminating the cave considerably. The air was thick with moisture, a cold breeze hitting us directly, while the flickering flames cast dancing shadows. The ground was slick with smooth, rounded stones, and the walls bore sparse little holes, likely eroded by years of water. The entire cavern was devoid of fine sand, comprised solely of stone, as if it had been hollowed out entirely from the rock. The cave sloped downward, and with each step, the humidity intensified. After a while, Ergo expressed his trepidation. What place is this? We've been walking for so long without reaching the end. Could it be a bottomless pit? I retorted, You, with your hefty stature, are surprisingly timid. How long have we actually been walking? Stop talking and keep up. If we don't hurry, the water will rise, and it won't be a joke. We'll all be submerged. Just as the stout fellow was about to protest, Dongzi interjected, Brother, the cave is descending deeper. At this rate, we might end up in a waterlogged pit. Even if there are treasures, they would have long been washed away. I countered, What you say holds some truth. But if Grandpa was able to hide treasures here, he must have had a means to protect them from water. At that moment, Ergo suddenly let out a piercing scream, a sound so harrowing it nearly caused my fire stick to slip from my grasp. Chapter 20. The Limax Ergo's shriek startled us, prompting us to turn and inquire, What on earth is wrong with you? In a state of sheer terror, Ergo stammered, Something unknown just crawled on my hand, sticky and cold as ice, causing my heart to ache. I shone the fire stick down to inspect, revealing a semi-transparent white worm, roughly the size of a caterpillar, with two small antennae atop its head, wriggling on the ground, leaving behind a long, faint red trail. Fear not, it's merely a soil slug. How can you be so cowardly? I chuckled, observing Ergo's frightened demeanor. But this soil slug bites. Look at my hand. It has taken a layer of skin. Upon inspecting Ergo's hand, I indeed noticed a small wound oozing blood. It dawned on me that the faint red trail was a mixture of his blood and the creature's slime. This worm was no ordinary soil slug, Sanergo remarked. Soil slugs do not bite. They can even neutralize poison. Once, my father was bitten by a venomous snake while on the mountain, and we used this creature, crushed and mixed with herbal medicine, to treat the wound. Dongzi crouched to examine it and declared, "This is certainly not a soil slug. In books, it is referred to as a limax or a grave worm, a carnivorous creature." Carnivorous? I shuddered at the thought of this worm resembling a soil slug, realizing it thrived on flesh. Dongzi elaborated, "It is called a grave worm because it feeds on the flesh of the dead. Also known as a tomb worm, often found in graveyards that in the Northern Song dynasty, there was a book titled Tomb Worm Chronicles, detailing the dangers of this creature, though the text has since mythologized it, claiming it consumes the rotting flesh of the deceased to aid in their transcendence, absolving them of their earthly sins. That I had always thought this was merely a legend. To discover such a creature truly existed was astonishing." Dongzi's excitement was palpable as he spoke. "Feeding on the flesh of the dead. This cave is made of stone. Where would it find meat?" Just then, Qixing, who was at the back, suddenly exclaimed, "Zhuanzi, look at the wall." I quickly stood up to see numerous small creatures wriggling on the wall. Sanergo illuminated them with his torch, and we were struck with horror as grave worms emerged from the tiny holes in the stone. I shone my fire stick at the wall ahead, revealing countless grave worms crawling out, some already falling to the ground. Following the direction of their descent, I realized several had already climbed up my pant legs. I hastily shook them off and shouted, "Run. These creatures have been drawn out by us. We must hurry deeper into the cave and retrieve the item." As I ran, my mind raced with dread. How could this stone cave sustain so many grave worms? Sanergo, while running, swung his torch to incinerate the advancing grave worms. Relieved that none had yet appeared from above, that I reached in his snakeskin bag to retrieve the remaining pine resin torches. We had brought 4 in total, but only lit Sanerg's to conserve resources before entering the cave. I quickly ignited one and used it to help fend off the grave worms blocking our path. However, the grave worms multiplied, and the ground blackened where the torch had been swung, emitting a burnt odor. Each time the flames passed, the grave worms would regroup, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary soil slugs. Ergo and the others behind us shouted in desperation. They had brought little more than a fire stick, a sickle, or a baton, desperately swatting at the grave worms while cursing under their breath. Suddenly, Sanergo halted in front of me, and I, unable to dodge in time, collided with him, causing a chain reaction as others bumped into him as well, sending Sanergo sprawling far ahead. Yes, I got up to inquire what had happened. I noticed a massive white creature blocking most of the cave's entrance where Sanerg's torch had fallen. Just as I was about to rise and retrieve the torch, I was struck by the sight of a gigantic grave worm lying across the cave's entrance. Its sheer size sending chills down my spine, that I pulled Sanergo up and addressed the group. To capture the thief, we must first subdue the king of grave worms if we wish to enter and claim the treasure. But this creature is colossal. It must be a spirit. At that moment, the grave worm king lay before us. Yet due to the pine resin torch on the ground, it appeared reluctant to advance. Meanwhile, Qixing and the stout fellow were engaged in a fierce battle with the smaller grave worms, with Qixing shouting, "Zhuanzi, think of something. We can barely hold on," as I wielded the torch to incinerate the grave worms surging from the walls. I kept my eyes on the looming white creature. It was still dripping water, which pooled into small streams, threatening to extinguish the flame. That I thought to myself, "This is dire. We are surrounded, with only the overhead space remaining safe. Could there be a passage above?" Just then, the torch extinguished with a hiss. That I cursed, "Damn it. Dongzi, does this creature go by the name Dripping Guanin as well?" Dongzi, caught off guard, replied, "Huh, that is not mentioned in the books." I cursed again, but then noticed Sanergo pulling out a long knife from his snakeskin bag, drawing it with a gleaming edge. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the very blade we had given Sanerg's grandfather to persuade him to join us. This knife, whose origins were unknown, appeared ancient yet could cut through steel effortlessly. Truly a remarkable weapon. With a mighty roar, Sanar-Gu charged forward, but I sensed danger. From beneath the Worm King, numerous grave worms began to surge forth. I quickly grabbed Sanar-Gu, using the torch to fend off the encroaching grave worms. Sanar-Gu, this situation is not right. Have you noticed the Worm King is shrinking? Sanar-Gu glanced and replied. Indeed, it isn't as large as before. As I was about to continue, a cacophony of curses erupted from behind, followed by Dongzi's anguished cry that I hurriedly asked, "What is happening?" Dongzi shouted, "We can barely hold them off at the back. The number of tomb insects is increasing exponentially." I waved my torch and said to Sanar, "We are running out of time. Although these tomb insects are small, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Look at the rising water on the ground, all flowing from the belly of that insect king, that we have no idea how many more tiny tomb insects are lurking beneath, that if you strike down now, you might inadvertently aid in their reproduction, and we would be in dire straits." Sanar, in a frenzy, slashed wildly with his knife, stamping his feet in frustration. "What should we do? At this rate, we will all perish in this cave at the hands of these vile creatures." "Dongzi, is there anything in the books about how to deal with these pests?" Dongzi, out of breath, replied, "Tomb insects fear talismans and open flames." Without hesitation, I yanked out all the torches, igniting one and tossing it to Qixing at the back. Then throwing another to Ergo. There was no time for hesitation. If we lost our lives here, no number of torches would matter, that I gazed at the swarm of tomb insects pouring forth from the belly of the insect king, and, steeling myself, turned to Sanar. "Sanar, how proficient are you with the blade?" Upon hearing my words, Sanar understood the gravity of the situation. His eyes gleamed with determination as he replied, "With 30 years of expertise in butchering pigs and sheep passed down through generations." "I am trustworthy," I nodded. "Excellent. Since death is inevitable, we must not allow these creatures to gain an undue advantage. I will provide cover with the torch. You must approach and strike down this creature, aiming for its head. Once struck, retreat immediately, and I will use the torch to sever its advance." Sanar acknowledged my command. Brandishing his knife as he prepared to advance, that I clutched my torch, standing at the forefront to fend off the encroaching tomb insects. Ignoring the splashes of water beneath my feet, I rushed towards the insect king, and under the oppressive flames, I noticed the insect king's face recoil slightly, that I in a moment of swift action. Sanar charged forward without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved off half of the insect king's head. I rejoiced, quickly extending the torch to drive back the encroaching tomb insects. Illuminated by the flames, I saw dark water gushing from the severed head of the insect king. Its stench repugnant as it flowed ominously behind it. My heart sank as I recalled the torrent of water that had extinguished my torch moments earlier, and I was filled with dread. This cave slants downward, so the water should flow downward as well. Why then did the water that had escaped from the insect king flow upward, extinguishing the torch? Chapter 21. The pest-repelling treasure that I grappled with these confusing thoughts. I noticed the body of the insect king shrinking, suddenly revealing a disheveled human head emerging from the wound. The head slowly emerged from the putrid black water within the insect king, its skin entirely absent, revealing a ghastly white skull. The skull, as if animated, gradually extended its neck. Fear coursed through me, rendering my body weak. The torch slipped from my grasp and extinguished upon hitting the ground, plunging me into darkness, face to face with the skeletal visage that I in mere moments. The swarm of tomb insects surged towards me. Paralyzed by fear, I could only watch as the insects crawled up my legs, threatening to ascend my bare arms. I recalled Ergo's hand, marred as if a layer of skin had been stripped away by a tomb insect, that my own skin would soon face the same fate, devoured nearly to nothingness. Suddenly, I recalled the blood corpse from years past. Had it not transformed into that wretched form due to the gnawing of tomb insects? Was I now destined to become a soulless husk, akin to that blood corpse? Why had my grandfather concealed his possessions in such a perilous cave? Had he also fallen victim to these tomb insects? Who was the skinless figure emerging from the insect king? Could it be my grandfather, long thought lost and hiding from pursuers? In this moment of impending death, countless enigmas remained unsolved in my mind, that I contemplated many things, yet the thought of fleeing eluded me. Fear was fear that consumed all rational thought. The tomb insects crawled over my body, and just as I was on the verge of being overwhelmed, a gunshot rang out, a lead pellet whistling past my ear and striking the head protruding from the insect king's body. While the pellet lacked significant power, the head still burst open, though there was no spray of blood. The corpse had already been reduced to a mere husk, its flesh drained by the tomb insects. Leaving only a shell behind, the pellet whizzed past my ear. The head that had emerged from the insect king's body jolted me back to my senses, soaking me in cold sweat. I hastily shook off the tomb insects that were climbing up my pant legs, and Sanner and Ergo rushed over with their hunting rifles and torches to assist in clearing the insects from my clothing. Ergo exclaimed, "My dear Schwanzi, what are you dawdling for? If it weren't for my astute reflexes and Sanner's impeccable aim, you would have ended up as the insect king's next meal." But then he paused, glancing at the tomb insects that had nearly overwhelmed me, and quickly added, "What in the world was that creature?" I felt a sense of relief as the tomb insects on my body were mostly shaken off. I shouted, "To hell with you, you fat fool. I was on the brink of death, and you still have the gall to jabber on. Hurry up and help me get rid of these wretched creatures. Had I not reminded Sanner to shoot, you'd have been devoured by now." Ergo's words trailed off as he saw my raised fist, quickly silencing himself. "All right, enough chatter. Take off your shirt and shake it out." I hurriedly stripped off my shirt, only to realize that the insect king was shrinking further while the tomb insects were multiplying, closing in around us. These small creatures were impervious to guns. And while fire could fend them off temporarily, the torches were burning down, and once they extinguished, we would be finished. As I picked up a fallen torch, I declared loudly, "We must devise a plan quickly. If this continues, once the torches burn out, our lives will be forfeit. What can we do? Unless you block up the cave." Ergo replied that I've contemplated every conceivable demise, but never did I imagine being eaten alive by these repulsive little insects. I retorted, "Ergo, if you can't speak constructively, then just be silent and don't demoralize us. Dongzi, think of a strategy. Something must be able to counter these creatures." Dongzi, clutching his whistle stick, replied, "The books glorify tomb insects. They only sing their praises and never mention how to deal with them." Frustrated, I exclaimed, "To hell with the deities." Zhang Lianchen once said that the Monkey King could traverse heaven and earth, transforming into anything, yet in the end he was still subdued by the Buddha. Sanner interjected, "Enough of this clamor. Qixing, do you have everything you brought from the bundle?" Qixing responded, "Oh, I brought everything except for a few wooden stakes. They are all in the snakeskin bag." "Good. Dongzi Xuanzi, do you think these insects fear mugwort? Mugwort is not only used for acupuncture and medicinal purposes, but also serves as a pest repellent during summer. The mosquitoes in the mountains can be particularly vicious, leaving domestic pigs covered in welts that alleviate their suffering. People mix dried grass with mugwort, igniting it to drive away the pests. The mountain folk often dry mugwort and compress it into cakes for routine pest control. We had brought some mugwort cakes with us into the mountains to fend off swarms of flies and mosquitoes that I had never witnessed the power of these insects crossing the mountains. But I had heard the elders say that when they do, not a blade of grass remains, a testament to their might, that I exclaimed, "Of course, why didn't I think of that sooner? Most insects cannot withstand the scent of mugwort." Santa noted, "I checked earlier, and I don't have any mugwort cakes in my bag. Qixing, could you check yours?" I shielded Qixing as he rummaged through the snakeskin bag on his back. Retrieving 4 mugwort cakes, that I took 2, tossing them to Sanner, while Qixing and I each kept 1. Sanner instructed, "I will count to 3, and everyone light the cakes and toss them out together. After throwing them, cover your nose and mouth. We don't want the insects to escape while we suffocate ourselves." Everyone nodded in agreement, but Sanner shouted, 1, 2, 3, throw!" The 4 mugwort cakes ignited almost simultaneously and were hurled into the cave. We covered our noses and mouths while waving our torches, and the entire cavern was soon filled with the thick smoke produced by the burning mugwort, causing us to cough uncontrollably. Then, a near-miraculous event occurred. I observed that the tomb insects that had just crawled out from the cave retreated, all of them fleeing from the smoke. Some even succumbed to the fumes on the spot, lying still. In no time, the living tomb insects had vanished without a trace, leaving only their lifeless bodies behind. At that moment, the smoke thickened, making my head spin, that I covered my nose and said to Santa, "The tomb insects have all fled. We need to extinguish this smoke quickly, or we will suffocate." San'er glanced at the ground, where the previous black water had flowed away with the terrain. Frustrated, he shook his head, unable to devise a solution. I looked at Ergo and had a sudden inspiration, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, fatso, here's your chance to benefit the masses." I pointed below, then at the burning mugwort cakes ahead to Ergo. Without hesitation, stepped forward to loosen his trousers that I in my previous panic and fright. I now felt the urgency, rushing to the front to relieve myself, the water cascading down. Once the smoke had dissipated sufficiently, Ergo patted his chest and laughed. "Ha, you wouldn't believe it, but my young boy's urine is truly extraordinary. Let me tell you something. Since I was little, I've enjoyed sneaking off to the well at the village entrance to relieve myself. And you all grew up drinking the urine of your dog grandfather. And now, this same urine has saved your lives. Haha, how will you all thank me?" Upon recalling the scene of Ergo squatting at the mouth of the well to relieve himself. While I had grown up drinking from that very well, a wave of nausea surged within me, and my temper flared uncontrollably. "You fat fool. You deserve a beating," just as I was about to throw a punch. I heard Qi Xing shout sharply, "Xuanzi, stop. Look behind you." His voice was piercing and unnerving. Turning around, a foul stench assaulted my senses. To my horror, I discovered that the creature within the Bug King's body was only a few steps away. This was no longer human. It was far more terrifying than the blood corpse of years past. Its flesh had decayed, leaving only a few remnants clinging to its stark white bones, which were exposed. Its face was a mere mask of blackened, desiccated skin stretched over its gaunt skull, hair disheveled and trailing, oozing black liquid as it rushed towards me. Chapter 22. The Undying Guardian. At that moment, I was left with nothing but a torch to in a panic, unable to evade. I heard San'er shout, "Xuanzi, get down." Heeding his warning, I dropped to the ground just as a sand bullet whizzed past, striking the blood corpse in the head. There was a dull thud as the bullet penetrated its skull, causing the creature to lean back, almost toppling over. That I exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking, what monstrous entities you are. This shot from San'er will surely take your ghostly life. However, before I could fully rise, the blood corpse, much like me, staggered and charged again. Behind me, Ergo cried out, "Mother! What is happening? Xuanzi, run. Xuanzi, stay down and don't move." San'er shouted again, as two more sand bullets screamed overhead, one striking the blood corpse's forehead and the other its shoulder. The blood corpse staggered back 2 steps, yet it showed no signs of exhaustion, continuing its relentless advance towards us. San'er prepared to fire again, and as I stood and stepped back, I shouted, "Don't waste bullets. That thing ain't even human. It can't be killed." The blood corpse moved slowly, and as we retreated a few steps, I asked Dongzi, "What in the world is that? Is it a ghost?" Dongzi replied, "It doesn't seem like one. It feels more like a skeleton. All that is left is dead skin and a bony frame." Ergo added, "Damn it, is it like that blood corpse from years ago? Back then, you were just a pup, scared out of your wits. Now, facing it here, you're not the same dog you once were. Just the right time for you to settle the score for that fright." Ergo spoke with fervor, yet remained rooted in place. Shrinking back instead, that I retorted, "You think you've grown a spine? Why don't you step up?" Hey, Xuanzi, don't say that. If you keep it up, I might just go." "Oh, I'll keep saying it if you're so capable. Why don't you go? Bullets can't kill it. Can you suffocate it with your farts?" Even at such a dire moment, these two were bickering. "Brother, think of a way out," Dongzi exclaimed, exasperated by our squabbling. Ergo declared, "San'er, let me borrow your precious blade. Demon, take this from your dog brother." With that, Ergo seized San'er's blade and charged at the blood corpse. "Hey, fatty, don't go," I shouted, realizing he was foolishly marching towards certain death. Just as San'er regained his senses, Ergo had already lunged at the blood corpse, swinging the blade downwards. "Demon, take this from your dog master." With a swift stroke, Ergo severed the blood corpse's right arm. Yet, to our shock, the blood corpse did not bleed or utter a sound. Instead, its left hand lunged towards Ergo. The momentum of Ergo's strike had not yet dissipated when the blood corpse's claw shredded his shirt. Ergo cried out, and San'er fired again, that I rushed forward to pull the fatty back. Ergo's shirt was torn, 5 deep gashes bleeding profusely, staining his clothing crimson. "Are you out of your mind? I merely jest, and you rush to your doom," I scolded. Ergo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said, "Xuanzi, it's truly not human. No kidding. You think we couldn't tell? We've been known for ages. At that moment, the blood corpse hunched forward, advancing towards us. Although it wasn't faster than a normal person, it was closing in rapidly, and we could not afford to sit idly by. Saint-Air aimed the rifle at the blood corpse's head. And I urged him, Saint-Air, don't aim. The gun is useless. It fears not the torch. Ergo chimed in, don't underestimate this beast. Though its movements are slow, its strikes are merciless. Look what it did to me. The strength is formidable. Ergo gently lifted his blood-stained shirt to inspect his wounds. That I asked Dongzi, what is this thing? That it cannot be killed. Dongzi replied, it seems to be the guardian of this place. I once read a journal that described tomb guardians. They are reanimated corpses subjected to special treatments, some soaked in potions, their souls bound to the corpses. Anyone who enters the tomb, be it grave robbers or unwitting creatures, never returns alive. These guardians are immortal. They are no longer human. What we are witnessing bears a striking resemblance to those undying guardians that a chill crept down my spine as I pondered. Undying guardians? Are we to meet our end here? Dongzi reassured. Not necessarily. This INTA tomb. After all, that I can't quite fathom where this thing came from. That Ergo insisted. Xuanzi, we must retreat quickly. We've only just entered and already encountered this damned creature. Who knows what worse horrors lie ahead? I shared his worry. There are no grand tombs of noble figures here. Where did this guardian come from? Is it possible my grandfather set it here to guard treasures? Oh, grandfather, if it were truly your doing, you've put me in a dire predicament. Just then, Saint-Air reclaimed the blade from Ergo's grasp and said, even if it's made of iron. If we dismantle its limbs, it will be finished. He tossed the gun to me. Xuanzi, cover me. Watch how I dismember it. At that moment, Qi Xing, who had been relatively quiet, surged to the front, declaring, Saint-Air, let us work together. I'll distract it with a swift attack on its right side. While it's focused on me, you can use the blade to sever its left arm. Then we'll gag it and see what else it can do. Saint-Air patted Qi Xing's shoulder, praising, excellent idea. Qi Xing grinned at us, exclaiming, watch closely. He lightly touched the ground, swiftly darting past to the blood corpse, leaping into the air to deliver a kick to its right side. His kick was gentle, merely to divert its attention, and he quickly retracted his leg to evade the blood corpse's retaliation. Saint-Air seized the opportunity, shouting, Qi Xing, get back. Without hesitation, he swung the blade towards the blood corpse's left arm, executing a swift and powerful strike. However, due to the blood corpse's movement, the blow was slightly misdirected, yet still managed to sever a significant portion of its arm without hesitation, with both arms now amputated. The blood corpse swayed unsteadily, yet still relentless in its pursuit of us, breathless. Saint-Air remarked, we've taken off both arms, yet it still advances. I replied, Saint-Air, it's no longer human. Who knows what kind of curse or necromancy has befallen it? I glanced at Ergo, whose shirt was still drenched in blood, and asked, Fatty, can you hold on? Feigning nonchalance, Ergo chuckled, Xuanzi, you underestimate me. The grip of a black bear is far worse. I've endured that. So this little injury is nothing, I cautioned. It's best you endure. I fear you might perish, delaying our mission. Turning back to Saint-Air, I urged, this blood corpse poses no real threat now. Saint-Air, quickly dispose of its legs before we lose our chance. Saint-Air spat, sighing, Xuanzi, to be honest, I've slaughtered countless animals over the years, my hands stained with blood, but I've never harmed a human. This blood corpse, despite its appearance, is still humanoid, that I acted only out of self-preservation. Now, it poses no threat to us. Seeing the blood corpse still struggling towards us, I pressed, Saint-Air, can't you see? It wishes to end our lives despite its state. It is no longer human. If we don't deal with it, we'll be the ones to perish. Clenching the blade, Saint-Air gritted his teeth. Noticing his conflicted expression, I decided not to pressure him further and seize the blade from him. Saint-Air, I understand your compassion, but as Zhang Lianxuan said, human nature is inherently good. Yet now, if we don't eliminate it, we will be eliminated if you cannot bear to do it, let me saying this. I charged forward, gripping the heavy blade with both hands, aiming for the blood corpse's lower body to at that moment. A series of barks echoed from the cave entrance, urgent and insistent. Saint-Air exclaimed, is that a tiger? It sounds like a tiger. I halted my advance, and Saint-Air shouted towards the cave entrance, Tiger! Tiger! Chapter 23. The deep lake at the cave's bottom. From the cave's entrance came the distant barks of dogs. As Saner called out incessantly, the barking drew nearer with astonishing speed that in the blink of an eye, I beheld a bloodied corpse of a tiger, its fur singed and charred, lunging towards me. That it had lost its hands, leaving only its menacing mouth, lined with sharp teeth, capable of posing a threat. That I swiftly dodged its attack, causing the corpse to tumble to the ground. Just as I prepared to strike, a shadow leapt from nearby, pouncing upon the bloodied body and began gnawing at its head with a mournful sound. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was indeed the tiger. Its back bore extensive burn wounds, the fur singed and matted into its flesh. A horrifying sight of pus and blood that sent shivers down my spine. That moment, the tiger seized the corpse's head in its jaws and began to shake it violently, emitting a series of mournful growls. After several moments, it had torn the head clean off. A wave of nausea washed over me as the corpse convulsed a few times before lying still. That I forced myself to avert my gaze from the gruesome sight on the ground. Saner, with tears streaming down his face, called out to the tiger, filled with concern. The tiger, having discarded the severed head, approached Saner, who examined the wounds on its back and lamented, "Oh, tiger, what has happened to you?" We gathered around to assess the tiger's injuries, which were indeed burns. However, in this remote mountain, aside from the fire we had made while roasting wild chickens, there were no signs of any other flames. Could the tiger have been burned? Ergo inquired. Dongzi replied, "It appears that it has been scorched, but we are the only ones who have made fire here. How could the tiger have been burned?" I scrutinized the tiger's wounds, my mind racing with doubts. The tiger must have been injured while escaping during the fog, suggesting that there could be others lurking around the blue lake, silently observing us from the shadows. They might have accidentally alerted the tiger and, fearing exposure, attempted to drive it away or eliminate it. Thankfully, this clever dog managed to escape. That if this were the case, who might those shadowy figures be? I felt a sense of caution creeping in, yet I was compelled to enter the cave and retrieve the items. Glancing at the charred corpse of the grave worm and the bloodied body before me, I stood up and addressed everyone. There's no use in lamenting now, that we must refrain from wild speculations. That we have come this far, we cannot turn back. That let's quickly search for what we need. These insects and the bloodied corpse have already consumed too much of our time, and I fear that if we delay any longer, the lake's waters may rise again, and we could all perish here. Saner, his heart heavy with sorrow, wiped his tears and said, "Zhuangzi is right. We must focus on the task at hand. Tiger, bear with us. Once we gather our things, we shall return home to enjoy a feast." Having spent time with humans, the tiger seemed almost to possess human-like understanding. Barking twice as if it comprehended our words, Dongzi said, "Yes, let us heed my brother's advice and proceed deeper." We collected the scattered items, and I lit a torch while Sano led the way with the tiger. We descended for an indeterminate period, the journey proving to be safe. That I reminded Qi Xing to remain alert and to keep an eye on our rear, fearing that someone might ambush us from behind while we were preoccupied with what lay ahead. Suddenly, I heard Ergo hiss, "Zhuangzi, halt!" Everyone remained silent. We held our breath as Ergo crept forward a few steps, pressing his ear to the ground. He then called out to us, "Everyone, move ahead quickly. I hear the sound of water. Wonderful. The sound of water indicates we have reached the cave's bottom. Hurry," I exclaimed, my joy bubbling over. We quickened our pace until we arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where the path abruptly ended. Before us lay an expansive, unfathomable black water lake illuminated by the flickering torchlight. That I lit another torch and handed it to Saner, holding mine aloft to survey our surroundings. The slanted path appeared as though it had been cleaved in half, suspended like a precipice. Ergo bent down, probing the water with his staff, then stood and sighed. Alas, we have yet to decipher the blue lake. And now we face another lake, equally deep and unfathomable. Zhuangzi, look. Even if there is something here, it would be rendered useless by the water. That I retorted. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's investigate further. Perhaps there is a hidden passage or secret chamber that grandfather's treasures may very well lie within. Dongzi nodded, adding, "Indeed, ancient texts often describe treasure troves as being well concealed, some even rigged with poisonous traps and hidden arrows. The more valuable the treasure, the more discreetly it is hidden, with increasingly elaborate mechanisms and secret passages." Our journey to find an entrance has been fraught with difficulty, not to mention the deadly creatures we've encountered. So this treasure must be of great significance, surely capable of curing your ailments and saving your life. Let us hasten our search. Upon hearing of potential treasures, Ergo instantly perked up, seizing Sanner's torch and directing it towards the lake. Exclaiming, "Look, our canine friend possesses keen eyesight, far superior to that of this beast." I chided him, "Hurry up and stop rambling. What are you trying to prove against the tiger?" Ergo scoffed, "This entire area spans several meters of black water, with stone walls on the opposite side, yet devoid of those little wall crevices that it's likely there are no biting insects here." He continued, "The lake surface is also walled with stone. This cavern truly resembles one hewn from solid rock." As Ergo finished speaking, the cave fell silent once more, the stillness eerie and devoid of any sound that a sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to ask Ergo, "Hey, Fatty, you mentioned hearing water earlier. Now, aside from our voices, there is nothing but silence. How could you have heard water?" Ergo listened intently for a moment before stating, "This is strange. I distinctly heard water just moments ago." I crouched down to inspect the pool of black water. While its hue was dark, it was no less clear than the green waters of the blue lake, devoid of any foul odor or strange taste. Its depth was unfathomable, suggesting a connection between this deep lake and the blue lake, albeit not large enough to compromise water quality. Thus, it was plausible that the peculiar fish from the blue lake might also visit this location. Ergo's earlier water sounds could have been produced by some aquatic life dwelling here. Where could grandfather have hidden his possessions? I surveyed the surroundings, urging Ergo to keep a lookout for potential hiding spots. That moment, Ergo exclaimed, "On the opposite wall, there is something that resembles a lantern stand, wrapped in red cloth. I wonder what it could be." I gazed across the lake, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not discern what Ergo described. I sighed. "How on earth can we get over there?" Sanner suggested, "Let the tiger swim over and retrieve it." Dongzi interjected, "You could toss a bone over, and perhaps the tiger would bring it back, but that object is lifeless. The tiger might not recognize it." "Brother, you are the best swimmer among us. You should go." I conceded. Dongzi has a point, but considering Ergo heard water sounds earlier, I fear there may be unsavory creatures lurking beneath the surface. However, I cannot hesitate any longer. I will go. Just as I was about to plunge into the water, Sanner tested the lake's temperature and cautioned, "The water is quite cold. Zhuanzi, be careful." I dipped my hand into the water and found it tolerable. Since childhood, my grandmother had trained me to withstand low temperatures, making this water feel insignificant. That I had often wondered why I was subjected to such training. Now, I realized my grandmother's good intentions. Memories of autumn nights flooded my mind. Recalling how my grandmother would splash me with well water, a warm wave of gratitude washing over me. Did she somehow foresee the path I would take? As I entered the water, I dared not linger. I swam with all my might towards the opposite side, grasping the wall to pull myself up. This cavern's lake was unfathomably deep, requiring me to delicately step on the stones along the wall. Just as my right hand reached for the lantern stand, I lost my grip on the slick wall with my left hand and fell back into the lake with a heavy splash. Sanner and the others gasped in shock as I swiftly adjusted my position and swam back to the wall, calling out to them, "I'm fine, just slipped." Upon touching the lantern stand, I realized that I had scraped my palm against it, blood now seeping from the wound, and the pain intensified with the sight of my blood. That I bit back the pain and reached for the red-wrapped object atop the lantern stand. The package was small, and in the illumination of the nearby torch, I observed that it was enveloped in some transparent material, with red cloth inside. That it appeared to contain numerous items, the outer layer likely serving a waterproof purpose. The package was tightly bound to the lantern stand with twine, and I had to exert considerable effort to detach it. I secured the package around my arm and shouted to everyone, "I've got the item," before diving back into the water to swim back. Not far into my return, a sudden surge of turbulence erupted beneath me, a powerful current that nearly swept me away. Chapter 24. The ancestor spirit. The undercurrents surged with an intensity that thwarted my efforts to swim back. The harder I fought, the stronger the current became, dragging me further from the shore. Panic gripped me, and I found myself helplessly adrift, like a leaf on a vast ocean. Ergo, sensing something was amiss, called out urgently, "Zhuanzi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come back." I shouted back, There is something in the water pulling me down. Quickly, bring the rope and pull me up. In a state of urgency, Qixing hastily retrieved a length of hemp rope from the snakeskin bag slung over his shoulder, forcefully tossing one end to me, who was ensnared in the water's grasp and unable to advance. That I quickly grasped the lifeline, my hands clenching tightly as the surging undercurrents beneath my feet intensified, signaling the presence of something rising from the depths. The formidable pull gradually morphed into a swirling vortex. Ergo and the others clung to the rope with all their might, straining to pull me ashore, while a suffocating sensation enveloped me, propelling my instinct for survival to the forefront of my thoughts. Ultimately, aided by their strength and my desperate attempts to swim upstream, I managed to escape peril. Clambering onto the bank, I greedily inhaled the liberating air, but when I glanced back into the water, I beheld a small whirlpool forming, its inky depths threatening to engulf everything in its path. Gasping for breath, still reeling from the recent ordeal, I suddenly heard Ergo shout, "Not good!" Water is flooding in from the cave entrance. Panic surged within me. It was indeed too late, considering the time we had spent inside the cave. It was plausible that daylight had already broken outside, causing the waters of the blue lake to rise once more. The water surged back in, and with no secret passage to escape, Ergo lamented, "It's over. We are doomed to become the subjects of this water cave, like the Dragon King of Water." Resigned to my fate, I thought it was impossible to escape now, but then Dongzi urged, "Let us secure our belongings. We must not let them be swept away." We all possessed some swimming ability and could still manage for a while. "Sanair, how well can you swim?" I inquired. "Mediocre, but I have the tiger with me. Its swimming prowess is exceptional." "All right, let's secure our belongings." Just as Dongzi finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted behind us as the lake water surged into the cave like a colossal dragon, lifting us into the air before plunging us into the whirlpool below. My body lost all sense of equilibrium, the roar of the water deafening my ears. The immense force and cacophony rendered me unconscious, leaving me in a state of oblivion. When I regained consciousness, I found myself floating face up on the water's surface, my abdomen distended and uncomfortable, expelling a significant amount of water. That I heard Ergo's voice. "Xuanzi, how was your nap?" Upon opening my eyes, I realized it was Ergo and the others. Beneath me was the tiger, straining to keep me afloat. Ergo and Qixing were grasping my arms, while Dongzi supported Sanair as we all swam toward the shore in the center of the lake. Sanair chuckled, "Xuanzi, you rascal. You are the best swimmer among us, yet you ended up needing saving from me." I gazed around at the flickering shadows, the immense and heavy silhouette unmistakably belonging to Lianhua Mountain. This moment, the moon had vanished, marking the darkest hour of the night. Did I in a daze? I asked. "What happened? How did we get out?" Ergo replied, "Of course. You wouldn't know. When the floodwaters surged, you played dead, and we had to exert great effort to haul you up. You should express your gratitude to the tiger." "Hey, tiger, he is awake now. Why are you still supporting him?" I hurriedly dismounted from the tiger, aware that it bore its own injuries, and my back had been rubbing against its wounds. That I affectionately patted the tiger's head, feeling a swell of emotion. Dongzi explained, "After you fainted, we devised a way to hold on to you. The whirlpool expanded, with water flowing into it, and we were fortunate to notice the water level gradually decreasing, which led us to surmise there might be an escape route. Thus, we pulled and tumbled into the whirlpool and unwittingly returned to this blue lake." That I remarked, "Indeed, this lake conceals many secrets. That I owe each of you my life. And you too, tiger." Did I stroke the tiger's head? It had become more than just a dog. It was now a brother in life and death. Just as I was speaking, a warm current surged from beneath the water. Ergo exclaimed, "What the hell? Why is the water getting warm?" Dongzi and the others also noted the change in temperature. Fearing further complications, I urged everyone to exert their strength and swim to the shore. At that moment, Ergo noticed a dark shadow moving ahead and shouted, "What creature is that up ahead?" The tiger began barking furiously. We peered ahead, where the waves were tumultuous, as if some massive entity was swimming past. Ergo warned everyone, "Don't swim forward. It's a large beast." Suddenly, the scene brightened, and I looked up to see the full moon breaking through the dark clouds. That I cursed, "Damn it all." I thought the moon was retreating, signaling dawn, but it was merely hiding behind the clouds. The beauty of the lake and the mountains became vividly illuminated under the moonlight, revealing the tumultuous waves ahead, concealing some enormous beast obstructing our path. Could it be the monstrous fish my grandmother spoke of, the one with a huge head? Ergo asserted, this creature is enormous. If it bites us, we won't be able to escape, but we must swim around it. As we followed Ergo to maneuver around the beast, we soon heard him exclaim, "Oh no! This side is also surrounded." Qixing added, "Don't swim anymore. It's behind us too." A chill ran down my spine. This creature must be colossal to have encircled us in the center of the water. The tiger growled ferociously, ready to charge forward. But fortunately, Saint-Air managed to restrain it. Saint-Air commanded, "Everyone, prepare your weapons." It was only then that I realized I had lost all my gear. "Oh no, my pack is gone," I exclaimed. Qixing replied, "Don't panic. Your pack is in my snakeskin bag." However, I left my sickle in the cave. There is still an unburned pine torch inside the bag. Dongzi lamented, "I lost my whistle stick too." Ergo clutched the treasured blade tightly, knowing it was valuable, while Saint-Air still had the snakeskin bag. Though his hunting rifle was soaked in water and its condition was uncertain. Seeing the waves grow increasingly tumultuous, it was evident that the monstrous fish was about to make its presence known. Saint-Air shouted, "Qixing, Ergo, let us surround these two. They are unarmed. Zhuangzi, keep a close watch on the tiger." I acknowledged his command, but at that moment, the tiger was behaving erratically, ignoring all attempts to restrain it. Saint-Air yelled, and only then did it heed his call, though it continued to growl. Suddenly, the lake water began to flow towards the direction of the beast, revealing a gigantic mouth breaching the surface. Its upper teeth were few but large and sharp, glinting ominously in the silvery moonlight. Ergo shouted, and Saint-Air fired a shot, unsure if he hit it, startling the creature, which let out a roar reminiscent of a tiger or leopard. Half of its head emerged from the water, revealing a mouth filled with white flesh and blood, its entire body covered in black scales, and enormous eyes adorned with white fur. Dongzi shouted, "Everyone, hold your breath and dive underwater. Don't show your heads." Before he finished speaking, a torrent of flames erupted. The beast could breathe fire. Fortunately, Dongzi had warned us just in time. Otherwise, we would have been incinerated. After holding my breath for what felt like an eternity, I cautiously surfaced for air, and the tiger had now reached Saint-Air's side. The lake was shrouded in steam from the flames. And through the haze, I could see the figures of my companions. We called out to one another, relieved that no one was injured as we gathered together. The monstrous fish vanished beneath the water, leaving only a tumultuous wave in its wake. Ergo cursed, "What the hell? Dongzi, what in the world is that?" Dongzi replied, "I wasn't certain before, but now I can confirm. That creature is commonly known as the fire-breathing fish. It can spew flames from its mouth that I spat. That thing is truly sinister. Could it possibly have pine oil in its mouth?" Dongzi cautioned, "Everyone, remain still. Keep your body submerged as much as possible. This fish can absorb a substance called phosphorus from its food, which ignites upon contact with air, allowing it to breathe fire for hunting and defense. This creature is typically found in oceanic habitats." "How did it end up here in the mountains?" Saint-Air pondered. "What does this beast consume to grow so large and develop fiery breath? It could summon clouds and spit mist." As Dongzi surveyed our surroundings, he explained, "This creature has an ancient name, Simin Wang, and it has a particular taste for carrion that in ancient coastal villages. There were often sacrificial rituals where the dead or deceased livestock were offered to this fish in hopes of favorable winds. In some places, only the deceased were used for sacrifices, and due to a lack of deceased individuals, the villagers would periodically sacrifice an elderly person from the village, allowing the body to remain for 3 days before conducting the ritual. The others were taken aback, astonished by such macabre practices. However, its presence here suggests it may have been transported from a distant coastal area. Are you implying that someone deliberately introduced this deadly creature into the lake?" I queried, bewildered at the thought of such a perilous being transported across great distances. Indeed, according to the 3 Fate and Divine Spirits text, the reason behind the name Simin is that this fish can ward off malevolent spirits. Warding off malevolent spirits. Dongzi, have you been reading too many supernatural tales? This remote mountain area, with its beautiful lake, what sort of evil spirits could possibly exist here? Ergo scoffed. Dongzi, it's merely speculation. And perhaps only this explanation suffices to comprehend the situation. I turned to Dongzi and asked, "Do you think this blue lake is a gathering place for malevolent spirits, thus necessitating the presence of this fish to counteract them?" Dongzi remarked, "I truly fail to discern any malevolent presence here, and the study of celestial spirits is far too profound for one like me, who merely schemes through a few books to grasp fully." Sanner, overhearing this, interjected, "So, does that mean we must frequently toss corpses into the water to feed the fish in this desolate wilderness? Who would come here to feed fish?" The very thought of several lifeless bodies floating upon the lake's surface, awaiting the approach of great fish to tear them apart, made it impossible for me to linger any longer by the lake. That I exclaimed, "Let us swiftly make our way to the shore while that monstrous fish is absent." Dongzi cautioned, "We cannot move. Any motion would compromise our concealment." In a fit of urgency, I retorted, "If we do not run, we shall await our demise here." Just then, an unexpected surge from beneath the water propelled us several meters away. A force emanating from below, overwhelming us. At that moment, we heard Qixing shout from behind, "A school of fish is surfacing from below." We turned to glance, and under the moonlight, the lake surface was intermittently disrupted by various sizes of monstrous fish leaping out, their mouths spewing tongues of fire of varying lengths, enveloping the water in a dense mist that turned the entire azure lake crimson. That I shouted in dismay, "This is disastrous. That monstrous fish has spawned countless offspring." As the quantity of leaping fish grew increasingly alarming, a massive fish unexpectedly emerged from behind, its gaping maw wide open, from which it expelled an uncountable number of smaller fish. The mist thickened, and the school began to encroach upon us. That moment, the formidable Shimin Wang revealed its terrifyingly large head, and Ergo shouted, "It's going to breathe fire again." We hastily submerged ourselves underwater. Suddenly, the water above us heated dramatically, and when we resurfaced, a thick fog enveloped us, the red glow from Shimin Wang diffusing within the mist, filling the air with an overwhelming stench of fish. Shortly after, Ergo and the others also emerged. Gasping for breath, Sanner remarked, "If this continues, we shall surely perish here." I scanned our surroundings. The mist and red glow were converging upon us, and I asked Ergo, "Can you see where the fish are?" Ergo replied, "They surround us on all sides. We are trapped. Currently, the waves are smallest and the fish least abundant to the west." I declared, "We have no choice. Let us flee westward, plunging beneath the surface if we encounter the school, resurfacing afterward." We regrouped and swam toward the western shore, but had scarcely gone far when a massive wave crashed upon us, forcing us back several meters and causing me to gulp down mouthfuls of water. My ears rang, and it took a considerable time to regain my composure, at which point I cursed loudly. "Damn you, fatso. I'll have your entire family for this. Did you not say there were fewer fish to the west? When did this old creature swim over here?" Ergo replied, "How the hell was I to know it moved so swiftly? It was behind us just moments ago, and now it's blocking us from the west. But wait, this one isn't the same as the one we saw before. This one must be its mate." Upon hearing this, I nearly sank beneath the water in frustration and said to Ergo, "Are you implying that more of its kind will appear from the east? What about its sisters-in-law and aunts?" Ergo responded, "If we were to calculate, its family tree would indeed be quite extensive." Qixing interrupted, "Look behind us." Always the voice of reason, Qixing refrained from participating in our squabbles, embodying what Zhang Lianxuan would call a good comrade. We turned to follow his gaze, and amidst the ethereal mist, a shadow of a boat materialized. Ergo exclaimed, "Holy crap! Is that not a boat?" The vessel glided slowly toward us, its sudden presence in the desolate blue lake intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Chapter 25. The Golden Ship Nightmare. The boat appeared from nowhere, like a specter, manifesting abruptly in our sight amidst the mist, casting an uncanny and unsettling aura. I suddenly recalled what my grandmother had said that night. My grandfather had once seen someone rowing a boat in the middle of the blue lake on a full moon night, claiming that this ghostly vessel was a type of heavenly treasure known as the Golden Ship Nightmare, classified among the treasures of the dead. I inquired of Dongzi, "Dongzi, have you ever heard of the Golden Ship Nightmare?" He shook his head. "No, I haven't." I thought to myself, that makes sense. The books Dongzi reads were all from my grandfather, and if my grandfather was only vaguely familiar with the Golden Ship Nightmare, how could Dongzi know? "Have you heard of heavenly treasures?" I asked. Dongzi replied, astonished. Heavenly treasures? Brother, do you mean this boat is a heavenly treasure? Observing Dongzi's exaggerated expression, I realized he might have some understanding and explained. Grandmother said that grandfather had seen this ghost ship before. It is called the Golden Ship Nightmare, which belongs to the category of heavenly treasures, specifically treasures of the dead. That is a valuable item. He exclaimed. It is said that heavenly treasures are naturally formed by the heavens, such as the 1,000-year-old ginseng, which belongs to the category of earthly treasures. Consuming it supposedly grants immortality. There is also a bird called Jiming. If one eats it, they can float on water for 3 days without sinking, which is classified as a heavenly treasure. However, these are merely legends. Upon hearing about the potential for food, Ergo became intrigued. So, does that mean this boat can be consumed? If we eat it, can we avoid sinking forever? I replied, you could always try. Just be cautious that the planks are too thick for your teeth. In the midst of our banter, the boat had drifted closer, and we, surrounded by the monstrous fish, felt as if we had encountered a great savior, grabbing onto the boat's edge and climbing aboard. The Golden Ship Nightmare was modest in size, but quite deep, empty save for our presence that we leaned against the boat's side, observing our surroundings. The Ergo remarked, Zhuangzi, this boat doesn't appear to have an owner. I replied, well, that's why it's called a treasure. It's something inexplicable. Gazing at the distant red glow and the mist rising from the lake, many queries arose in my mind, and several mysteries began to unravel. The whirlpool and the phenomena of red light and mist we witnessed upon arriving at the blue lake were the result of Shimin Wang, the great fish with white eyebrows, emerging collectively. I pondered the reason for the fish's prior activity. Perhaps many years ago, during the full moon, certain individuals held sacrificial rites here, thus conditioning the fish to this behavior. Additionally, the fish's movements might have caused the water level to drop, revealing the cave. The tiger, injured by the fire spewed from the monstrous fish, must have fled in terror and pain. Where did it escape till later? The cave was compromised, and by chance, the lake's waters surged back, propelling us out. Or was it not merely a surge? What was the nature of the whirlpool within the cave? Ergo had previously heard sounds of water, indicating there was something within that lake, most likely Shimin Wang as well. After injuring my hand, I encountered trouble upon re-entering the water. Could it be that Shimin Wang sensed the scent of blood and was about to reveal itself just as the flood rushed into the cave? I ran my fingers along the boat's surface, which was made of deep red wood, seemingly hollowed from a single massive tree trunk, without any visible signs of artificial assembly. Just as I was about to reflect further, Qixing exclaimed, the fish are surrounding the boat. I cautiously peered out to assess the situation. The mist had dissipated somewhat, the red glow vanished, yet turbulent waves still swirled around the Golden Ship Nightmare. Sanner warned everyone, arm yourselves. These little fish are clearly coordinating their attacks. Ergo exclaimed, this is bad. With so many fire-breathing fish, we could all perish in an instant. I reassured him, the small fish pose little threat. Their flames are hardly capable of igniting anything. Our main concern lies with the larger ones. A single blast from their mouths could engulf the entire boat in flames. Ergo, you must keep a close watch on their positions. If a large fish emerges, we must all huddle at the bottom of the boat and avoid direct confrontation. Ergo replied, I leave it in your capable hands. At that moment, it became evident that only 2 large fish were present, one to the east and one to the west, attempting to flank us. Just then, a swarm of smaller Shimin Wang leapt from the water, Sanner shouted, and we all brandished our torches and weapons. Hacking wildly to our dismay, the Shimin Wang surged forth from all directions, and before we could fell many, the surrounding fish began to unleash flames from their mouths. The fire tongues, though short, accumulated rapidly, and soon the area was engulfed in searing flames. Despite our hurried attempts to hide at the bottom of the boat, we were still scorched and in agony. The first wave of attacks from these small Shimin Wang nearly overwhelmed us. We had not anticipated their collective strength to be so formidable. My back burned painfully, and I shouted, Dongzi, do you have any strategies to counter them? If we continue to exhaust ourselves, we'll be finished once the larger ones arrive. Dongzi pondered for a moment and suggested, unless you throw a corpse in for them to feast upon. I retorted, where do you expect me to find a corpse? At this, everyone turned their gaze toward Ergo in unison. Ergo, suddenly anxious, protested, Hey, why are you all looking at me? I'm not dead. I couldn't help but chuckle at Ergo's comical expression, but I remained tense, glancing outward to find that the surrounding turbulence had diminished considerably. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I asked, "Odd, the golden ship Nightmare was clearly moving earlier, rowing toward us. Why has it ceased to budge now?" Dongzi speculated. "Could it be that the Shimin Wang are blocking its path?" I countered, "That is absolutely not the case. It came directly through the school of Shimin Wang." Sanner added, "I haven't seen it move since we boarded." "Zhuangzi, your grandmother was right. The golden ship Nightmare truly is a dead treasure. And we shall inevitably suffocate aboard this vessel." At that moment, a muffled thud reverberated from the bottom of the boat, causing the entire vessel to sway violently. Caught up in conversation and unable to steady myself, I stumbled and fell onto the deck. In that instant, my grip loosened, and the package left behind by my grandfather was sent tumbling overboard, plunging into the depths of the water. I let out an expletive and reached out to retrieve the package. However, a sudden undercurrent swept it away from the boat, and once again, the sinister figures of the Zhaoyang emerged from the lake, launching a second assault on us. Overwhelmed by desperation, I realized that our arduous journey had been for the sake of that package. Losing it now would leave me utterly ashamed to face my brothers who had fought alongside me. In a fit of madness, I snatched the treasured blade from Sanner and began to slash wildly. My reason abandoned as I ignored the searing pain from the flames licking at my arm. Seeing my frenzied state, Sanner and the others, disregarding the flames, hastily pulled me towards the bottom of the boat. Just then, I heard Ergo shout, "Zhuangzi, for the love of God, get down! The big one has surfaced on the right," as I watched the package drift further away in the tumultuous waters. I brandished my blade at the enormous eye that emerged from the depths and shouted, "Come on, you bastard! I'm right here, come at me." The immense, glowing red, I paid no heed to my taunts and simply sank deeper into the abyss. The spot where it submerged created a small whirlpool, and I was horrified to witness it open its massive jaws and swallow the package whole. Chapter 26. The darkest hour, witnessing that abomination consume the package, ignited an uncontrollable fury within me. I pushed past Sanner's restraining arm, determined to leap into the water and confront the creature in a final stand. Yet before I could act, Qi Xing nimbly stepped in front of me, blocking my path while Dongzi exclaimed, "Quick, look! The boat is moving." It was then that we realized, unbeknownst to us, the vessel had begun to sail. Though its speed was modest, it was breaking free from the encirclement of the fish, making its way toward the northern shore unimpeded. As the boat approached the land, smiles broke out on everyone's faces, except for mine, which was clouded with disappointment. Ergo, feeling the boat's surface, looked back at the retreating fish and chuckled. "Ha ha, Dongzi, this boat truly is a treasure. It sails without us having to row." Breathless, we climbed onto the shore. The water level had risen, and as I turned to gaze at the dissipating mist and the fading crimson glow on the water's surface, I felt a bitter pang in my heart. I had escaped with my life, but the package was lost. Sanner was tending to the tiger's injuries, while Ergo fixed his gaze on the golden boat, pondering, "Is there any way we can take this boat back? It's a treasure in its own right." "How strange," Qi Xing remarked, "that a boat that moves by itself. What could be the reason?" Dongzi replied, "This natural treasure absorbs the essence of the earth and sky. It possesses its own unique properties that a common person might go their whole life without even catching a glimpse of it. Yet it has appeared before us, saving our lives in the process." Sanner, puzzled, inquired, "Why did it wait until we were on the brink of being roasted to come to our rescue?" Dongzi contemplated for a moment before explaining, "I suspect it's highly likely due to that package. There must be something extraordinary within it, something even more powerful than this golden boat. The vessel only began to move after the package was lost. So we owe a great deal of gratitude to you. Brother, don't be too upset. If we hadn't lost that package, we might very well have perished in the jaws of those fish." I gazed toward the center of the lake, clenching my fists, and declared, "If I, Zhang Wei Quan, cannot reclaim that package today, I shall leap into the blue lake and perish alongside that beast." Sanner and the others pulled me back onto the shore. Resolute in their decision to prevent me from confronting the creature that had devoured our package, that I lay on the ground, gasping for breath. And as my anger subsided slightly, I noticed that the left side of my arm was charred and painful. A reminder of the burns I had received during the battle with the fish, which I had been too consumed with rage to notice at the time. Dongzi, seeing my injury, asked, "Brother, is your wound serious? We cannot afford to confront them head-on. Those beasts in the lake are ruthless, so we must prepare before we engage them. At least have some certainty in our hearts." Ergo chuckled, "Oh, your brother is fine. His injuries are nothing compared to the tiger's." Saner tenderly stroked the tiger's head and added, "Dongzi is right. As long as we have the Green Hills, we need not fear a lack of firewood. We need a bit of time to prepare." I slammed my fist into the ground and exclaimed, "What time do we have to prepare? The moon is about to hide, and soon it will be dawn. Once the sun rises, those fish will no longer venture out. And we know so little about this golden boat. It possesses a spirit, and it could vanish at any moment. How can we fight that monstrous fish?" As I spoke, a heavy silence fell over us, that we all knew the urgency of our situation, yet felt utterly powerless. That moment, I was unaware of how much life could be beyond our control. Ergo said, "I know everyone is taking this risk for my sake. I, Kong Ergo, am not heartless. As Lian Shun once said, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I remember the kindness you all have shown me, and I do not wish for anyone to take further risks. The old Taoist said, I am a 5-generational anomaly, and heaven would not let me perish so easily." I cursed, "What are you blathering about? The priority is to find a way to open that fish's belly and retrieve the package." "Saner, you're skilled in hunting. Think of a strategy." Saner pondered for a moment before replying. "The most pressing matter is to acquire some effective weapons. We cannot expect to catch a wolf with empty hands. Right now, we only have this treasured blade and a hunting rifle that I'm not sure if the shot I fired earlier even struck that monstrous fish. It seemed to lack sufficient power. At this moment, we cannot find any better weapons. However, not far from here, on our way, I spotted several wild hawthorn trees. These sturdy old trees were once fashioned into wooden spears for hunting. I, along with the tiger and Ergo, will go chop some down and make a few wooden spears. You all gather some large stones, the bigger the better, and bring them onto the boat. With these tools, we can confront that beast." I slapped my thigh in agreement. "Saner, that's a brilliant idea. The moon is about to hide. We must hurry. Once it disappears, we won't see a thing. Moreover, the mist is thinning, so those monstrous fish will likely vanish too." "Right. Let us split up and prepare." Dongzi, Qi Xing, and I hurried to gather large stones for the golden boat, while Ergo, Saner, and the tiger ventured to chop down trees. With their treasured blade and Saner's years of hunting experience, it wasn't long before they returned with a multitude of wooden spears. The tiger even dragged back some thick branches with its teeth, tied together with coarse rope, that we hastily consumed some dry rations to replenish our strength. And by this time, the moon had fully hidden behind dark clouds, plunging us into the darkest hour of the day. The deep mountains were engulfed in darkness, and the sounds of unknown insects and beasts echoed eerily, as if heralding the arrival of dawn. From afar, a clear, yet fearful sound approached, accompanied by the occasional leaps of the Zhaoyang from the water, seemingly taunting us. This was a brutal confrontation before the break of dawn. The golden boat was now filled with large stones, leaving us with just enough space to stand. Each of us clutched 4 or 5 wooden spears on the deck, and as the mist over the lake dissipated, the entire azure expanse lay shrouded in darkness, save for the occasional fish leaping and the flickering of firelight. Beneath the surface, dark currents swirled restlessly as the Zhaoyang anxiously sought their prey. The golden boat had begun to move. Earlier, Ergo had searched in vain for any mechanisms, but found nothing. Dongzi explained, "These natural treasures are formed by nature, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. They possess their own peculiarities, just like the ancient ginseng, which transforms into human form and hides away. This self-propelling golden boat is but a small wonder compared to the legendary Ginseng King." As the golden boat slowly approached the heart of the lake, we gripped our wooden spears tightly, our hearts racing. Saner instructed, "Listen up. Qi Xing, with your nimble hands, take the knife. You'll be responsible for covering us against the fire-breathing little fish. Ergo, with your strength, you'll lift stones to hurl. Strike the large ones if they surface, and if not, use your spears on the smaller ones. Those large stones pack a punch, but we have few. We must aim carefully before we throw." I and Zhuangzi were tasked with using the wooden spears to skewer the larger fish. Remember to aim for their eyes when striking. If you can't get the eyes, aim for their bellies. You all understand this principle, so I won't waste words that ergo, keep a sharp eye on those two large ones. They're our primary targets, if we can take down the leader of the fish. The rest will scatter. Chapter 27. A final stand. We all nodded in agreement, each taking our positions. Before the boat even reached the center of the lake, a swarm of smaller fish had already surrounded us. Saner, with his torch, illuminated the waters around the golden boat, revealing the tumultuous waves and the countless bubbles rising to the surface, occasionally accompanied by flickering tongues of flame. The mist began to coalesce once more. Gathering ominously, we understood that the fish beneath the surface were waiting for the command of the great Zhaoyang, ready to launch themselves from the depths, unleashing their lethal flames upon us. We dared not let our guard down. Our lives depended on it. Suddenly, Ergo exclaimed, "Everyone, pay attention! A large one is swimming towards us from the west." In my mind, I cursed, "Come to meet your demise." Ergo's eyes were fixed on the movements of the great Zhaoyang, while the smaller fish began to stir. Suddenly, Ergo bent down and lifted a hefty stone, shouting, "Here it comes! Here it comes!" At that moment, the schools of fish suddenly became agitated, leaping into the air en masse to launch a fierce assault on the golden ship. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. Fiery tongues erupted from all directions. Despite the quick reflexes and nimble footwork of Qixing, the sheer number of the attackers was overwhelming, no matter how many he struck down. Waves of them kept surging forth. The temperature around the golden ship escalated dramatically, as mist swirled in a haze of crimson light. Brother Sen extinguished the torch, while Ergo brandished a stone, poised to hurl it down. Yet that cunning Dashi Minwing seemed to know we were well prepared and refused to reveal itself. Just as we neared the vessel, it suddenly sank below the surface, disappearing from sight. Until Qixing shouted, "Hey, a big fellow is coming from the east." We turned to see, from a distance, rolling waves reflecting a red glow. The massive fish surfaced, its head and long whiskers glistening ominously as it approached the golden ship. At that moment, the golden ship remained steadfast at Ergo and Brother Sen focused on the Dashi Minwing to the west, while Dongzi and I turned to confront the one approaching from the east. As it drew near, Dongzi bent down, lifted a large stone, and struck it squarely on the head. This fish was far less astute than the one from the east, and due to its size. It moved slowly. Before it could retreat its head into the water, it met the hard stone. With a resounding splash, the Dashi Minwing emitted a long, mournful wail, retreating beneath the surface and sending up a spray of water. Seemingly stirred by the Dashi Minwing's cry, the smaller ones intensified their attacks. The tiger rushed over, extending its neck to help Dongzi and me observe the movements of the large Dashi Minwing beneath the water. I noticed the tiger barking at the bottom of the ship, likely sensing that the Dashi Minwing had retreated there after sustaining a blow. Suddenly, Brother Sen shouted, "Get down!" It turned out that the large fish from the west had also been severely wounded by Ergo's stone, one of its enormous eyes impaled by a wooden spear. Brother Sen had exerted considerable force, and the spear remained embedded in its eye, blood streaming profusely. Now, enraged, it directed a fiery breath towards the golden ship. The flames surged forth like a torrential red curtain, and we had no choice but to hide behind the massive stones on the ship, our backs searing in pain. However, this fiery onslaught was brief. Before long, the Dashi Minwing sank once more, the waves churning violently. Now, it was truly enraged, violently battering the ship's hull. Fortunately, the golden ship was remarkably stable, and with the weight of so many stones atop it, it did not capsize. Brother Sen tightly embraced the tiger and said, "This fish needs some time to recover between fiery breaths, that we must take advantage of this interval to strike. We are in an advantageous position, and the longer we delay, the more it benefits us that I refuse to believe it can sustain such fury endlessly." Ergo crouched on a stone, observing the water's movements, and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! Come quickly and see what is happening in the water." We rose to gaze at the lake's surface, where bubbles were ominously rising, large and persistent, bursting into mist that drifted across the lake. Ergo remarked, "What tricks are these creatures up to now?" Brother Sen replied, "No matter what they're scheming, a few spears will surely bring them to the surface. They can't keep leaping around." As Brother Sen spoke, he brandished a wooden spear and thrust it into the water at an angle. With a thunderous crash, the Dashi Minwing crashed into the ship's bottom, prompting Brother San to shout. Quick, quick, I struck it. Come help. We grasped our spears and hurried forward, exerting all our strength in a frenzied assault. Once the spear pierced the fish's body, it became difficult to extract. We had to grab new ones. And soon the lake was bubbling with activity. Almost all the dashi meanwing leaped from the water, the surface ablaze with red light. In our frenzy, we became blind to the attacks of the smaller dashi meanwing, enduring the searing pain of the flames as we desperately fought against the larger one beneath the surface. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the dashi meanwing lay motionless. We barely had a moment to rest when Ergo spotted the eastern fish surfacing. Charging at us in a frenzy, that he quickly lifted a large stone and hurled it into the water. The tiger crouched at the ship's edge, barking incessantly at the dashi meanwing below, seemingly rallying our spirits. Having already dispatched one, we unleashed our full fury upon this final creature. It appeared to struggle against the pain of the stones and spears, still attempting to breach the surface to unleash its fiery breath upon us. We dared not grant it that opportunity. Alongside Ergo, we hurled every remaining stone from the ship onto the dashi meanwing below. In an instant, water splashed and mist mingled, obscuring our vision. Only when all our spears were spent did we realize the dashi meanwing beneath the water had become utterly still. As the mist dissipated, the blue lake transformed to a pale green hue. The bodies of the dashi meanwing surrounded the golden ship, two massive corpses floating on the surface, each nearly rivaling the ship's size. I attempted to grab a spear lodged in one of the dashi meanwing's bodies to drag it closer, but for every inch I moved eastward, the ship drifted a foot westward. And I cursed loudly, damn it all. Ergo and the others stirred, realizing the golden ship was moving, and it was accelerating. Dongzi suddenly exclaimed, "This treasure is about to disappear." I was taken aback. What do you mean? The ship is heading towards the center of the lake, where we first encountered it. It's likely returning. I insisted, we cannot follow it to the depths. Quickly, gather everything left and jump ship. Chapter 28. Chixiao fruit with a series of splashes. We all jumped overboard. The morning lake water was particularly cold. Dongzi had barely entered before his legs began to cramp, but thankfully, the tiger was quick to pull him back. They say it's better to have a dog as a friend than a human. This adage rings true that if we manage to return home safely, I must ask Brother San to find me a loyal companion like this tiger. The tiger dragged Dongzi to the shore, while the rest of us, Ergo, Qixing and Brother San, struggled to tow the two massive dashi meanwing corpses, moving slowly and with great difficulty. By the time we reached the shore, the sun had fully risen. The pale green lake scattered with the bodies of the dashi meanwing. A light mist enveloping everything. The blue lake appeared as serene and mysterious as before, as if nothing had transpired. Collapsing on the shore, we were utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to speak. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the past few days felt like traversing the gates of hell, terrifying yet thrilling. After a brief respite, Brother San set off with the tiger to hunt again, promising to treat us well before discussing anything else. The sunlight poured down warmly upon us, and I couldn't help but exclaim, "The sun shines brightly, it's good to be alive." Not long after, Brother San and the tiger returned, carrying two plump gray rabbits. As I gazed at the two fat, oily rabbits roasting over Brother San's stick, my stomach grumbled uncontrollably, saliva pooling in my mouth. After a satisfying feast, Brother San began to prepare the dashi meanwing corpses. Watching him expertly slice open the belly of the monstrous fish, its viscera spilling onto the ground, I nearly lost my meal again. As luck would have it, the first incision revealed our coveted package, igniting excitement among us as we eagerly anticipated discovering the treasures concealed within. With careful precision, Brother San cut through the outer layer of the package, which was wrapped in a hard, waterproof material. Upon opening it, a clean piece of red cloth emerged, and as we slowly unfolded it, the treasures within came into view. Inside the package were a bundle of red thread for intricately carved toad-like stones, a red round disc, a thin golden square stone, and a white fruit that appeared remarkably fresh, its vibrant color reminiscent of something just harvested. Upon seeing these items, I recalled my grandmother's tales about my grandfather's quest for qi, realizing that these objects represented the red thread and cloth for binding qi, the thunder toad, and the blood jade disc. As for the other two, I couldn't fathom their identities, so I turned to Dongzi. "I've heard my grandmother mention these before. The Thunder Toad and Blood Jade Disc are definitely among them. But I can't guess what the golden square stone and white fruit are. Dongzi pondered for a moment. Could these be the legendary treasures used to gather essence and chi? I replied. According to my grandmother, they are indeed treasures for gathering chi. Then we might truly be prosperous, Dongzi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Ditto. What leads you to say that? I inquired. The Thunder Toad is a chi-binding object. I am not too sure about the square stone, but that white fruit could be significant. I stared at the white fruit, unable to discern its true nature. Did he ergo, unable to contain his curiosity, urged, stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly is this little thing? Dongzi replied, since these are all chi-gathering items, this white fruit is likely the legendary Qi Xiao fruit. Qi Xiao fruit? I asked, what is that? Dongzi exclaimed with great joy. This Qi Xiao fruit is said to grow on the divine tree, which is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth that it takes 49 years to form just one. And even more astonishingly, when its shell is broken, a small insect named Qi Xiao emerges from within. Consuming it not only prolongs life, but also wards off malevolent spirits. Upon hearing Dongzi's words, Ergu, taken aback, exclaimed, wow. Though I don't quite understand what you're saying. It certainly sounds impressive. Dongzi's words reminded me of my grandmother's tales about my grandfather, prompting me to tell Ergu, you glutton, what Dongzi says is true. I've heard my grandmother speak of that divine tree, known as Xiaohua, which moves with the Xiaohua star at night. It is no ordinary entity. Dongzi replied, if we break open this fruit, we shall find out. With that, he found a stone and struck it down. We all crouched down, peering closely at the fruit. Fearing that the small insect might escape, as the stone struck, the fruit split open, revealing a curled-up black insect inside, seemingly asleep and utterly still. Lo and behold. It truly exists, Sanner exclaimed while blocking Tiger from advancing, saying, hold on, you can't eat that treasure. Tiger barked twice, and Ergu remarked, this is truly miraculous. Dongzi held the Qi Xiao fruit and declared, this treasure is beyond our reach. Ergu, you should eat it. Ergu's eyes nearly bulged out. What? Me eat it? No, you should enjoy it instead. Seeing Ergu still doubting the authenticity of this treasure, Dongzi sighed and shook his head, saying, if it weren't for your strange ailment, I wouldn't dare part with such a precious item. I interjected, you glutton, we have endured hardship and peril to find this treasure for your healing. And now that it is in hand, you hesitate to consume an insect. You managed to eat that revolting corpse insect back then. Why fret over this? After a moment of hesitation, Ergu closed his eyes and opened his mouth, saying, hurry, before I can see that disgusting thing clearly. Just toss it in and let me swallow it. No sooner had he spoken than Qixing nimbly snatched the Qi Xiao from Dongzi's hand and tossed it into Ergu's mouth, without any visible effort. Ergu's mouth closed involuntarily, and I noticed his throat moving as he suddenly opened his eyes wide, collapsing to the ground and convulsing a few times before falling still. I rushed over to support him, calling out, Ergu, what happened to you? I shook his head, but he remained with his eyes tightly shut. I exclaimed, oh no, is it possible that this glutton cannot withstand the power of the treasure? Dongzi said, that can't be. How could this happen? Everyone gathered around, worried and unsure of what to do. Dongzi lamented, it's all my fault. Zhang Lianshan once said, to believe everything in books is worse than not believing at all, but I never listened. I felt Ergu's breath. It was steady and strong. Perhaps this glutton was merely feigning, and my heart cried out, snake! There's a snake under Ergu. To my surprise, Ergu sprang up, shouting, ah, snake! I immediately punched him. You son of a gun! How dare you trick me? Ergu pleaded, spare me. The thing certainly has an effect. My entire chest feels cold. Dongzi let out a sigh of relief, saying, you've brought this upon yourself. That treasure resists dampness and heat. Consuming it will likely render you immune to all poisons from now on. Alas, the heavens are blind. Sanner added, indeed, the wonders of this world are truly extraordinary. Such treasures exist. Tiger, observing our commotion, remained indifferent, lying beside Sanner with his eyes half closed. Sanner declared, all right, let's take a breather. We still need to search for another treasure. Ergu asked, what are we looking for now? Chapter 29. Warding off evil spirits and malevolent forces. Sanner looked at Tiger with concern and said, Tiger is badly injured, and we've delayed treating his wounds for too long. They've begun to fester, that if we don't attend to them soon, you all might also suffer injuries that we must act quickly. I surveyed everyone. Urga had been scratched by that blood corpse in the cave, while Dongzi and Qixing bore burns to varying degrees that my own arms and calves were also affected, and if we didn't treat them soon, they would likely worsen and become infected. That I nodded and said, Sanner is right, but what treasure are we searching for? Sanner chuckled and replied, I often hunt in the wild. Injuries are unavoidable, so I've picked up some wound treatment methods and know a few simple herbal remedies. In these mountains, honey is the easiest to find. It's excellent for treating wounds, stopping bleeding quickly, and is particularly effective for burns, alleviating pain, and accelerating healing. Dongzi asked, Are you suggesting we raid a beehive? Sanner responded, I know raiding a beehive is dangerous. One misstep could cost us our lives. There are indeed tales of people dying from bee stings in these mountains. Having familiarized myself with the surroundings while hunting rabbits with Tiger, I realized we had no mugwort cakes left, making the situation even riskier. I thought we should find a spot near water. When the bees swarm, we could simply take refuge in the water. Everyone nodded in agreement with Sanner's plan. That Sanner said, Let us follow this lake's tributary. The water upstream leads to the waterfall we encountered before. Though the tributary isn't deep, hiding in the water shouldn't be a problem. Let us search along this river. After a brief tidy-up, we set off along the riverbank in search of a beehive. Not long after, as we neared the lake beneath the waterfall, Qixing spotted a beehive not far from the river. We gazed in astonishment at the hive in the direction he pointed, and Urgu exclaimed, Damn, is that a beehive? That looks more like a pig's stomach. It's enormous. I rejoiced. That's precisely the size we need. Otherwise, how could we satisfy your insatiable appetite? Urgu retorted, Hey Zhuangzi, you're mistaken. We're after it for treating wounds, not for eating. Dongzi chuckled, Let us get to work. We set up several piles of dry grass beneath the beehive, forming a dirt wall with wet soil to prevent a fire hazard. Qixing prepared to ignite them, confident in his nimbleness to escape. As the river was not far from us, the Sanner cut a long wooden pole and stood ready beneath the hive to poke the connection between the hive and the tree trunk. As for Tiger, Sanner had previously thrown something to distract him, and now he was nowhere to be found. With everything in place, Dongzi and I retreated to the riverbank. Suddenly, Sanner shouted, 1, 2, 3. No sooner had he finished speaking than the long pole shook. And in no time, the beehive tumbled down, the dry grass below already ignited by Qixing. Bees swarmed out in a chaotic frenzy. As they emerged from the hive, they were disoriented by the smoke, buzzing wildly. Those that weren't dazed immediately turned and flew toward us, prompting everyone to leap into the river, plunging beneath the surface. When we resurfaced, the bees that had drowned or succumbed to the smoke were gone, leaving no flying bees behind. Dongzi was the first to emerge from the water, but Urgu was the first to reach the beehive. After extinguishing the flames, he tore off a chunk of honeycomb and sat on a rock. Indulging himself, that I scolded him, You son of a gun! Didn't you say this was for treating wounds? Why are you eating it now? Urga glanced at me innocently and replied, Oh, I'm just tasting it. Sanner broke off a piece for each of us to apply to our wounds, while he called out for Tiger in the forest. Before long, Tiger returned, surprisingly holding a roe deer in its mouth. Sanner patted Tiger's head and tossed it a piece of honeycomb, prompting Tiger to lie down obediently, waiting for Sanner to apply honey to its wounds. That Sanner told us, You all are in for a treat today. We'll feast on honeyed roe deer meat. I washed my wounds in the river, carefully cleaning them despite the pain, and gently applied the honey-smeared honeycomb. A refreshing coolness enveloped my wounds, alleviating the pain significantly. I broke off a piece to taste, savoring its sweetness mingled with a hint of refreshing flavor, and praised, Indeed, this is a wonderful delicacy. Hearing my words, Sanner chuckled, This is nothing. This isn't the best. The finest in these mountains is the honey from the black linden trees. I've only tasted it once, and it's found only at the mountain peak. That it's sweet but not cloying. Far superior to this. As Urgus savored the honey, he smacked his lips and remarked, Well, it's true that surviving great peril brings great fortune. As for that linden honey, I want to think about it. This is delightful enough. Right now, I only want 2 things. Dongzi laughed and asked Urgu, 2 things? I wager it's just 1 thing. Are you still not full? Urgu replied, Not at all. One is this roe deer. When can we eat it? The other is, Can I borrow Tiger? With him, I won't have to worry about good food anymore. Dongzi chuckled, I knew it would be about food. Sanner said, I agree, but whether Tiger will agree to that is another matter. Our priority now is to fill our bellies and return home. We've been out for 2 days. The folks at home must be worried. Upon hearing Sanara's words, my thoughts immediately flew back to my elderly grandmother. Would she be all right? Is Waterheart waiting at the village entrance every day, longing for our return? As the sun descended towards the horizon, fatigue enveloped us all that I proposed, let us rest in the mountains for the night and resume our journey at dawn. Sanara replied, that is precisely my intention. Ergo suggested, then let us find another place. I have no desire to ever return to this accursed locale. Before departing, I cast one last glance at the azure lake, a place shrouded in mystery, still harboring countless enigmas yet to be unraveled. Shortly thereafter, Sanara located a relatively flat hillside for our respite. After erecting the tent, I stood atop the slope, gazing at the lake. As the sunset's afterglow adorned it in golden hues, that I turned to Dongzi beside me and inquired, Dongzi, you once mentioned that the peculiar fish serves as a ward against malevolence. From this vantage point, can you discern any ominous energies here? Dongzi surveyed the lake and the surrounding landscape before responding. Indeed, it is undoubtedly a manifestation of divine malice. The terrain is not sinister, and the lake's banks are not perilous. Thus, it cannot be deemed water-drowning malice. The abundant moisture also rules out heavenly fire malice. I suspect it must be thunder malice and morning malice. Thunder malice and morning malice? I pondered. Point one is a natural calamity, while the other is a man-made disaster. One signifies the wrath of heaven upon the innocent, a grave omen, while the other entails numerous deaths and ailments. Perplexed, I asked, can you be more explicit? One invites lightning strikes, and the other brings harm from wicked individuals. He clarified that I probed further. Our previous peril in the cave, does that count as suffering at the hands of malevolent beings? Dongzi shook his head. What we encountered was not human, yet countless souls have undoubtedly perished in this place. Chapter 30. Flying Dragon. A chill ran down my spine. How many? Dongzi recited a verse. Few know of the evil malice at Hengwan. The moon and fortune bring calamity in due time. Even if auspicious stars converge, one may not escape punishment or peril. This implies that the malice here is immensely potent. I suspect that even with the offerings to the Min Wong to counter it, significant dangers still loom. The Min Wong and the tomb maggots thrive on the prolonged decay of the deceased. How many souls must be sacrificed to sustain such a multitude of Yama? As I gazed at the lake, a shiver coursed through me that moment. Santa had prepared a generous feast of wild game, the aroma wafting enticingly, that I patted Dongzi's shoulder and said, let not your thoughts dwell too deeply. We shall not return here again, that we have acquired what we sought, and Ergo's ailment will be resolved. After our meal, we shall rest, and tomorrow we will return home. Dongzi smiled resignedly. Brother, I have often pondered why the writings portray the morning malice as far more formidable than the thunder malice. Is humanity's malevolence truly more terrifying than nature's wrath? It was only after hearing the elder speak of bloodied corpses that I began to grasp this notion. Sometimes, the human heart is indeed more fearsome than anything else. I shrugged and replied, but have you forgotten Zhang Lianshuan's reasoning for avoiding city life? He said, better to befriend dogs than men. Now, let us not overthink. The matters beyond our understanding are beyond our grasp. Just then, Sanara called out, brothers, come quickly. You won't believe what the tiger has brought back. I turned to see Sanara holding a flying dragon, its neck already severed, that I rushed over, patting the tiger's head. Well done. You've caught a flying dragon. The flying dragon, colloquially known in these mountains as a tree chicken or hazel chicken, was once among the 8 great delicacies of antiquity, specifically reserved for tribute to the imperial court during the Qing dynasty, named by the emperor as the tribute bird. The saying goes, heavenly dragon meat and earthly donkey meat, referring to the flesh of the flying dragon, not the mythical dragon of legend that as darkness enveloped the sky. We gathered around the fire, and Sanara distributed portions of the flying dragon meat, everyone relishing the exquisite flavor. The meat was undoubtedly a delicacy among wild fare. Even when charred, it remained tender and succulent, infused with delightful flavor, especially when slathered with honey, a heavenly delight. Dongzi remarked, this time, accompanying Sanara has proven fortuitous. Sanara spat out a bone and replied, now that you mention it, I remember you lot conspired to lure me here to my demise. I have yet to settle the score with you. Speak. Who concocted this dreadful idea? Ergo looked at me. Hey, Saner, it wasn't me. I shot Ergo a glare. What are you talking about? It was all to help you recover. Turning back to Saner with a grin, I said, come now, Saner, have a heart. Without you, we wouldn't have enough lives to spare. I exchanged a knowing glance with Dongzi and Qixing, and they immediately understood. Dongzi eagerly added, indeed. With you here, Saner, we feel emboldened, and the path seems easier. Qixing nodded vigorously in agreement. What Dongzi said is true. Ergo chimed in, yes, yes. The moonlight is brighter than usual. I, somewhat irritated, retorted, you gluttonous fool if you can't speak wisely. Then refrain from speaking at all. No one considers you mute. Of course, the full moon shines brighter. Ergo pouted and continued to enjoy his meat. Saner chuckled. All right, enough flattery. In these woods, I am no king. The true ruler here is the thorn head. If we were to encounter it, even the black bear would be ineffective. I inquired, what do you mean, Santa? Isn't the black bear the local tyrant? How could it possibly be outmatched by the thorn head? We referred to the thorn head as the wild boar, while the black bear was known as the northeast black bear. Saner waved his hand, laughing. The one bear, two boars, three tigers refers to the dangers posed to humans. The black bear is the most perilous, hence the title of local tyrant. Yet in my view, the most fearsome is the thorn head that a few years back, I witnessed one take down a black bear. Ergo queried, a thorn head is capable of such might. Saner, please recount the tale. Saner replied, very well, the night is still young. However, once I finish this tale, we must retire for the night, for we have to continue our journey at dawn. We all nodded, eager to hear Saner recount his encounter with the thorn head and the black bear. When I was 10, I accompanied my father into the mountains for hunting, spending 5 days in the wilderness. Primarily hunting roe deer and sika deer, occasionally fortunate enough to catch a few flying dragons. Typically, we would stay in the mountains for 4 days before returning, as we had usually exhausted our game. Additionally, the remaining wildlife would have been spooked and would not emerge after several days of hunting done on that occasion. We brought 4 fine hunting dogs, which interestingly enough were distant relatives of the tiger, descendants from the same lineage. Trained by my father to be both agile and fierce. That trip, we ventured deep into the mountains and had considerable success. To be why the third morning, we had exhausted our roe deer and were about to return home. My father declared, Saner, let us gather our spoils and head back. Not long after we began our descent, the hunting dogs suddenly erupted into a cacophony of barks, signaling they had encountered prey. However, their reaction this time was extraordinary. My father raised his gun and said, Saner, be ready. A big one is coming. No sooner had he spoken than the 4 dogs charged forth like fierce tigers that my father and I quickly followed. But after surmounting a hill, I nearly collapsed in the valley from exhaustion. Upon pausing to catch my breath, I noticed blood scattered across the ground. It was evident that some creature had been wounded, leaving behind a significant trail of blood that my father, hot on the heels of the dogs, had lost sight of me. That moment, I heard the dogs howling in the distance, seemingly having halted. When I caught up, I found my father crouched behind a large tree trunk, his gun aimed intently at the scene before us. That I crouched beside him, peering around the tree. The dogs had surrounded a formidable thorn head, a creature far larger than any ordinary beast that my father later described it as weighing at least 300 kilograms. Its jet black fur bristled like barbed wire, and its tusks protruded menacingly, standing amidst the trees. It resembled a massive black boulder encircled by the dogs, its belly oozing blood, indicating it was gravely injured. The dog snarled and barked at the thorn head, while my father took aim and fired at its head. But due to the distance, the shot merely grazed its ear. Enraged, the thorn head retaliated, tossing one dog high into the air, which fell heavily to the ground, while another was impaled by its tusk. Collapsing lifelessly, terrified, I quickly ducked behind my father. In a single skirmish, 2 dogs had been severely injured, yet the thorn head remained unscathed. My father fired again, but this time, the shot lacked the force needed to fell such a beast. He merely aimed to frighten it away, calling the dogs back to abandon their pursuit. The dogs, seasoned hunters, seemed undeterred, perhaps fueled by their comrades' injuries, circling the thorn head, poised to charge again. That I, disregarding the peril, shouted, come back, quickly return. But before I could say much more, my father yanked me back, scolding, you little rascal, are you trying to get yourself killed? I could only lay there honestly behind the tree trunk, my palms drenched in sweat. Just as two hunting dogs were about to pounce, that prickly fellow let out a grunting noise from its snout, as if to express disdain. Sounding almost human, to my astonishment, the hunting dogs suddenly turned around and began barking ferociously, their fur standing on end. I glanced at my father, who remarked, "Saner, it seems we have encountered trouble today." I asked, "Father, what is happening?" He replied, "Watch closely. Another formidable creature is approaching." I looked ahead and, unbeknownst to me, a nearly 2-meter-tall black bear stood, resembling a human, right before the hunting dogs and the prickly fellow. My father slammed his fist against the tree trunk, exclaiming, "Damn it, those two fine hunting dogs are doomed." At that moment, for some unknown reason, one of the hunting dogs went berserk and charged at the black bear. It leaped, aiming for the bear's face, and as I watched, my palms grew clammy with apprehension. However, before the dog could even draw near the bear swatted it down with a single paw, and after a few kicks, it lay motionless. Later, I learned that the bear had seized the dog's neck, crushing its windpipe in a lethal strike. Now, only one hunting dog remained, trapped between the black bear in front and the prickly fellow behind. Yet it showed no inclination to retreat, charging towards the prickly fellow. With a mere flick of its sharp tusks, the dog's blood splattered everywhere. I had never witnessed such a brutal scene. In mere moments, the valiant hunting dogs had been utterly vanquished, so easily dispatched. Now, only the towering black bear and the 300-kilogram prickly fellow remained in the forest. As I mourned the loss of the dogs, I secretly hoped these two formidable beasts would engage in a mutual slaughter, allowing us to exact revenge for the dogs and claim the finest prey in the mountains. The prickly fellow, although bleeding, stood unfazed before the black bear. Enraged, the bear advanced to strike it with its paw. One must understand that a black bear's paw could effortlessly crush a full-grown hunting dog, for its claws are both sharp and immensely powerful. Although the prickly fellow was large, it was remarkably agile. It sidestepped, causing the bear to miss. Instead of pursuing the advantage, the prickly fellow retreated a good 10 meters. Before the bear could turn around, the prickly fellow suddenly charged from a distance, its sharp tusks piercing the bear's abdomen, bringing it crashing down. The bear let out a furious roar, its paws frantically swiping and clawing at the prickly fellow, but it did not evade. It allowed the bear to struggle in vain, its tusks firmly embedded in the bear's belly. Before long, the bear lay still, lifeless. The prickly fellow, seemingly unfazed, released the bear and staggered out of the woods. My father lowered his gun, wiping the sweat from his brow. After a long while, silence enveloped the surroundings. My father and I approached the chaotic scene. I knelt beside the fallen hunting dog, weeping, only to discover that the very dog that had initially attacked the prickly fellow, thrown into the air, was not dead. It was the father of the tiger. However, it was gravely injured, its left leg rendered immobile, and it would not survive for many years. My father and I buried the other dogs, and he skinned the bear, the pelt now resting in my home, providing warmth in winter without the need for a fire. At this point, Saner added a few more logs to the fire, saying, "All right, it's about time we sleep." We all exclaimed that we were not tired, and Dongzi suggested, "Since the prickly fellow is already injured, why not pursue it? Perhaps it will bleed out across the mountains." Saner shook his head, saying I too suggested we chase after the wounded prickly fellow, but my father warned me never to provoke it. My father explained that there are two types of prickly fellows. One lives in packs, generally smaller in size with moderate attack power. Many wolves prey on these, trailing behind, devouring any that lag behind. The other type is solitary, known as lone heads, significantly larger and more robust, with long tusks, a fiery temperament, and rapid explosive power. Encounters with prickly fellows usually involve this type. Their most formidable feature is not their tusks, but their skin, which is unlike that of other animals, growing directly from the flesh. They often rub against pine trees, coating themselves with pine oil and rolling on the ground, toughening their skin to an impenetrable armor-like quality. This is why the black bear's claws could not harm it. Such solitary heads have virtually no natural enemies in the woods. Even tigers and leopards are wary of them. The creature we encountered was indeed a solitary head. Despite its injury, when provoked, nothing could deter it, and it would seek out herbs to heal itself. A true tyrant of the woods, a black bear would only find itself unfortunate to cross paths with it. I nodded, saying, Ah, so this prickly fellow truly is the king of the forest. Just as I finished speaking, a rustling sound emanated from the woods behind us that I turned to see a large tree swaying despite the absence of wind, and a chill swept over me. I quickly stood up and asked Ergo, "What is that?" As I spoke, a sudden commotion erupted from the forest, and the tiger roared towards the trees that I hastily called Ergo to investigate the situation. But just as we were about to move, Sanner stopped me. Sanner grabbed my arm with one hand, while the other clutched the hunting rifle, instructing me, "You all stay here. Keep your weapons at the ready. I will check on the tiger." He then beckoned the tiger, pulling a wooden stick from the fire, and ventured into the woods. Not far into the forest, the tiger halted, barking incessantly, even beginning to back away. Sanner recognized that something was amiss and hurried back with the tiger. "Everyone hide quickly. It's a formidable beast," Sanner declared as he led the tiger behind a large tree, while we grabbed wooden spears and clubs, hiding ourselves as well. Before long, we finally caught sight of the imposing creature. Chapter 32. The black bear. A nearly 2-meter-tall black bear emerged from the woods, moving slowly, its gaze fixed on the fire pit on the slope. Its glossy black fur shimmered, and its large eyes sparkled with an eerie glint, making it appear almost otherworldly. That moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional gust of wind, creating an atmosphere both foreboding and terrifying. I inwardly cursed, thinking, "Damn it," just as I mentioned the showdown between the tyrant prickly fellow and the black bear. Here comes the black bear. We dared not breathe too loudly. The bear surveyed its surroundings before bending down near the fire pit, pawing at something. After a while, it began to eat, crunching on what seemed to be leftover bones that I watched, nearly bursting into laughter at the comical sight of the hungry bear scavenging our remnants. I pointed at the bear, and Dongzi nodded with a chuckle. Just then, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from the nearby woods, and the tiger dashed out, barking furiously at the black bear. I thought, "Oh no, this is bad. We've disturbed the beast." Even more suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling me. The black bear roared in fury, charging towards the tiger. I silently cursed Santa, an experienced person, for making such a blunder by firing the gun and provoking the black bear. Then came 2 more gunshots. The bear merely glanced at its belly before rushing towards the tiger. It seemed to have been hit, but the immediate effect was non-existent, only serving to enrage it further. In the blink of an eye, before we could escape, the black bear had already dashed into the woods. We scrambled to get out, but before we could all emerge, the black bear had already positioned itself in our path. Another gunshot rang out. It was then that I realized it was Ergo wielding the rifle, and I cursed Santa for handing the gun to such a fool. Before I could finish my tirade, the black bear was charging at Ergo. In a panic, Ergo had no choice but to abandon the rifle and climb a large tree. I heard Santa shout, "Hey Ergo, climbing a tree 1T help. The black bear can climb too." In that moment, Ergo's survival instincts kicked in, and he climbed with astonishing speed, nearly reaching the treetops, while he retorted back to Santa, "You should have mentioned that earlier." "I am already up here." Below, the black bear clawed at the leaves, climbing towards Ergo, swiping with its massive paws. Initially, Ergo taunted the bear, but as it neared, his bravado turned into desperate cries for help. "Oh my God. Help! Santa, save me!" As I stood there, cursing the foolish fatso while trying to think of a way to save him, we watched helplessly as the black bear roared, swiping at Ergo, clinging desperately to the tree trunk, while the tiger roared futilely nearby, making it feel like a theatrical performance. Suddenly, a horrifying scream from Ergo pierced the air as if it could rend the heavens apart. I looked closely and saw that the bear's claws had latched onto Ergo's backside. Amidst the darkness, a white mass was shaking. It was undoubtedly Ergo's plump behind. I felt a mix of urgency, exasperation, and humor. "Who told you to recklessly fire the gun? Now you're reaping the consequences." Dongzi, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "What should we do?" "You're laughing. Hurry and think of a way to save Ergo." I replied, "If I had a plan, I would have acted already." Qixing chuckled, saying, "If you lack the skill, don't climb trees." "I have an idea. Climbing trees is my forte." I eagerly asked, "Qixing, what is your plan?" Qixing chuckled and said, "That clumsy black bear is too hefty. I doubt it can outrun me, I'll lure it away while you find a place to hide. Just don't stray too far from the campfire. After I've shaken it off, we'll regroup here." Before I could think it through, Qixing had already dashed out, casually picking up a few stones from the ground. With several swift strides, he approached the black bear and hurled the stones at its head. The bear roared in anger, covering its head with its paws as it turned to look back. Qixing was fully prepared, extending his hand with a challenging stance and taunted, "Come on, brother Black Bear, enlighten me." The bear, infuriated, charged at Qixing, who deftly threw another stone, striking the bear on the nose, inciting it to pursue him even more fervently. Noticing Qixing's intention to lead the bear deeper into the forest, I cautioned him, "Qixing, remember not to run too far. It's dark, and you might get lost." The sounds of the bear's roars and breaking branches echoed through the woods. On the other side, Ergo, seeing the bear had left, shouted his gratitude to Qixing for saving his life. However, in his moment of relief, he lost his grip and fell from a tree with a loud thud. Although the fall seemed severe, he bounced back up, exclaiming, "Oh my, you nearly scared me to death, ha." Dongzi shook his head and remarked, "I truly admire your thick skin. Qixing is still being chased by that bear." Ergo's laughter abruptly ceased as San Ergu urged, "We should hide quickly. Otherwise, Qixing's efforts will be in vain." Just as I turned to find a hiding place, I suddenly spotted several flickering red lights in the nearby woods on the hillside. The red glow danced enticingly, stirring a familiar and warm feeling within me. Where had I seen that red light before? There was also a faint white light flickering in the woods that I called out to Ergo. "Ergo! Quickly! What do you think that red light in the forest is?" Following my pointed direction, Ergo gasped and covered his eyes, shouting, "Damn it, our old nemesis has come to collect. It's the White Pai Z." San Ergu raised his gun immediately, but I quickly intervened, saying, "San Ergu, don't shoot. It's not here to harm us." I recalled the day we entered the city to procure supplies, when Ergo had nearly shot Dongzi because he was under the influence of the Pai Z. Thanks to the Yi's explanation, I learned more about the Pai Z. When they turned to leave, the lead White Pai Z glanced back at our hiding place. At that moment, we all quickly averted our eyes, fearing its enchantment. Only I, inexplicably drawn, gazed into its glowing red eyes that IT did not ensnare me. And I pondered why the Pai Z's glance hadn't bewitched me. Dong Z and the others were puzzled, asking, "How do you know it's not here to harm us? You almost lost your life to it." Looking into those red eyes, I contemplated, now, all of us see those glowing red eyes without being enchanted. Moreover, when they departed, I made eye contact with those very eyes, and it didn't ensnare me. Most likely, it is because we did not harm them. We even provided them with food which they might appreciate. Just trust me. I'll go first to show you. With that, I disregarded their objections and, torch in hand, approached the source of the eyes that as I drew nearer, I realized it was indeed the snow-white Pai Z, accompanied by several grayish-yellow Pai Z, looking much like the ones from that day. Gazing into the White Pai Z's glowing red eyes, it raised a paw and pointed behind it before bounding ahead that I followed it for a short distance and stumbled into a small ravine, overgrown with dense grass, towering nearly to my height. Glancing ahead, the White Pai Z's form flickered and vanished amidst the long vines. Chapter 33. The lynx. I observed the lush vines growing vertically along the ravine. Just as I was about to part the vines to see further, voices from San Ergu and the others reached my ears. Turning back, I saw several torchbearers following, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches. Ergo shouted, "Qixing, you need to lure it away. Didn't you take it out for fun? Why have you come back?" Though Qixing was nowhere to be seen, a distant shout echoed from above. "I didn't expect this beast to be so fast. I can't keep up." The voice seemed to come from a tree that I hastily pushed aside the tangled vines, and a sudden chill swept through, sending shivers down my spine that a dark, small entrance revealed itself. The opening was tiny, just enough for a person to lie down and crawl through, certainly too small for the bulky black bear to enter. Seeing that San Ergu and the others had no escape route, I called out, "Hurry over here. There's a cave." San Ergu and Lao, who were the first to rush in, glancing back at the bear hot on their heels, they quickly dove inside, and soon San Ergu called out, "Everyone, come in. It's safe in here." Dongzi followed suit, but surprisingly, Ergo lagged behind. In previous escape scenarios, he was always the fastest, but at the cave's entrance, he suddenly halted, peering into the cave and exclaiming, "Damn it, are we going into another cave? San Ergu, check if there are any blood-sucking insects or giant worms inside. If there are, I'd rather be chased by that bear outside than face those creatures. Just as Ergo finished, the bear approached and I noticed him hesitating. So I kicked him into the cave. Before entering myself, I shouted to Qixing, "Find a chance to come in. We'll wait for you inside." Qixing acknowledged that as soon as I crawled into the cave, a gust of cold wind rushed past. It was the bear's paw nearly catching me. Inside, I found the cave much more spacious than I had imagined. The entrance was shallow and narrow, but the cave itself was quite large. The bear's enraged roars echoed at the entrance, its bulky form unable to fit through, rendering its anger almost comical. Soon, we heard Qixing calling out, "Hey, Big Black, I'm right here." The bear turned and howled again, chasing after Qixing that we all panted heavily inside the cave, holding our torches and surveying our surroundings. The cave's entrance was narrow, yet the interior was expansive, far more so than the previous water cave at Lanhu. The air circulated well, a cool breeze wafting from the depths of the cave, giving it an eerie and enigmatic atmosphere. Before long, Qixing jumped in, and we were finally reunited. The bear, realizing too late, blocked the cave's entrance. Its massive face futilely roaring and howling. Ergo picked up a stone from the ground, spun it around, and hurled it at the bear's head, provoking laughter as he remarked, "Haha, look at it." Stunned. "Now you know not to mess with me." I glanced at Ergo's exposed backside and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, you rotund fellow, how does it feel to be teased by the bear?" Ergo patted his backside and replied, "It's nothing, just a bit chilly." We all laughed, but Dongzi cautioned, "Everyone, don't celebrate too soon. Remember, we're trapped in this cave." Instantly, we became alert that Ergo exclaimed, "Why are there so many caves in this mountain? The last one was enough trouble. I nearly lost my life, and now we're in another." I carefully examined our surroundings and replied, "It seems this cave is relatively safe. It is not like those small holes that harbor blood-sucking insects. However, I can't guarantee there aren't any corpses or other dangers." Ergo looked around and nodded. "This mountain is peculiar. Everyone should stay cautious. I can't fathom why there are so many caves in such a remote area. They don't appear to be naturally formed." Using the light from our torches, I scrutinized the area, confirming Ergo's observation that the cave seemed artificially excavated, and if the previous water cave at Lanhu was indeed man-made, it must have required immense labor and resources. "What purpose did these caves serve?" I said. "Regardless, with the bear blocking the entrance, we have no way out. We must press forward." Everyone sighed, realizing that what they thought was an end was merely the beginning. Lao led the way, with Qixing bringing up the rear, as we commenced our journey deeper into the cave. The passage twisted and turned, and we had no idea how long we had been walking without reaching an end. We decided to rest and sat down to Ergo cursed. "To hell with this cursed cave. We've been walking for ages without seeing a way out. Hey, do you think we might be trapped in a ghost wall?" "Fatso, can you refrain from saying such ominous things? Ghost walls always lead you back to where you started. We're on a new path," I retorted. Ergo lamented, "Why are we so unlucky? We came out for a trip and haven't encountered a single good thing." "Everything is life-threatening," Dongzi countered. "You're the one who was complaining, yet who devoured the precious treasure. Wasn't it you?" Ergo chuckled. "Ha, you're right about that. After eating it, my wound healed in no time." As they spoke, they revealed the wounds on their chests and arms for us to see. Upon closer inspection, everyone exclaimed in astonishment that the injuries had indeed healed remarkably well, confirming that this creature was no ordinary being. Just as we were discussing this, a sudden roar from the tiger startled us, prompting us to hastily grab our weapons and spring into action. Saner immediately readied his gun, and shortly after, we heard heavy footsteps approaching from the direction of the cave's entrance. Sounds so numerous they seemed relentless. Yet we could not discern what kind of creature was coming, only that there were many. Ergo exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, a pack of unknown beasts is rushing towards us." Initially, the tiger had let out a few roars, but now it had retreated behind Saner. Sensing the impending danger, I couldn't help but ask, "Fatty, how many are there?" Ergo, sweat pouring down his forehead, replied, "At least 4. Saner reassured us, "Do not panic. Keep your weapons ready. With the shotgun in hand, 1 down means 1 less to worry about, and 2 means we can take down a pair." I understood that Saner was trying to steady our nerves, but the shotgun was an old model that required reloading after each shot. Given the speed of the approaching creatures, even if we could take 1 down, We likely wouldn't have time to reload before being overwhelmed. Wiping the sweat from my palms, I gripped my treasured blade tightly. Bracing for the imminent threat that moment, Urga shouted, "There are 5 of these 4-legged beasts." Before he finished speaking, the shapes of the newcomers emerged from the shadows. As 5 robust figures came into view. We couldn't help but cry out in shock. These creatures bore a resemblance to tigers and leopards, their yellowish-gray coats adorned with dark spots and stripes, their mouths, ears, and short tails embellished with golden patterns. Their 4 paws were black, seemingly covered in a layer of thick skin. They bared their sharp fangs, their eyes glinting menacingly. Santa remarked, "Are those wild lynxes?" "They seem far too large," Dongzi, visibly shaken, suggested. "They should be bobcats." "But I would rather call them lynxes," Urga scoffed. "Aren't they just a few wild cats?" "You scared me for nothing," Santa retorted. "Have you ever seen such large bobcats? And does your bobcat make such a ruckus when it walks?" Dongzi nodded. Santa is right. They do not come in peace. At that moment, the 5 sizable lynxes blocked the entire entrance of the cave, their bared fangs gleaming ominously, their muscular chests heaving as a palpable aura of menace pervaded the space. I noticed that the lead lynx had blood dripping from its jaws, as if it had just hunted. Suddenly, I recalled the white leopard that had led us into this cave. Since we entered, we had not seen it. Could it have fallen prey to these lynxes? Anger and sadness welled up within me as I thought of the white leopard, which seemed so full of spirit. On that day, we had chosen not to hunt them, allowing them to eat in peace and depart, and in gratitude, they had guided us to safety in our time of need. Yet, little did we know that this cave was fraught with peril. Not only had it lost its life, but we too were at the brink of disaster. I observed the lead lynx's tufted ears twitch slightly, and the other 4 appeared poised to charge. "Brace yourselves, they are about to pounce," I warned. Santa decisively aimed and fired his gun. The sound of the shot echoed, and one of the lynxes fell to the ground, before I could commend Santa for his marksmanship. The remaining lynxes sprang towards us with furious growls. Seizing the moment while Santa reloaded, I gripped my blade and positioned myself in front, ready to fend off the assault. However, the lynxes moved with astonishing speed. Before I could advance, the lead lynx had tackled Santa to the ground. Seeing Santa in such dire straits, I hastily swung my blade at the attacking lynx, but in that fleeting moment of hesitation, another lynx lunged at me, knocking my precious sword from my grasp. Urgu, attempting to retrieve the fallen blade, barely bent down when he was also tackled by a lynx. All 3 of us fell victim to the lynx's grasp. Their jaws clamped around our throats, yet they showed no intent to kill. They merely held us by the throat without biting down. I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling a chilling sensation spreading from my throat. The lynx's heavy breath wafted against my neck, its greedy saliva trickling down my skin. If only its fangs sank in slightly, my throat would surely erupt in a fountain of blood. But it held back, only growling lowly in a muffled manner. Qixing and Dongzi, witnessing our predicament, were about to rush in to save us when suddenly, a cough echoed from the darkness ahead. The sound reverberated ominously throughout the cave, sending chills down our spines. Dongzi shouted, "Who is there?" Urgu, held captive by the lynx, dared not move, whispering to me, "Zhuan, how could there be someone here? Could it be a ghost?" My heart raced with uncertainty, and I did not respond to Urgu. Slowly opening my eyes, I noticed the massive body of the lynx pinning me down. It was now looking towards the source of the cough, momentarily releasing its fixation on my throat. I turned my head slightly and saw a figure emerging from the darkness. Chapter 34. The ghostly man Zhao Wenpu. As we struggled under the ferocity of the lynxes, a sudden series of coughs emanated from the shadows, followed by maniacal laughter that filled the air, instilling a sense of dread within me. I peered into the darkness, where a diminutive figure became visible, flanked by 2 lynxes on either side. In the presence of such formidable creatures, this figure appeared remarkably frail, standing at about the height of a child. Before I could discern the newcomer any further, I heard a whimper behind me. Turning, I realized it was the tiger, having been absent since our encounter with the lynxes. Now, it stood rigid, its fur bristling, trembling, whether from fear or fury, I could not tell. Suddenly, the tiger let out a fierce growl, baring its teeth as it charged towards the lynx that had pinned Santa down. Moving with astonishing speed, before I could grasp the situation, the tiger leaped, aiming for the lynx's head. The lynx, realizing the threat, released its grip on Saner and lunged at the tiger. The two creatures tumbled together. And within moments, the lynx had bitten down on the tiger's throat, warm blood spilling onto the ground as the tiger's legs twitched before it lay still. Meanwhile, as the tiger battled the lynx, Saner had managed to free himself and reload his gun. He aimed at the lynx's head and fired, blood splattering as the lynx collapsed beside the tiger, its struggle ceasing after a few moments. Saner swiftly reloaded, and at that moment, Qixing seized the opportunity to dash forward, picking up the fallen blade and plunging it into the lynx that had been on top of me. The lynx, taken by surprise at the sudden attack, had not reacted in time. It was met with a flash of the blade, and blood splattered across me as the creature fell, ignoring the blood cascading down my face. I attempted to rise, only to hear a booming voice from ahead. "Stop." The voice was loud yet hoarse, imbued with a sense of profound weariness. Qixing moved to stand before Ergu, his blade aimed at the lynx restraining Ergu, while Saner steadied his shotgun, aiming at the figure emerging from the darkness. The man, laughing heartily, stepped into the light, flanked by the two lynxes, which maintained their positions beside him, that I picked up the fallen torch. Its flames illuminating the surroundings, and I was taken aback by the sight of his ghastly visage. A wave of nausea surged from my stomach. The man was short and unnaturally pale, appearing almost like a blank canvas in the darkness. His face a ghastly white, with even his sparse beard tinged with a similar hue. Yet this gaunt, pallid face was marred by an array of varying-sized pockmarks. His small eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of the lynxes beside him, glimmering with a predatory light. His back was slightly hunched, and on his left shoulder, he bore a three-pronged fork upon which dangled the carcass of an unknown animal, still dripping with blood. His laughter echoed through the cave, interspersed with chilling reverberations from the depths that I in a raspy voice. He beckoned, "Come back, little ones, and enjoy the feast." The lynx on Ergu's back growled, releasing its grip and dashing towards him. The man hurled the carcass to the ground, and the lynx began to gnaw at it, while the other two stood motionless, watching the food. The man took a step forward, and the lynxes followed suit, but when he halted, they remained still. Ergu wiped the saliva dripping from his neck and muttered, "Damn, this is utterly revolting." We quickly gathered the scattered items around us, huddling together. Saner cradled the lifeless body of the tiger, wailing its name in agony as he pressed his hands against its neck, blood seeping through his fingers. The expression on the tiger's face in death remained one of defiance, its eyes wide open in a fierce, unyielding gaze. None of us could bear to look at the fallen tiger, our hearts heavy with sorrow. Throughout this arduous journey, the tiger has steadfastly accompanied us through life and death, rendering us invaluable assistance to At Blue Lake. It even saved my life. Despite suffering grievous wounds itself, it bore me toward the shore until I was safe, aware of the peril posed by the lynxes. It still recklessly advanced to safeguard its master, vowing to fight to the death. They say all creatures possess a spirit, including dogs and beasts, and now I truly comprehend this notion that a warmth surged through my being as I recalled the tiger's heroic act of saving me, and my eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Yet the fearsome figure beside us continued to caress the heads of the two lynxes, grinning as he rasped, "Aren't you going to eat?" I nudged Saner and leaned close to whisper, "Saner, everyone is deeply saddened, but with great danger at hand. This is not the time for sorrow." Saner wiped his tears, cradling the tiger's lifeless body as he rose. Those around us approached to gently touch the tiger's remains, their faces etched with grief. That Ergo turned to the people ahead and asked, "Hey, are those humans or ghosts?" "Neither human nor ghost," Dongzi retorted angrily. Ergo scratched his nose and replied, "Then they're ghostly humans." I wiped the beads of sweat from my brow and murmured, "Regardless of whether they are human or ghost, they come with ill intent. Everyone, be cautious. These fierce beasts obey him," suggesting he possesses extraordinary means. I retrieved the hunting rifle from Saner and handed it to Ergo, instructing, "No matter what that wild creature does, be prepared to shoot that ghostly figure at any moment. Your task is to aim for his head. Watch for my signal, and when the time is right, fire." Ergo nodded, saying, "Just watch. I won't shoot the first tooth without ensuring the second one goes down too." Ergo steadied the gun as the ghostly figure approached us, smiling and saying, "Ah, welcome. I'm truly delighted to see you." He then turned to the lynxes beside him and asked, "My friend, how long has it been since I last saw a living person?" He moved swiftly, compelling my mind to race as I contemplated the current situation and how to confront the ghostly figure and his lynxes. At present, only Ergo's rifle pointed at the ghost. Eliminating him would be easy, but the remaining 3 lynxes would undoubtedly pounce on us, and I had witnessed their speed before. Surely, one among us would fall to their claws. We could not afford to act recklessly. The ghostly figure extended his hand toward me, his pale hands matching his ghastly complexion. An overwhelming sense of unease washed over me, and my head buzzed with dread. I forced a smile and reached out my right hand. Upon contact with his cold grip, a chill surged through my palm, numbing my entire body as if I had plunged into a frigid abyss. Terror coursing through me. "Hello," his raspy voice echoed with an eerie quality. "I am Jiao Wenpu, and I welcome you." I nodded stiffly, my heart a tumult of emotions, feeling inexplicably unwell. "Jiao Wenpu, are you human or ghost?" He chuckled, gesturing to the lynxes. "There is no need for fear. My friends are quite obedient, as long as you do not harbor ill intentions toward them." His laughter was ethereal, imbued with an inscrutable emotion. I scrutinized him. He wore a grayish-yellow long coat that fell to his knees in such sweltering weather. His conservative attire seemed quite uncomfortable to others. Upon closer inspection, the coat was originally white, its current hue a result of neglect. Tarnished with stains of rust, that Ergo inquired, "Hey, are you friend or foe?" Jiao Wenpu chuckled. "If I were an enemy, you would have perished at the hands of my companions long ago, rather than converse with me now." I nodded and asked, "Given your apparent age, you must be our senior. May I inquire why you dwell in this cave?" Jiao Wenpu sighed. "Ah, it's a long story. Follow me." That he turned and ventured deeper into the cave. And with no retreat available, we had no choice but to follow. I glanced at San'er and the others. We exchanged nods of agreement and trailed after Jiao Wenpu. Shortly after, we arrived at a gray stone wall with an iron door in the center. Jiao Wenpu produced a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. Dongzi examined it closely and whispered, "Brother, this iron door is rusted. It appears quite old. Logically, the keyhole should be seized with rust." I inspected the door. It towered like an opening in the stone wall, and the lock was peculiar, gleaming silver without a hint of rust, engraved with an unknown creature. I pointed to the lock. And Dongzi, upon seeing it, gasped, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, that lock is called Siaji's silver pillow." As we entered through the iron door, it slammed shut behind us with a clang, and we heard a click as the lock engaged by itself. I scrutinized the animal depicted on the lock. It was a fearsome beast with horns. I turned to Dongzi and asked, "What? Is there some significance to this lock?" Dongzi nodded, his expression one of confusion. "Brother, this lock is used to secure tombs, also known as a tomb lock." "Tomb lock?" Dongzi leaned closer and whispered. The creature depicted as the ancient divine Bisieji, said to discern right from wrong, to recognize good from evil. It would knock down treacherous ministers with its horn and devour them. Also known as the divine Ram. In ancient times, emperors used silver locks adorned with Sieji for their tombs, symbolizing uprightness and justice, a commendation of their actions in life, and a deterrent against greedy thieves. Over time, as relationships between emperors and officials changed, many high-ranking officials' tombs also adopted this Sieji silver pillow. I exclaimed, "But this is not a tomb. Why is there a tomb lock?" "Ah, the young man has keen eyes. That lock indeed carries significance. Everything here is purposeful." Jiao Wenpu interrupted our conversation, turning to Dongzi and grinning, revealing his darkened teeth. "You truly are perceptive." "Little brother." Dongzi managed a weak smile. Remaining silent, we walked a short distance before the surroundings suddenly brightened, revealing a vast chamber adorned with lamp posts and candlesticks, burning some unknown oil, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated far and wide. This place resembled a grand room, furnished with tables, chairs, stone benches, and a shallow pit at the center, where dry branches burned. Beside it lay a stone bed, surprisingly adorned with bedding, albeit in a state of disarray. However, the interior was far drier and cleaner than the rocky path outside. "Welcome to my bedroom," Jiao Wenpu exclaimed excitedly. "Bedroom? You live here?" Sanner set down the tiger's corpse, surveying the area, his disdain for Jiao Wenpu and the lynxes that accompanied him palpable. Jiao Wenpu chuckled. What's wrong? Is it not satisfactory here? It's not just me. These companions have been with me for many years that I have lost count of how long I've lived here. 5 years. Surely more. 10 years? Oh, how long have we been here? Jiao Wenpu mused as he reached out to stroke the lynx's head. Lost in thought, Dergo patted my shoulder and whispered, Xuanzi, I believe this ghostly figure has been here too long. His mind has gone awry. I was about to voice my agreement when Jiao Wenpu interjected with a laugh. Indeed, I must be going mad. Fatty stared wide-eyed at me, and I exchanged glances with him, realizing that this man possessed exceptional hearing. He could catch even the faintest whispers. I laughed heartily, saying, Esteemed elder, you misunderstand. This chubby fellow often jokes around. He merely wishes to know why you choose to remain here instead of venturing out. Are you, like us, compelled by that black bear to stay in this cave? Jiao Wenpu sneered. You underestimate my companions. Not even a black bear, nor any tiger, leopard, or wolf in these mountains poses a threat to us. I wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, his lynxes were formidable, and having coexisted with them for some time, I knew their hunting intelligence was far from low. Jiao Wenpu declared, It is truly a stroke of luck to encounter you all. Go now, little ones, fetch the finest delicacies to entertain our guests. Let us calm our nerves, and then I will share my story with you. 2 lynxes listened attentively to the commands of Jiao Wenpu and swiftly exited the room. It was at that moment I noticed 2 openings leading in different directions ahead. The 2 lynxes vanished into the left passage, while one remained beside Jiao Wenpu, presumably to ensure his safety. Before long, the 2 lynxes returned, each carrying a roe deer and 3 wild chickens in their mouths. Jiao Wenpu, smiling, handed the game to me, and I casually picked up a stick to skewer the meat for Sanner Ge. At first, Sanner Ge hesitated, but after I urgently signaled him with my eyes, he reluctantly placed the skewered meat over the fire to roast. Before long, the cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted game. Once the meat was ready, only Sanner Ge and Dongzi refrained from eating, claiming they were not hungry. I understood that Sanner Ge was still engulfed in sorrow and anger, while Dongzi, out of caution, feared that the food might be tainted by that ghostly figure. As Jiao Wenpu conversed with his companions, I quietly urged Dongzi, You should eat without worry. If he intends to harm us, these lynxes are sufficient. There's no need for poison. We must fill our bellies to have the strength. I refrained from completing my sentence, fearing Jiao Wenpu might overhear, merely giving Dongzi a knowing glance. Jiao Wenpu turned and took a bite of the roe deer meat, spitting it out in disgust and throwing it to the lynxes on the ground, exclaiming, You bastard, speak! Did you steal all the good meat? Why serve such foul meat to our guests? I leaned forward, sniffing the meat carefully, detecting no off-putting odor. I remarked to Jiao Wenpu, Elder, this meat is quite fragrant. How can you deem it foul? Jiao Wenpu, appearing quite irate, replied, Young man, you are unaware. In the past, we treated guests with dragon meat. Today, this bunch of beasts dares to serve roe deer meat. It's simply intolerable. As he spoke, he reached out to strike a lynx. Feigning sympathy for the creature, I intervened. Oh, do not blame it. This meat is rather delightful. For those of us who nearly lost our lives, being able to enjoy such tasty meat is already enough to express our gratitude to you, elder. Upon hearing my words, a smile returned to Jiao Wenpu's face. I am truly pleased that you could visit me. Inwardly, I cursed to hell with your relatives. Who in their right mind would come to visit a monster like you out of sheer boredom? My expression, however, remained jovial. Indeed. But elder, you mentioned in the past when guests would come, who has frequented this place before? At this, a shadow of sorrow crossed Jiao Wenpu's features as he stated, Many people once resided here. Many of them were my comrades. A collective gasp escaped the previously silent group. Ergo asked, Old man, are you saying people lived here before? Jiao Wenpu tossed a few twigs into the pit and sighed deeply, recounting his tale. This very place was once a military ordnance factory, home to one of the most advanced troops in the nation, subordinate to Sun Ji, designated as 1578, that I was a military pharmacologist accompanying the troops. By the way, my family has a long lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. My father once treated the emperor, haha. However, I ended up studying Western medicine. I couldn't help it. I was always fascinated by those Western curiosities. I can't even recall my age now. All I remember is that I was just over 40 when I arrived here with the troops, that my family remains unaware of my presence here, as the authorities mandated absolute secrecy. Even my mother was forbidden from being informed that I suspect that after all these years, they must have been told I perished on the battlefield. Alas, I hardly know where to begin. When we first arrived, we were organized as a regiment, digging tunnels to construct a weapons factory, research labs, and a garrison. After a month, many left, leaving only a company of 105 men, known as the Underground Kings by General Sun Ji. The composition of the Underground Kings was quite complex. Individuals like myself were engaged in state research, and believe it or not, we were once figures who dined on the emperor's rations and met with leaders. Others were various military personnel, such as paratroopers, engineers, artillerymen, and signalmen, all veterans with commendable service records. Additionally, there were skilled civilians, including an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor who collaborated with me and was as proficient as my father. After about 2 months, one day, we learned that 2 soldiers had gone missing. Our initial response mirrored that of the higher-ups. They likely couldn't endure the hardships of underground life and had fled. Thus, we paid it little mind. The company held several meetings to bolster morale, assuring us that new recruits would arrive in a few months to replace us, and we could return home soon. But shortly thereafter, more individuals vanished, and half a month later, even the company commander disappeared, leaving only the chief of staff and 83 soldiers. Then, things quieted down until 6 months later. One day, while we were conducting experiments in the lab, as usual, a thunderous rumble emanated from above, akin to distant thunder. Shortly after, a cloud of smoke engulfed the laboratory, seemingly emerging from nowhere, until the room was filled with white haze before I could comprehend what was happening. I fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, I found the laboratory utterly deserted. Panic surged through me as I frantically searched for my comrades, but the entire underground factory was devoid of any trace of them. Not even bodies. The entire Underground Kings had vanished into thin air. As Jia Wenpu recounted this, he held the nearby lynx and wept bitterly. Dongzi and the others stared at me, wide-eyed, while Ergo exclaimed, "Holy crap! Could they have been devoured by these monsters?" "Oh, my dear mother," I scolded Fatty. "Why don't you just go die? If you wish to live, could you possibly refrain from speaking?" Ergo, noticing Jia Wenpu's malicious glare, quickly covered his mouth and fell silent. That I regarded Jia Wenpu's words with skepticism. This man had lived underground for over a decade, his skin had paled, and he had raised these mutated beasts. It was plausible that he was no longer entirely human, possibly having devolved into something beast-like. Yet, I feigned sympathy, asking, "Alas, how you have suffered, elder. But why not escape to the surface to live?" Upon hearing my question, Jia Wenpu's face transformed with terror. "You must not run. Under no circumstances should you attempt to flee." He shivered uncontrollably. "You must not venture outside." His reaction puzzled me, prompting me to inquire, "Elder, what on earth has caused such a strong response from you?" Jia Wenpu's eyes widened in fright as he trembled. Many headless ghosts dwell here. When you attempt to escape, they will emerge and drag you back. Each time I reached the cave entrance, those headless ghosts would seize me. Their bodies dripping with blood, arms outstretched as they lunged at me. Once you enter this underground factory, do not even think of making it out alive. As we listened to Jia Wenpu's harrowing description, fear crept into our hearts, yet we remained doubtful. Was there any truth to his tale of headless ghosts? I scanned the faces of my companions, all of whom wore expressions of uncertainty. I chose not to dwell on the headless ghosts and instead asked Jia Wenpu, "Elder, after all these years, has the military never sent anyone to investigate? Has no one sought the missing troops?" Jia Wenpu initially shook his head, then nodded repeatedly. "No one from the military has come, but 2 individuals did wander in during this time. Though they, at this point, Jia Wenpu embraced his lynx, trembling to Ergo hastily asked, "Old man, what happened next?" Jia Wenpu's voice dropped to a whisper as he slowly replied, "They were all killed by the headless ghosts." Chapter 36. The beginning, though Ergo was the stoutest among us, he was also the most timid. His thoughts lingered on Jia Wenpu's account of headless ghosts, and now, gazing at the swirling mist before us, he muttered, "Hey, Zhuangzi, do you think there really could be headless ghosts?" His words reminded me of Jia Wenpu's warnings, sending a shiver down my spine. But I retorted, "Shut up! Can't you say something more pleasant? Besides, we've faced all sorts of horrors on this journey. That wasn't the blood corpse terrifying? What about the spirit mantis, the tomb worm king? Did they not all fall at our hands? I suspected that the headless ghost tail was merely a ploy by Jiao Wenpu to unsettle us, to keep us trapped in this forsaken underground factory to share in his suffering. Dongzi nodded in agreement. Yes, I think my brother is right. However, the greatest mystery here is not the headless ghosts, but why this ordnance factory was abandoned in the first place. Also, where did the members of the Underground Kings go? It hardly seems like a planned retreat. That I too was puzzled and declared, let us leave this cursed cave. Everything here is of no concern to us, whether Jiao Wenpu or the Underground Kings 1578. Let them remain forever sealed beneath the earth. As I was speaking, I noticed that Dongzi in front of me was staggering, his legs weak and unsteady. Just as I intended to approach him for an inquiry, unexpectedly, before my hand could touch his shoulder, he collapsed straight down. Fortunately, Qixing reacted swiftly, his steps agile, and caught Dongzi just before he hit the ground. We hurriedly gathered around to assess Dongzi's condition. Qixing held him tightly, calling out, Dongzi, Dongzi. Yet, no matter how loudly he called, Dongzi remained unresponsive. Erge tentatively placed his middle finger beneath Dongzi's nose and then sighed in relief, saying, he is still breathing. He won't die. He must have been too exhausted and not eaten well these past few days. His body is too frail. Saint Erge declared, let me handle it. He rushed forward, cradling Dongzi's head and pinching his philtrum. That I watched as Saint Erge held Dongzi, while Ergu and the others murmured something. Qixing was still chuckling, likely due to some amusing remark from Ergu. However, I could not hear their words. Gradually, I felt a wave of weakness wash over me, and my vision began to blur. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in the weapon storage room where I had been earlier. Turning my head, I saw wooden crates surrounding me, but the others were nowhere to be seen. That I attempted to rise, but my body felt devoid of strength. After much struggle, I finally managed to crawl up, calling out the names of Ergu and the others, but my voice was too weak to carry, and after several attempts with no response, I ceased wasting my energy, though my body was frail. My mind remained clear, recalling how Dongzi had collapsed from exhaustion. I surmised I had likely experienced the same fate. That moment, I heard a commotion from the passage ahead. It must be Dongzi and the others. I wanted to call out their names, but found myself unable to produce a sound. That I thought to myself, oh no, could that mist from earlier have poisoned my throat? I glanced at the map on the wall and remembered Dongzi mentioning that the adjacent passage led to the research and workrooms of the underground factory. Thus, I shook my body and ventured into the passage. Upon entering, I noticed that the left side was lined with iron railings. That I grasped the railings and moved forward step by step. Within those railings were various workbenches, covered in a thick layer of dust under the dim light, indicating that this place had been abandoned for quite some time. After walking for an indeterminate distance, I found that the workbenches were replaced by various wooden and iron frames, on which sat an assortment of glass test tubes filled with unknown liquids and specimens of flora and fauna. According to the map, I had indeed arrived at the laboratory, having walked for quite a while. I felt utterly fatigued and decided to rest for a moment. Just as I leaned against the iron railing, I heard a series of chattering sounds from within the laboratory. Initially, I thought it might be rats, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like whispers among people. That I exhaled deeply and, gathering my courage, I circled around the railing and pushed open the iron door to step inside. That I could not help but wonder if Dongzi and the others had discovered something and were now discussing it. The laboratory was indeed vast. As I maneuvered around several large frames, the voices grew louder, filling my heart with excitement. That I leaned against a wooden frame, panting heavily. The shells were lined with large glass tubes containing a brilliant blue flower submerged in a potion. The flower bloomed vibrantly, its blue hue radiant, almost as if it emitted light, creating a shimmering blue glow around the wooden frame. The faint sounds I had heard earlier emanated from behind this wooden structure. As I leaned closer to listen, I suddenly realized that the sounds were not human voices at all. The chattering was occasionally interspersed with cries of agony. That my heart raced in alarm. What could it be? Cold sweat began to trickle down my forehead as I regretted not taking a gun with me when I left. Scanning the area, I was pleasantly surprised to find a metal rod, less than a meter long, which could easily be found in the weapons storage or laboratory. though I had no idea of its purpose. Seizing it like a lifeline, I gripped the metal rod with a slight sense of reassurance and turned to dash behind the frame. The moment I spun around, I was utterly stunned. Behind the wooden frame stood a cage as tall as a person, densely packed with iron bars. Inside, an unknown creature was confined, its pure white body immediately becoming agitated upon seeing me. It squeaked furiously, charging against the bars of the cage, as if it wanted to leap out and devour me. I observed that the cage was incredibly sturdy and breathed a sigh of relief as I approached, only to discover it was 3 enormous white rats. I had never seen rats of such size before. Their white fur was stained with streaks of blood, yet they bared their teeth and aggressively slammed against the bars. Exhibiting astonishing ferocity, the cage screeched against the ground. It was unclear whether the sound came from the rats or the friction of the cage that I leaned over the cage to get a better look at the giant white rats. It turned out they had no teeth, hence their attempts to break free by ramming their bodies against the bars. Observing their fierce demeanor, I could not help but gasp. If these rats had teeth and were released, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would leave nothing in their wake. Their destructive capability would rival that of a bomb. Could this be a form of weaponry? The white rats continued their relentless assault on the cage. I ignored them and turned to continue my search for my brothers. After taking only a few steps, I heard footsteps from the darkness behind the wooden frame ahead, sounding like 5 or 6 individuals. My heart soared with joy. I had finally found them. I quickened my pace, and after a short while, I discerned 4 or 5 figures emerging from the shadows. Ecstatic, I shouted, "Finally found you all!" The figures did not respond. Stunned, I stood still and scrutinized the silhouettes ahead. They moved at a steady pace, and as they drew closer, I could finally see their true appearance. They were all dressed in immaculate green military uniforms, marching in perfect formation. However, as I looked up, I couldn't help but scream. They had no heads. Did the headless ghost that Jiao Wenpu spoke of truly exist? With a shriek, I fainted, my final image frozen in my mind being that of a cadre of headless soldiers in green uniforms marching toward me in a synchronized rhythm. I was unconscious for an unknown duration. When I opened my eyes again, something even more terrifying occurred. I found myself once more lying in the original weapon storage. At that moment, I truly believed and finally understood what Jiao Wenpu meant about the headless ghosts. Anyone attempting to escape this underground factory would encounter such horror, only to return to square one, awakening once again in the weapon storage. That IT was an endless cycle of terror. But why had those headless soldiers appeared? And where were they now? Trembling, I rose to my feet, my mind entangled with various thoughts, causing a splitting headache. Suddenly, I spotted several individuals lying in disarray ahead, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was Dongzi and the others. I rushed to their side, shaking each of them vigorously and calling their names in an attempt to rouse them. At last, through my relentless efforts, Sainer-gu was the first to awaken, followed by Qixing and Ergu. And finally, Dongzi groaned back to consciousness. Each wore an expression of sheer terror, their voices laced with fear and doubt, their clothes completely soaked, their hair appearing as if freshly washed. How did we get back here? Dongzi wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead and was the first to inquire. What? Did you encounter it too? Sainer-gu looked at Dongzi, his eyes wide with astonishment. Dongzi nodded, and Ergu, his voice hoarse, exclaimed, "Damn it, I truly encountered that headless ghost." Qixing glanced at Ergu and nodded in agreement. That I realized that we all shared the same experience and said, "I also don't know how I ended up here. But I believe we all faced the same ordeal with the headless ghost that Jiao Wenpu described." Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ergu spat in frustration and cursed, "We really saw a ghost. But it's a pity I didn't get a clear look at it. Damn it, how frustrating." I knew that Ergu was likely terrified, but he still wanted to ease the suffocating atmosphere. That moment. Qixing spoke up, "Yeah, damn it, I didn't even get a chance to exchange a few blows with them." I quickly recapped the entire sequence of events in my mind, from the moment we entered the cave and encountered Jiao Wenpu until now. I felt a lingering sense of dread, suspecting there was something amiss that had yet to be uncovered. That I addressed everyone. There may be some hidden tricks at play here. The fact that we are still alive and able to converse means that whatever it is not life-threatening. Let us not frighten ourselves to death. These words were meant to comfort everyone. I had learned this tactic from my uncle, who called it stabilizing troop morale. regardless of the challenges we faced. We must first unite as one and not create chaos among ourselves. Chapter 37. Crossing Souls. Consider this. When we prepared to exit the cave, we first encountered a mist, after which Dongzi collapsed. And shortly thereafter, we all lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I did not see you, so I set out to find you, only to hear sounds from the laboratory, where I encountered the headless ghost and subsequently fainted again. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here. Wasn't everyone's experience similar? Everyone nodded in agreement, affirming that their experiences were indeed comparable to mine. I nodded and continued. Then, the problem lies here, that if there truly are supernatural beings obstructing our escape, why didn't they incapacitate us all at once? Why did each of us lose consciousness at different intervals? Moreover, I noted the sequence of events. Dongzi was the first to faint, followed by me. Who was last? Saint Ergu replied, it was me. Indeed, I surmised that the order of fainting must have transpired as follows. First Dongzi, then myself, followed by Ergu, Qixing, and finally Saint Ergu. Qixing nodded in agreement and stated, indeed, I fainted before Saint Ergu. I chuckled and replied, well, that is correct. This is arranged according to physical fitness. Saint Ergu has spent many years hunting in the mountains, slaughtering pigs and sheep, and being a few years older than us. His constitution is naturally far superior. Qixing, being a martial artist, also possesses better physical fitness than us. As for Ergu, it goes without saying his robust physique is evident. Dongzi, on the other hand, engages in less strenuous labor, spending his days engrossed in books, which naturally results in a lesser constitution. As for why I was the first to awaken, I conjecture it is because I lay directly opposite the entrance of the passage, where a cool breeze flows, thus aiding my early recovery. Ergu touched his nose, wearing a wry smile, and said, Xuanzi, I must admit you are quite talented, articulating it so well, but I still fail to comprehend what you are trying to convey. I responded, I believe we have been poisoned. Only under the influence of poison could there be a sequence of onset. It is akin to falling ill. Those with better constitutions will naturally recover quicker. That vapor must be toxic, but I just do not yet understand what kind of poison it is. But it seems to induce hallucinations that in truth, as I spoke these words, I lacked confidence, for the experience was too vivid. The laboratory filled with the eerie blue light, the ferocious mutated white rats, and the headless carcasses of soldiers. All so palpably real, devoid of any dreamlike quality, including the chilling and weighty sensation of gripping the iron rod, which dreams could never conjure. Saint Ergu remarked. Whether this is reality or illusion, it seems we can only ascertain by visiting that laboratory. After a brief respite, we resumed our search through the boxes, procuring a few reliable firearms, making minor adjustments before proceeding towards the passage leading to the laboratory. Upon entering the passage, a sudden buzzing reverberated in my head. To the left were the cold and familiar iron railings, beyond which lay an array of workbenches and assorted machinery, all shrouded in a tangle of cobwebs and layers of dust, suggesting this was indeed the long-abandoned military factory equipment. After traversing for a while, rows of wooden and iron shelves came into view. Standing outside the iron railings, I gazed inside, and there, indeed, was a row of vividly blue flowers. Every detail resonated perfectly with my prior memories. Could this not be a dream? I glanced at Dongzi and the others, who were all visibly astonished. Ergu cursed, damn it, it's exactly as we saw before. I exclaimed, damn it, let us go take a look. We all hurried through the iron gate into the laboratory, which mirrored what I had seen in my dream. Tall shelves looming above, I pointed to the blooming blue flowers and asked Dongzi, do you know what kind of flower this is? Dongzi, shaking his head while touching the large glass jar, replied, I truly do not know, but such vividly colored flowers are rare in this world. They might indeed be toxic. Suddenly, a familiar rustling sound emerged from behind the wooden shelves, incessantly squeaking. We exchanged alarmed glances and rushed to the back of the shelves to find, indeed, the large iron cage from before, within which the giant white rats were angrily facing us. At that moment, we all became convinced that this was no dream. We gathered around the cage, gazing at the white rats inside. They were enormous, and if they stood upright, they would surely surpass knee height. They were gaunt and appeared exceedingly vicious, charging towards the cage as if they had spotted food, attempting to break free to devour us. Ergu, standing perilously close, was startled when one of the rats lunged at him, causing him to sit down abruptly, thumping his chest as he exclaimed, "Oh my God, that scared me to death." His comical display elicited laughter from everyone, prompting Sanergo to say, "Look at you, so timid. These creatures have no teeth. What is there to fear?" Urga leaned in closer to observe, declaring, "Oh, I see now. Where have their teeth gone?" Dongzi remarked, "I believe those rats were so aggressive that their teeth were removed. Just like those lynxes, it seems the animals here have been subjected to some sort of curse, exhibiting extreme aggression and growing significantly larger than ordinary." That I addressed the group, "I suspect these are primarily experimental subjects, as are those lynxes. They must have been mutated after being administered some sort of drug." That I had previously struggled to understand why a military factory would require an old, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. But now it seems clearer. This factory's laboratory likely harbors many experts in pharmaceuticals, researching potent drugs that once ingested by animals would alter their nature, rendering them irritable and thereby allowing for mass production of such creatures as weapons. Sanergo nodded and said, "I find Xuanzi's reasoning quite compelling. However, one aspect troubles me. Those lynxes seem overly obedient to Jiao Wenpu. I doubt it is solely due to the drugs. They are likely the result of soul transference." "Soul transference?" I inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, you may not fully grasp this concept. Actually, Tibetan Mastiffs are a product of soul transference that a high-quality female dog gives birth to a litter, which after a few days of growth is confined in a dark cellar, deprived of sustenance, leading them to cannibalize each other, ultimately resulting in the survival of the last one. That is the Mastiff. Mastiffs are incredibly fierce. 2 of them can contend with a black bear. However, in recent years, few have raised Mastiffs, and the method of soul transference has changed." Upon hearing of the Mastiff's prowess, Urga eagerly asked, "Sanergo, please tell us how to raise them." Sanergo paused before explaining. "When it comes to raising dogs, the current soul transference requires purebred dogs with numerous specific criteria, including that the coat must be a solid color without any mixed hues. If white, then each hair must be entirely white. Once born, they are placed among a pack of tigers and leopards, raised by them. Over time, these dogs develop the wild instincts of their feline caretakers, matching or even surpassing the Mastiffs. Those lynxes appear more akin to those that have undergone soul transference. However, there is one thing I do not quite understand," that I inquired. "Oh, what is that?" Sanergo replied, "The discipline of the military is not akin to that of an ordinary household. One cannot simply raise anything they please. Raising those lynxes is not only labor-intensive, but they could easily escape and expose the military factory." The group fell into contemplation that if Jiao Wenpu's lynxes were not required for experimentation, he would undoubtedly have violated military regulations and should be subject to punishment, possibly even prohibited from raising them further. With the main forces absent, the underground military factory had been reduced to mere remnants. Yet Jiao Wenpu and his lynxes persisted, that I pondered that perhaps everyone had fallen victim to the nefarious designs of Jiao Wenpu and his lynxes. After all, if they had chosen to strike while we were at rest, the speed of the lynxes could pose a significant threat. That I shared my thoughts with the group, although no one voiced dissent. I sensed numerous lingering doubts. The most profound uncertainty remained regarding whether that dreamlike experience was indeed real, and what had caused such a phenomenon in the first place. That moment, a cacophony of faint, disordered sounds reached our ears, prompting us to listen intently, as cold sweat trickled down my forehead, for the sounds were reminiscent of before. Ahead lay a group of headless soldiers awaiting us. Sanergo urged, "Do not fear. Keep your weapons at the ready. We shall take down any that approach." We steadied our firearms and cautiously advanced towards the looming shadows. As the shadows drew nearer, a sudden shrill laughter erupted from ahead, nearly causing me to drop my weapon. Urga suddenly shouted, "Do not fire!" As the shadow approached, we finally discerned that it was none other than the sinister Jiao Wenpu and his 3 lynxes. Dongzi muttered a curse. "Damn it, encountering him feels like meeting a ghost." Jiao Wenpu then exclaimed, "Haha, young brothers, what brings you to this place? This is a restricted area of the laboratory. Did you not see the sign on the iron gate? Restricted area. Unauthorized personnel, keep out?" Each time I heard his voice, an inexplicable chill coursed through me. Mimicking his tone, I laughed heartily. "Haha, did not see it indeed. Haha." My laughter bewildered Urgu and the others, who looked at me in confusion. I suggested, "It feels so eerie here. Let us all share a laugh." Dongzi hurriedly asked, "Brother, Are you frightened? I intended to suppress my laughter, but to my surprise, Jiao Wenpu was unfazed, joining in my laughter, which grew increasingly sinister, filling the cavern with his terrifying mirth. Urga shook his head, cursing, "Damn it, stop laughing. I can't take it anymore." Jiao Wenpu continued to cackle, nearly bending over in mirth. Suddenly, Urgu raised his weapon, pointing it at Jiao Wenpu, and shouted, "Damn you, laugh again, and I'll blow your mouth off." I realized Urgu was genuinely furious, so I rushed over to seize his gun, exclaiming, "Urgu, what are you doing?" However, before I could finish, a powerful gust of wind swept against my back, knocking me off balance and sending me crashing into Urgu, the force propelling us several meters. Just as I prepared to retaliate, the lynx's foul-smelling maw surged towards me. Two sharp fangs pressed against the neck of Ergo beneath me. Before he could react, the lynx had seized his throat, rendering him mute with fear. Suddenly, a wave of weight crashed upon me as another lynx pounced directly on top of me, the immense pressure stealing my breath away. I then heard Jiao Wenpu's chilling laughter. "Haha, don't move. It could be fatal. Haha." Fortunately, Qi Xing reacted swiftly. With a gust of wind at his feet, he dashed a few steps to stand before Jiao Wenpu, aiming his gun at his head, demanding, "Let them go." At that moment, Dongzi finally came to his senses, ready to direct his weapon at the lynx, but his reaction was still a moment too late. The last lynx lunged forward, and with a groan, Dongzi fell to the ground, pinned beneath the creature. Unable to move, then I managed to catch my breath and coldly remarked, "Ha, senior, what do you mean by this?" Jiao Wenpu suddenly spoke in a calm voice. "No one can escape this factory. Unless they are dead," the Qi Xing bellowed. "Let my brothers go." Jiao Wenpu replied, "Little brother, I think it would be wiser for you to lower your gun." "All right. My comrades haven't had a decent meal in days. They must be ravenous by now, right, comrades?" Upon hearing their master's words, the lynxes emitted a low, mournful sound, as if in response to Jiao Wenpu, that I realized that the situation was dire for us. And in my panic, I could not conceive a means of escape. The stench from the lynxes filled my nostrils, gnawing at my insides and making me restless. Strangely, Ergo remained remarkably calm, that I whispered to him, "Fatty, can we still make a run for it?" Ergo remained motionless, replying softly, "Don't move. If you do, your neck will be slit." At that moment, Jiao Wenpu burst into laughter. "Ha, yes, the little brother is right. Move your neck, and you'll be done for." Years of underground life had sharpened Jiao Wenpu's senses beyond those of ordinary people, that I cursed inwardly, wondering if he was even human with such acute hearing. Jiao Wenpu changed his tone to a whiny cry, as if he had something in his mouth, and plaintively said, "You all finally come to see me, and now you want to leave? How ungrateful! Do you truly despise me so?" Qi Xing interjected, "Enough nonsense. Let my brothers go, or I'll blow your head off." Jiao Wenpu erupted into laughter again, his tone still tinged with a whimper, rendering his emotions and actions utterly inscrutable. "Little brother, perhaps you should be the one to lower your weapon." "All right. Look over there, 3 lives against my 1. It's quite unfair for me. What do you propose?" Qi Xing, who had been gripping his gun with one hand, tightened his hold with both hands due to the tension. Jiao Wenpu paused before saying, Let me think. It's simple. 1 life for 1 life. Release me, and I'll let you go as long as you can evade the headless ghost. You can leave without interference from me." Qi Xing looked at us, subdued beneath the lynxes, gripping his gun even tighter, and declared, "Not a chance. Enough talk, just let them go. This gun doesn't discriminate." Jiao Wenpu chuckled, "Oh dear, little brother, you truly lack experience. Know when to retreat, or none of you will escape. My comrades will go mad without me. They once told me that their favorite delicacy is fresh blood, especially human blood." Qi Xing remained steadfast, unyielding. Jiao Wenpu sighed, "How dull. I will count to 3 that if you haven't put down your weapon and left by then, these 3 young men will truly lose their lives." That as he spoke, Jiao Wenpu began his countdown. Anxiety gnawed at me like a swarm of insects. What could I do? The lynx's sharp fangs were tightly gripping our throats, making escape impossible. That Qi Xing would never shoot. In such a situation, he would surely lower his weapon, choosing to share our fate, even if it meant facing death together. Suddenly, I thought of Shuiexin, that if anything happened to Qi Xing, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. The thought of her tears filled me with sorrow, yet I felt utterly powerless that I could hear the heartbeat of both Ergo and myself. Strong and vigorous, 2 lives in their prime. There was still a vast world we had yet to explore, countless people we had yet to meet, and many blessings we had yet to enjoy. I noticed Ergo had closed his eyes tightly, appearing calm, yet sweat soaked his entire body. What thoughts occupied his mind in this moment of impending death? Jiao Wenpu was like a doomsday judge, holding our lives in his hands, that I thought to myself, damn it, I was born by my mother and raised by my father. Why should my life be in your hands now? I was prepared to meet the king of hell. And when I did, I would certainly ask him why, despite not being a good person, I was not a wholly wicked one either. Why was I to die so early? Good people do not live long. My thoughts became chaotic, and just then, I heard Qi Xing shout, stop. Slowly, Qi Xing lowered his gun, standing there weakly, and Jiao Wenpu patted his shoulders, saying, haha, you may go now, go on. Qi Xing crouched down, holding his head in anguish. Finally, he slowly rose, gritted his teeth, and with a cough, leaped into the endless darkness of the passageway. I sighed deeply. Feeling an inexplicable emptiness within me, I had initially thought Qi Xing would choose to face life and death with us. But it seemed our bond had not yet reached the point of transcending life and death. Was this betrayal? I quietly questioned myself. Jiao Wenpu, having procured rope from somewhere, bound us tightly together, wrapping us multiple times to ensure we could not escape. Once satisfied with his work, he lay on the ground, panting heavily, resembling one of the lynxes. Indeed, for someone of his stature, binding us to the experimental table was quite a challenge. After his exertions, we, too, were exhausted. Lying on the table and gasping for breath. Dong Zi's teeth chattered, and I laughed. Look at you, scared out of your wits. This isn't the demeanor of a Zhang family member. Dong Zi managed a weak smile. If someone shot me dead, I wouldn't even blink, but who knows how this fiend plans to torture you, asked. Do you think Qi Xing can escape? Sanders said, Qi Xing. Haha, don't even mention him, that I thought he would stay. Back when I used to slaughter pigs, I would stab them to death and then butcher them. Now, I finally get to experience what it feels like to be butchered, that if heaven grants me a way out. I promised never to kill pigs or sheep again. I sighed, choosing not to mention Qi Xing again, that if he could escape, it would be for the best, and Shui Xian would not have to suffer so greatly. I observed Ergo, who remained unflustered, and I was struck by how composed he was in a crisis that I couldn't help but admire him, and said, Fatty, you are as steady as Mount Tai. This is the most manly I've ever seen you. Ergo, still expressionless, replied, Hey, Xuanzi, what was that curse word you used before? I fell silent for a moment before retorting, You fat bastard, should I curse your third uncle or your second aunt? Ergo's eyes widened in surprise as he spat, Right? That's the one. You keep mumbling it so often, yet I never remembered. Hey, Jia, you scoundrel, your surname is a good one. You truly haven't disappointed your ancestors. You're nothing but a fake. You aren't human. I'll curse your third uncle and your second aunt. Hey, are you even listening to me? Do you have an uncle at all? Damn your uncle. Ergo's relentless tirade of curses left my ears ringing. Yet Jiao Wenpu remained oblivious, busying himself around the wooden frame with one lynx following closely behind him while the other two watched us intently. That I said, Hey, don't curse anymore. Use your keen senses to see what he's up to. After a moment, Ergo replied, He's arranging flowers in a glass jar. Those flowers must be poisonous. Damn, that's ruthless. Before long, Jiao Wenpu returned, holding a metal plate containing 4 or 5 vibrant blue petals, grinning wickedly as he addressed us. Haha, come enjoy this delicacy. I responded with a smile, Senior, we have no grievances against each other. Why do you wish to bring us to ruin? Jiao Wenpu replied, I won't let you die. It would keep me company if you were gone. Eat up. Once you consume this, no one will be able to bully you, that you'll be invulnerable, never hungry or dying. You'll become immortal. A jolt of alarm coursed through me. Could this be? I hurriedly inquired. Did the lab rats in the iron cage also consume this? Jiao Wenpu nodded. Yes, little brother, your mind is sharp. You think they shouldn't eat it? As he spoke, he began addressing the empty space ahead. It's not my fault. They came here of their own accord. All right, enough talk, that if you keep prattling on, I might. Dongzi glanced at me and asked, Who is he talking to? I scoffed, There's no one here. I think he has gone a bit mad from being locked up for so long. Jiao Wenpu picked up a petal with tweezers and asked, Who will eat first? Sanerga said, If you wish to kill or maim, do it swiftly, to not dawdle like a coward. Jiao Wenpu retorted, You go first. As he spoke, he approached Sanerga and held the petals on the tweezers close to his lips, that moment. Ergo suddenly bellowed, "To hell with your uncle and aunt. Come over here. Allow your master to serve you." Chapter 39. The bewitching blue flower. Jiao Wenpu grinned, revealing 2 rows of blackened teeth. And with that, he presented the plate before Ergo did. "Ah, there is someone eager to volunteer. Heh, come on, you give it a try." Jiao Wenpu, with his ghostly white hand, cautiously lifted the tweezers, poised to deliver the 2 petals into Ergo's mouth. I was reminded of the erratic behavior of the white mice in the iron cage, and Jiao Wenpu admitted they had consumed these blue petals, which had caused such a transformation in them. Covered in blood, they relentlessly hurled themselves against the cage, utterly desensitized to pain, their bodies manifesting various degrees of mutation. Suddenly, memories of the bloodied corpse from years past surged forth, and the immortal sentinels in the depths of the blue lake. Could it be that they too had transformed due to consumption of these petals? Ergo, do not eat! I shouted frantically, startling Jiao Wenpu, so that the tweezers fell to the ground. The leopard cat, sensing the disturbance, bared its teeth and prepared to pounce, but was halted by Jiao Wenpu's command. "You scared me to death," he exclaimed, patting his chest, and I inquired, "Jiao Wenpu, have you ever fed this to anyone else?" "Oh, many have consumed it. Whenever guests come to my place, I always offer them this," he replied with unsettling calmness, igniting a deep-seated rage within me that I pressed on. "How are these petals made? Are they toxic? Will they cause bodily changes? Is your underground factory researching biochemical weapons?" Jiao Wenpu appeared genuinely astonished. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could the military possibly engage in such research? It is prohibited both domestically and internationally. However, these petals do possess unpredictable potency. I discovered that through my own research," he concluded with a sense of pride, that I gazed at the vast array of petals on the wooden rack, a cold sweat breaking out on my brow. "Jiao Wenpu, cease your charade. How many lives have you harmed with these petals?" He nodded thoughtfully. "I must say, you're quite perceptive, and no one has shown such interest in my research before, since you have such a thirst for knowledge. Allow me to enlighten you about these petals." Jiao Wenpu set the iron plate on the ground and took a seat on the laboratory table, slowly continuing. "This flower is called the solitary lotus. Resembling a lotus in bloom and exceedingly beautiful at the time, the troops had just advanced into Lianhua Mountain, and the underground factory was yet to be established. That I, being naturally restless and not a part of the military unit, found the discipline suffocating. That night, I took my research partner, Lao Tai, and we sneaked out, discovering several trees around a blue lake adorned with luminescent flowers that I understood immediately that the blue lake he referred to was indeed the enigmatic one. We were both astonished. What kind of flower was this, and why did it emit light? As we drew nearer, we observed the bare branches of the trees, with few leaves yet numerous flowers blooming like lotuses. A sight to behold that I wished to pluck one to take back, but Lao Tai, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from a family steeped in ancestral secrets, stopped me. He cautioned, "We have never encountered this flower before. Given its vibrant appearance, we should be wary of its toxicity." That I refrained from acting recklessly, yet the flower lingered in my thoughts, haunting my dreams. Jiao Wenpu chuckled as he gazed at the vibrant petals, clearly captivated by their allure. Lao Tai, recognizing my fascination, assisted me in diligently researching various texts upon our return, and finally identified it. He explained, "The tree is called the solitary tree, named for its bare branches and sparse leaves. The flower is the solitary lotus. Though toxic, it can be used medicinally, an ancient remedy effective against nightmares, blooming once every 50 years for a mere 3 days, and we happen to be here just in time." "Effective against nightmares? This flower is the bewitching blue," Dongzi exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. That I comprehended Dongzi's reaction. As a youth from a semi-isolated mountain village, he had grown up immersed in a plethora of eclectic literature. The worlds depicted therein starkly contrasting with his rural existence. The bizarre experiences we encountered had finally allowed him to apply his knowledge, leading him to believe in the veracity of the tales he had read. His excitement barely contained, even amidst the peril we faced, and I noticed Jiao Wenpu shrug his shoulders, turning to me with a look of surprise. "Little brother, how do you know it is also called the bewitching blue?" Dongzi yearned to respond, but chose to remain silent. That I smiled and urged, "What does it matter now? Speak, for if you do not, there may never be another chance." After a moment of contemplation, Dongzi sighed and said, "The bewitching blue is said to be a sacred object of Buddhism, flourishing in the realm of the four heavenly kings. That it is the essence of the bewitching demon, capable of transforming into human form, causing those who behold it to lose their awareness as if entranced. After being enlightened by the Buddha, it metamorphosed into a lotus, reciting scriptures day and night to seek peace of heart and alleviate its past transgressions. Legend holds that the realm of the four heavenly kings is 42,000 yojanas distant from the human world, where 50 years in the human realm equates to 1 day and night. The bewitching blue blooms and withers once every day and night in that realm, aligning perfectly with 50 years in the human realm. Zhao Wenpu nodded. Little brother, it is a shame for you to be cooped up in this remote mountain hollow. However, one must not fully trust everything in books. They are often mere fables for children. After all this time, have you started to hallucinate? Let us not dwell on that. Ever since I discovered this flower, I have been utterly enamored. The very next night, I sneaked out alone to gather some, and later unintentionally discovered that this flower contains some unknown compound that reacts with other substances to produce a cloud of white mist. Anyone inhaling this mist becomes weak and drowsy. Ha. I grew even more convinced of its value, and during my leisure, I secretly began to study it. On one occasion during an experiment, I accidentally knocked over a vial containing the petals and the potion, spilling them onto the table. The white mice in the cage consumed the mixture and astonishingly managed to gnaw through the iron bars. Would you not agree this flower is extraordinary? Zhao Wenpu concluded, relishing the sight of the bewitching blue once more. Suddenly, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, like a door in the darkness revealing a narrow crack. Even the smallest sliver of light was enough to illuminate the shadows. Everything stemmed from Zhao Wenpu and his bewitched flower, the bewitching blue. Its poison must paralyze the mind, rendering both humans and animals devoid of reason, while bestowing unimaginable strength and endurance. The overwhelming energy could mutate a simple white mouse, enabling it to sever sturdy iron bars. Based on our recent experiences, it was undoubtedly Zhao Wenpu who had poisoned the passage with the earlier white mist, causing us to fall into slumber, subsequently transporting us from the passage to the armory, and later back to the laboratory. As for the headless specter, after inhaling the mist combined with the terrifying incidents narrated by Zhao Wenpu, we were likely subjected to psychological suggestion, resulting in hallucinations. His intent may have been to detain us, preventing our escape, or perhaps he viewed us merely as experimental subjects. The white mouse in the cage had its teeth extracted, presumably to avoid a repeat of the earlier incident where it had bitten through the iron cage. One must realize that a mouse capable of gnawing through iron bars would wreak havoc on the laboratory and potentially the entire underground military factory, causing immeasurable destruction and panic. This led me to ponder the bloodied corpse incident. Was that event connected to this? The corpse that walked, dripping with blood, and the one that could still attack despite having its arms severed. Could they have been Zhao Wenpu's experiments? I asked Zhao Wenpu, have you conducted experiments on humans? Or has your team engaged in similar practices? Did you not report this astonishing discovery to your superiors? Those fools in 1578. How could they comprehend the marvels of this wondrous flower? If only my research could be applied on the battlefield, we would be invincible. From Zhao Wenpu's words, I discerned his disdain for the collective, or perhaps a deep-seated loathing. That it was clear he felt overlooked within the ranks, or that his research had failed to gain recognition. For the 1578 Underground Battalion was filled with elite talents. The MY treasure has even saved 2 lives, Zhao Wenpu exclaimed, rising to once again hold the petals up to Ergo's lips. This is a fine delicacy. I offer it to you, so eat. I shouted, hold on. Zhao Wenpu, you claim to have saved 2 lives. How did you manage that? Zhao Wenpu grinned, revealing his blackened teeth. They were on the brink of death, gravely injured, kneeling and pleading for my help. That I simply fed them the flower. Now eat, I yelled. Ergo, do not eat. That flower is poisonous. Consuming it will turn you into a blood corpse. Zhao Wenpu suddenly became agitated, his expression darkening. What did you say? You dare claim my treasure is toxic? In a swift motion, he picked up the handgun from the ground and pressed it against my temple. Will you eat? If not, I will blow your brother's head off. Facing Ergo with a threat, Ergo, blushing deeply, managed to force a smile and said to me, Xuanzi, Dongzi, and Sanergo, I thank you all if it weren't for your efforts to save my life. I doubt you would have taken this perilous risk. nor would anyone have pointed a gun at your heads. Without further ado, I vow to repay the kindness of my brothers in my next life, even if it means toiling like an ox or horse. Guirun, for heaven's sake, stop dawdling. If you don't deliver it to me, how can I consume it? Jiao Wenpu chuckled and replied, consider it a bargain. He then placed the blue petals into Ergo's mouth. Dongzi and Sanerge struggled, attempting to prevent Ergo from consuming it, cursing and spitting at Jiao Wenpu in the process, but Jiao Wenpu remained unfazed. Ergo chewed loudly and exclaimed, delicious. What I cherish most in life is eating and sleeping, that if I must perish while eating, then so be it. My eyes welled up with tears, my vision blurring. And I cursed, Jiao Wenpu, if you are a man, then be swift and grant me a bullet that I, Zhang Weiquan, will not even bother to report to the king of hell. Jiao Wenpu patted Ergo's shoulder and assured him, fear not, you shall not die. Chapter 40. From adversity to prosperity, everything arrived without warning. Initially, we sought merely to find the package left by grandfather, hoping it might help us unravel the predicament and save Ergo's life. However, we encountered numerous dangers along the way. The enigmatic blue lake, the fabled golden ship, the strange fish, the mysterious whirlpools within deep caverns, the grave-dwelling centipede king, the undead sentinels, and the forest demon, the black bear. Now, we found ourselves trapped in a mysterious underground factory, witnessing the stories of the vanished underground king, 1578, and the deranged Jiao Wenpu. Setting aside the numerous fears and pains we had endured, the sacrifice of the tiger and the escape of Qixing had already dealt us a severe blow. With everyone bound, Ergo was coerced into consuming the toxic flower petals, leaving his fate uncertain. Should we resign ourselves to fate or mount a desperate counterattack? What lies behind our despair? Crisis or hope? At this moment, Ergo's face was as crimson as the fiery clouds at dusk, reminiscent of when we had just reclaimed the package from the mysterious fish that I gazed at the sunset, feeling an inexplicable sense of tragedy. Yet now, I felt no inclination to escape, only concern for Ergo, whose complexion deepened in hue, causing me deep distress that I yearned to plunge a knife into Jiao Wenpu, or perhaps to have him end my misery with a single thrust. Hey, you bastard! If you intend to kill me, I suggest you do it swiftly. Otherwise, should I manage to escape this wretched place, I shall see to it that you pay with your life and burn your hideout to the ground. Sanerge shouted, his emotions running high, clearly not having abandoned hope of escape. Jiao Wenpu, observing the change in Ergo's complexion, grinned widely, ignoring Sanerge's outcry, and reached for more flower petals. Fatty, how are you holding up? Sanerge quickly inquired about Ergo's condition, that Ergo forced a faint smile, replying, no worries, I won't die, just why it feels like something is writhing in my stomach, and my body is ablaze. Damn it, it's my fault for being careless that I knew from the first glance that this man was no good. I let my guard down after eating something. Sanerge began to berate himself. I brought you all into this mess. Despite your warnings to be cautious, I still failed to protect you, Sanerge. Don't blame yourself that we still have some time. We need to think of a way to escape. Dongzi whispered that let's help each other and see if we can free ourselves from these bindings. I sighed helplessly. It's futile. They are all dead, not to Sanerge, and I have already tried. Yet Dongzi remained undeterred, saying to Sanerge and me, the I Ching states, from adversity comes prosperity. It implies that when things reach their extreme, they will turn to their opposite. Adversity and prosperity are interconvertible. When misfortune reaches its limit, good fortune will follow. Changing circumstances may yield different outcomes. Every second could correspond to a new possibility. Therefore, we must not lose heart. We must find ways to buy ourselves time. The longer we delay, the greater our chances of seizing a turning point. In such adversity, mutual encouragement among brothers is paramount. Inspired by Dongzi's words, I regained my confidence and said to Sanerge and Ergo, Dongzi is right. With our brotherhood, we cannot possibly be outmatched by that old scoundrel, Jiao Wenpu. I noticed Ergo's complexion growing increasingly flushed, resembling a vessel on the verge of bursting, and when I spoke to him, he began to stutter, his mind appearing to wander, that my heart sank. Could Ergo be on the brink of becoming a mindless, bloodthirsty creature? Just then, 2 gunshots rang out, reverberating throughout the cavern, the echo resounding ominously. Before I could comprehend what was happening, a lynx behind me tipped backward, awkwardly collapsing. IT had been shot in the hind leg, blood pouring forth, but it wasn't a fatal wound. It staggered back to its feet, dragging its maimed limb toward its master. Zhao Wenpu reacted swiftly, immediately pulling the lynx behind a wooden frame as soon as he heard the gunfire. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past, before I could discern its identity. It had circled behind us, gnawing at the ropes binding Ergo and me, that I turned to see it was that white leopard. It was fiercely tugging at the hemp rope that bound us. Then came two more gunshots, this time aimed at another lynx in front of us, but unfortunately, the bullet struck the wall beside it, shattering a glass bottle atop the wooden frame, glass shards and liquid flying everywhere. The ropes binding Ergo were the first to be severed by the leopard's relentless biting, but he seemed to be rendered powerless, slumping lifelessly onto the laboratory table, unable to move. The white leopard then began gnawing at the rope binding my hands. The other lynx, undeterred by the gunfire, charged directly toward the passage. It seemed the shooter was concealed in the dim light of the passageway. Alas, that lynx barely made it to the entrance before two gunshots rang out from within, both striking its skull. The lynx let out a whimper before collapsing, its legs twitching helplessly. Stunned by this sudden turn of events, I was frozen in disbelief. Everything transpiring in the blink of an eye. One lynx injured, another slain, while the white leopard continued to gnaw at the rope that IT appeared as though we had stumbled upon a turning point. Still dazed, I was startled by a barrage of gunfire erupting from the wooden frame. Bang! 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 The long barrel of a gun protruded, revealing that Zhao Wenpu too possessed a firearm, and it was evidently more advanced than the one used to rescue us. His shots rang out in rapid succession, each time unleashing a double volley. Zhao Wenpu's gunfire was sudden. The sounds of bullets striking the walls and iron railings echoed continuously. Initially, the passageway still resonated with the sound of bullets hitting the glass bottles on the wooden frame. But soon silence fell that I was taken aback. Had he been hit by stray bullets? "Everyone run!" I shouted, realizing that Zhao Wenpu too had noticed the sudden stillness, swiftly aiming the gun at us in a moment of urgency. Driven by the instinct to survive, I managed to stand, leaning against the laboratory table. To my surprise, I discovered that the ropes binding my hands had been severed by the white leopard, and although my legs were still restrained, this newfound freedom was enough for me to escape. I hurriedly pushed Ergo off the table, climbed atop it, and with all my strength, pulled Dongzi and Sanergo by their arms. They too exerted their utmost effort. And as the four of us tumbled off the back of the table, we heard a series of muffled gunshots from the front, the sound ominous and unclear as to where the bullets had gone. I took a deep breath, realizing I had exerted myself so much that I had scraped my palm, blood oozing continuously, that I paid no heed to the wound, tearing a piece of cloth to wrap around it. The gunfire ceased. The four of us leaned against the cold, hard laboratory table, constructed from concrete, providing some assurance against the penetrating bullets. Yet, aside from a single iron rod, we had managed to scavenge from around the stone table. We had no suitable weapons. That Ergo groaned, clutching his stomach, and our situation was dire. I removed the ropes from my feet and began to help the white leopard untie Dongzi and Sanergo from their bindings. Sitting on the ground, I grasped the iron rod, taking deep breaths to calm myself for a better assessment of our predicament. The entire laboratory was eerily silent. All parties remained motionless. Who could be the one firing from the passageway? Could it be Qixing, who had previously escaped? The distance between the passage and the laboratory where Zhao Wenpu was located was separated by iron doors and railings, and only someone like Qixing could accurately shoot from such a distance. However, during the chaotic gunfight, he had only fired twice before falling silent. Had he been struck by stray bullets? What if the shooter was not Qixing? Zhao Wenpu, having been trapped underground for so long, had become akin to a rabid dog, having lost all sense of rationality. Now that he had fallen silent, could it be that he had run out of bullets? If that lynx were to charge at us, how could we defend ourselves? In this brief span of seconds, I contemplated all possible scenarios that I gazed upon the white Qilin before me, which sat quietly beside Ergo, its pristine white fur untouched by any blemish. Embodying a purity that seemed to transcend the mundane, that in both moments of peril, it had appeared in a timely manner to rescue us, evoking memories of the deceased tiger. It is often said that all beings possess a spirit. What merit do we possess to receive assistance from such creatures, as commonly referred to as beasts, by others? The white Qilin turned its head to regard me, its familiar crimson eyes betraying no emotion, appearing almost indifferent at first glance. Yet upon closer scrutiny, it felt as though a warm, enveloping crimson light surrounded me, igniting a sudden warmth in my chest, and an inexplicable courage began to unfurl within my heart. As I examined closely, I discovered that in the darkened corridor, Qi Xing was perched atop the wall at the tunnel's entrance, cautiously observing the laboratory. "It was Qi Xing," I exclaimed in joy, startling San Ergo and Dong Zi, who hurriedly questioned how I knew that it was the white Qilin that informed me. I suppressed my elation and told them, while San Ergo and Dong Zi exchanged glances between me and the white Qilin, merely smiling without uttering a word. The tacit understanding forged through our shared trials of life and death over this extended period was unparalleled. We were all in silent accord. "Dong Zi, keep a close watch on Ergo. Should any unusual circumstances arise, we must first employ special measures before devising a strategy." Then I tossed the hemp rope on the ground to Dong Zi, who glanced at Ergo and nodded with resignation. "San Ergo, we need to devise a plan to draw that wretched man out. Once he reveals himself, Qi Xing will have the opportunity to eliminate him." "What kind of plan?" San Ergo inquired. "Currently, we only have this iron rod at our disposal, that if he is out of ammunition, it will be manageable. However, I fear he might fire from concealment." As I pondered, I suddenly noticed two fragments of stone not far ahead. Lowering myself, I crawled over, picked up the stones, and after taking a deep breath, I instinctively hurled them toward the wooden rack where Jiao Wenpu was hiding, just in front of the experimental table. A sharp sound of shattering glass resonated, followed by 2 gunshots, and then a series of rapid-fire bangs. It was evident that the initial 2 gunshots had come from Qi Xing, while the subsequent shots were from Jiao Wenpu. Seizing this opportunity, I quietly maneuvered around to the eastern side of the experimental table to survey the situation. That I was uncertain how many firearms the wretched man possessed or how many bullets remained. But I had already formulated a plan. That I told Dong Zi, "Be sure to look after Ergo." That I calculated that the current omens are quite favorable for us. Turning to San Ergo, I declared, "It is time for that wretched man to experience our methods." Chapter 41. A desperate counterattack. Excellent. I was just itching to unleash my wrath. San Ergo responded, "Xuanzi, what do you propose?" "I will follow your lead." I beckoned San Ergo to crawl to the far corner of the eastern side of the experimental table, where we both cautiously extended our heads. That I explained to him, "The wooden rack ahead is less than 10 meters from us, and it holds numerous glass bottles we can use to distract that wretched man. That Qi Xing has been keeping watch at the tunnel entrance. As soon as that man's head appears, Qi Xing will take aim and shoot." With a remaining stone in hand, I declared, "On the count of 3, I shall throw the stone, and then we will rush towards the rack." San Ergo nodded. That I gripped the stone tightly, preparing to throw it. 1, 2, 3. As I released the stone, the clear sound of shattering glass followed, and gunfire erupted. San Ergo and I swiftly crouched down and dashed behind the opposing wooden rack, seizing the moment perfectly, as Jiao Wenpu continued to shoot at the tunnel entrance, oblivious to our movements. Once in air, Ji's breathing had steadied. I randomly selected 2 bottles from the assortment atop the rack, filled with an unknown powder, and said, "Take 2 that feel suitable. We will shoot and change positions." San Ergo agreed, and as soon as the gunfire ceased, we hurled the bottles toward Jiao Wenpu's direction and quickly dashed to the other side of the rack. Initially, Jiao Wenpu fired sporadically in our direction, but eventually, realizing we were unarmed, he pushed aside several bottles in front of him and began a frenzied barrage of gunfire at us. San Ergo and I had no choice but to lie down and evade. Finally, when he grew weary and the gunfire ceased, San Ergo remarked, "This wretched man has lost his composure. We can't continue like this, or we will surely be hit by stray bullets." I was at a loss. Initially, I had intended to wear down Jiao Wenpu's ammunition and patience with this tactic, but I had not anticipated his ample supply of bullets and remarkable endurance. Years of subterranean existence had not dulled his cunning. Rather, it had sharpened his wits, making him adept at seizing opportunities. That I lifted my gaze to the rack before me, made of an unknown material, which had somehow withstood the ravages of time without decay. Designed for storing experimental materials, the rack was not particularly tall, allowing me to reach its top with ease. Through the gaps between the racks, I could see that the rack concealing Jiao Wenpu was merely 4 racks away from us. An idea sparked in my mind, and I said to San Ergo, "This rack is only about 2 meters high, and the one in front is approximately 1.5 meters away. Do you think we could push this rack over? If we toppled it, the others would surely follow suit, leaving Jiao Wenpu with no refuge that as soon as the rack fell, we would swiftly retreat behind the experimental table. And once Jiao Wenpu was exposed, Qi Xing would have his chance." San Ergo clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Brilliant idea! This rack is not very long. It should pose no problem. The left side is filled with powder-fill bottles, which are considerably lighter than those on the right, that will push it slightly to the left." I nodded, and we positioned ourselves accordingly. With a signal from San Ergo, we summoned our full strength to topple the rack before us. To our surprise, it was far lighter than we had anticipated, and within seconds, it crashed down. We turned and sprinted toward the experimental table, while behind us, a cacophony of shattering glass and clattering wood erupted, blending with the chaos of splintering glass and crashing sounds. Jiao Wenpu was caught completely off guard. He continued to fire at the direction we had just occupied, cursing loudly, but his voice was soon drowned out by the clamor of glass shattering, leaving only the gunfire in its wake. Before long, the wooden rack in front of Jiao Wenpu collapsed as well that I peeked out and saw that Jiao Wenpu and his lynx had nowhere to hide. Frantically brandishing his gun and firing in all directions that I quickly withdrew behind the experimental table, where I found Ergo struggling on the ground, clutching his abdomen, while Dong Zi futilely tugged at his clothing. The white Qilin had vanished without a trace. Just as I was about to check on Ergo's condition, a chilling scream reverberated throughout the underground, raspy and terrifying. I leaned out to see that Jiao Wenpu had been shot, unsure whether it was Qi Xing's bullet or his own stray shot, as he grasped his left leg and collapsed to the ground. Yet the gunfire did not cease. Several more shots rang out. Targeting the lynx beside Jiao Wenpu, a familiar figure emerged slowly from the tunnel entrance, carrying a sleek black double-barreled gun over his shoulder as he crossed the iron gate of the laboratory. His image etched itself in my mind, remaining vivid even many years later. Qi Xing, resembling a savior, stood tall. San Ergo rose in excitement, exclaiming, "I knew Qi Xing was a true man. I had intended to praise him as well. But inexplicably, what escaped my lips was, 'You are truly incredible.'" Jiao Wenpu, clutching his bleeding leg, prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Brothers, spare me. I never intended to harm you." Qi Xing turned to me, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I too smiled and shook my head, signaling him not to shoot. I rushed over to gather all the firearms surrounding Jiao Wenpu and tossed them to San Ergo, confronting Jiao Wenpu. "You wretched man. I never imagined you harbored such malicious intent. If anything happens to my brother today, I will ensure you accompany him to the grave. Quickly tell me, is there any way to save my brother from that vile flower?" Jiao Wenpu wore a pained expression, replying, "I am unsure. This drug is highly unstable, and each individual's reaction during experimentation is different." I delivered a swift kick to Jiao Wenpu's injured left leg, berating him. "How many innocent lives have you used for your experiments? How many have you harmed?" Jiao Wenpu let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the pain. That moment, Ergo suddenly sprang up as if possessed, pushing Dong Zi aside and tearing his shirt wide open. I was horrified to see his upper body flushed red, and I rushed forward before I could reach him. Ergo suddenly began to froth at the mouth, violently expelling a mass of disorderly contents from his stomach. Then he fell backward. Dong Zi, who had been behind him, shouted, "Brother, come quickly." I hurried over, and a foul stench assaulted my senses. To my astonishment, I saw a thick black worm, as large as a wooden stick, writhing on the ground. Dong Zi remarked, "Is this a gas bug?" I replied, "Could it have ingested poison, consuming the patio? Is Ergo going to be all right?" Dong Zi chuckled. His complexion is gradually returning to normal. I observed as the redness indeed began to fade, my heart swelling with joy. This hefty fellow is truly resilient. This gas bug is certainly no ordinary creature. At this moment, Qi Xing also approached, inquiring, "Is everyone all right?" I shook my head, replying, "No harm done, merely a false alarm." Fortunately, as I reflect on the matter, I suddenly recall my earlier condemnation of Qi Xing for betraying us, having removed him from the list of brothers in my heart. Now, I am overwhelmed with guilt, my face ablaze with shame, chastising myself for still behaving like a child at my age, exhibiting such immaturity. It was a stroke of luck that Qixing arrived just in time. And what about that Pai Zi? Where did it go? Sanair asked, and I felt a deep gratitude towards the white Pai Zi and heard Dong Zi inform Sanair. That white Pai Zi is no ordinary creature. It might possess some mystical abilities, perhaps even a celestial essence. Previously, De Yi mentioned that the white Pai Zi could be a temptation, but I beg to differ, as long as we do not bring harm to them. They can coexist harmoniously with humans, even assisting one another. Look, Sanair, your treasured sword, Qixing said, drawing his prized blade from his waist and handing it to Sanair. This treasure was left in the armory, and I happened to retrieve it for you when I passed by. Sanair expressed his gratitude repeatedly, affectionately caressing the sword. If Ergo had suffered any injury today, I would have used this blade to deal with that wretched man. To our surprise, as Sanair and a few of us turned around, we discovered that Jia Wenpu had mysteriously vanished. Qixing, brandishing his weapon, prepared to pursue him, but I cautioned, he is injured and cannot have gone far. However, we are still unfamiliar with this underground factory, and we don't know if there are any traps or secret passages. Besides, we harbor no deep-seated enmity against him that we can wait until Ergo regains consciousness. We must not separate again, that Ergo groaned. Qixing, I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. He began to cough as I noticed he had awakened. I playfully kicked his calf. Are you no longer pretending to be dead? How do you feel now? I'm fine. That monstrous creature nearly did me. IT is your savior. Quite the coincidence, Ergo. Do you realize this opportunity is something men rarely encounter? A taste of pregnancy. The group erupted into laughter at Sanair's words, and Ergo remarked, enough of this nonsense. I'm thirsty. Can someone fetch me some water? I stifled my laughter and retorted, Hey, you fatso, do you have any injuries or not? Hurry up and wake up. There's water in the break room, and we need to leave this dreadful place. Before I could finish, a thunderous roar suddenly shook us, causing our heads to throb and our ears to ring incessantly. The entire cavern trembled and dust and debris fell like rain. A resounding crash echoed from the entrance, followed by the sound of boulders tumbling down. We hurriedly pulled Ergo and dashed towards the entrance. Exiting the laboratory, we passed through the armory and break room, where dust swirled and rubble littered the floor, igniting a sense of foreboding within me. Huh? Echoed the chilling laughter throughout the underground factory, emanating from the entrance. Armed and ready, we approached the entrance only to find Jia Wenpu sprawled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, his legs pinned beneath a massive rock, unable to move. His legs were a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh mangled, warm blood continuously seeping into the cold floor of the factory. Tears mingled with his laughter as he looked at us with an inexplicable excitement, declaring, You all cannot escape. Chapter 42. The half-faced lynx. I gazed at Jia Wenpu's bloody legs trapped beneath a boulder and his eerie, pale smile, a chill creeping up my spine as I asked in a hushed tone, What happened? Did you cause this? Jia Wenpu coughed violently, choked by the dust, blood at his lips, his expression one of immense pain, yet he forced a laugh. You killed my comrades. Shouldn't you pay with your lives? I felt a surge of anger, yet I managed a wry smile. Your words are amusing, but it was your pack of wild creatures that struck first. They even killed one of our fine hunting dogs, nearly costing us our lives. Moreover, I suspect the disappearance of the underground warriors may have something to do with your beasts. Upon hearing me mention the missing underground warriors, Jia Wenpu's smile vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Not me. Not me. How could it be me? Noting his extreme reaction, I pondered if perhaps he truly was innocent in this matter. But if not him, then where had that large group vanished to? Why was he the only one left? Dong Zi pressed on, unrelenting. If it's not you, then who else could it be? I believe you used the Pusi Yaolon toxin to enshroud them in white mist, allowing your lynxes to strike and sever their throats. Ergo, still weak and recovering, exclaimed, Damn, I truly admire you. You took down an entire squad with a single flower. Not me, truly not me. Jia Wenpu shook his head vigorously, denying it, his face twitching in terror. Sanair approached, brandishing his sword, positioning the blade before Jia Wenpu's head. If you explain everything now, there may still be time. Otherwise, if you continue to bleed like this, you won't last long, and no one will be able to save you. Jia Wenpu managed a bitter smile. I don't expect you to save me. Having caused you this harm, would you still come to my aid? Just give me a clean cut. That would be my salvation. Indeed, the anticipation of death is far more agonizing than death itself, and infinitely more terrifying. Dongzi stepped forward, addressing Zhao Wenpu. You nearly caused our demise. But you are still a human life that we do not desire to kill, nor can we bear to watch a living person slowly perish. Do your legs still have any sensation? San Er crouched down, poking at Zhao Wenpu's thigh, which was still exposed. Zhao Wenpu paused, then shook his head, tears streaming down his face. That moment, I could not decipher his expression. From our first meeting, I had perceived only one emotion from him, a strange smile and a restless gaze. As Dongzi described on first encountering him, neither human nor ghost. Yet now his tear-streaked face conveyed something entirely different. What lay hidden within? Regret, emotion, or simply pain? It dawned on me that humans are the most emotionally complex creatures. There are no absolute villains nor absolute heroes. Only those temporarily lost, unable to find their way. San Er stated, we must first amputate your leg and then find a way to stop the bleeding. You must endure. Both Qixing and I approached, and I removed my shirt to stuff into Zhao Wenpu's mouth. Yet doubt lingered in my mind. San Er was no doctor, and his courage was remarkable. Let us hope he doesn't inadvertently kill the man. As I watched San Er heat the blade over the candle and prepare to amputate Zhao Wenpu's leg, he shook his head violently, mumbling through the cloth as though he had something to say. I urged San Er to pause and remove the fabric from Zhao Wenpu's mouth, but he gasped for air and said, no need for trouble. You're all good people. It's time for me to pay for the sins I've committed. I did not harm the underground warriors, but I did conduct experiments on 3 half-dead individuals that half-dead. I inquired. They were led by their souls, and after that, before Zhao Wenpu could finish, Ergo suddenly shouted, not good. Everyone grab your weapons. Something monstrous is approaching. Before we could react, 2 lynxes had already dashed to the entrance, their steps unrelenting, lunging towards Ergo. Upon closer inspection, I noticed one lynx's face had been shot to pieces, leaving only a crooked eye, while the other had also sustained injuries. I fired a shot, hitting one of its legs, and everyone else opened fire as well. I cursed, damn it. Are they back from the dead? Aren't those the same 2 we just killed? Ergo, while shooting back, retreated. The 2 lynxes moved swiftly, enduring multiple shots, one of them losing half its face, but still charging towards us. By now, Ergo had regained some strength, cursing, what the hell is going on? Are they possessed by ghosts? Even without a face, they keep coming. Dongzi shouted, aim carefully. Target the eyes and legs. Watch for stray bullets. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Yet the lynxes pressed on, their movements becoming even more agile. We continued to shoot while retreating, simultaneously fending off the lynx's assault while being cautious of stray bullets, as the passage was narrow. We all fell back behind a boulder, and Zhao Wenpu cried out, I'm sorry to you all. Seeing my end is near, I fed these 2 with Pusa Yaolon. He shouted the names of his comrades. But the lynxes paid him no heed. They moved with lightning speed, almost reaching the boulder, but our aim proved true, and the half-faced lynx finally fell, its head shattered, unable to move again. However, the other one struggled its way to Zhao Wenpu's feet. Before he could even scream for help, the lynx leaped onto him, rending his clothing with a claw and lunging for his head. Zhao Wenpu desperately beat at it with his hands, his scalp torn away. Half of his head devoured by the lynx, muffled cries escaping his lips. It was San Er who reacted swiftly, raising his sword and delivering a decisive blow, severing the lynx's head. The only sounds echoing through the underground were the labored breaths of the crowd and the gurgling of blood. I moved forward where the lynx-headed creature clamped tightly onto the half-skinned head of Zhao Wenpu, blood gushing profusely. Zhao Wenpu's fingers twitched momentarily before falling still. Despite all his cunning, he ultimately met his demise at the hands of his own accomplice. The scene before us was unbearable, prompting a collective sigh from the onlookers. I picked up the clothes from the ground and ignited them with oil from the candlestick, casting them upon Zhao Wenpu and his lynx. Qixing swiftly rushed to the armory and returned with black cotton. We were, in a sense, providing Zhao Wenpu with a modest cremation ceremony. As the flames blazed brightly, Ergo could not help but inquire, why do you show such kindness to this wretched man? We, too, have nearly fallen victim to him on several occasions. Dongzi sighed beside him, saying, "Alas, we cannot blame him entirely. He was once a talent, cast aside in this forsaken place. Deprived of hope and light, that I end truth, he is rather pitiable." San Ergu remarked, putting aside everything else. To train a few wild lynxes to be so obedient and astute must indicate he was a formidable individual. Ergo nodded and, addressing the fire, said, "Very well. I hope you, Doggo, can find brothers below and not be forsaken." That I turned away, mourning the loss of a vibrant life while silently resolving. There must be no more deaths. Absolutely none. I urged everyone to hasten our departure. "Let us go. Our immediate priority is to escape this cursed place. Gather your belongings. This exit is sealed, and we must seek another route." We re-entered the passageway. First arriving at the armory, where we scrutinized the map. The map was alarmingly simplistic, merely marking the essential rooms of the underground factory without offering any particularly useful information. The ASI examined the map repeatedly. I felt a nagging sense of something amiss. In my haste, I could not pinpoint the issue that I asked Dongzi, "Do you not find something strange about this map?" Dongzi pondered for a moment before responding. "This map is too rudimentary. It lacks many details. The underground king's forces must number over 100. They cannot all possibly reside in the armory or laboratory." That I smacked my thigh and exclaimed, "Exactly, the problem lies here. Where do these people live? How do they manage their basic needs? This underground factory is undoubtedly larger than what the map suggests." We searched the armory for a few more guns. And San Ergu took several small wooden-handled grenades, explaining that once the fuse was pulled and thrown, they would explode shortly after. Quite effective. Previously, he had seen someone use them to fish in the lake below, and they had been quite impressive. Ergo, intrigued, pocketed a few as well. With my upper body bare, I could only hold a gun in my hand, unable to carry more. That we began to search for hidden stone doors from the passageway. But despite our efforts, we always returned to the armory, discovering nothing after several laps. That I remarked, "It's peculiar. Why do we keep circling back to the armory? We seem to be going in circles." San Ergu suggested, "I believe this is akin to building a house. The armory serves as an outer room, and no matter the path taken, we must pass through here. This area is the center." I turned to Dongzi. "You have read extensively and possess much knowledge. What rationale could there be behind this design?" Dongzi surveyed the surroundings, knocking on the walls, and suddenly began to rub against the wall corner. Chapter 43. The ceiling of the cave in the corner of the wall. There were markings, unclear in origin, but remarkably distinct even after years. Under the flickering light, its original form gradually emerged, an image of a long-haired woman seated on a square chair, holding a mirror, seemingly combing her hair, with 4 unknown creatures lying at her sides. The image was not large, but it was clearly visible. San Ergu inquired from behind, "What are you two looking at?" I focused on the image and responded, "There is a painting here, though I cannot discern its meaning." The Ergo and Qixing squeezed closer, while Dongzi retreated to another corner to continue his examination. Ergo patted my shoulder and remarked, "Zhuanzi, do you think Dongzi has been possessed?" I shot him a glare. "There is no such possession here. Look at this wall corner with the painting. There may be significance in it. Let us wait and see what Dongzi says." That Ergo nodded and crouched down to study the markings, while Dongzi thoroughly inspected all 4 corners, revealing the long hidden designs. Dongzi returned, informing us, "It seems my suspicions were correct. Each corner bears a distinct pattern." San Ergu asked, "What significance does this hold?" I elaborated, "From what you said about the structure of the underground factory, it resembles the layout of a house. Upon further reflection, this underground military factory must possess hidden passages leading to the soldiers' quarters or similar accommodations. The TO house over 100 people. It must be considerably larger than this laboratory. And a military factory cannot solely consist of the armory. Yet, why would the map conceal other rooms?" I recalled the Siege silver pillow I had seen at the iron door. Such an item was not used casually. Once reserved for emperors and serving as a tomb lock. Dongzi paused, then continued. Zhao Wenpu mentioned that the underground king's forces comprise many extraordinary individuals. That I surmised that this underground military factory was not constructed haphazardly. Selecting a site is crucial. Beyond geographical and geological considerations, the most vital aspect is feng shui. Feng shui? I exclaimed, surprised that do they still believe in that? Dongzi chuckled lightly. Who doesn't he? when a leading elder brother established the nation. He even formed an organization to manage these affairs. Who would dare dismiss it? It would be absurd to present the toiling masses with notions of destiny and fate. Sen Ergo interjected anxiously. Yes, that makes sense, but what does it all signify? Dongzi explained. Considering the iron door has a tomb lock, I suspect that the site selection and construction of this factory employed methods akin to those used for building a tomb. The principles of tomb construction cannot stray from the concepts of dragon, sand, cave, water, mountain, bright hall, near altar, and distant ancestors. The dragon refers to Dragon Mountain, denoting the mountain's alignment and energy. There are numerous auspicious sites in Lianhua Mountain, all of which embody the principles of yin and yang. Storing energy and essence. Sand, cave, water, and mountain refer to the surrounding conditions. The blue lake and waterfall create a protective environment, a place where wind gathers and energy converges. The bright hall, near altar, and distant ancestors emphasize alignment in the north-south direction and correspondence in the east-west direction. Meeting these criteria signifies a rare and auspicious site. However, perfect locations are exceedingly rare, necessitating human intervention to repair, supplement, fill, and excavate, integrating natural and cultural elements to create an ideal artificial feng shui site that I expressed my confusion. Isn't the equipment more crucial for merely constructing a military factory? Does the site selection really require such complexity? Dongzi smiled and replied, "Oh, brother, it's not as simple as you think. Establishing a military factory in a remote place like Lianhua Mountain, where even a decent road is absent, demands unimaginable human, material, and financial resources that if anything were to go awry, the losses would be incalculable. A feng shui site is not significantly affected by natural disasters and can draw strength from nature, safeguarding research and researchers, as well as ensuring the safety and success of the soldiers. Moreover, since ancient times, the underground has represented a world distinct from the human realm, celestial realm, and hell, being close to hell. It is perpetually shrouded in darkness and heavy with dampness, thus necessitating serious consideration in its construction. That I nodded, signaling Dongzi to continue. That he elaborated. The tombs of ancient dignitaries adhere to the principles of ceremonial regulations and the beauty of mountains and rivers, while modern military factories do not need to follow any ancestral rites. They must certainly reference the beauty of mountains and rivers. Hence, I suspect this underground military factory was constructed at a cave ceiling site in Lianhua Mountain. The main spine of Lianhua Mountain consists of 9 veins, all supporting the energy of the main peak. Establishing such a cave is no simple task. That if the cave is too small, it cannot contain the energy. If it is too large, it risks losing it, potentially transforming into a malevolent site. The solution is to use the factory's objects to anchor the energy, which is referred to as sealing objects. Yet, in this vast area, I have yet to find any sealing objects. Only after hearing Sen Ergo discuss the structure of the house did I conceive a bold hypothesis. What hypothesis? The entire factory itself is the sealing object. What? The group was astonished, wondering what kind of remarkable individual could turn the construction of an entire factory into a sealing object. Dongzi continued with a hint of concern. However, this remains merely a hypothesis. I have found no literature suggesting that an entire tomb can serve as a sealing object. That I encouraged Dongzi. Have you forgotten what Zhao Wenpu once told you? To trust solely in books is not wise. The two of us exclaimed in unison. Indeed. Dongzi laughed heartily, right? It is indeed so. Books are merely written by people, and I have validated that my thoughts are accurate. At this moment, Ergo was growing increasingly impatient as Dongzi continued to circle around the topic, urging him, "Come on, just tell me what is going on. You're driving me mad." Dongzi cast a sidelong glance at Ergo, ignoring him, and continued. According to what Zhao Wenpu mentioned earlier, if the situation is as he described, then the scale of this arms factory must be unimaginably vast, based on my initial impressions of this place. I can envision the feng shui and atmospheric conditions in my mind. To satisfy the requirements for a proper site, this arms factory might extend from the peaks above the waterfall to the depths beneath the blue lake. Naturally, no construction can exist beneath the lake or above the waterfall. When we entered the cave at Blue Lake to retrieve something, we hadn't considered the cave itself. That I distinctly recall seeing candle holders on the cave walls when my brother was retrieving items, indicating that the cave is not a natural formation. but rather a structure designed and built by an adept, taking into account the activities surrounding the bizarre fish of Blue Lake and the fluctuations in water levels. Its exact purpose remains unknown to us. However, we did encounter corpse-eating insects and the blood of the Worm King within the cave. Boldly speaking, that place is likely used for disposing of corpses. Disposing of corpses? The group was astonished, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. How could there be so many bodies to sustain all those grave worms? Dong Zi hurried to clarify, I'm not just referring to human corpses. It is much more likely that small animals are used as sacrificial subjects for experiments that we finally breathed a sigh of relief and listened as Dong Zi continued. So, one can only imagine the sheer size of this underground factory, with the weapons depot being merely a small focal point. Blue Lake is the heart of the entire Lotus Mountain, which in terms of feng shui should be considered as 9 dragons washing water. To establish a site here, one would need 9 even more powerful dragons riding on their backs, suggesting that there should be 9 passages extending from this location. This particular feng shui arrangement is referred to as dragons coiling the heavens. 8 trigrams in emptiness. Dragons coiling the heavens? 8 trigrams in emptiness? Yes, this overarching arrangement is based on the 8 trigrams, with dragons coiling above. Only in this manner can one exert control over the 9 dragons of Lotus Mountain. Ergo wore a derisive expression, muttering something under his breath. Dong Zi, noticing this, glared at him in frustration, saying, You glutton, unlike you, I don't just spout nonsense all day. My claims are well-founded, and these arrangements have historical precedents. I nudged Ergo to silence him and turned back to Dong Zi, saying, You know him well enough. Just ignore him. Please continue. What does the pattern in the corner have to do with what you just mentioned? Dong Zi replied, This is my basis. This painting has a backstory. It is a powerful talisman known as the Ti Jiao Mirror. Chapter 44. Ti Jiao Mirror, Ti Jiao Mirror. The crowd inquired, puzzled, what is that? Come and see. Dong Zi beckoned as he led everyone to crouch by the wall to examine the pattern. Look closely. The long-haired woman in the center, combing her hair, represents Ti Jiao, while the surrounding figures are the 4 spirits, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Who is Ti Jiao? Ergo interjected. Isn't she stunning with that long hair? With a smirk, Qi Xing remarked, I genuinely want to kick you to see Ti Jiao. Ergo swiftly dodged behind me. Hey, you two, stop fooling around and listen to Dong Zi. San Ergo admonished. There is an ancient legend regarding Ti Jiao. She is the mirror deity from ancient Chinese lore, said to possess a mirror that can see through all. Regardless of whether one is virtuous or malevolent, noble or common, anyone reflected in Ti Jiao's mirror will reveal their strengths and weaknesses, virtues and vices, health conditions, and potential ailments that Ti Jiao is kind-hearted and eager to assist, often using her mirror to help people identify their ailments and understand their shortcomings, gradually guiding them towards self-improvement and eventually attaining sagehood. That Ti Jiao embodies both inner and outer beauty, with her long, flowing hair resembling a waterfall, captivating men who encounter her. Word of her beauty and kindness eventually reached a creature named Shirin. Shirin was a grotesque monster dwelling deep in the mountains. A wolf demon who had cultivated for a millennium. Enchanted by Ti Jiao's beauty, he transformed into a handsome young man to visit her village. Upon seeing Ti Jiao for the first time, he became utterly infatuated. Forgetting the boundaries between human and monster, he often lingered near the village, seizing opportunities to converse with her and assist her in fetching water. Over time, a bond formed between them. One day, Shirin boldly proposed marriage, asking Ti Jiao to live with him. How absurd! Shirin must be dreaming if he thinks Ti Jiao would ever consider him. Ergo interjected once more. I chuckled. You think Shirin is anything like you? If he can take on human form, he'd naturally appear tall and handsome. Dong Zi shook his head. Don't forget, Ti Jiao is no ordinary person. She possesses a mirror that reveals all, and no matter how much Shirin transforms, his true nature as a demon cannot escape her gaze. From the very beginning, Ti Jiao recognized Shirin as a wolf demon. Hideously ugly. However, Ti Jiao, being Ti Jiao, understood through her mirror that despite his unsightly appearance, he genuinely cared for her and had never harbored malicious intentions. Instead, he sought to cultivate his skills and achieve immortality. Thus, Ti Jiao consented to marry him. That a year and a half after their marriage, Ti Jiao gave birth to a child. The birth of Ti Jiao's child was sensational news, drawing people from 10 miles around to see what the offspring of such a celestial beauty would look like. Given Ti Jiao's ethereal beauty and Shirin's seemingly robust and handsome appearance, their child, regardless of gender, was bound to be extraordinary. Some even came to Ti Jiao's home to propose marriage. It was said that the scene was so crowded that the stones along the path were ground to dust, indicating the sheer number of visitors. Yet things often take unexpected turns. That Ti Jiao's child turned out to be horrifically ugly, causing the visitors to scatter and abandoning any thoughts of marriage proposals. Upon seeing his child's appearance, Shirin rushed out in tears, cursing the heavens, lamenting that they had always acted virtuously and why they were being punished in such a manner. Ti Jiao consoled him, saying that regardless of whether the heavens disapproved of their union, the mere fact that their child was born healthy was a blessing. The child's appearance was merely a matter of societal opinion and not of true importance. They should not live for others' judgments, but rather for their own happiness. T.O. expressed his gratitude for Ti Jiao's love. Shirin named their child Shi Jiao. As Shi Jiao grew older, Ti Jiao discovered something troubling. When she looked in her mirror, Shi Jiao appeared as a blank slate, with no reflections of ailments or character traits visible. She sensed something amiss, yet felt powerless to change it. Eventually, Shi Jiao became a renowned politician and thinker during the Warring States period, serving under Shang Yang to reform the Qin state. This is where history takes its course. However, legends tell of Shi Jiao being ruthless and cunning. While he prioritized the welfare of commoners, he also favored harsh punishments and was skilled in legal reforms, leading to the demise of many. That Ti Jiao could discern the virtues and vices of everyone. Yet she could not perceive her own child. After Ti Jiao passed away, having accumulated vast merits through her good deeds, she was posthumously honored as the mirror deity, ascending to the realm of immortals. In her eyes, everything in the world is laid bare, leading some places to utilize her image as a protective talisman, albeit sparingly, since improper use of Ti Jiao's image could yield contrary effects. Why is that? Someone asked. The mirror deity is not an orthodox god. Her title was conferred upon her posthumously by people. Moreover, her ability to ward off evil is influenced by her husband Shirin and son Shi Jiao. As Shirin is a demon and Shi Jiao is half demon, that of course, all of this is merely legend. Therefore, over time, the image of the mirror deity Ti Jiao became accompanied by the four spirits. These four spirits are what feng shui practitioners refer to as the four symbols: vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger, with the azure dragon to the left, white tiger to the right. Vermilion bird in front and black tortoise behind, they serve as the four great celestial guardians of the path, enhancing the spiritual energy of the painting. Although the crowd found the narrative somewhat perplexing, they were in awe of Dongzi's exceptional insights and profound knowledge. San Ergu remarked, "Dongzi, you truly are a remarkable talent, that if we manage to return alive, you should not remain in this secluded mountain valley. Venture out into the city and make a name for yourself. You are a dragon, not a worm confined to these hills." Dongzi chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Let us discuss that after we escape." I continued, "The essence of this image lies not merely with the mirror deity. The reason for incorporating her is likely to use her influence to suppress the wolves and other beasts in the mountains. However, the crucial aspect lies within the four symbols. Whether we can escape hinges on these four symbols." Upon hearing this, the group perked up, listening intently. Dongzi picked up a nearby stone and, with a swift stroke, etched a clear mark upon the ground while explaining, "Observe how the four symbols are applied in feng shui arrangements. The azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right. The vermilion bird in front and the black tortoise behind correspond to the principles of left is life, right is passage, front is gathering, back is support. The explanation begins with the notion that to the left, there must be flowing streams and rivers. To the right, a smooth pathway. In front, there should be pools and lakes, and behind, hills and mountains. Furthermore, it stipulates that one should face south while sitting north, with water in front and mountains behind." This description aligns impeccably with the layout of our entire underground factory, and the correspondence is indeed striking. The left corresponds to the river that cascades down to the Blue Lake, which we previously followed while foraging for honey. The right implies that there should be an artificial road above, or a passageway below, linking the entirety of the underground factory from front to back, with a preference for the latter possibility. If that is indeed the case, We need only locate this passage to proceed without hindrance. The front gathers at the Blue Lake. The back is bordered by a cliff, facing south while sitting north, with water in front and mountains behind. All of this harmonizes perfectly with the design of the underground munitions factory at the heart of Lianhua Mountain. Moreover, by pinpointing the locations of the four spirits on this map, we can discern our direction. Currently, behind me lies the direction of the Blue Lake, to my left is the river, to my right is the passage, and directly in front of me is the waterfall's precipice. Dongzi has confirmed, with this single map, not only the dimensions of the underground factory, but also our present location. My admiration for my brother, who has grown up alongside me, knows no bounds. But how do we exit now? Should we seek the passage on the right? Saner asked that no. Dongzi replied, presenting two possibilities that if this passage does not exist underground, but is merely a road above, we would waste a great deal of time and energy. We are currently without food or drink and cannot afford to squander any more time. I pondered aloud. Dongzi then stated, there is only one path before us now. What path? The deity of the Tijiao mirror cannot be a mere ornament. She is a benevolent spirit, and I trust she will guide us toward a clear route. Dongzi surveyed the surroundings and continued, given our understanding of the feng shui layout, the entrance to the secret passage should be related to the mirror. We need to find a mirror or something akin to it. There must be an opportunity for escape at that location, that we can only pray for the blessing of the Tijiao mirror deity. Upon hearing Dongzi's words, everyone hurriedly began searching diligently for the mirror's whereabouts. Dongzi interjected, no need to search haphazardly. The mirror must be at the center of this armory. The crowd suddenly understood, yet the center of the armory was merely a cold, hard stone slab devoid of any objects, and when struck, it produced a dull, echoing sound, lacking any hollow space. This posed a dilemma. Where could there possibly be a reflection of a mirror on this bare stone slab? I inquired of Dongzi, is there something amiss? There cannot be a mirror here. Dongzi smiled wryly. Then we must prepare for the worst. According to the map we observed earlier, the exit is at the cave's apex. Which seems accurate. There should be a mirror at the top that can trigger the mechanism for the secret passage. That I glanced upward at the cave's apex, which was arched high above, rising at least 10 meters. Shrouded in darkness, concealing any potential presence of a mirror. The armory's crates were large wooden boxes, several meters in length and width, and we could not lift them, but if we emptied their contents, perhaps we could give it a try. I shared my thoughts with everyone, encouraging them to work together to clear the boxes and attempt to stack them to reach the cave's apex. Dongzi remarked, it shouldn't be this complicated. Soldiers must frequently enter and exit, and no one could reach such a high cave ceiling. Logically, there should be a ladder, but we have seen no such structures in this factory. So there must be a mechanism that if we can activate it, a stone staircase or similar may appear. Let's search everywhere. Start by testing each candlestick to see if any can be turned. However, after several rounds of searching, no progress was made. Dongzi, with a furrowed brow, squatted before the image of the Tijiao mirror deity, staring intently as he muttered to himself, where could I have gone wrong? He then began to stroke the gray bricks. After a while, Dongzi rose to examine the underground factory's map, sketching something on the ground with a stone. Before long, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, damn it, this is brilliant. I rushed over, asking, what is it? Have you discovered another clue? I saw that Dongzi had drawn a complex pattern on the ground. Dongzi exhaled and said, the master who designed this underground factory is not only well-versed in feng shui, but also skilled in talismanic arts. What? Can you elaborate? Chapter 45. The path of Taoist in Talisman. Saner and the others had gathered around, eager to hear Dongzi's revelation that I possess a book titled the Taoist Initiation Book, a handwritten manuscript from the Guangxu era, which has been passed down for many years. That it discusses the combination of the Yin Talisman school of Taoism with geographical feng shui principles, specifically for the construction of feng shui and for healing and disaster relief. Upon seeing the four symbols, I realized this place was far from ordinary. Every area might not have been constructed arbitrarily. Given the limited space here, one could traverse several laps in an hour. With only 3 large rooms and a few passages, there was no need to consult the map, especially for those who had lived here for years. The others, puzzled, asked, then why is there a map here? That's precisely the issue. This map was made for us. How so? The reason the munitions factory was built underground was to obscure it from prying eyes. However, for reasons unknown, the cave entrance was left unsealed, leaving it susceptible to lost souls wandering in. Thus, he left behind this map, hoping that a fortunate soul could decipher its mysteries and gain entry into the factory. Dongzi's explanation left me even more bewildered. Are you suggesting he hoped someone would discover the factory and venture inside? Why would he do such a thing? Furthermore, how does this relate to your talisman? Dongzi shook his head that I do not understand his motivations either. But look, this is the simplified map of the underground factory we have uncovered thus far, and this is the image of the Ti Jiao mirror. When these two images are combined, they resemble the Ke Hanji talisman described in that book. Ergus scratched his nose and remarked, Dongzi, although I don't grasp what you're saying, it sounds quite impressive. Dongzi's eyes widened. This is more than impressive. The individual who designed and constructed this is nothing short of a genius. This arrangement not only employs the dragon coiling the sky, 8 trigrams empty from the Bagua formation, but also incorporates the Ti Jiao mirror and 4 symbols. Now we have discovered the Taoistine talismans. This is a multi-layered protection. This factory is absolutely not an ordinary place, and there may be countless things we cannot even imagine. Now we have a way out. As Dongzi spoke, he approached the image of the Ti Jiao mirror and squatted down, saying, the Yin Talisman school of Taoism emphasizes a method of stealing opportunities. Its opportunities are visible to all, yet none can comprehend them. However, only the Qi can be resolved, dispelled, and subdued by heaven, which suggests that the energies of heaven and earth can complement the power of the talismans. We are currently positioned at the convergence of energies within Lianhua Mountain. The entire underground factory resides within a sea of Qi, that if we can gather the Qi at the center of the armory with a divine artifact, we can shatter the mirror obscured by dust above. The only issue is that I did not commit the talisman incantations to memory, and I can only mumble random phrases in hopes of luck. Perhaps the incantation itself holds no extraordinary power. What truly matters is the Yin Talisman School's reverence for the number 3. Dongzi twisted his middle finger and lightly tapped the corner of the gray image brick, reciting, I will heed my ancestors' command, swiftly travel to the realm of Penglai, as urgent as the Penglai immortal, hastening to the altar. Should there be delay, it would defy the heavenly emperor. Om Hamanapo. 1 strike to shake heaven and earth. 2 strikes to startle the spirits. 3 strikes to swirl the sea of Qi. As Dongzi completed the incantation, a sound akin to a nail dropping echoed through the air. Dongzi gently shifted the gray brick, revealing a hollow space within. The crowd erupted in exclamations, gathering to see that inside lay a stone statue resembling a leaping white tiger, the guardian of the white tiger. Following this, a silver-white nail rolled out from within. Dongzi proceeded with the process, and beneath each of the image bricks, silver-white nails tumbled forth, revealing the vividly carved statues of the 4 spirits. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily as a cold breeze surged around us. The flames flickered in response to the cold air, and dust began to rain down from the cave's ceiling. I frantically waved my hands to disperse the dust before me, and then I heard Dongzi shout, This is the essence of dampness. Everyone, cover your mouths and noses and hold your breath. I dared not breathe. Before long, the scene before me began to clarify as the dust settled, revealing a glimmer of light at the cave's ceiling. The light reflected from the fire within the cave returned from a small area at the top. The crowd rejoiced, exclaiming, Indeed, there is a mirror above. Soon after, a flickering light appeared on the vacant space at the center of the armory. Initially the size of a bean, but gradually expanding, until it resembled a disc that we heard the sound of silver nails dropping, followed by a resounding crash, intertwined with the clanking of chains. The crowd gathered around to see a small opening suddenly manifest before our eyes. Under the torchlight, the interior appeared pitch black. Qixing leaned against the edge of the opening, extending the torch deep inside, revealing a dark, shadowy tunnel descending about 10 meters, with a channel of ominous, dark green water glinting with an unsettling sheen. Ergu exclaimed vehemently, What on earth? A waterhole. Qixing responded, It should be standing water, no matter. I shall descend to investigate. I procured a hemp rope, securing one end around Qixing's waist and the other to a wooden crate. Slowly, I lowered the rope, allowing Qixing to enter the waterhole, that I handed him an iron rod to gauge the water's depth, But to my surprise, before the rope had descended even a meter, Qixing shouted, "Stop!" and began to measure the depth with the rod. Before long, he declared, "This won't do. The rod is not long enough. I reckon the water is at least 3 or 4 meters deep." At that moment, Dongzi called out, "Qixing, hurry back up. We must haul him up. Is the Jinlei frog still there?" "Yes." I quickly rummaged through the package, retrieving 4 Jinlei frogs. Ever since the last incident at Lanhu, where I nearly lost the package, I had kept it tightly secured to my person, fearing the loss of these treasures for which we had risked our lives. That I had heard my grandmother recount that my grandfather had once utilized these Jinlei frogs while gathering the spirit essence of the divine tree. They were said to be treasures for locating and collecting qi. Now that I examined them closely, they were merely the size of a palm, pitch-black stone frogs, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, leaving me perplexed about the true extent of their power. Qixing had already untied the hemp rope, and Dongzi took the 4 Jinlei frogs, placing them at the edge of the recently exposed hole, calling out for Sainer to fetch the gray brick adorned with the T Jiao mirror pattern. He laid the gray brick flat at the hole's entrance, then arranged the Jinlei frogs around the hole according to the positions of the 4 symbols depicted on the brick. Once the last Jinlei frog was positioned, Dongzi instructed everyone to step back from the hole. At that moment, the wind gusting from the hole intensified. The breeze was chilly, stirring up clouds of dust that I squinted towards the entrance and was astonished to see an unusual brightness. As if light were emanating from below, looking upward, I realized it was the reflection of light from a mirror above. The copper mirror appeared ancient and, for some unknown reason, seemed capable of concentrating light, illuminating the entire center of the armory. Additionally, fragments of stone dust were swept up by the tumultuous wind, floating above the entrance and sparkling with a crystalline glow, creating a truly spectacular scene. At that moment, Dongzi shouted, "Now's the time! Quickly, everyone, grab your gear and prepare to descend." The group, supporting one another and equipped with their gear, approached the entrance against the blustery wind, only to discover that there was no trace of a water hole. Under the illumination of the mirror, it was clear that the bottom, over 3 meters deep, was merely a stone slab, resembling the construction of the passage above. Qixing, astonished, remarked, "Just a moment ago, there was clearly deep water below. How could it have vanished so quickly?" Dongzi lowered the rope Qixing had used into the hole, chuckling, "Let us descend and find out." Under the yellow light emitted by the copper mirror, we firmly grasped the hemp rope and one by one descended into the hole, leaving only Dongzi and me at the top. Dongzi said, "Brother, you go first." I insisted he descend before me, taking the position at the bottom. Dongzi understood my intention, smiling as he replied, "Now that we know the depth of the hole and that there are brothers below to assist, it matters not whether we have the Jinlei frogs." That I smiled sheepishly and said, as expected of my brother, "You see right through my intentions. After all, on this perilous journey, if we find nothing else, we can at least rely on these few treasures. Even if their purpose remains unclear, they will serve as a memento that I in that instant." I swiftly gathered the 4 Jinlei frogs, and the chaotic winds around us lessened slightly. With the light gradually dimming, I hastened to follow Dongzi as we slid down the rope into the hole. Sainer and Ergu awaited us below, and as I entered the hole, the light from above suddenly faded, plunging the interior into darkness. Looking upward again, I noticed a layer of murky air hovering at the entrance, thickening until it resembled a mass of chaotic black water suspended in midair. Sainer lit the wall-mounted candelabra with a torch, allowing us to discern our surroundings. The space below was considerably more expansive than above, flanked by thick stone walls, with pairs of candelabra at regular intervals, each notably larger than those above. The ceiling was adorned with electrical wires and lights, though we had no idea how to illuminate them. Ergu exclaimed, "Goodness, this width could easily accommodate a horse-drawn cart." Dongzi chuckled, "You see, I told you I was right. Are you convinced now?" Ergu grinned. "I'm hungry." I playfully chided Ergu. "Change the subject, will you? You're the one with thin skin." If it weren't for Dongzi, we might have ended up reporting our demise today. Turning around, I picked up one of the Jinlei frogs and asked Dongzi, "What exactly happened earlier? Is this little thing truly that powerful?" Chapter 46. Gathering Qi with Jinlei. Dongzi took the Jinlei frog and remarked, "Do not underestimate this object. It is indeed a tool for gathering essence and Qi. The Jinlei frog is crafted from the Zhiji stone, which is said to have fallen from the heavens, utilized by the celestial weaver to support her loom. Its miraculous properties are second only to the five-colored stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens. In the Tang Dynasty, a book titled Records of Efficacious Taoism describes the Zhiji stone's extraordinary nature. When the esteemed Tai Deng Huanggong became curious about the Zhiji stone, he commanded workers to extract a piece for use, intending to showcase its wonders. During the carving process, inexplicable winds arose, causing the workers to faint repeatedly. Thus, he ceased their efforts to this day. The marks of that carving remain. When they attempted to dig beneath it, winds and thunder roared, plunging the area into darkness, and they dared not proceed. This illustrates the stone's remarkable qualities. Ergu, taking a Jinlei frog from my hands, scrutinized it closely. Is it really that formidable? Dongzi replied. Legend should not be taken at face value. Some texts claim this stone is sourced from Xiantai stone, also known as meteorite, possessing magnetic properties and a unique composition, making it exceptionally rare. I believe, regardless, based on our recent experience, this stone combined with certain formations can indeed produce inexplicable phenomena. This phenomenon gathers scattered qi from the air, dispersing the murkiness at the entrance, allowing us to perceive the actual condition within the cave. In truth, every person, every creature, and even every tree and flower possesses its own aura and magnetic field. The Jinlei frog, when combined with formations, may alter the magnetic field of a location, thus serving to gather qi. Simultaneously, the formations confine the qi within a fixed range, facilitating its collection. But why not shape it into a feng shui four symbols design instead of a frog? Wouldn't that combination be even more powerful? I queried, perplexed. It is a toad, Ergu interjected, rolling his eyes. Indeed, Ergu has hit the nail on the head. You see, the Jinlei frog is indeed modeled after a toad. There's also a legend about a celestial being named Lai Qin, a toad that achieved enlightenment. After attaining divinity, it was tasked to work alongside Lei Gong and Dian Mu, responsible for swallowing clouds and exhaling mist during thunderstorms, absorbing the murky air of the world into its belly, then expelling it to form dark clouds. Following purification through lightning and thunder, the resulting rain would fall to the earth, transforming into fresh, clean air under the sun's rays. Thus, it possesses the ability to purge impurities and gather essence. The group grasped the concept that I carefully stowed the Jinlei frogs. Having witnessed their miraculous abilities and listened to Dongzi's explanations, I was even more vigilant. Let us hastily search for an exit, I urged. Dongzi retrieved a stone from his pocket and drew a cross on the ground, marking the cardinal directions before stating, "These four directions correspond to the positions depicted in the Tijiao mirror above. The passage below has two directions. We should proceed forward, as the backward route leads to the Lanhu, which is far from our Zhangjiaga location, and we must avoid encountering creatures like the black bear or the spiny-headed tyrant to prevent any unforeseen troubles." The group responded affirmatively and rose to move forward. Sainer led the way, lighting the candelabra with his torch as we walked. Each time we turned a corner, Dongzi would mark a cross at the bend to keep track of our direction. After a short distance, the passage widened significantly, and we suddenly encountered 9 dark openings ahead. Each entrance was tall, adorned with rusted iron plaques, but due to their age and the severe rust, the inscriptions were entirely illegible. The group was momentarily taken aback. Which path should we take? Dongzi crouched down, sketching a directional map with a stone, but after much deliberation, he found himself in a quandary, exclaiming, "Darn it, this is no factory. It's clearly a maze constructed by some ghostly sorcerer." Seeing the chaotic markings Dongzi drew on the ground, I felt a flicker of panic and asked, "So, which path should we take now?" Dongzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to me, "The only thing we can be certain of now is that there are 4 directions. According to the positions of the 4 symbols on the Tijiao Zhaojing, the passageway slightly to the left of the center leads to the waterfall cliff." However, Dongzi paused at this point, hesitatingly adding, "Yet in the grand scheme of things, the passage directly in the center should be the one that properly leads to the waterfall." The Sainer Gu inquired, "How can the 2 arrangements be in conflict?" Dongzi appeared somewhat troubled. "I don't know why that is that I surveyed the 9 dark passageways and thoughtfully remarked to Dongzi, the situation is already quite favorable for us. It seems we have miraculously survived. And now the omens are beginning to lean in our favor. This is certainly preferable to being left uncertain about all 9 paths, that we are now left with just 2 choices, which should make the decision easier. I believe we should take the passage in the very center. The crowd looked at me in astonishment, as if expecting some profound revelation. Ergo widened his eyes and exclaimed, "No way, Xuanzi, you understand feng shui too?" While I admittedly knew little of feng shui, I grasped the principle of respecting the greater scheme. According to Dongzi, when there is a conflict between the overall pattern and a smaller one, the larger pattern must take precedence. I noticed a flicker of hope in everyone's eyes extinguish in an instant, leaving me speechless that it was Saner Ge who diffused the tension. I think Xuanzi makes a good point. Since we have no certainty, we might as well give it a try. After a moment of silence, Saner Ge took the lead and entered the central passage, followed by the others. Anxiously, I felt my heart pounding. If we were to make a mistake and find no way forward, it would be I who led this group to ruin. This passage was slightly different from the previous one, with drainage pipes or rusted iron grates every few meters, and the sound of flowing water below, indicating a well-functioning drainage system. After walking for about 10 meters, we came across rooms of various sizes, some containing small exhaust fans with square holes above for ventilation. There was little inside, only stone beds. Some with traces of past fires. The Saner Ge crouched down with a torch, examining the area for a long while before standing up and saying, "This must have been the soldiers' quarters, that it looks like a long time has passed." Not much different from what Zhao Wenpu described. But why did they suddenly vanish? Besides the traces of fire, there is nothing else left. Dongzi inquired. It seems there was no battle or anything of the sort. Everything is intact. Qixing calmly stated that. I remarked, "It doesn't feel like they met with disaster. It seems more like an orderly evacuation. However, at this point, everything is mere speculation. Let us explore other areas." Venturing deeper, we soon encountered a wall of passage, and the surrounding space suddenly opened up, evoking the sensation of a grand hall. That in the center were numerous long stone benches and tables. Beside the walls was a large room filled with cubicles, constructed of cement like a series of small houses, all devoid of contents. Upon entry, we noticed several paintings of varying sizes on the walls. The ink had already darkened, and Dongzi stepped forward, holding up the torch, reading aloud, streamlining route diagrams, evacuation for survival, task allocation, and similar phrases that we could not comprehend their meanings. But Dongzi suggested that this hall was likely used for meetings. After leaving the hall, we walked for quite some time, our legs growing weary, and Ergo suddenly plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, I can't go on any longer. Let us take a break." I kicked him in the back and retorted, "You lazy fatso. Go back to your uncle's place. If we make it out of here, I won't take you out again. You whine like a woman all day long." Ergo remained unfazed, giving me a glance. Just as I was about to kick him again, Dongzi stopped me and said to Ergo, "Based on the current feng shui patterns, we should be nearing the end in just a few dozen meters. Once we get out, whether it's water or meat from the flying dragon or roe deer, we can have as much as we want." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Ergo's eyes instantly lit up, and he stood up, saying, "All right, I'm ready. Let us hurry." "Hey, you son of a gun!" Dongzi shot me a look that we all understood that we hadn't eaten in a long while, hadn't even had a sip of water, and our stamina and endurance were nearing their limits. Being trapped in this unknown passage without an exit, our last mental defenses would eventually crumble. However, shortly after this little interlude, we rounded a large bend, and an icy gust swept past us, clearly indicating that the space ahead had expanded significantly. Everyone felt the chill and paused in their tracks. Saner Ge quietly warned, "Everyone, ready your weapons." That a moment of silence followed, and I suddenly heard the sound of dripping water. That I looked up and noticed that the front was no longer composed of man-made stone walls and slabs, but rather natural rock, with water droplets cascading down. I announced to the group, "I believe this passage has come to an end. What lies ahead seems to be a natural rock cave." With a firearm in hand, I felt emboldened that I stepped forward cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on my surroundings, and moved along the wall, igniting every candlestick I encountered. The illumination revealed a larger space resembling a hall, even broader than the previous one, with natural rock surrounding it, unevenly connecting to the man-made stone walls, and water droplets seeping from some stone pillars. That in a dim area further ahead, I discerned a large pool. That in the hazy light, I spotted a shadow roughly the height of a person, half crouched in the center of the pool. Chapter 47. The inofficial Machin. I immediately raised my firearm, glancing back at Sanergo and Ergo, who nodded in understanding. The three of us formed a half-circle around the pool, cautiously encircling the figure in the center. Only when Qixing and Dongzi lit the candles on two stone pillars beside the pool did we breathe a sigh of relief that it was merely a stone statue. The pool was small and circular, with a trough surrounding it. The statue depicted a half-crouched figure, its face fierce, with two sharp teeth protruding menacingly from its mouth. Its ears were pointed and elongated, nearly reaching the height of its head. It had a pair of wings on its back, and in its hands it held a large circular plate which was quite thick, taking up nearly a third of the pool's area, with a small hole in the center. Upon seeing the statue, Dongzi froze, his expression more ghastly than one who had seen a ghost. I quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Dongzi did not respond, but walked around the pool, examining the circular plate. That he turned to us and said, "This statue represents an official, a type of underworld envoy known as a Mochin." Upon hearing the term official, my first thought was of the black and white impermanence in Yama, the king of hell. I had never heard of a Mochin before. Seeing our confusion, Dongzi elaborated. Mochin, like the black and white impermanence, is also a collector of souls from the mortal realm. However, while the black and white impermanence takes away the 3 souls and 7 spirits, Mochin extracts a person's vital essence. That it is said that those guilty of lustful and lewd acts will suffer a decline in health, ultimately leading to disease as their vitality wanes, indicative of their essence being siphoned away by Mochin, gradually leading them to their demise. I gazed at the statue while listening to Dongzi's words. An uneasy feeling washed over me. That I then noticed the dark stains in the trough of the pool and quickly called the others to look. The Sanergo scraped some with a knife, holding the black powder in his hand and sniffing it, declaring, "This is blood." That I observed that every crevice in the trough was covered in this dried black substance, and my heart sank. Was this pool once filled with blood? Just then, I heard Qixing exclaim, "What is this?" I looked to see him holding a clump of black fur, resembling that of some animal. Sanergo took it, examining it closely, finally stating, "It looks like the feathers of a black rooster." "A black rooster?" Ergo interjected. "Goodness, that is quite the ritual. You slit its throat to let it bleed, then toss in some ginger and garlic to roast it. Wow, that has some serious culinary skill." Dongzi spoke in a low tone. "This is not for eating. This black rooster is one with an exceptionally tall comb, specifically raised on poisonous insects. That it has been nourished with dark energies since a young age. Such roosters are used for rituals and incantations. The idea is to place the rooster's neck over the small hole in the center of the plate, slit its throat, and let the blood flow into the pool, while the statue of Mochin absorbs the essence of the rooster. Look at the eyes of the statue." The group leaned closer, realizing, only now, that the eyes of Mochin were 2 black orbs. They seemed to be made of the same material as the Jinlei frog, treasures that gather essence and energy. That it appeared that someone had performed a ritual here. That I scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual beyond these elements. I couldn't fathom the purpose of gathering energy with Mochin here. Could it be related to feng shui, to stabilize the energy of this underground armory for longevity? I scrutinized those black eyes, sensing that the secrets of the entire underground armory might be concealed within them. The black orbs, illuminated by the torchlight, shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, staring directly into the darkness ahead. Unconsciously, I took a step forward, pressing against the damp wall as I walked, lighting each candlestick along the way. Upon witnessing this, Dongzi also advanced along the opposite side. The 2 of us lit 4 or 5 candle holders, and after traversing a dozen meters, a massive shadow suddenly emerged in the gradually illuminated center of the stone cave. Everyone held their torches in one hand and guns in the other, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. As we cautiously encircled the shadow, we gradually discerned that, at its very center, lay a coffin over 2 meters long, painted in red lacquer. Lay quietly in the heart of the stone cavern. Cold sweat streamed down our brows as we grasped our torches. How could a coffin appear in this underground military factory? I carefully lit the candle holders on the 4 stone pillars surrounding the coffin. Dongzi and the others were frozen in front of the coffin for what felt like an eternity, until Dongzi finally broke the silence. It seems that the blood pool of the Machi people was used to honor the master of this coffin. I wiped the sweat from my palms on my trousers and mused. Is this person buried by the underground king? Who could it be? After surveying the surroundings, Dongzi remarked, I don't think so. If they were to bury him, it should have been in the previous hall, where the atmosphere is far stronger. Moreover, those who are buried generally prefer to rest in peace. Why isn't this coffin interred? Saner, the third brother, interjected, You're being foolish. This is underground, after all. But then again, the area in front was all stone slabs, and now it is transformed into a natural stone cavern. Could it be that we've reached the end? If that's the case, we needn't concern ourselves with this cursed coffin. We can simply proceed. Observing the situation, it appeared quite formidable. Dongzi, what do you think? If so much effort has been expended to place a coffin here, could the person inside hold a high status? Might there be treasures buried with him? I noticed Ergo's eyes gleaming with excitement and said to him, What you ought to gain, you shall. But what you shouldn't gain, even if you do, you won't enjoy the deal, you understand. Ergo shook his head, and Dongzi placed a hand on my shoulder, saying, Brother, Ergo is correct. Given the material and specifications of this coffin, along with the arrangement, its master must be either wealthy or noble, that we cannot come here in vain. Indeed, we have not come in vain. After all, that treasure fruit was consumed by the fat man, saving his life, and I still have the thunder frog and other valuable items. Aren't they all good things? Dongzi shook his head and chuckled. That I noticed Qixing also smiling, and when I glanced back at Saner, he too was smiling at that moment. Their smiles felt strangely foreign, sending a chill down my spine. You should take a look, I suggested, that if there truly is a treasure, it would be beneficial for us to take it back to the city to exchange for money. If you all wish to develop in the city, you'll need some capital, right? Without money, nothing can be accomplished, let alone marrying a wife. Upon hearing Saner's words, a memory flashed in my mind of buying a hairpin for Su Xiana's street stall. It struck me as rather amusing. Here I was, a grown man who couldn't even afford a hairpin for someone I liked. This thought was fleeting, and I quickly regained my composure. No, doing so would be disrespectful to the deceased. What if they rise from the dead? How can we guarantee that there isn't a sealed zombie within? Ah, you fool. It's merely a blood corpse, with so many of us and so many good guns. A few bursts would turn it into a sieve, Ergo remarked, resonating with the others, who nodded in agreement that at this moment, we faced not only the dichotomy of desire and risk, but also the so-called respect for the dead. I was uncertain whether I still possessed such sentiments. Dongzi and the others seemed to have lost them long ago. The myriad dangers we had encountered along this journey had long since eroded our reverence for life. In the face of perilous natural environments and threats from beasts and monsters, human life felt as fragile and insignificant as straw. In the face of desire and temptation, reason seemed equally inconsequential. One cannot indulge in licentiousness while simultaneously upholding a facade of virtue. Such a notion is impossible. Just as my thoughts continued to wrestle, Ergo and the others had already prepared to pry open the coffin lid. Reluctantly, I stepped forward to assist, though my curiosity about the appearance of the occupant and the treasures within could not be contained. Perhaps the person who arranged the burial had never anticipated that someone would intrude upon this place. Casting a covetous eye upon this coffin, which bore no security measures, there wasn't even a single rivet atop it. With a concerted effort, Saner and Ergo managed to force the coffin lid open, creating a considerable gap. Ergo, exerting too much force and unprepared for how easily the coffin lid gave way, stumbled forward and nearly knocked his head against a nearby stone pillar, narrowly avoiding disaster. He cursed as he stood up. Damn it! I must see what kind of being you are to dare challenge your master. I raised my gun and approached. The coffin lid had been pushed open nearly halfway, revealing 2 small feet clad in red cloth shoes. Chapter 48. The red-clad corpse child. Why is it a child? Upon seeing the small feet, Saner was taken aback and inquired of Dongzi. Dongzi shook his head, and suddenly Ergo seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, Hey, I know. This is for treating illnesses. Treating illnesses? Ergo, with great earnestness, continued, Yes, I understand this well. My mother told me that when I was a child, I had slept in a coffin. Back then, it was to cure yellow illness. Your grandmother had my father find a dead person's coffin, and they used it to boil hot water for me to bathe. The image of Ergo bathing in a coffin infested with maggots made my throat churn. This can treat illnesses? Indeed. I had yellow illness as a child, and that's how I was cured. Though I don't remember much, it's all from what my mother told me. Dongzi interjected, "This isn't for treating illnesses." Beneath it lies a yellow cloth resembling dragon scales, and both the trousers and shoes are red. The inner walls of the coffin are painted white. With the earth at his back and the sky above, this appears more like a ritual that let's open it and see. Everyone exerted their strength to fully push the coffin lid open. The seemingly heavy wooden board crashing to the ground with a loud thud, and my heart leaped into my throat. Inside the coffin lay a body. It appeared to be a boy around 12 or 13 years old, wrapped in red garments. The face beneath the red cap was as calm as still water, and the corpse showed no signs of decay or odor, that on the contrary, it looked as though he were merely asleep. With a somewhat rosy complexion, everyone was astonished, and Dongzi collapsed onto the ground in shock. Sanner pointed his gun at the red-clad boy in the coffin, cautiously probing beneath his nose with one hand. Then, exhaling deeply, "He's dead, a red-clad corpse child." Dongzi's expression was exaggerated, clearly shaken, that I quickly helped him up, asking, "What's the matter?" "He's just a corpse," Dongzi replied. "This child has had his soul locked away." "Locked soul?" "He must have a yin-yang mirror on his chest," that I cautiously approached and reached out to touch. Indeed, there was a hard object at his chest. Pulling aside the clothing, I discovered a bronze mirror. Dongzi urged, "We should leave quickly. We shouldn't linger here. This stone cave is filled with the resentment of this corpse child. He has had his soul locked away, unable to reincarnate, and that official Machi is meant to suppress his resentment to prevent him from rising from the dead. We must be cautious lest we fall prey to vengeful spirits and become possessed." Dongzi's words instilled great fear within everyone. Although we did not fully comprehend the situation, the chilling sensation that arose in this already cold stone cave was difficult to suppress. Ergo, seeing that there were no treasures within the coffin and feeling the boy's appearance was also unsettling, urged us, "Hurry, we must go." Everyone disregarded the need to replace the coffin lid and hastily moved forward. Before us lay but a singular passage, a natural stone cave. Whether we could escape depended on this endeavor. Just as I stepped into the passageway, a startled cry from Ergo reached my ears. Turning back, I saw that he had tripped and fallen face first to the ground, crying out in frustration, seemingly as if someone were chasing him. "Damn it! Stay away from me! Don't come after me!" Ergo cried. And we rushed to help him up, but he clung to Sanner, sobbing. That I glanced back, seeing no one behind him, but sensing that the situation was unusual, I scolded, "Kong Ergo, you coward! What's wrong with you? Crying and wailing?" Ergo sobbed, "That child in the coffin, he tripped me, preventing me from leaving." I felt a shiver run through me, and as I looked back again, my scalp prickled and my body grew cold. Could it be that we were truly ensnared by vengeful spirits? The terrifying atmosphere spread rapidly, prompting everyone to raise their guns and turn toward the coffin, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the corpse child. I shouted, "Are you still a man? Look back. There's no one there. You're just scaring yourselves." Ergo cautiously turned around, wiping the tears from his eyes, and pulled Sanner along, hurrying into the passage while repeatedly urging, "Quickly, let's go." Dongzi called from behind, "Kong Ergo, stop right there. Did you take something from the stone cave?" Ergo halted, pulling a bronze mirror from his waist, exactly the one from the coffin, and handed it to Dongzi. Blushing as he slipped into the passage, Dongzi, gritting his teeth in anger, exclaimed, "Kong Ergo, you truly have some nerve. That's meant to pacify souls. Are you not afraid of being possessed?" Dongzi turned back toward the coffin, intending to return the mirror. Fearing something might occur, I raised my gun and followed him. Dongzi placed the bronze mirror back on the chest of the red-clad corpse child, bowing twice as he murmured, "Little brother, please don't take offense. Your brother here is just thoughtless. Don't follow his example." Yes, I was about to bow alongside Dongzi. A sudden, chilling scream from Ergo echoed through the passageway. The harrowing cry startled me to the point that I nearly lost my footing. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Qixing shouted, "Xuanzi, Dongzi, hurry over here!" By the time Dongzi and I reached the passage, Ergo was lying on the ground, pale as a ghost. Sanner and Qixing were huddled around something, their expressions grave. Assessing the situation to be safe, I chided Ergo, "You rotund fool. What trouble are you stirring up here?" Ergo, panting heavily, replied, "Look for yourself." As Qixing stepped aside, I finally glimpsed the scene. Scattered bones lay haphazardly at the edge of the passage, illuminated by the flickering flames, creating a particularly eerie sight. Saner gently prodded a bleached skull with the barrel of his gun. The bone crumbled and rolled several meters away, revealing something beneath it that appeared to be moving. Dongzi and I crouched down simultaneously, peering intently for an extended moment, only to discover a few small insects. Upon closer inspection, we realized these insects were all too familiar. Alarmed, we both instinctively recoiled several steps. With wide eyes, Dongzi trembled as he whispered, "It's a tomb centipede." Ergo sprang up, leaning against the wall, spitting in disgust at the pile of bones, muttering, "What bad luck! This is infuriating," while I kept a wary eye on the small tomb centipedes. I illuminated the bones with a torch. It appeared to be merely a human skeleton, slumped against the wall in death, likely for a considerable time. Who could this person be? A member of the Underground King's crew? Could it be that he was killed by the tomb centipedes? Saner, still fixated on the pile of bones, frowned and suggested, "We should leave swiftly. Who would have thought this place harbored such creatures? We have no idea how many there are. If 100 or so come swarming, without our mugwort bundles, we would be doomed." Qixing nodded in agreement, and I urged the trembling Ergo, "Come on. You overweight fool. Be a man and let us move." Our group hastened our pace, feeling an increasing chill as we progressed deeper into the narrowing passage. Eventually, we reached a solitary stone staircase leading upward. I glanced at Dongzi, whose face radiated joy. He announced to everyone, "We must be nearing the end." With nimble agility, Qixing kicked off the staircase, and I felt a mix of elation and anxiety. If this was not an exit, we would have no choice but to await our demise within this cavern. Following Dongzi, I ascended the staircase, where a refreshing breeze greeted us, invigorating our spirits. Ahead lay a tangle of roots and vines. Qixing poked at them with his gun barrel and shook his head at me. That I stepped forward, attempting to push the vines aside, but their intricate entanglement resisted my efforts. That I suggested Qixing go first, thinking, let whatever sturdy bond they share be tested by a few rounds of bullets. Let Cao see how close they remain then. As I prepared to fire, Qixing swiftly grasped my hand, cautioning, "Xuanzi, do not shoot. Your gun is still loaded. We cannot ascertain its power. If it misfires, it could harm not only you, but all of us." At that moment, Dongzi approached, clearing the vines with his hands while surveying the surroundings. "This must be the exit," he asserted. These vines were likely planted to seal the opening, yet the absence of stone slabs suggests that others may return. Just as we felt hope at the sight of the exit, it was obstructed by the intricate network of vines. Saner, grinning, declared, "No worries, just watch me." As Dongzi and I descended the staircase, Saner beckoned everyone to take cover within the cave, pulling out a wooden-handled grenade and a stick of dynamite. Explaining, "We'll use this to blow it open. I'm not sure what this grenade is made of, but the dynamite is definitely black powder. It should do the trick." You all step back. We were entirely unfamiliar with such high-tech devices and retreated from the passage, cautioning Saner against recklessness. Zhang Lianxuan had once said that all roads lead to Rome, suggesting we could explore other solutions. Saner smiled in a relaxed manner, signaling victory with a gesture. "Remember to cover your ears and keep your mouths open." Following his instructions, we positioned ourselves at the mouth of the passage, prepared for what was to come. Saner called out, "I'm throwing it." I quickly covered my ears, my mouth stretching wide open. A muffled explosion resonated, causing the ground to tremble, while a gust of wind surged forth, carrying with it fragments of grass and twigs, filling the air with a pungent odor that assaulted our nostrils. I released my ears and shouted, "Saner, Saner." There was no response. We hurried back inside, where the remnants of the blasted vines littered the ground. Saner stood dazed on the staircase, basking in the long-lost brilliance of sunlight that flooded the passage. We cheered, "Well done, great job, Saner." Yet Saner remained unresponsive, trembling. I approached him, noticing his mouth was agape, tears streaming down his face. I clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Why are you crying, brother? It just reclaimed our lives." What did you say?" Saner mumbled, his words slurred. Dongzi suggested, "He is likely stunned by the noise. He'll be back to normal soon." In an instant, Ergo dashed up the staircase and squeezed through the newly blasted opening. Moments later, his voice echoed from outside, "Mother, we're finally out. Hurry up." Unable to contain my fervent joy at surviving, I, along with Qixing, supported Saner as we rushed outside, Saner still chuckling away. Dongzi leaned close and whispered, "Brother, how does Saner know about grenades? and how to dodge such thunderous blasts. Overcome by the exhilaration of our victory, I dismissed such thoughts, saying, "Do you think Saner, being older, just grew up on plain rice?" With age comes experience. I glanced at Saner, who had regained some hearing but still couldn't quite grasp our words, simply nodding and laughing, "Yes, yes, ha." As we all emerged from the cave, the intense sunlight nearly overwhelmed us, and our spirits soared. How long it had been since we felt the warmth of the sun. We lay on the grass at the cave's edge, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air, our eyes slowly adjusting to the brightness. Surrounding us were grassy fields and low shrubs, and as we ventured a little further, we gasped in awe that we stood atop a cliff. A waterfall cascaded from the mountain peak nearby, resembling a silken ribbon plunging downwards, its furious white torrents resembling wild stallions breaking free, shrouding the valley in mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The distant mountains, though gentle and lacking perilous peaks or jagged rocks, retained a serene beauty. The lush greenery of the forest appeared so vibrant, as if it could drip with oil. Chapter 49. The Ghost Rider's soul standing at such a scenic mountaintop, it was impossible for anyone not to let out a jubilant roar. Exhausted yet exhilarated, I summoned the last of my strength and shouted into the valley, "I am still alive." After my triumphant cry, I fell back onto the soft grass, listening to the distant calls of birds and sensing insects quietly traversing the grass. Sunlight danced upon the blades, while a gentle breeze caressed my cheek like a grandmother's touch, evoking a profound sense of warmth. Having been born and raised in the mountains, I had never before felt such an intimate connection with every blade of grass and tree as I did that day. Perhaps only those who have faced life and death can truly experience such feelings. I heard the others breathing heavily, and Ergo muttered with a silly grin, "Being alive is truly wonderful." Haha, with my eyes closed, I laughed and asked, "Is everyone all right? Let us take this opportunity to rest." Ergo erupted in laughter, saying, "The elders say there are 4 great whites in the world: the clouds and the sky, the frost on the ground, a young woman's posterior, and the white of a cabbage. Today, I've seen it for myself. The whitest of them all must be the clouds. Just look at that thing. It is far whiter than a young lady's backside." I paused for a moment, then heard Dongzi chuckling as he inquired, "Rotund fool, confess, whose young lady's posterior have you seen?" By now, Saner had regained his hearing and couldn't help but join in our laughter, saying, "Who would have thought you, Ergo, would be such a lecher? Ha!" The air was filled with the joy of our escape as we bantered back and forth. However, as reason began to reassert itself, a lingering sense of worry settled in my heart. After resting a while, we dared not linger any longer. Saner gathered some branches and wild grass to seal the cave entrance, and without any lingering attachments, we forged a path down the mountain. Ergo seemed to suffer from lingering effects of the poison from the bewitching blue, complaining of a headache. Dongzi and Saner found a good spot for us to rest while they went hunting for some game to satisfy our hunger. Without the help of the tiger, Saner struggled more than usual to catch anything, returning only after quite a while with a roe deer. The torch had long since been discarded, but fortunately, I had tucked a fire starter in our precious supplies, which proved invaluable now. After we had eaten, everyone regained their spirits and continued on our journey, choosing silence for the remainder of the trek. That on the morning of the 3rd day, we finally arrived, hand in hand, at our long-anticipated destination, Zhengjiao. Exhausted from our journey, as we entered the village, the villagers erupted with enthusiasm upon seeing us, bombarding us with questions amidst jubilant cheers, making us feel as though we were heroes returning from a triumphant battle. We were all grinning from ear to ear, feeling rather impressive ourselves. That MY sense of self-importance, however, was quite different from that of the lad riding a cow ahead of me, while he was merely posturing atop his bovine steed. I had genuinely traversed the realm of the underworld multiple times. The first person I yearned to meet was Shui Exen. After such a long separation, I was curious whether she had gained or lost weight, and if she still possessed the same beauty as before. But then I realized my initial desire should have been to see my grandmother and uncle first. Suddenly, I felt a pang of shame, for it is said that a grown daughter should not linger, and similarly, a grown son's heart is also difficult to retain. With little time to recount the arduous journey to my fellow villagers, I trudged hastily towards home. Upon entering the courtyard, I spotted my grandmother sitting at the entrance, selecting vegetables while leaning on her cane. That her advanced age I noticed her hands trembled slightly, and her eyesight had diminished with the passage of time. Causing her to bend her head low as she worked, that I called out, "Grandma, Zhuangzi has returned." I could distinctly hear the tremor in my own voice. At first, my grandmother was taken aback, but then she slowly rose to her feet. I rushed over and embraced her, her eyes glistening with tears. She gently patted my shoulder, saying, "It's good that you're back. Good that you're back." That I assisted her into the house, where she prepared something for us to eat. I recounted the events of my journey to her, but to spare her worry and heartache, I merely summarized the tales, glossing over the perils without delving into the details. Even so, my grandmother sighed, expressing regret for allowing me to undertake such a risky adventure. That as we spoke, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep on the con. That I in that slumber, I dreamt a multitude of dreams, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. First, I was sharing a meal of dragon meat with San Ergo and Dong Zi. Then, I encountered a bloodied corpse, engaged in a fierce battle against the grave Mike King and the Shi Min Wang, stroked the head of a snow leopard, and had heartfelt conversations with Jia Wenpu. That I witnessed the mysterious smile of the Zhang family matriarch before her passing, and saw a red-clad corpse child joyfully dancing within a coffin. When I awoke, it was already evening. That my grandmother informed me that Shui Xian had come by earlier and asked me to visit Ergo's home. After I woke, I casually grabbed a few steamed sweet potatoes from the pot and munched on them while walking. Feeling quite famished, it seemed I could not satiate my hunger no matter how much I ate. Upon arriving at Ergo's house, I found everyone there except San Ergo. The moment Shui Xian spotted me, she rushed over in excitement, nearly knocking me over with her enthusiasm. Overwhelmed by her fragrance, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Dong Zi coughed twice, breaking the moment, and Shui Xian, her cheeks flushed. Released me. That I felt a flutter of embarrassment, but also thought that Dong Zi was rather inconsiderate. Noticing Dong Zi's unusual demeanor, I inquired about his troubles, teasingly asking if he was already reporting on his work upon my return. He replied, "Ergo is in trouble." That my immediate reaction was concern for the hefty lad. What calamity had befallen him this time? Upon entering, I was greeted by a familiar sight. Ergo lay on the Kong, struggling to keep his eyes open, softly calling my name while his parents anxiously sat nearby. That I offered a few words of comfort, assuring him that he was merely fatigued and should rest. Then, I stepped into the outer room to inquire about the situation from Dong Zi. Furrowing his brow, Dong Zi whispered, "Since returning from the mountain, Ergo has complained of feeling unwell and has had a persistent headache. I initially thought it was just exhaustion and stress, believing a bit of rest would suffice. He has been sleeping in a daze ever since that I asked, 'Has anyone seen a doctor?' Yes, he has taken medicine for quite some time. But there has been no improvement. That I fear it may not be a simple ailment, which is why I sent Shui Xian to find you for a consultation." Not a simple ailment? I pondered, wondering how it was that misfortune seemed to befall Ergo. Could it be true, as the old Taoist said, that he was a 5-generational extraordinary person, born with a weak spirit, after the passing of our village elder? There had been no one capable of treating such spiritual maladies. There were a few elderly practitioners from Lianhua Mountain, but they had long since faded from practice, overshadowed by the elder's renowned reputation. As Dong Zi and I fretted, Qi Xing emerged and asked Dong Zi, "Have you thought of any solutions?" Dong Zi shook his head, but Qi Xing patted his shoulder, saying, "Stop seeking others. I believe you can handle it." Dong Zi quickly waved his hands. No, I am not capable of treating illnesses." Qi Xing's words sparked a thought, and I suggested to Dong Zi, "Brother, Qi Xing is right. You have read so much. Surely there must be something that can heal him. With no other options, we may as well try something." Dong Zi shook his head vehemently. No, I perused a few books on remedies, but they are all folk prescriptions. If I miscalculate even one ingredient, it could cost Ergo his life. But didn't you just say that Ergo's condition is not a real illness? How can a remedy be harmful? I truly do not possess books on treating spiritual ailments. That I do, I exclaimed. With my grandfather's extensive collection, I refuse to believe there isn't something relevant among them. Come, let us return home and search. Reluctantly, Dong Zi accompanied me home to find the books, fully aware that the matter of healing was of utmost gravity, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving home, I pleaded with my grandmother, who finally relented but insisted that only Dong Zi could search, forbidding me to interfere. That my grandmother retrieved a slender, ornate key from her waist, and unlocked a modest red-painted wooden chest in the inner room. I stole a glance inside, revealing a trove of books, their pages yellowed and some in tatters that I could only lie at the edge of the Kong, watching as Dong Zi meticulously flipped through my grandfather's ancient texts. As evening fell, Erda arrived to summon Dong Zi home for dinner. Dong Zi waved him off, and I explained the situation to Erda, who then departed. Shortly thereafter, Dong Zi called out, "I found it." I hurried over, asking, "What is the situation?" Dong Zi replied, "Ergo's condition matches a description in the book called Ghost Riding the Soul." The text explained that a person's young soul resides in the shoulders, and when the body is weak, it becomes susceptible to being ridden by restless spirits or those with grievances, leading to confusion of mind and spirit that in severe cases, it can result in the loss of the 3 souls and 6 spirits. A state referred to as being possessed by a ghost. Fortunately, Ergo's condition was not yet critical, but if we did not act quickly to address this ghost, his waning yang energy could lead to a complete possession. "What do we do?" I asked, alarmed that do not worry. While the situation is not dire, there are numerous remedies available. Generally, a talisman can be drawn and consumed, followed by a soul-calling ritual. However, we lack the skill to draw talismans, and any mistakes could lead to further complications. There is a method we could attempt that, even if ineffective, would not harm Ergo. That I flipped through the pages, finding myself utterly baffled and growing anxious. "Hurry and tell me." Dong Zi pointed to a tattered book, saying, "This one." I looked at the title, Records of Taoist Talismans, authored by Zhu Xing. It was a handwritten old book with a line that read, "Notes by the inheritor of the blessing method." A bold attempt at combining Taoist principles with the art of blessings. Dong Zi's face brightened as he exclaimed, "The blessing method, soul binding code." Chapter 50. Soul binding code. This soul binding technique is classified into 2 types, the close method and the distant method, also known as the 1,000-mile soul binding method. The close method involves using a talisman along with an article of clothing belonging to the lost soul, burning the talisman and reciting incantations at the site where the soul was lost. The distant method is employed when the location of the lost soul is too far or unknown, necessitating the use of the 1,000-mile soul binding method. Though I could not comprehend all of Dong Zi's words, I encouraged him, saying, "You handle it as you see fit, that if you need anything, just tell me." Dong Zi replied, "A piece of yellow paper, a brush, and a bowl of water will suffice, but we still need an image of a master." An image of a master? What kind? It must depict one with a white sun above their head, and the larger, the better. This posed a dilemma. Who among us possessed such an image? Would we have to search from door to door? Dong Zi recognized the challenge and, after a moment of silence, said, "If all else fails, we can only use this one." I noticed that the image Dong Zi referred to was the same as that in the book, illustrating a Buddha seated upon a mat, with a sun above its head, but rendered in black ink without color. I felt uneasy and told Dong Zi, "This healing is not a trivial matter. We cannot afford to be careless." Dong Zi smiled at me. "This isn't mere carelessness. In the 1,000-mile soul binding method, the first step is observing the Master's image, which involves gazing at the image of the heavenly master or Buddha and silently contemplating it before drawing the talisman. The essence lies in the power of intention. As long as the image resides in your heart, it suffices." I nodded, but still had a question driven purely by curiosity. "Isn't the sun typically red?" "I have never seen a white sun. The reason it is Baiyang rather than Hongyang implies that Hongyang has supplanted Baiyang in the celestial exchange of positions. Hongyang signifies the dominion of Shakyamuni Buddha over the heavenly realm, while Baiyang represents the authority of Maitreya Bodhisattva. The Buddha, also known as Tathagata, is perceived as such by the great practitioners. To the uninitiated, the Buddha is regarded merely as one who departs. The essence of Buddhahood remains unmoved, yet due to the stirring of sentient beings' minds, they mistakenly perceive the Tathagata as one who comes and goes, when in reality there is neither arrival nor departure. Maitreya Bodhisattva, embodying the future Buddha, is one of the manifestations of the Cosmic Path's esteemed teacher. The Cosmic Path is manifold, capable of manifesting countless forms and phenomena. Generations undergo change. Thus, all things must operate in flux. That if everything were to remain static, a person suffering from illness would perpetually endure it without hope of recovery. Conversely, if one were to prosper, the impoverished would be deprived of any chance for redemption, leading to chaos in the world. All phenomena are contingent upon the mind. This art of blessing, in fact, merges the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism, emphasizing the need to adapt to the changes of all things and to conquer malevolent forces with intention, that I nodded in understanding, contemplating that all things possess their own set of rules. Dongzi continued to peruse his book, instructing me to fetch yellow paper and a brush from his home. Though I had these items as well, they had not been used in quite some time. I rummaged through my belongings and presented them to Dongzi, who remarked, "Brother, while I am drawing the talisman, please do not disturb me. I must hold my breath. You see how intricate this talisman is. I must concentrate on the incantation. 1 harmonizes with humanity, 2 harmonize with earth, 3 harmonize with heaven, 4 harmonize with the Tao, 5 harmonize with nature 5 times. When drawing the principal talisman, I cannot break my stroke. Must not breathe or speak. Once I have completed the principal talisman, you must place an empty bowl filled halfway with water beside me." With everything in place, I found a bowl and stood at the door, ensuring that no outsiders interrupted, while observing Dongzi as he began to draw the talisman. Dongzi prepared the ink, laid out the yellow paper, flashed a smile at me, and, gazing at the talisman in his book, first suspended the brush in the air, swaying it back and forth, contemplating the outlines of the talisman. Then, dipping the brush into the ink, he inhaled deeply and commenced to let the brush dance vigorously across the paper. His focus remained fixed on the brush tip, oblivious to the surroundings, his wrist fluidly moving, the veins on the back of his hand becoming increasingly pronounced. His strokes varied in height and weight, light and heavy, as the brush glided with grace. And before long, the principal talisman was complete, that I hurriedly placed the previously prepared bowl of water beside the talisman. Dongzi did not pause, but continued to finish the remaining details. As he set down the brush, I noticed beads of sweat gathering on his brow, cascading down his face. The moment he laid the brush down, he spread the talisman flat upon the bowl, clenched his right fist over the paper, and recited, "Jiutian Do Wang Jun. I command the 5 directions to conceal themselves. Heed my decree, causing the obscure to become inconspicuous, all intentions to be distant. Do not halt or obstruct. Urgently I invoke the auspicious method. Jiutian seal. Carry out my command. Point to the heavens and rend the skies. Point to the earth and cause tremors. Gather all disparate forces. All deities hastily obey. Summon countless beings. Do not hinder or impede. With sincere offerings. May my intentions manifest. As I wish, I inquire of the Jiutian sovereign. Those who defy my decree shall be severed from their forms. Quickly, as commanded by the Emperor Jiutian, I decree this thrice." After this incantation, Dongzi was panting heavily, yet had no time to rest. He produced another sheet of yellow paper, dipped it in ink, and began to draw another talisman while reciting. South summons Yao. North calls Xuanwu. East invokes Laojun. Northwest the tiger, the heavenly elder, and the earthly mother, the deities of the 5 directions. Water, awaken and descend. Curious about Dongzi's new drawing, I approached to examine it, only to find that the characters on the talisman differed entirely from his recitation. The sequence of words read from top to bottom, right to left, as follows. Wandering soul, where do you linger? In desolate wilds, temple mountains, mountain gods of the 5 paths, river and land deities, to the land god, deliver to the household, to the kitchen god, deliver to oneself. Ergo rises early and shakes off the spirit. I offer to the supreme Laojun. Hastily as commanded, at last, with a flourish of the brush, Dongzi fell back onto the bed, gasping for breath, that I rushed to assist him. "How are you? Brother? Are you all right?" Dongzi waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious." After a brief respite, not wanting to delay further, we took the drawn talismans and the bowl of water to Ergo's home. By this time, dusk had settled, and the smoke from cooking wafted through the air, as the two of us felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Upon arriving at Ergo's house, his mother was busy preparing dinner. While Qi Xing and Xue Xian had already returned home, that I briefly explained the situation regarding the talismans to Ergo's parents, who were taken aback by the sight of the talisman. Ergo's father remarked to Dongzi, "This talisman is for summoning souls, isn't it? I've seen a similar one drawn by the Zhang family matriarch, but I never expected you to know how to do this." Dongzi scratched his head and replied, "I found this in a book at my brother's place. Just mimicked it, there's no choice." Treating Ergo's illness as paramount, that he then turned to me and said, "Brother, I need your help next at What help? It's all for Ergo, I responded. Just tell me what to do. There were 2 talismans in total. One was to be burned above Ergo's head, while the other needed to be taken to the mountain for burning. When night fell completely, you must go alone to the mountain to deliver the soul. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Go alone. The term deliver the soul sounded eerie, but I prided myself on my strong mental fortitude and had little belief in the supernatural. I thought to myself that treating ailments isn't solely reliant on summoning spirits. Herbal medicine is also essential. Ergo's father invited us to stay for dinner, but at that moment, Ergo was already in a state of unconsciousness. After dinner, Dongzi asked me to help him support Ergo while he administered the water. Ergo was in a daze, reluctant to drink. Dongzi urged him, saying, "This water is divine water fetched from the renowned Fox Fairy Cave on Lianhua Mountain. Drink it and your illness will be cured immediately, enhancing your health and rendering you immune to all toxins. Even spirits will keep their distance from you." With this persuasion, Ergo finally opened his mouth to drink. While Dongzi recited incantations related to rectifying and dispelling evil. After Ergo drank the water, Dongzi requested 2 handfuls of glutinous rice from his mother, which is commonly known as sticky rice. He gave 1 handful to Ergo's mother, instructing her to crush it and soak it in half a bowl of water, filtering out the rice before he administered it to Ergo later when he burned the talisman. The other handful he placed on the bed and pulled out a piece of yellow paper for me. Upon examining the yellow paper, I recognized it to be a rudimentary drawing of a horse. Inscribed with some words that appeared to be a spell, that he pointed to the previously drawn talisman on the bed and said, "Brother, that one is for you, that I must emphasize that your task is crucial. Do not make any mistakes," that I replied. "You know, brother, is there really such a need to emphasize difficulties before explaining the task? Just tell me what to do." I was to burn that talisman above Ergo's head. And after it was burned, I was to take the other talisman and walk towards the mountain, reciting as I went, green clothes, hurry swiftly. Find Ergo, spirit, return quickly," that I practiced reciting it a few times and committed it to memory. Dongzi continued, "If you encounter anyone on the way, regardless of whether you recognize them, do not speak, that if someone calls you, do not look back. Walk precisely 81 steps, then use a fire starter to burn the talisman. Remember, you must walk 81 steps. No more, no less." I nodded, and Dongzi took a handful of glutinous rice grains, placing them in my palm. "These are 36 grains of sticky rice. Hold them in your right hand as you walk. And be careful not to drop any. There must be no less than 1 grain. Curious, I inquired, "What is this for?" Dongzi's expression suddenly turned serious as he replied, "Brother, don't be alarmed. This is for dealing with minor spirits." I nearly stumbled in shock. "What do you mean by that?" "If you feel something blowing behind your head or near your ear, throw these 36 grains of rice towards the direction of the breeze. Remember, it must be when the sensation is particularly strong, and you feel certain before you throw." Now my palms were clammy with sweat, that Dongzi's earnestness made me feel uneasy. What if I drop a few grains? Wouldn't that render me helpless? Dongzi chuckled and reassured me. "But there is also the soul-calling horse. It's there in case you mishandle the glutinous rice, that if you run out of rice and still feel that sensation, burn the soul-calling horse on the spot, that you'll be fine on your way back. You can talk, and if you're scared, you can even run back." Seeing Dongzi's mischievous smile, I was already drenched in sweat. I wiped my brow and said to Dongzi, "All right, no problem. Just wait for my victorious news." "But how do I recite the spell during the burning of the talisman?" Dongzi grinned. "Brother, you must remember, green clothes, hurry swiftly. Find Ergo, spirit, return quickly." Chapter 51. Shamanic Dance. I silently repeated Dongzi's soul-calling incantation several times, nodding to indicate I had it memorized. Dongzi acknowledged with a sound and asked Ergo's parents, "Uncle, Aunt, can we begin now?" On one hand, Ergo's parents were observing Dongzi, who seemed quite serious about the procedure. On the other, they understood, as Dongzi had said, that they could not find any experts at this hour and could only resort to desperate measures. Ergo's father glanced at his wife and nodded at Dongzi. "You can proceed with confidence. We trust you completely, but—" Ergo's father turned to me, who was still sweating profusely. "Just be careful not to cause any trouble for your brother." Dongzi's face took on a serious tone as he replied, "Don't worry. With those items, he will encounter no issues." That as I observed his pallid complexion, my heart sank further into uncertainty, cold sweat streaming down incessantly. "Rest assured, uncle, I am naturally endowed with abundant yang energy," I stammered, my voice trembling slightly. "Very well, let us commence." Dongzi opened the door just a crack, then held a talisman over Ergo's head. Spinning it a few times, lighting a fire stick, he ignited the incense in the brazier above Ergo's head, reciting, "Wandering souls, where do you linger? In the wilds and desolate fields, in temples and forest glades. Mountain deities and household spirits, I summon you forth that I end no time." The incense was consumed entirely, that Ergo's parents helped him to his feet, urging him to drink the half-bowl of glutinous rice water. Dongzi nodded at me, and I took a deep breath, grasping the talisman tightly, clutching 36 grains of glutinous rice, and exited without a backward glance. Upon stepping outside, I hurried towards the village's entrance. At first, I recalled Dongzi's incantation. "Chingy, Chingy, fly swiftly, find Ergo, and let his spirit return," that I repeated this mantra a dozen times, when suddenly I encountered a figure. Whether human or not, I could not tell. He merely glanced at me, and I dared not meet his gaze, fearing he might call out or engage me in conversation. Finally, I uneasily exited the village, my heart pounding. Had I recited the incantation for how many steps? 40-odd? Did Dongzi mean 81 steps starting from Ergo's doorstep or from the village entrance? I cursed inwardly. No matter. Let us count anew, beginning from the village entrance point. 1 step, 2 steps to be wide this time. Darkness had enveloped the sky, as if drenched in thick ink, a deep hue that refused to disperse. Occasionally, a dark cloud drifted by, revealing a faint, dim moonlight, veiled in shadows. Massive silhouettes loomed over the peaks ahead, reminiscent of a widow's mourning attire. What monstrous creature lurked beneath? The silence was unnerving, the sounds of night insects mingling with the distant flicker of fireflies, and I could hear the very rhythm of my heartbeat. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept down my back, causing me to shudder, and I recalled Dongzi's words. "If you sense something blowing at your back or near your ear, cast those 36 grains of glutinous rice toward the source." My goodness, could it be a ghost? The more I pondered, the more intense the feeling became that my nerves were on edge, and I sensed a breath not only at the nape of my neck and by my ear, but even beneath my feet. Yet, lacking absolute certainty and that overwhelming sensation, I hesitated to cast the rice. It was, after all, my lifeline that I wished to bolster my courage by speaking aloud, but the more I chanted the incantation, the weaker my voice grew. After walking a bit further, my mind gradually calmed. They say it is often eerily tranquil before a storm. Just as I was about to exhale in relief, a distinct sound of stones being kicked reached my ears. The noise was clear, and I recalled Dongzi's warning. Though I sensed someone behind me, I must not look back. The sound drew nearer, and at that moment, an overwhelming weight settled on my back. As if something were pressing down upon me, while a cold breath rushed past my right ear, that I felt precisely as if someone were blowing forcefully beside me. The pressure on my back intensified, making it difficult to breathe, and I cursed, "Damn it." With my eyes shut, I spun around and hurled the 36 grains of glutinous rice into the darkness. Instantly, the weight lifted considerably, and turning back, I felt no more breath in my ear. Yet unease lingered within me, prompting me to light the fire stick once more and burn the talisman meant to summon spirits. After walking for a while, nearing the mountains, I whispered the incantation once again and incinerated the binding talisman. Sighing in relief, I prepared to turn back. However, only a few steps into my retreat, I heard the distinct chime of bells mingling with the dull rumble of thunder, the sound seemingly emanating from the lofty heights of the eastern slope. An inexplicable force compelling me to move forward. Driven by curiosity and an unexplainable allure, I took cautious steps toward the sound that I in that moment. I could not fathom why I felt no trace of fear. I was simply determined to uncover the source of the sound. Employing both hands and feet, I swiftly ascended the slope and concealed myself behind the trunk of a large tree. There were people dancing. At such a late hour, how could anyone be dancing? Overwhelmed by astonishment and trepidation, I remained shrouded in the shadows of the tree. Not far ahead, a figure clad in black was dancing, that a cowhide lantern was skewered among the branches of an ancient locust tree, illuminating her form with clarity. From her movements and physique, it was unmistakably a woman. Yet she wore an eerie and terrifying mask that starkly contrasted with her graceful dance. The woman donned a short black collarless top, paired with a long skirt edged in black, adorned with various vibrant patterns, though the distance and the dim light made it challenging to discern the details. The skirt's hem was embellished with mirrors of varying sizes, reflecting a muted yellow light. Her waist was adorned with numerous bells, while the mask upon her face was grotesque, with tassels dangling down to her brows and 3 copper forks protruding from the top. Bedecked with unknown ornaments resembling avian or animal forms, that a copper mirror gleamed upon her chest, radiating brilliance. The attire fit her impeccably. She appeared somewhat slight of build, yet her grace was striking, accentuating her feminine features prominently, evoking a sense of delight. Her movements were ethereal and fluid, akin to dancing clouds, and her skirts swayed gracefully. At times, she would lightly touch the ground with her toes while spinning, or lower her head to play with her sleeves in a gentle manner, the bells at her waist jingling with each motion. Her body was as supple as a wisp of cloud, yet her dance exuded a power that commanded admiration and longing. In her hands, she held a smooth drum, rhythmically striking it with a drumstick. The sound boomed like thunder, at times crisp and clear, at times urgent and forceful, as the fallen leaves danced along with the beat. Swirling around her skirts, in an instant, the bells and drums harmonized into a symphony. I watched her entrancing yet uncanny movements, and my vision gradually blurred to tea times. It felt as though I were amidst a tempest. Thunder crashing and rain pouring, the thunder roaring in my ears, and the wind howling before my eyes. Other times, I found myself in a lush bamboo grove, basking in the sunshine, with meandering waters and joyous birds chirping. A gentle breeze caressing my face, every pore of my being rejoicing in bliss. Before me rose majestic mountains, while the sound of clear springs echoed in my ears. Unconsciously, my body swayed to the drumbeat, my spirit soaring with the music. When the drumbeats abruptly ceased, it felt as though the snow-capped mountains had collapsed in an instant, the cascading snow tumbling uncontrollably like a stampede of wild horses racing toward the cliffs. My reverie shattered, and I stumbled, crashing to the ground, letting out a loud C-R-Y-M-Y voice, unexpected and jarring, echoed across the mountainside. Hastily rising, I looked ahead, only to be met with utter darkness. Where had the mesmerizing dancer vanished? Cursing under my breath, I spat, recalling the elders' tales that ghosts feared human saliva. Just as I intended to turn back, I was jolted as if struck by lightning, and upon reflecting on the scene I had just witnessed, I realized that attire and those trappings were precisely the shamanic garments I had seen earlier at Old Lady Zhang's. Could it be that the old woman had manifested, aware of Ergo's plight? Had she come to perform a dance to exorcise spirits? In that moment, I knelt upon the ground, bowing thrice in the direction where the shamanic dance had transpired, trembling as I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, old lady." Without a backward glance, I dashed down the mountain. Little did I know, behind a sturdy pine trunk, a figure clad in shamanic attire held an extinguished cowhide lantern, their eyes as clear and bright as the moonlit river. Sweat-soaked garments glistening, a single crystalline droplet of sweat falling silently to the ground. Chapter 52. The secret pearl. That night, as I returned home, my clothing was drenched. Dongzi teased me about my cowardice for several days. I exaggerated the terrifying events of that night, and Dongzi ceased his laughter, solemnly stating, "The old lady is truly a benevolent soul." The following day, Ergo had recovered, that I told him, "Old lady has saved you twice. When you have the chance, bring some offerings up the mountain to pay your respects." Ergo immediately knelt, bowing 3 times toward the old lady's south resting place on the mountain. Once we regained our composure, we gathered to discuss the events that had transpired. Setting aside the perils and legends, it seemed the situation was becoming increasingly complex. The incidents surrounding the blood corpses, the inexplicable deaths in the village, the mysterious disappearance of the underground king, and the coffins in the vast underground military factory. What was the significance of the red-clad corpse child? Why had it appeared there? And what of the pile of bones? Was it connected to the blood corpses within the tomb, Centipede King? Was my grandfather alive or dead? What was the nature of Ergo's ailment? And what mysteries surrounded the old lady's past? These threads intertwined, elusive and perplexing, leaving us in a quandary. Just as we were grappling with these thoughts, Dongzi addressed us. It seems we must continue our investigation. Do you recall the old lady's words before her passing? I believe she meant to convey that until we unravel the mystery of the blood corpses, danger will persist. However, one thing I can confirm. Ergo's affliction this time was due to his taking the copper mirror from the red-clad corpse child, which had attracted resentment. Under normal circumstances, I would have refuted Dongzi's assertion, but after that eerie night, I could only nod in reluctant agreement. Although one should not fully trust the words of Zhao Wenpu, I believe the words he spoke before his death were undoubtedly credible. The reason behind the sudden disappearance of the underground king remains shrouded in mystery. However, we have managed to glean some insights regarding the blood corpses. Those individuals had suffered grievous injuries in life, most likely inflicted by malevolent hands, and were subsequently discarded at Lianhua Mountain, inadvertently wandering into an underground factory where they encountered Zhao Wenpu, only to become subjects of his experiments. They were administered a potion crafted from the mesmerizing Bosieolon, transforming them into blood corpses. There exists another possibility. Someone may have been aware of the underground factory's existence and deliberately cast them into its depths. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Shui Xian, having been briefed by Qixing earlier, possessed a modicum of understanding about our tribulations along the way that I continued. I have a bold conjecture that the affairs surrounding the underground factory are likely connected to that Taoist from Maoshan. Oh, brother, what leads you to say that? I am merely speculating, I replied. Consider this. When Ergo first fell ill, the old lady proclaimed that he had been ensnared by someone. Previously, we had encountered that Taoist in the city, and Ergo even accepted his yin-yang fish mirror. Therefore, I suspect he may be the one behind this, just as I was about to venture into the city to seek him out. We were met with this series of events. Dongzi, you mentioned that the underground factory was not constructed casually. Could it be that the eminent figure who built the factory is that Taoist? Dongzi shook his head, saying, Brother, I must commend your imaginative prowess, but upon further reflection, these matters are completely unrelated. The Taoist was merely fortune-telling in the city, and it was my indiscretion that led Ergo to fall under his spell. Had I remained silent that day, we would not have faced the subsequent troubles arising from Ergo's illness. The initiative lies with us. The typically reticent Qixing chimed in. I too find this line of reasoning somewhat far-fetched. By this point, Ergo had grown impatient, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, I think you should cease your wild conjectures. Why not confront that Taoist directly in the city and demand answers? Besides, I wish to exact revenge for the entrapment. Upon hearing this, Shui Xian was the first to object. No way. Haven't you suffered enough from the last encounter? That Taoist not only possesses martial prowess but is also adept at setting traps. He even claimed you were some sort of 5th-generation prodigy, that if you go, it would be akin to courting death. Seeing Dongzi and Qixing remain noncommittal, I found myself at an impasse. Ever since the last incident in the city, where we had fallen victim to the Taoist machinations, coupled with our deception to our families about searching for treasure to cure Ergo, we had endured numerous dangers. Even if we had the courage to venture forth again, our families would likely disapprove. Moreover, with Ergo now recovered, what excuse could we possibly concoct to enter the city? The Taoist was but one man. If we could enlist Tai Tu and San Ergo to accompany us, along with Qixing's skills, we might stand a chance. The crux of the matter lay in devising a method to gain entry into the city. Lost in thought, I suddenly noticed Shui Xian glaring at me with an expression of displeasure. Her fair cheeks flushed like plum blossoms strewn upon the snow. That if you all continue to entertain thoughts of entering the city, I shall inform the village chief of your affairs. Upon hearing Shui Xian resort to such threats, a spark of inspiration ignited within me amidst my anxiety that I exchanged a knowing glance with Dongzi and feigned a worried demeanor as I pulled Shui Xian aside. Come here, Shui Xian. I have something to tell you. Dongzi followed suit, enclosing Shui Xian within our circle, while subtly signaling to Qixing and Ergo to refrain from intruding upon our conversation, that I adopted a sorrowful expression and addressed Shui Xian alas. My dear, at this juncture, I can no longer conceal the truth from you that we claim to seek the Taoist for retribution, but in reality, it is to find a remedy for Ergo's ailment. Despite his current vitality, his condition is dire. If you doubt me, inquire with Dongzi. As I spoke, I pretended to wipe away tears, while Ergo and Qixing craned their necks to catch a glimpse of our discussion. Shui Xin, her large eyes shimmering with concern, turned to Dongzi, who sighed deeply and said, "What my brother states is indeed true. Ergo's recent illness is not due to any red-clad corpse child, but rather an unresolved entrapment from the last incident that has recurred. This poor child is wretched. At such a tender age, he has yet to marry, nor has he even experienced the touch of a maiden," and he concluded, feigning tears of his own. Internally, I cursed him for being so unoriginal. Must he resort to my prior tactics? In front of such an innocent girl as Shui Xin, discussing anything so vulgar was simply unbecoming that I watched as her eyes glistened with tears, and she whimpered. "What should we do now? Xuanzi, I implore you to devise a plan to save Ergo." My heart ached at her distress, and I embraced Shui Xin, assuring her, "Fear not, for Dongzi has already discovered a remedy. The only thing we lack from the mountains is a particular item that necessitates our journey into the city. But do not disclose this to Ergo. He is easily frightened, and we wouldn't want to scare him to death." "Understood," Shui Xin nodded, tears streaming down her rosy cheeks. Upon witnessing Shui Xin's tears, both Qixing and Ergo hurried over to inquire about the situation. I reassured them. "Ah, it is nothing at all. Shui Xin is merely voicing the same concerns I hold." Dongzi then interjected, "I have conceived a plan. We shall assert that Ergo's ailment has yet to be fully resolved. To eradicate the symptoms entirely, we must procure a specific medicine from the city that cannot be found in the mountains. We should persuade San Ergo to accompany us, which would likely ease our family's concerns." This idea mirrored our previous approach, and Ergo, once again, found himself in tears as he went door to door, pleading for assistance. San Ergo, albeit somewhat reluctant, ultimately agreed to join us. Spurred by the news of Ergo's condition, that as we prepared to depart, the elder bestowed upon us several gun holsters crafted from rabbit fur, exquisitely made, instructing us to wrap our firearms and, upon entering the city, to rely on a few knives for self-defense. That he cautioned San Ergo to avoid unnecessary confrontations and to return promptly after our purchases. Shui Xin insisted on accompanying us, threatening, "Xuanzi, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your little schemes, that if you wish to enter the city smoothly, you must bring me along. Otherwise, I shall unveil your secrets. Women can certainly be troublesome, that we gathered a few essential supplies and, at the elder's request, took some game to deliver to Uncle Zhang Qinghe before setting off lightly. We departed at dawn, and by the following day, as the sun fully emerged, we found ourselves at the edge of Lianhua Mountain. This time, without our hunting dogs, San Ergi's catch dwindled, limited to inconsequential little rabbits. This made us long for the days of feasting on the flesh of the departed tiger and yearning for the taste of flying dragon meat. After our rabbit feast, just as we were about to pack up and resume our journey, Ergo suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, hold still." He then gestured for silence that we all drew our firearms, with Shui Xin seeking refuge behind Qixing. Ergo tilted his ear to the surrounding sounds, and after a moment, he chuckled. "Ah, an old friend has arrived." Old friend. The creature that had nearly claimed our lives on our first encounter had also been our savior in the past, and I asked at the White Pie. I exclaimed, "You, the third uncle's wife, and your second elder's relative. When did you learn to keep secrets?" Just as I finished speaking, a white pie emerged from the thicket ahead, its fur reflecting the sunlight with an almost dazzling brilliance. Recognizing those familiar eyes, I knew it was indeed an old acquaintance. That I retrieved a piece of relatively intact rabbit meat from the fire, brushed off the ash, and squatted down, calling out, "Come here, my friend. Do not disdain this. It is the last morsel we have." The white pie remained motionless, sitting regally in place. That it appeared to be wearing something around its neck. "Hey, Ergo, what do you see hanging around the pie's neck?" Ergo glanced over and replied, "It appears to be a yellow bead, a rather earthy hue." That I cautiously approached, but the pie remained steadfast, seemingly waiting for me to draw closer. With growing confidence, I reached its side, my palms slick with perspiration. The pie's indifferent demeanor left me perplexed. That I tentatively extended the piece of rabbit meat, and the white pie delicately took it from my hand, placing it on the ground. I pointed to the bead around its neck, then gestured towards myself, implying, "May I take a look?" The white pie remained unmoved, but emitted a soft cooing sound that felt oddly familiar, drawing me nearer to examine the bead around its neck. It was a round, earthy yellow bead, smooth and gleaming, reminiscent of clumps of yellow earth adorning its neck, with a slender black cord threaded through the center. The bead seemed familiar, After a prolonged contemplation, I rummaged through my pocket to retrieve a jade-green bead and called out to Ergo. "Hurry, come here!" I observed that the smooth brown bead around Ergo's neck bore a striking resemblance to the one adorning the white pie. A thought struck me. Both beads had originated from the old lady. Could it be that the pie's bead was also linked to her? At that moment, Dongzi and Qixing joined us, their gazes fixated on the beads in my hand and around the pie's neck. Astonished to find them nearly identical save for their colors, that I handed the bead to Dongzi, saying, "Previously, we failed to clarify the significance of this bead. That it now appears to be the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding the old lady. Once we unveil her secret, the enigma of the blood corpses from years past should come to light." Dongzi scrutinized the bead, scratching his head, muttering, "Old lady's bead. White pie." We settled down on the grassy patch, watching as Dongzi continued to ponder. After a while, he suddenly rose and reached for the bead around the white pie's neck. Instantly, the pie's previously indifferent expression shifted to one of wariness, its eyes sparkling with caution. I swiftly intervened, calling out to Dongzi, "Do not worry, I merely wish to observe. I have no intention of stealing your treasure." Unexpectedly, the white pie, seemingly able to comprehend Dongzi's words, relaxed the bristles that had previously stood on end out of caution. Tentatively, Dongzi picked up the earthy yellow orb, and the white pie displayed an expression of complete indifference. Chapter 53. Jingchuan Wu. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dongzi exhaled deeply and remarked, "I have considered numerous possibilities, and the most fitting one appears to be this. It is the legendary sacred pearl used in the rituals of the Jurchen people, known as Jingchuan Wu, of which there are 5 in total. The 3 we possess should all be among them." "Jingchuan Wu? What is that?" Waterheart inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Dongzi examined the orb closely and replied slowly, "Jingchuan Wu is the collective term for the 5 pearls, named after the sorcerer from the Jingchuan Jurchen lineage who first discovered, gathered, and utilized them, hence the peculiar name. However, logically speaking, these 5 pearls should correspond to the 5 elemental colors. Wood belongs to the east, represented by green. Fire to the south, represented by red. Metal to the west, represented by white. Water to the north, represented by black. And earth at the center, represented by yellow. Yet, among the 3 pearls we have encountered, 2 are green and brown, which puzzles me. That I advise Dongzi. Isn't it often said that to believe everything in books is worse than not reading at all? Perhaps the reality differs somewhat from what is written. But on what grounds can you be so certain that this is indeed Jingchuan Wu? And what exactly is this Jurchen?" Dongzi handed me the orb and continued, "The Jurchen is an ethnic group, historically pronounced as Su Shun in ancient languages, also a place name. The Bamboo Annals state, Su Shun is a great country in the northeast since the Yu and Xia dynasties, meaning Su Shun was a significant nation in the northeast since the Xia dynasty. The Jurchen are the ancestors of the Manchu lineage, which ties back to the old lady's heritage." "Dongzi, your words have left me utterly bewildered. What connection is there between this Jurchen Manchu and the Zhang family's old lady?" "Third brother, you may not be fully aware of the old lady's background. She employs shamanic practices for healing, and shamanism is the belief of the Manchu people. The techniques of the shaman, including the ritualistic dances, were created by the Manchu shamans. Thus, it can be said that the old lady is of Manchu descent, and the ancestors of the Manchu are the Juarchen. It was Emperor Huang Taiji who, in an effort to dilute the Han people's memories of the Jurchen's invasion of the Song dynasty and to ease ethnic tensions, changed the Jin regime to the Qing regime and renamed the Jurchen to Manchu. Furthermore, these pearls came from the old lady, who is a true inheritor of shamanistic traditions, possessing a unique methodology for healing and rituals. Therefore, I believe they are indeed the Jingchuan Wu mentioned in the records of the Jurchen. Although I do not fully grasp your explanation, since it was given by the old lady, it must be something valuable, surely capable of warding off evil and disasters," laughed Ergo, clutching the pearl around his neck. "Each pearl possesses its own name and origin, particularly the most significant one in the rituals, known as Yue. In shamanic ceremonies, fire is an indispensable element, and this blood-red pearl, named Yue, corresponds to fire in the 5 elements. Legend has it that one of the earliest kings of the Jurchen, the Ling Shengwang, was born with divine strength, capable of moving mountains. When his mother passed away, the entire nation mourned for 7 days. conducting a grand funeral ritual. The state shaman proclaimed that the Queen Mother had expressed great reluctance to depart and told the Ling Shengwang that a blood sacrifice of 1,000 lives was necessary to alleviate her resentment and assist her reincarnation. This profoundly filial Ling Shengwang, wielding a treasured sword, journeyed to a remote mountain village and took the lives of 1,000 people. However, this act burdened him with lifelong sorrow. Hearing of the Ling Shengwang's intention to use 1,000 lives for the sacrifice, one of his most beloved concubines urged him against it. Not only did he refuse to heed her advice, but he also erupted in anger towards her. This kind-hearted concubine, seeing her husband dismiss her warnings, declared that if the king did not listen to her counsel, she would take her own life before him. Waterheart, gripped by the tail, anxiously urged. What happened next? Eventually, she learned of the Ling Shengwang's plan to slaughter the villagers for the blood sacrifice and stealthily followed him, donning the attire of a commoner to blend among the terrified crowd. The Ling Shengwang, blinded by fury, was oblivious to the presence of his beloved concubine amidst the throng that in the end, the entire village was slaughtered, only for a retainer to relay that the queen consort had been caught in the chaos, leading the Ling Shengwang to unwittingly slay the one he cherished most. Seeing Waterheart's eyes brimming with tears, I felt a pang of sympathy, yet found the situation somewhat amusing that I quickly urged Dongzi. Enough of this idle chatter. Please get to the point. Dongzi seemed to grasp my intent, and, with a mischievous smile, said, the crux of the matter is that the grand shaman used the blood of those 1,000 souls and the treasured sword to forge a sacrificial blood pearl. At first glance, this blood pearl appears no different from a jade pearl, both being smooth and round. Yet upon closer inspection, it seems to possess a fluidity reminiscent of blood within in memory of his concubine. The king named this blood Pearliwe after her. Moreover, it is said that this blood pearl can only be placed on a large altar for ceremonial purposes. If found elsewhere, that place will be met with carnage and rivers of blood. Third brother remarked with relief. Thank goodness we do not possess that blood-red pearl. Waterheart, still immersed in the tragic tale of the king and his concubine, bore an expression of sorrow that I felt a mix of pity and amusement as I reassured her. Waterheart, Dongzi has said it is merely a legend. There is no need to take it to heart. Such tales are often spun for children. Turning to Dongzi, I asked, so, what are the pearls we currently hold? Do they carry their own significance? Dongzi responded, from the perspective of the 5 elements, although the colors do not match precisely, they are not too far off. The pearl on the white pie should embody the earth attribute, represented by yellow. The one around Ergo's neck corresponds to water, black, which is quite similar to brown. The one my brother holds should represent wood, green. We still lack the metal attribute in white and the fire attribute in red. Each of these pearls has its own name and unique legend. They are known as Tu Zhanggu, Shui Su Zhe, Mu Luanya, Jin Bai Chun, and Huiyu. Zhanggu was originally a medicinal herb. It is said that using 91 pearls distilled from a century-old Zhanggu can neutralize all poisons merely by scent. That Suze pearl is a spherical ball found within the body of the water dragon king, residing at the bottom of a deep, icy abyss, capable of suppressing the leakage of internal yang fire, thus prolonging life. Luanya is a gift from the shaman's divine bird, the raven, which is believed to be the closest spiritual entity to the heavens, serving as a messenger between the realms, revered as the sacred object nearest to paradise. In many primitive shamanic cultures, birds, especially ravens, often symbolize the heavens or celestial beings. Thus, my brother's pearl serves as a conduit for communicating with heavenly will, functioning as a tool for shamans to engage with the divine. As for Bai Chun, its legends are manifold, and it is the most widely circulated among the Jingchuan Wu in folklore. The it is said that if placed atop dust, the dust will disperse. There was once a village, tile-roofed Qianyu, untouched by dust, which is said to have flourished during the Guangxu era, when a scholar in the village placed a dust-repelling pearl granted by Empress Dowager Cixi atop a pavilion's roof, resulting in the village's homes remaining free of dust and weeds, with the air remaining remarkably fresh. Yu, as you have heard, needs no further elaboration. However, it is said that among these 5 pearls, only Yu is an ominous object, bringing misfortune to anyone who comes into contact with it. Even the shaman priests performing rituals must have a method to dispel Yu's curse before commencing their rites. After hearing Dongzi's account, I scrutinized the green pearl in my hand at a first glance. It appeared unremarkable, yet the legend surrounding it cloaked it in an air of mystery that it is astonishing to consider how such a small pearl could communicate with the heavens. Ergo fiddled with his pearl. Skepticism etched across his face. Yet he regarded his orb with newfound respect due to Dongzi's words, recognizing that it was a gift from the old lady. A being not of this world, thus rendering the pearl extraordinary. Perhaps that is the case. But what are the other two pearls? Could they possibly still be with the old lady? Ergo inquired. I replied, that seems unlikely. This pearl must hold special significance for her. It may very well be a sacred artifact used in shamanic rituals, as suggested by legend, when my brother and I were with her. She held only this one, so there cannot be others at home. With a smile, I added, fear not, for I believe this white pie will certainly assist us in locating the other two pearls. Observing the white pie as it trod forward, I noted how it glanced back at us that I proclaimed to the group, this white pie is intentionally aiding our quest for the pearls, as it was the same creature that led us into the cave when we were pursued by the black bear. Ergo scoffed. Were it not for it, we would never have entered that dreadful factory. Besides, why should we bother searching for those trivial pearls? I kicked Ergo playfully and retorted, you gluttonous fool, understand nothing. Had it not been for this white pie, you would have been devoured by the black bear, leaving nothing but bones behind. Let us venture into the city to seek out that old Taoist, primarily to unravel the mystery surrounding the blood corpse. Now that we have clarified the matter of the orb, we shall have a general understanding of the old lady's origins, and the enigma of the blood corpse will be nearly resolved. Suddenly, Shui Xian interrupted my musings, inquiring, which old Taoist? It dawned on me that Shui Xian was unaware of this affair, prompting me to convey with raised brows and subtle gestures that we ought not to mention this matter in front of Ergo. Shui Xian stifled her curiosity and ceased her inquiries. San Ergo remarked, let us heed Xuanzi's words. If that orb truly possesses the formidable qualities described by Dongzi, we shall incur no loss. Reluctantly, Ergo trailed behind us, and I turned to San Ergo, expressing, to be candid, we are but simpletons. Xuanzi cannot even articulate words of gratitude, and yet you have taken such considerable risks to lead us here. I am at a loss for words. Nevertheless, I owe Xuanzi a debt of gratitude. Should San Ergo require anything in the future, he need only speak, and I shall follow him to the ends of the earth. San Ergo waved his hand in irritation, exclaiming, what you say, Xuanzi, is quite unnecessary. We are all contemplating the welfare of our village that I have already held great admiration for your thoughts, in this way. I can also contribute and help resolve these long-standing mysteries. Otherwise, the mere thought of it unsettles me that I smiled at San Ergo as our group closely followed the figure of Bai Pai Zi, moving forward in a stop-and-go manner until darkness enveloped the sky. Bai Pai Zi suddenly sought refuge beside a large stone, seemingly preparing to doze off that I had presumed that the orb would be nearby. And after some time spent searching around the stone, not even a mouse hole was to be found, that it became apparent that Bai Pai Zi was weary, and we too required sustenance and rest. San Ergo and Ergo took their weapons to hunt for food, while Qi Xing attended to Shui Xian, who, being a girl, had grown weary over the past 2 days, having kindled a fire with nothing else to occupy my hands. I contemplated approaching Shui Xian, yet my pride held me back, prompting me to ask from a distance, hey, are you all right? Shui Xian shook her head, her face drawn with fatigue, and leaned against Qi Xing. Seeking slumbered, I had no choice but to assist Dongzi in erecting the cloth shelter for Shui Xian to rest within that I sat by the fire, occasionally adding logs, my heart in turmoil and disquiet. Before long, San Ergo and Ergo returned with 2 wild chickens. Ergo was effusive in his praise for San Ergo's hunting skills, marveling at his ability to catch returning wild chickens in such darkness. Everyone busied themselves with filling their stomachs, reserving a chicken leg for Bai Pai Zi, and then took turns standing guard through the peaceful night that I was roused by the first rays of dawn. Whereupon I saw San Ergo, rifle in hand, leaning against a tree trunk not far from the shelter, smiling at me. I was puzzled. Wasn't it Ergo's turn for the last watch? San Ergo stretched, explaining when it was time to change shifts. Ergo was fast asleep, and I couldn't bring myself to wake him, so I took the final watch myself. Looking beyond, I noticed Bai Pai Zi leaning against a large stone, its paws raised as if in the midst of washing its face, resembling a child in its innocence. Upon noticing me, It shook its head that I turned to San Ergu, saying, "Let us rouse everyone. It is time for us to continue our journey." San Ergu, shaking his stiff neck, replied, "Schwanzi, do you truly believe this Pai Zi will lead us faithfully to find the orb?" I helplessly spread my hands and smiled. Neither affirming nor denying that, to be honest, I too harbored doubts. However, Pai Zi had saved us. Thus it would at least not wish us harm. Furthermore, while this Pai Zi exhibited intelligence, it was not human, and thus lacked the complexities of human nature. Once everyone awakened and consumed some provisions, we tidied up briefly before setting out once more with Pai Zi. The journey twisted and turned, with 2 rest stops along the way, eventually leading us to a mountain peak adjacent to the main ridge of Lianhua Mountain. Gazing ahead, I was nearly astounded, exclaiming, "Goodness, do you see that over there? Is that not the county town?" Everyone followed the direction of my pointing finger, and as the morning mist began to dissipate, the county town appeared like a cluster of blooming lotus flowers. Surrounded by peaks that resembled dewy petals that a veil of light mist enveloped the scene, akin to a delicate gauze draping over the town. Ergo pointed towards the county town, stating, "It seems that we have indeed arrived. But did we not expect it to take 2 days and nights to reach the county town? How have we come so swiftly?" Dongzi pondered for a moment, then replied, "If one were to calculate earnestly, the time has merely been slightly shortened. It is not as exaggerated as you suggest, that do not forget, a mountain may appear close, but the journey is not so simple." San Ergu nodded in agreement with Dongzi's assessment. "Indeed, this Pai Zi may have led us a shorter way than usual, but it seems it does not intend to take us to the county town." That I glanced back. Pai Zi continued on its path, the direction indicating it was not bound for the county town. That my heart began to race. Where on earth was this Pai Zi leading us? Thus, we continued down the mountain, stopping intermittently, until we reached a narrow dirt path. This path bore clear signs of frequent use, leading directly down the mountain. That Ergo called out, "Look, there is a house ahead." At Ergo's prompting, we all turned our gazes forward. And indeed, there stood a modest thatched cottage, its windows casting forth flickering candlelight. When we turned our eyes back, the figure of Pai Zi had vanished, and my heart sank. At that moment, the absence of Pai Zi felt ominous, as if it had intended to lead us to this very spot. And apart from the dilapidated cottage, there was no sign of human presence. That it seemed the destination was indeed that house. Yet, in the desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of this dirt path and thatched cottage felt exceedingly eerie. In recent days, I have been overwhelmed by various inexplicable events, often unable to discern reality from illusion. I asked Dongzi, "Brother, do you think there is something peculiar about this house?" Dongzi paused, taken aback by my query, and replied, "Brother, what do you mean?" I elaborated, "I find this house suspicious, popping up suddenly in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Dongzi chuckled, "I see no issue here. The chimney is still smoking. There is definitely human presence. That a ghost house wouldn't have smoked." That I noticed Shue's incredulous expression. That I too thought it unlikely. Surely a ghost would not one day decide to warm itself by the fire. It seemed that Pai Zi had vanished, and this place was likely our intended destination. Regardless, we had traversed such distance. Even if we were to confront the underworld, we must boldly proceed. As we walked along the dirt path for a short while, a sudden voice bellowed from the thatched house, "Who goes there?" My nerves were already taut, and at that shout, I nearly raised my gun to pull the trigger. Yet San Ergu was more composed, deflecting my rifle and calling out, "Good fellow, do not be alarmed. We are merely hunters who have lost our way in the mountains." The man responded, stepping to the window, illuminated by the dim light, revealing a robust figure wielding a long hunting rifle. "Ah, fellow hunter." "Ha ha," San Ergu laughed heartily in reply. "Your words are most welcome." With a resounding laugh, San Ergu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Turning to us, he declared, "Come, let us enter the house." This exchange left us bewildered. And as we walked, we questioned San Ergu about the peculiar dialogue that had just transpired. San Ergu chuckled and explained, "Given the circumstances, I deduced that those residing on this mountainside are either hunters or guardians of graves, often local individuals with notable courage and skill. Thus, I employed a mix of jargon and plain speech as a test, and he indeed responded in kind. It turned out that the term hunter was a colloquialism passed down among seasoned hunters in the mountains. A kind of cryptic language known as lip code or cut mouth, which serves as a unique lexicon for various trades. Each profession has its own set of rules and hidden terms. Originally, this lip code was a means of communication among those in the underworld, such as in northeast China, where individuals might refer to someone with the surname Yang as Horn Spirit, friends as Shoulder Buddies, and leaders as Big Spoon, with heads being termed Total Big Spoon, and so forth. The purposes of such language are manifold. Some are to avoid taboo, such as refraining from mentioning death during the new year, substituting it with other terms like Great Departure, while others aim to obscure meaning from outsiders, that I in this instance. San Ergo's use of such terminology was intended to bridge the gap with the local individual, fostering a sense of camaraderie while conveying our objectives and circumstances. In essence, the exchange translated to, San Ergo, we are hunters who have lost our way in the mountains. The man, I did not expect to meet a fellow traveler, one who understands the ways of the world. San Ergo, haha, brother, I am but a novice, lacking deep understanding. The man, a brother with discerning eyes, come inside. When we arrived at the thatched cottage, the faint glow of the pine oil lamp allowed us to catch a glimpse of our host's appearance, that he hung his hunting rifle on the wall to one side, turned back to us, and with a broad grin exclaimed, haha, make yourselves at home. He towered over Sanner by half a head, his large, spirited eyes sparkling with intelligence. Similarly, his head was quite substantial, his nose resolute, and his skin a deep bronze. His laughter was imbued with the rugged, hearty charm of a northeast man, exuding warmth and hospitality. The thatched cottage was modest in size, yet it boasted a stove, a clay kong, and all the necessary dining utensils. As we stepped inside, the space quickly filled with our presence. He bashfully remarked, the place is a bit cramped, but please bear with me. His words left us feeling rather embarrassed. Sanner shook his hand in gratitude, saying apologies for the intrusion. May I ask your surname? Kind sir, just call me Lao Gua. He laughed heartily. What sort of business brings you fellows here, and from where do you hail? The term business was a euphemism for prey or target. Sanner spread his hands and replied with a smile. To be honest, Brother Gua, we journeyed from Lianhua Mountains in Jiagu in pursuit of a spiky-headed tyrant. Chapter 55. The past of the Pai Zi nest. Upon hearing Sanner's words, Lao Gua's eyes sparkled with surprise, clearly taken aback that, Zhangjiagu is quite a distance from here. You fellows can't be too old, can you? I never imagined you would possess such audacity. Sanner let out a sigh. In these times, who would dare provoke that local tyrant? I only brought these young lads along to heal someone, to save a life. Heal? What ailment could that spiky-headed creature possibly cure? Sanner's expression turned somber as he explained. Brother Gua, you may not know, but this prickly-headed one has a small stone in its stomach that as long as one possesses this stone, they can become impervious to 100 poisons. This brother Air goes mother, while foraging for mushrooms, mistakenly consumed a wild fruit, and the village doctor declared that only this stone could save her life. Thus, we ventured out to seek the spiky-headed tyrant, and to our surprise, we tracked it all the way here. As Sanner spoke, he patted Ergo's shoulder, causing him to freeze momentarily. That I quickly signaled him, and only then did Ergo cover his face, as if truly reminded of his sorrow. On the verge of tears, Lao Gua wore a sympathetic expression that I thought to myself, Sanner is quite astute, even referencing literature. Ergo must be silently admiring Sanner's ancestors at this moment. After feigning a few words of comfort to Ergo, Sanner inquired of Lao Gua, Brother Gua, may I ask where exactly we are? Lao Gua replied, this place is called Pai Ziwa. Upon hearing the name Pai Ziwa, we felt as though we had been struck by a powerful gust of wind. Dong Zi could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, Pai Ziwa, we have indeed arrived at Pai Ziwa. Lao Gua appeared puzzled by our reaction, saying yes, it is indeed Pai Ziwa. However, it was not always called this. I don't know how many years ago it was still known as Kwai Ling. I pondered silently. What could the white Pai Zi want to lead us to Pai Ziwa? Could it be that the remaining treasures are hidden here? I recalled that when we first encountered the Pai Zi, the elder had mentioned that Pai Zi will lay to the east of the county town. I wondered why, by some twist of fate, these Pai Zi had traveled thousands of miles to the western mountains of the county. The white Pai Zi bore beads intricately connected to the old woman. Could it be that Pai Zi was linked to her? A torrent of unanswered questions flooded my mind, and I suddenly felt the temperature in the room rising, stifling and dim, that I declared to everyone that I needed to step outside for some fresh air. Dongzi understood my desire for solitude to contemplate the clues, and he assured everyone, "It's fine. Let my brother get some air," that I heard Lao Guo inviting everyone to enjoy the freshly roasted deer meat. A delicacy in these mountains that I struggled to make sense of everything. My heart nodded like the distant, murky mist hanging over the mountains. The flickering lights in that mist must be the warm hearths of the families in Pai Ziwa. I returned indoors, ready to unleash my myriad of questions upon Lao Guo, but I feared that doing so might arouse his suspicions regarding our true intentions. I smiled, dipping the roasted meat in fragrant sauce while casually posing questions to Lao Guo. As I savored the tender venison, I praised Lao Guo's culinary skills. "Brother Guo, this meat is truly exquisite. However, I must confess, I do not understand why you reside here on this hillside. What about your family?" Lao Guo sighed. "What family could there be? I lost them all during the great famine in my youth, that I grew up on the kindness of many families, a solitary soul, given my long tenure in these mountains. No one would care to marry me." Lao Guo poured several bowls of liquor, offering one to Sanner, who gulped it down with gusto, praising the fine brew. The rest of us followed suit, though I was cautious, taking only a few sips, wary of the truth that might slip from my lips under the influence. Water Exant, sitting quietly beside me, blinked her bright eyes without uttering a word. I asked Brother Guo, a caretaker of graves in these mountains. Sanner wiped the remnants of liquor from his lips. "That I in this poor hollow. What graves could there be to tend? Years ago, word spread that treasures lay within Pai Ziwa, attracting many outsiders, even city dwellers, who traveled great distances to explore. This resulted in numerous holes being dug, large ones here, small ones there. The village chief, seeing this chaos, called for a meeting, proposing that we pool our resources to hire a young man to keep watch at intervals. If any strangers entered the village, they were to be stopped and interrogated, especially those with treasure-seeking intentions. To scare them away, did I, with no ties, volunteered to keep watch here. Later, I heard that someone from above had come to retrieve the treasure, and the number of idle folks seeking it dwindled. The villagers returned to their homes, and I decided not to stir things up further. Living here with food and shelter was quite satisfactory, upon hearing that Pai Ziwa had once been rumored to harbor treasure. I pressed Lao Guo for more details. Lao Guo, his face flushed from the potent liquor, began, "Where to begin? You may not know the origins of Pai Ziwa, but it was once called Kuai Ling, named for the two mountains that resemble chopsticks. However, a time came when strange creatures, resembling a mix of foxes and wolves, appeared. The elders claimed they were Pai Sien, symbols of good fortune. Additionally, people fleeing from the chaos claimed that the Japanese invaders were approaching from the southwest. These fiends were not human. They would kill anyone on sight, sparing not even the Pai Zi. The Pai Zi along the coast were slaughtered by the Japanese. Some were skinned and sent back to Japan, while others were thrown into furnaces. The Japanese, having heard tales, believed that the blood of the Pai Zi could ward off evil. Whether for road construction or factory building, they would kill dozens or even hundreds of Pai Zi. Water Exant clenched her small fist tighter, gritting her teeth. The Pai Zi settled behind our Kuai Ling, and thus the name Pai Zi came to be. Later, when the Japanese were defeated, it was said that they had plundered many treasures from northeast China. Among them was a ship laden with riches intended to depart from the eastern coast of Pai Ziwa and return to Japan. Little did they know that by the time the news of their emperor's surrender reached them, it was too late. With their entire ship of treasures unable to leave, they had no choice but to bury the riches in Pai Ziwa, waiting for the day when their troops could return to reclaim them. Alas, their defeat left them as helpless as an elderly man unable to stand upright. At this point, Lao Guo burst into laughter, and the rest of us joined in, raising our bowls in tribute to him. The Japanese had retreated, yet the rumors of treasure in Pai Zi was spread like wildfire. More and more treasure seekers flocked to our village, young and old alike, including locals who began scouting for potential hiding spots. In no time, our village was abuzz with excitement, and anxiety permeated the air. Eventually, authorities took notice of Pai Zwit. It was said that the county magistrate personally led a team of officials and experts to investigate. It did not take long for them to uncover the treasure, which was then surrendered to the state. The matter of the treasure was subsequently hushed. However, in recent years, rumors resurfaced, suggesting that the officials had never truly found the treasure and had fabricated the story to maintain public order. Fearing that the treasure would leak out, Consequently, the interest in treasure hunting revived, and numerous holes appeared throughout Paiziwa. The child of Lu Ji from the village tragically suffocated after falling into one of these holes. A collective sigh swept through the group, yet I noticed Go's eyes sparkling with excitement, casting furtive glances at me. This rotund fellow was undoubtedly captivated by thoughts of the treasure that I shot him a glare. Thinking, if those in power couldn't find it, what makes you think you can? Moreover, over the years, many skilled individuals have sought treasure in Paiziwa, employing all manner of tactics. How could we possibly succeed so easily? Sanner lamented, treasure brings death. They say treasure can save lives and bestow wealth and glory. But who truly understands how elusive such fortune can be? Sanner's exclamation seemed to stem from a deeper weariness, and I sensed a hint of disillusionment in his words. Perhaps this sentiment reflects his musings as we embark on our treasure-seeking journey together. That my heart is still laden with numerous unsolved enigmas and countless questions I long to pose. Without regard for the decorum typically observed with Sanner Go, I turned to Lao Gua and inquired, "Pray tell, where did you hear the tales regarding Zhangjiagu?" The distance from Pixawo to Zhangjiagu is considerable. While Pixawo boasts treasures left behind by the legendary Pishi and the Japanese invaders, what renown could possibly link Zhangjiagu to your knowledge? Guagu. Lao Gua, having downed another bowl of liquor, replied, "Ah, dear brother, you mustn't underestimate Zhangjiagu. After all, it is home to Zhangjiai Lao." Upon hearing the familiar name of Zhangjiai Lao, a jolt of recognition coursed through the group, igniting surprise and curiosity. Could it be that even Guigu is acquainted with our revered Zhangjiai Lao? Dongzi's mouth gaped in astonishment, nearly reaching the back of his head. Indeed, Zhangjiai Lao has gained some renown in Lianhua Mountain for her healing prowess and benevolence, yet I had not anticipated her fame to extend as far as the easternmost Pixawo. Lao Guo elaborated, "Of course. Not just I, but every elder from Pixawo knows her well, for Zhangjiai Lao is our savior." "Oh, what do you mean by that, Guigu?" Lao Gu took a moment to sip his drink before continuing. "In the early years, Zhangjiai Lao visited our Pixawo. According to the elders, she was known as Shiqing'er back then, and everyone affectionately called her Qing'er. She resided with us for quite some time, curing many ailments. However, for reasons unknown, she eventually departed, and no one knew her whereabouts. Years later, she returned. Though her hair had grayed considerably, her physique remained robust. Accompanying her was a younger woman, who introduced herself as a friend from Zhangjiagu, claiming she was also a sort of apprentice. They planned to stay for a week before departing. Zhangjiai Lao mentioned a formidable feng shui master in Zhangjiagu, adept at discerning ominous dwellings and astrological signs. This master foretold of impending calamities from the east, yet he could not avert them. Concerned, Zhangjiai Lao journeyed to Pixawo, seeking to inquire if any misfortunes had befallen the surrounding villages. Das Lao Gua recounted this. His bowl had emptied. Sanner Go poured the remaining liquor into his cup, while Go urged, "Brother, please, what happened next?" "Well," he continued, "trouble indeed arose in the village. Just 2 days before Zhangjiai Lao's departure, an unusual surge of wild rats appeared." "Wild rats?" "Yes, those large, grayish-black rodents, significantly larger than the usual ones. These creatures could outsmart even the Pishi, and curiously, they did not consume grain but gnawed at wood, causing considerable damage to fences and wooden doors, leaving gaping holes in the fields." Upon hearing this, Dongzi shot me a glance filled with questions that I gestured for him to listen attentively. Zhangjiai Lao remarked that the old master's prophecy of disaster was indeed materializing. One afternoon, the villagers armed themselves with shovels, determined to combat the rats. Cats proved ineffective. These rodents showed no fear. The day began clear, yet by afternoon, ominous clouds gathered, and oppressive heat filled the air, signaling an approaching storm. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the flatlands, swirling dust into the air and even lifting thatch from many straw huts skyward. From the dirt path, a torrent of black surged down from the mountains like a flood, roaring with the sound of thunder, accompanied by the piercing squeals of the rats. The ground trembled, resembling an earthquake. As we drew closer, it became evident that this was no flood. Rather, it was a massive horde of gray-black rats, thousands upon thousands cascading down the mountainside, even snapping thick trees in half. At the village entrance, Zhangjiai Lao donned a ceremonial black robe adorned with floral patterns. Before her stood a long table laden with various ritual implements and offerings. flanked by a bonfire and an old yellow cow from the village. Her apprentice, also clad in black, jingled with bells and drums as she performed a peculiar dance around the fire. Meanwhile, Zhangjiatai Lao, with her eyes closed, struck the ceremonial drum at the offering table. Initially, the sound was soft, but as she continued, it grew thunderous, drowning out the cacophony of the rats as the wild rats surged forth like a flood. The villagers screamed and fled, while Zhangjiatai Lao relentlessly chanted divine songs and incantations, her apprentice dancing fervently by the fire. That moment, a flock of large birds, resembling eagles, swooped down from the mountaintop. Their wings spanned wide enough to cast shadows over the ground, darkening the sky in an instant. This band of birds dove towards the rats, swiftly dispatching several with their talons, their beaks piercing like stakes. In a matter of moments, these few dozen birds eradicated the thousands of rats, leaving only a trail of blood that flowed down the mountainside to the village entrance. The crowd erupted in applause, praising Zhangjiatai Lao's prowess. Lao Gua took his final sip of liquor, his gaze hazy. However, following that incident, she fell ill for quite some time, recuperating in Pixuo for about a month before departing. Not only is she talented, but she is also a remarkably kind-hearted individual. She saved us all in Pixuo. She is truly our benefactor. At this point, Lao Gua succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. Hey, Gua. The group grew anxious, lamenting that he had fallen asleep before finishing his tale. Saner Gu urged everyone to let him rest, acknowledging that he had graciously provided a place to sleep after a long day of hunting, that if there are no pressing matters, let us retire for the night. We are safe indoors, without the need for a watch. Excitement surged through us, and sleep eluded our restless minds that I turned to Dongzi. Did you have something significant to convey when you looked at me earlier? Dongzi nodded. What Guoge spoke of has deeper implications. Indeed, I sensed something amiss. What could have compelled those rats to attack the village so suddenly? What sort of phenomenon could rally such an overwhelming force of rodents with such aggression? Ergo's eyes widened in realization. Zhuanzi, could they have been possessed? I shook my head, remaining non-committal, but Dongzi asserted it's akin to what Ergo suggested. This must be a manifestation of the shamanic spell. 10,000 rats crossed the alley. 10,000 rats crossed the alley? Yes, it is a type of shamanic sorcery that can incite unrest among rats, endowing them with formidable aggression. What kind of ritual could yield such power? Waterheart inquired. Intrigued, this ritual involves various offerings. Historical records from the Jurchen tribes detail. On a long offering table, there are 5 rows. The first row must contain 9 large plates, each with a pig's head, its mouth holding the left front hoof, flanked by pastries. The subsequent row consists of yellow rice cakes, 9 pieces per plate, totaling 9 plates. Then, there are 9 incense burners, with a large one at the center. Another row features 9 plates of wild fruits, such as peaches and plums, and finally, 9 wine cups, with 1 large and 1 small beside it. That a bonfire must be placed 9 meters from the offering table, accompanied by cattle or sheep. The distinction lies in the requirements for the 10,000 rats cross the alley ritual, which necessitates a white goat by the fire. The whiter, the better. Conversely, the spell for summoning the great birds, sea eagle descends from the sky, requires an old yellow cow, ideally as aged as possible. The most crucial element, however, is the shaman's spiritual power and incantations. The greater the ability, the more potent the spell. Dongzi paused before adding, thus, this was not a natural disaster, but rather a confrontation of shamanic powers. The great birds are none other than the legendary shamanic bird, the sea eagle, revered as the highest totem among shamans, known as the god of 10,000 eagles, the closest being to the divine. The Manchu people even have a song dedicated to the sea eagle. Lathiha, the great eagle. Mother has a little horned eagle. With white wings it flies swiftly, with red eyes it sees clearly. Rabbits do not flee in its presence. Swans become bewildered. The leaders gaze in awe, calling it the sea eagle. Tethered with silken cords and adorned with bells, we are sent off to the capital amidst a cacophony of sounds. The emperor bestows a yellow robe, while my father desires a grand iron bow. With iron bows and arrows that soar far, we can capture swans without the need for eagles. That I admire and remark. Indeed, the spiritual prowess of our esteemed elder is unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary shamans. Primarily, the elder bears the surname Shur, and those of the Sure lineage are the most authentic inheritors of shamanistic traditions. Moreover, this ritual not only features the elder as the principal deity, but also includes a deputy, who is the elder's disciple, clad in divine attire, adorned with mirrors on both chest and back, and jingling bells at the waist, performing a sacred dance by the fire, with two deities embodying their power simultaneously. The spiritual energy is extraordinary. However, unease creeps into my heart. Matters are growing increasingly convoluted. Not only has an unidentified disciple emerged, but there are also two opposing factions of shamans. One group consists of the elder and his disciple, striving to rescue the villagers from peril. The other, of unknown identity, aims to wreak havoc upon the Pai Ziwa, potentially endangering lives, likely drawn by the allure of treasures hidden within. Previously, the elder ventured to Pai Ziwa, directed by a feng shui master, to alleviate suffering. That I suspect this master to be my grandfather, for he alone possesses such skill in Zhangjiago. Yet according to the celestial omens, it appears to be a natural calamity. Whereas Dongzi asserts it is a man-made disaster. At this moment, Dongzi is lost in deep contemplation, and ergo has fallen asleep. Shui Xian and Qi Xing, seeing this, choose not to disturb Dongzi's thoughts, suggesting we rest early instead. Sen ergo leans against the earthen wall, cradling a rifle in his arms, draping a garment over himself, ready to sleep. That I extinguish the pine oil lamp, enveloped in darkness. My mind swirls with thoughts of shamans, Pai Zi, and treasures, burdened with anxiety and sighs. Suddenly, from the darkness, Dongzi whispers, "Brother, tomorrow let us thoroughly examine the feng shui and aura of Pai Ziwa." A surge of joy fills my heart. Surely, he has made a breakthrough. Those books Dongzi has read are not in vain. He has now become a veritable master of feng shui. Chapter 57. Observing the aura at dawn the following day. Dongzi and I rose early, standing atop the mountain to survey the feng shui of Pai Ziwa. The sky had not yet fully brightened, a pale milky band stretching across the horizon as if to envelop the entire range. A gentle mist cloaked everything in the mountainous scenery, imbuing it with an ethereal and serene beauty. The nearby Kuai Ling was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring its outlines, which appeared as faint, blurred contours. Our footsteps echoed softly on the dew-laden grass, the surroundings veiled in a mysterious twilight, creating a strangely enchanting atmosphere. Dongzi remarked, "It is said, the first-rate geomancer observes the stars, the second-rate observes the water sources, and the third-rate wanders the mountains with a compass." There are numerous schools of feng shui, some based on principles such as Xiankong Fei Xing, and others that are practical like Jin Sui Yuguan, or the famed Jiuxing Pai known for its meteor rush to the cavern methods. To observe the mountain ranges and the flow of vital energy. The most commonly employed and the most profound is this method of observing the aura. Confused, I asked Dongzi, "It is known that this aura is colorless. How can one discern its mysteries?" Dongzi explained, "It is not as simple as that. All things have form, while the heart is formless. With careful observation, one can indeed perceive colors in this aura. Essentially, it can be categorized into clear and turbid types. That a place plagued by disasters and calamities naturally corresponds to a turbid aura. Conversely, a village where the elements are harmonious, or a site that conceals treasures, will exhibit a clear aura, distinct from others. The early morning is the prime time for such observations, a moment when night transitions to day, and the world is shrouded in chaos, making it the optimal time to discern the aura." Following Dongzi's guidance, I surveyed the entirety of Pai Ziwa, which appeared to be enveloped in the morning mist. Indistinct and unclear, that I smiled at Dongzi and shook my head, saying, "Just tell me the conclusion directly. My mind seems destined to remain a stranger to your elevated knowledge." Dongzi did not respond, but instead moved around, observing the scenery from various angles. Shortly, he turned to me and said, "Pai Ziwa is in alignment with Lian Huashan, yet its aura is markedly different. Lian Huashan embodies stability amidst peril, whereas Pai Ziwa, specifically Kuai Ling, reveals danger within its steadiness." Are you suggesting that this Kuai Ling is fraught with dangers? Not quite. The peril here pertains solely to the terrain's features. Have you not noticed, Brother Xuanzi, that when viewing from halfway up the mountain, the surface appears flat, yet the path we traversed was treacherous and uneven, consuming much time? This is the mirror in feng shui. Beyond this peak lies an even higher mountain, representing the support. Pai Zi was nestled between the two peaks of Kwai Zi Ling, forming a concave shape. Logically, it should be a double dragons protecting the Flood Dragon treasure site. However, the two peaks are too low, and Pai Zi was too small, failing to create a dragon-like presence. Otherwise, such a prime feng shui location should be a 5 stars returning to the enclosure. Generations of offspring entering the court. This seems a little used to us, does it not? I recognized that Dongzi had fallen into his usual habit of being overly scholarly. Too much reading makes one pedantic. Yet, it cannot be dismissed entirely. While Pai Zi may lack naturally occurring treasures, it is still an excellent location for hidden riches. That I was taken aback and asked Dongzi, you wouldn't be harboring thoughts of that treasure? Would you? Dongzi looked at me, his gaze inscrutable. Just kidding. Treasures are not so easily obtained, brother. Look. Suddenly Dongzi fell silent. Look over there. Following the direction of his finger, I realized that the sun had emerged. Its rays illuminating the two peaks of Kwai Zi Ling and a certain area within the depression of Pai Zi W. To my astonishment, the sunlight seemed to know its path, directly illuminating a small patch in the northern part of that hollow, where everything gleamed gold. Dongzi smiled and said, brother, do you see it? That spot where the sunlight shines. Now look at the mist to the east of that area. The fog is heavy there. Not milky white, but rather imbued with a deep gray hue. Now observe the western section, which is entirely devoid of mist. There must be treasures hidden in the west, thus avoiding the fog. As the morning light grew brighter, the mist gradually dissipated under the sun's warmth, and that sense of clarity was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by the brilliance of the rising sun. That I inquired of Dongzi, do you think this treasure might be left behind by the Japanese invaders? Or is it related to the White Pai Zi? Dongzi's face brimmed with excitement as he replied, it seems more likely to be something akin to the divine artifacts from Jing Chuan Wu, though I secretly hope it is a treasure. That I paid no heed to Dongzi's words about the treasure. Many have lost their lives in pursuit of it. Instead, I pondered a question. Why did the elder leave 2 beads at Pai Zi? Dongzi contemplated before responding. Perhaps they fell here. Or it could be that sacrifices were made in this place. That I can only affirm that the Wan Shu Guxiang shamanistic technique is not applicable for offering the divine beads. We will only know more once we find the beads. Thus, Dongzi and I descended the mountain, returning to Lao Guo's thatched cottage. That moment, Lao Guo and San Ergo had gone hunting on the mountain, leaving Ergo, Qi Xing, and Shui Xin at home. Shui Xin informed us originally San Ergo intended to leave, but he doesn't know where you two have run off to, so he went with Guo to hunt. Up the mountain, we just came down. How could we have missed them? Shui Xin shook her head. That I instructed Ergo to stay behind and look after Shui Xin while Dongzi, Qi Xing, and I went to investigate Pai Zi. I preferred not to take Ergo along, for he is troublesome. Yet, the more I resisted, the more determined he became to follow us. Unable to dissuade him, I had Qi Xing stay with Shui Xin, and they would watch over the house, waiting to inform San Ergo upon their return. That on the way, I briefly shared with Ergo the discoveries Dongzi and I had made that morning. We were simply going to investigate the peculiarities of that area to the northwest. But a new dilemma arose. The population of Pai Zi was largely similar to Zhangjiago. So anyone missing or present would be easily recognized as outsiders. That we would likely be viewed with suspicion, potentially mistaken for treasure hunters. What could we devise to slip past unnoticed? I shared my concerns with Dongzi, and he suggested, in such cases one usually poses as a traveling merchant, perhaps collecting herbal medicine or snake skins. However, we currently have not a single coin to our names. As Dongzi spoke, a spark of inspiration ignited within me, reminding me of the day my grandfather ventured into Qianma Ling to gather the divine tree's blossoms. That I turned to Dongzi and said, didn't we ask Lao Gui yesterday? They say Pai Zi possesses a spirit. Is there a place in Pai Zi for worship or offerings to the Pai Zi? We are left with no choice but to inquire. Claiming that a family member has fallen gravely ill, a man named Di Ma has suggested that we should visit the place known as Pai Zi, to pay our respects and make offerings to the Pai Zi deity. Upon finishing my statement, I glanced at Ergo, and Dongzi instantly grasped the situation. That moment, it was early morning, and the village entrance was bustling with people. The elderly had risen early. The older men were taking leisurely strolls to catch some fresh air, while others practiced martial arts. The 3 of us stepped into the village. Curious gazes from passers-by fell upon us. We endured the scrutiny with a calm demeanor, returning their stares with friendly smiles. That I approached an elderly gentleman basking in the sun on a stone bench and inquired, "Sir, may I ask if this is Pai Ziwa?" This was a deliberately leading question, merely a customary icebreaker. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow yet with keen hearing and clear speech, replied, "Indeed, it is, young man. Where do you hail from?" "Sir, we three are from Zhangjiago." To my surprise, as soon as I uttered these words, all attention shifted towards us. Concerned that the elder might not have heard me clearly due to his age, I raised my voice slightly. At that moment, the water carrier set down his yoke, those heading to the fields paused in their tracks, and the martial artists ceased their movements. It felt as though time itself had momentarily frozen. Suddenly, everyone gathered around us. "Zhangjiago? Are you truly from Zhangjiago? Is it the same Zhangjiago where Granny Zhang resides? How is Qing'er?" Questions bombarded us from all directions. Having previously heard old Gui's tales, we were unprepared for the immense respect and influence Granny Zhang commanded in Pai Ziwa. That I raised my hands in an attempt to quiet the crowd, exclaiming, "Yes, we are indeed from the Zhangjiago that is home to Granny Zhang. Please, let's all settle down and converse calmly." The crowd fell silent, yet we found ourselves encircled by eager villagers. Internally, I felt a surge of delight. The news of Granny's passing had not yet reached this place. With the halo of her name, the villagers' wariness towards us would surely diminish, facilitating our inquiries and allowing us to extract valuable information. With a sorrowful expression, I addressed the gathering. "Regrettably, I must inform you that Granny Zhang has recently passed away." Upon hearing the news of her demise, the villagers displayed expressions of grief. Some wore looks of disbelief, while others even shed tears. Their reactions, though unexpected, were entirely understandable. After I briefly recounted the circumstances of her passing, the conversation inevitably gravitated towards her virtues. That I glanced at Dong Zi, admiring and reminiscing about Granny Zhang. Yet my face bore a look of helplessness. Chapter 58. The haunted house in the abandoned village. I realized that changing the subject would be quite challenging, so I continued to engage with the villagers about Granny Zhang, hoping to glean useful clues. The elderly men recounted tales from years gone by with fervor. In their minds, Granny Qing'er must have been akin to a goddess. They spoke of how she had managed a rat infestation with such reverence, embellishing the story to the point of myth, yielding no substantial leads and wasting our precious time, as the elderly tend to repeat themselves. That I interjected, "Dear elders, while Granny Zhang was indeed remarkable, we have come to fulfill her last wishes." Upon hearing that we were there to complete her unfinished business, their attention immediately shifted. "What is it?" Feigning deep sorrow, I replied slowly, "My brother Ergo has fallen victim to a condition known as nightmare syndrome, a difficult ailment to treat. Granny Zhang was unable to cure him before her passing. She insisted that we must seek out the Pai Zi deity in Pai Ziwa to make amends. Or else," at this, I embraced Ergo tightly, feigning tears. Dong Zi, sensing the moment, joined in, "Fear not, brother Ergo, we will surely find a cure." Our dramatic display resonated with the villagers, who began to comfort us, saying, "Oh, Guzi, your illness will certainly be cured. Poor child, you truly have suffered." Seizing the opportunity, I inquired, "Elders, might I ask if there are still Pai Zi deities in Pai Ziwa?" The white-haired elder sighed. "Ah, there was indeed a Pai Zi deity here once." But he sighed again, trailing off. Dong Zi quickly pressed, "But what happened?" A voice from the crowd chimed in the past, Pai Ziwa was known for its deity. Whatever one wished for would come true. A wealthy outsider even built a temple for the deity, but alas, it was destroyed later. Why was it destroyed? They said it was a tumor. I do not understand. Regardless, many came, armed. And who was this wealthy benefactor? Why construct a temple here? They say that Granny Zhang saved his life. He offered her money, which she declined. At the time, she resided in Pai Ziwa, so he built a temple there to repay her kindness. I pondered, perplexed by how each incident seemed intertwined with Granny Zhang. "Elder, where was the temple located?" "At the far west of the village. Behind it lies a great ridge." That I glanced at Ergo and Dong Zi and addressed the villagers. "Regardless, we must visit. Even if the temple is gone, the deity's power should remain. Let us go." Just as I was about to rise, the villagers suddenly barred our path, exclaiming, "You cannot go." That temple was demolished, leaving not even a plank. Now it is a haunted house. A haunted house. The old man continued. There is a decrepit building. It used to belong to Lu Zi. Lu Zi lost both parents at a young age, and his ancestors had little land, so he lived in poverty. After the temple was destroyed, he managed to rebuild a low house using the remaining walls. Yet, he mysteriously died within a few years, despite being in good health. After Lu Zi's passing, the house began to be haunted. Initially, villagers claimed to see Lu Zi standing in the yard at night, later reporting sightings of a headless ghost wandering around the house with a severed head tucked under its arm. What the villagers recounted truly astonished us. A temple once meant for blessings and fortunes had transformed into a spine-chilling, haunted house. This delay had already stretched into midday, and the villagers gradually dispersed. The old man advised us repeatedly, suggesting we attempt alternative methods that he mentioned that a village outside Paizi housed a fox spirit cave, reputedly effective, particularly for healing and making amends, that he recommended we visit that location instead. The house where Lu Zi once resided had been abandoned for many years, and villagers dared not approach it. You three should not venture in recklessly, he cautioned that I repeatedly assured him, and declined his invitation for lunch. After he departed, the three of us headed northwest. After traversing a few hundred steps through the village, we reached the end, which opened up to a vast expanse of wilderness, where wild grass had overrun the area, reaching waist height. Behind it loomed a steep slope, and beneath the steep incline, a dilapidated thatched house appeared low and desolate. From behind the lush, wildly growing grass, the crumbling earthen house seemed particularly eerie. When we left, we carried neither useful tools nor weapons. Fearing the villagers' heightened scrutiny, we had left our belongings with Old Gua. Now, in our possession, we had only Dong Zi's rabbit skin-wrapped shotgun, Ergo's cherished blade, and I held only the Lunya bead, uncertain of its purpose. Surveying our surroundings, I noted that this area had once been prime land, flat and fertile, with a clear spring trickling down the slope. In a different context, it could have been cultivated into thriving vegetable fields. However, judging by its current state, it had languished in neglect for an unknown duration, confirming the villagers' claims that I asked Dongzi, "Brother, do you sense anything unusual here?" Dongzi scrutinized the area closely and replied, "Nothing particularly stands out. This is good land with decent feng shui, that I wonder why it would be haunted. It seems we must venture inside to find out." I declared that I had assumed that Ergo, brimming with vigor during the day, would be fearless. Yet upon suggesting that we explore, he unsheathed his blade and began to clear a path through the waist-high grass. However, not long after, I heard him muttering ahead, "Since no one dares to come here, the treasure must be hidden within." I noticed Dong Zi following suit without hesitation, a shiver running down my spine as I feared they might be blinded by the allure of treasure and lose sight of the path ahead. Before long, we arrived at the front of the thatched house. To our astonishment, the steps leading up to the house were unusually clean, devoid of moss or even a spiderweb, as if it had recently been tidied. Dongzi removed the gun holster and raised his firearm, while Erga gently pried open the door with the tip of his knife. The wooden door, corroded by time, appeared surprisingly sturdy, as if it had withstood the test of many years. Erga stepped across the threshold first, with me closely following, and Dongzi bringing up the rear. Thus, the three of us entered the room in succession. The space was a large single room, cool and dimly lit, yet not to the point of instilling fear. On the contrary, it was suffused with the essence of human habitation, that a stove and an earthen Kong lay within, but there was no furniture to be found. It seemed that the former occupant lived in poverty. Perhaps there had been blankets or other items, but these had been burned as offerings upon the departure of Liuzi. Ergu rummaged about, but the room was not expansive, and it wasn't long before he had searched every corner, only to be met with frustration. "Damn it, it's too poor. Not a single hair to be found." Yet a significant concern loomed over the room, one that Dongzi had evidently also noticed. "Dongzi, why is this place so clean?" he inquired. The entire room appeared as if it had just been tidied up. The ceiling was low enough that one could easily touch it with a light jump. Yet not a single cobweb was visible in any corner. The earthen Kong was spotless, and the haphazardly arranged bowls on the stove looked as if they had just been washed, although the window was missing. The earthen Kong near it bore no trace of even a single blade of grass having blown, and I touched the edge of the Kong, and my fingers emerged utterly free of dust. "Is it possible that someone still resides here?" I asked Dongzi. That he fixed his gaze on the ceiling, contemplating, Unlikely that it seems that no fire has been lit here for quite some time, and we have not encountered any signs of recent passage on our way here. As Dongzi spoke, Urga suddenly leaped onto the Kong, feeling around the roof. With a forceful tug of his left hand, he unexpectedly yanked down a long piece of red cloth. The hue was as vivid as fresh blood. Urga tossed the cloth onto the Kong and began probing it with his knife, eager to uncover any hidden treasures. Damn it, I thought there might be something valuable concealed up there, but it's just a rag. Noticing Dongzi's troubled expression, I inquired if something was amiss. Dongzi paused, and I could see his throat working as he swallowed hard. While I cannot say for certain, it appears we may have to spend the night here. I approached and examined the red cloth, finding nothing unusual. Dongzi spat in frustration, cursing, "This place is most likely used for raising spirits." I nearly stumbled in shock, while Urgu promptly shoved the red cloth aside. Dongzi added, "I'm not entirely sure, but there are various schools of thought regarding spirit cultivation, each with its own rules. What remains consistent is that the space must be meticulously clean. A thorough cleaning is essential. And it must be devoid of dust. One method involves using red cloth to symbolize blood, and given the current circumstances, it bears a striking resemblance." Confused, I asked Dongzi, "Are you suggesting we are dealing with spirits?" Dongzi explained, "In Taoism, there are practices for nurturing spirits to alter one's fate and feng shui, but these are merely legends that no one has ever witnessed their miraculous aspects. Nonetheless, I believe it is better to err on the side of caution." Urgu inadvertently disrupted the soul-locking formation laid by someone, and it is likely we must dismantle this entire setup. Otherwise, not just Urgu, but both of us could be in peril, unless we remain trapped in this room for eternity. "Damn it, Urgu. Why do you always mess things up?" Urgu sulked, mumbling in protest. Dongzi asked, "Did anyone bring a fire starter in the midst of our urgency? Who would think to take such an item outside?" Urgu grumbled, "Damn, it can't be that sinister, can it?" I assured him that I always carried a fire starter in my pocket, not realizing it would become crucial at this moment, that we had encountered numerous bizarre occurrences on our journey. There was no time for idle chatter, that we needed to heed Dongzi's advice and prepare ourselves, as there was a tall ridge behind the house, and darkness was descending rapidly. Seeing Dongzi drenched in cold sweat, I asked, "What's wrong? If there is something we can't handle, let us all brainstorm together." Dongzi replied, "There is nothing to prepare, that if we had anticipated this beforehand, we might have been able to cope. However, we have been unexpectedly cornered in this room, that we lack even basic items like copper mirrors or glutinous rice for warding off spirits. We can only pray to survive the night, and, when daylight comes, offer our gratitude to the vengeful spirits within." Initially, I felt hopeful, having witnessed Dongzi's remarkable abilities on several occasions, whether in the underground factory or when he wrote the soul-binding code for Urga not long ago. I had assumed that few could match his skills, save for the old lady. Yet his words plunged me into despair, leaving my heart feeling cold that I slumped against the edge of the Kong while Dongzi paced the room. The light within was dwindling rapidly, soon to be consumed by darkness. Dongzi stared at the red cloth for a long while before addressing Urgu and me. "It seems we have but one option left. Urgu, lie on the Kong. Brother, we will wrap Urgu in this red cloth." The shadows were closing in, and we needed to act swiftly. Urgu reclined on the Kong, and Dongzi and I wrapped him tightly in the red cloth. Resembling a large red zongzi, "Dio, we really need to wrap it this tightly." Urgu gasped that I can hardly breathe. Dongzi placed an extra piece of the red cloth over Urgu's head and retorted, "You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to disrupt the formation in this room? If we hadn't done this, you'd likely be the first to go pay respects to your ancestors." Confused, I asked Dongzi the rationale behind this. He explained, "Among the three of us, Urgu is the most at risk. The red cloth serves to ward off evil and stabilize Urgu's spirit, that as night falls, a person's yang energy diminishes and yin energy rises. Since Urgu disrupted the formation, I fear that unsavory entities in this room might latch onto him and seize his soul. Therefore, Urgu, it is imperative that you remain still beneath the cloth. Endure it for one night." Dongzi handed me a precious dagger from the Kong, while he held onto his gun, stating, "These weapons are yang objects and may possess some deterrent effect against spirits, that we must keep them close." We leaned against the wall near Urgu to conserve our yang energy. We must not lie down to sleep, that if we sense someone breathing near us during the night, we were to spit in the direction of the breath. No matter what transpired, We were to remain silent until the rooster crowed, at which point we would be safe, that I acknowledged his instructions, and Dongzi and I sat against the wall, clutching our respective weapons. It wasn't long before the room was enveloped in darkness. Damn it, not even a sliver of moonlight penetrated the gloom, whether it was obscured by the mountains or simply a cursed night. I could not tell Date first. I could faintly see the red cloth on Ergu's head, rising and falling with his breath. Before long, however, all visibility vanished, and an eerie darkness enveloped us, accompanied by an unsettling silence. As summer waned, the night grew cooler, and the wind began to stir outside, bringing with it a chilling draft that seeped through the small window, creating an ominous whistling sound that a haunted house stood forlornly at the edge of Pizuo village. Surrounded by desolate weeds and dense woodlands, exuding an air of dread and eeriness that in the pitch-black surroundings where one could not see their hand in front of their face, I found some solace in leaning against a solid wall. Though this sense of security was utterly dwarfed by the overwhelming fear that gripped me, that a gust of wind swept through, causing the trees outside to rustle, sending shivers down my spine, that I was reminded of the night I delivered the soul-binding code to Ergu. The sensation of battling against unseen forces was truly suffocating and anxiety-inducing. Time stretched on in torment, and gradually my consciousness began to blur. Having stayed up late the previous night and waking early with Dongzi to observe feng shui, I was utterly exhausted. Drowsiness washed over me. Yet I noticed Dongzi remained still, and I longed to confirm whether he had fallen asleep. Just then, Dongzi suddenly nudged me with his elbow, followed by the sound of him spitting. My throat was parched with tension, so I had to muster my focus, desperately trying to conjure saliva, that in an instant, I felt a jolt throughout my body. My scalp tingled, and a cold breeze enveloped me, pressing heavily against my chest, making it difficult to breathe. Dongzi continued to spit beside me, and I felt compelled to join in, but after only a couple of attempts, my throat felt unbearably dry. Thankfully, the sensation of the cold wind was not as overpowering as before, allowing me a moment of respite. Before long, I heard Dongzi spitting again, and my heart sank. I had already gone a day without water, and now, with anxiety mounting, my throat felt like it was on fire. This time, the chilling wind seemed to come from my right ear, familiar yet intense that I could bear it no longer, and forced out a couple more spits. Eventually, I was left with nothing to expel, resorting to futilely spitting in reassurance, telling myself that everything was fine, that I lost track of how long I endured this torment, feeling increasingly cold and weak. Gradually, as I attempted to expel the cold from my body, I was struck by a horrifying realization. I could not move. Damn it. Just when I thought I was safe, was I being possessed by a spirit? I desperately sought to call for Dongzi's help, but no words would escape my lips. My mind raced with prayers. Amitabha, Buddha, please save me. Avalokiteshvara, old lady. I recited every deity and powerful figure I could think of. 10 times, 100 times, yet nothing worked. My limbs felt as if they were bound by ropes, my mouth sealed shut, and my chest constricted painfully, while the scene before me grew increasingly vivid, allowing me to gradually discern everything within the room. Ergu lay motionless on the Kong, his body swathed in crimson cloth. Beside me sat an individual, his face obscured, yet it was undoubtedly Dongzi. That moment, I suddenly noticed a figure curled up in the corner of the room. This person writhed like a serpent, slowly rising to their feet. Astonishingly, it was an elderly woman. She was diminutive and emaciated, clad in a deep black garment patched with several bowl-sized pieces of yellow fabric. To my astonishment, she began to approach me slowly. Her face was etched with wrinkles, resembling the weathered bark of an ancient pine, devoid of any expression or color. She limped towards me, and as she drew nearer, I struggled with all my might, yet it was futile. She passed right through my body. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I felt an overwhelming dampness enveloping me, and I realized another presence had materialized in the room. It was merely a child, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, his head tilted back, his face as pale as a blank sheet of paper, contorted in agony. He was draped in red cloth, his hands bound behind him, and his feet tightly secured with ropes, a heavy weight dangling between his legs, cruelly suspended from the beams of the house.